It was always believed that there were three types of people who ruled the world: the talented, the rich, and another type of people that people thought was very rare. For hours now, there had been a fierce battle between a huge two-headed dragon and desperate mages who couldn't let the monster overpower themselves. Otherwise, the rest of the people would be threatened. They used various spells, but the dragon's armor was too strong, and they could not hurt it. But they did not give up trying to kill it. But they also had to fight off its attacks. A girl appeared on the mountain who was singing loudly and attracted the dragon's attention. She realized that he would have attacked her, and so she activated her skill, Roulette of the Gods. After applying this skill, the girl had two huge angel wings that were very bright. The girl was preparing to apply a random skill to finish off the monster. The third type of people who ruled the world, these were people blessed with good luck. The girl saw a dragon attacking her, but she had the skill, Nikki, Goddess of Victory Sky Punishment, which stopped the dragon by piercing one of the heads. Now the other mages were left to wield another head that attacked them even more fiercely. One of the mages decided to use her strongest summoning spell to finish off the ruthless monster. She knew that this spell would be able to kill the second head and end the battle. She summoned a fire dragon creature and directed all of its power at the monster. The dragon's flames were so powerful that the monster's head melted. It was finished and the humans took over. Nothing threatened them now. The humans rejoiced in their victory. The two-headed dragon, the Lord of the Dungeon, was defeated thanks to their coordinated work. They did not hold back their emotions. This victory was not easy for them. A young boy had completed the entry Abyss Guild raid on the two-headed dragon and was preparing to log out of the game. His mission was completed, and they were able to defeat the bloodthirsty monster. After leaving the game, he got a call from someone. The conversation was unpleasant for him. After a while, he started to freak out. He was offered only $1 a day, but it was not enough for him. He realized that one day, he might not return from the raid. But he replied that no one was forcing him to play, and that they had no shortage of young people eager to do everything right. Hen replied that he was not refusing. He was just asking to raise the price for his labor. The answer was simple for him. They told him that they couldn't help him. They were just brokers, and offered the price that the guild itself set, and hung up the phone. Now he had to decide for himself whether to work for that kind of money or not. After this answer, Hen got even more angry and started shouting at the whole club. The administrator heard the shouting and came in to ask him if he was all right. Hen calmed down and apologized for making noise. Hen was upset and went to the exit. He said that he would have to work as cannon fodder for a month. The administrator smiled and said that he would like to be on a raid like this at least once. As they walked between the game pods and talked, the administrator said that there were less than 1 million out of billions of God Wars players who could make a living in raids. He smiled at Hen and told him not to despair. He was not lacking in talent unlike the others, and the administrator tried his best to support Hen, who was quite upset about the call. Hen thought about his words. He thought that if you think about it, he was right. He had talents in this game. Unlike other games in God Wars, there was no auto-aim and you had to hit the target yourself. This disadvantage was his big advantage in the game. Because of his background as a baseball player, he could accurately hit monsters without auto-aim. Hen remembered that he had to forget about a career in baseball after his injury, which had ended his dreams of being a pretty famous pitcher. And remembering what Hyokju had said, he realized that he would never know how humiliating such compliments about his talents sounded to him. So Hen decided to pretend that he was pleased by his words. Hen handed him the card and wished him luck with the character's role, to which Hekju replied that he doubted he would have succeeded, and explained that his predecessors had taken over everything. But unfortunately, with that, nothing, could be faked. Hekju looked at him and realized that he was still far away from him. Because Hen had already spent 5 years training his character Midas, he had invested a lot of money in him and could participate in raids. The administrator remembered that Hen had gotten this character when he had made a mistake, and invested all his savings in the class card Gotcha, and then Midas had fallen to him. When Hen heard about it, his mood was even worse. He still regretted it. But this was his only chance to make more money. He needed a new character to bring him a steady income. Hen knew he needed to provide for his family, and he needed every penny he could get. Hekju gave him back his card, which Hen immediately hid. He noticed that Hek was reading, and he wondered what it was. Hek replied that he had been drawn into reading a fantasy novel, and briefly told him the story. Hen listened to the administrator about his novel. He thought the story was quite strange, but he didn't delay any longer and left wishing him a good shift. Hek noticed that it was raining outside. He was surprised that Hen went outside without an umbrella. He walked home and thought about Hek's story about the novel. He thought the plot was strange because time travel was used to exact revenge on no one. He thought it was extremely stupid. Hen thought that this novel was utter nonsense, and that if he had gone back in time, he would have been better off investing successfully in stocks. Hen was so involved in his thoughts that he didn't notice the car bearing down on him. The driver managed to swerve at the last moment to avoid hitting him. He had an accident and the car flipped over. Passers-by ran up to him and wondered how he was feeling. But they were also trying to help the driver, who was unaware of what was wrong with him. Hen looked at the overturned car and thought that he almost died. A few more seconds and he would have just been swept away by the car. He was lucky that the driver had time to react and swerve into the pillar. He thought that luck wasn't really his thing, but he thought that if he survived now, it was luck. Hen didn't realize that the accident had broken an electric pole that was already falling behind him. The pole fell, and the wires caught Hen and he fell. He lay there thinking that his whole life was a miserable existence. No money, no talent, but he could swear that on that day, as strange as it sounds, luck smiled on him for the first time in his life. The year saw the release of the much-anticipated VR game God Wars, which everyone was waiting for and raving about. Many people loved it and wanted to start playing it as soon as possible, sparing no expense. Its name translated as War of the Gods, and just a few years after its release, this game had a huge impact on sports, entertainment, and culture. And one day, the number of users of this game exceeded billions of people, and now many people existed on the income from the work in the God Wars, which allowed you to earn a decent income. But it was not given to everyone. Hen was lying unconscious, but suddenly he clearly heard his name, and when he slowly began to come to his senses, and the first thing he wanted to know was where he was and who was talking to him. He came to his senses and saw a doctor in front of him who was saying that he had a first-degree burn and that he was discharging him. He said that he could go home when he would pay the bill at the front desk. Hen was shocked that he had already been provided with a bill. Hen didn't consider himself lucky. He was able to dodge the car, but he was still electrocuted and had to empty his already meager savings because of it. He raised his head and looked up at the sky. Hen thought he should probably be grateful. All he had in this fucked-up world was his body, and he didn't want to lose it. Hen walked down the street for a bit and decided to head home. As he walked up to the door, he hoped his older brother and Heron were all right. They were his only family people. He put his hand that entered the apartment on his biometrics were not registered in this house. He didn't understand how this was possible. Just yesterday, everything was working, and he could enter his home. Hen tried again, but it didn't work. His fingerprints didn't match. He became very angry about it. He wanted to move out of this hole, but he didn't have enough money for that. And then suddenly a door opened in front of him where a little girl was standing. She looked at him and was happy that her uncle had come home. He said hello to her and asked her how she had behaved today, to which the girl replied that she had been good today. They were both happy to see each other. He asked her where her daddy was. To this question, he heard the answer behind his back. He turned around and saw Jun's brother, who was confined to a wheelchair. He was glad that Hen had come home. Jun told him that he had gotten a call saying that he had gone to the hospital. He was wondering what had happened to him, to which Hen replied that it was no big deal. He had all but fallen a little. His brother was very worried about him. He wanted to know for sure he was okay. Hen calmed him down and told him that he wouldn't have been able to come if it was serious. He said it was like their ID was broken. He told him that he couldn't get home because he wasn't registered at the house. His brother replied that couldn't be the case. Hen was sure that the lock was just broken because the house was old. But his brother said that if it was broken, it wouldn't work at all. But it did, which meant that the system was giving him that answer. Because the system used the same biometric algorithm as God Wars capsules, so the lock was working. Apparently the problem was with his game account. Hearing these words, Hen was shocked. He couldn't believe it. Hen started to sweat a lot from nerves, and decided to check with his brother once again that the ID used, the same ID that God Wars used. His brother replied that he got it right, but he was surprised that he didn't know that. He looked at his brother and said that he needed to rush to the capsule cafe. He realized that he needed to check his data. He couldn't lose his earnings from this game. Hen ran to the cafe and started to enter his data, but again there was an error. He called support and asked why he was denied access, because of some biometrics mismatch. He was not a hacker. He was just a normal Hen Wu. The support team recommended that he hire a lawyer, which pissed Hen off. He started demanding access to his account, but he didn't have time to say anything else to them. They hung up on him when he started raising his voice at them. Hen sat down on the couch and thought that biometrics were impossible to fake. That's why in their time it was the only reliable way of identification. He couldn't believe the years spent playing the game had been wasted. He sat holding his head and wondered why his data had stopped being recognized. He had only this question. He didn't know who to ask for help, who could tell him what to do next. Hen remembered that everything had been fine until yesterday, but suddenly he remembered the car coming at him, and how he had been electrocuted. Maybe that was the reason. He couldn't believe it was all from the electrocution. He decided to try to log into his account again, but it was in vain. He didn't understand why this was happening now when he had enough problems. Hen thought that now he was going to be finished. After all, he had spent so much money on pumping up his character. He had no money to create a new one. He needed to feed his family. He thought more and more that he was finished. This game was the only source of income without which it would be hard for them to survive. He was afraid that his story could repeat itself. After a while, Hen pulled himself together. He thought he shouldn't have given up. He realized that stopping playing God Wars was not an option. He needed to try and start over. He got up and decided to go to the club. He thought he had to forget about his dream of getting any rank at all. He decided to be a simple miner in the mines. It was his only way out. Hen knew that if he worked hard, he would have enough to live on. He kept thinking about his family, that he was playing 4 and 4 whom he would not give up. He needed money and asked Hekju to set up a capsule for him that he could try playing again and earn money. Now he didn't have any money to pump up his character. Hen got into the capsule and waited for it to start. He thought he was lucky he had a card to create a new character. The admin told him he was connecting him to the game and to get ready. He thought that now he would have to do it all over again. He entered his player name that he had before and thought that if you didn't have money you wouldn't see this game. The game required an investment. The game asked him if he was ready to spend a card to create a character, and that it was used only once. Hen confirmed his action. He was very worried, because the cost of one character was dollars. This price was because there was a demand for a beautiful life that people lacked in real life, and the game could make them anything they wanted, and could also allow them to get rich off of it. Hen proceeded to create a hero. Hen thought he would hunt hard and try to level up. He thought it would be easy enough to sell the items he gained, and then the Sysedem offered him the choice of a god he wanted to worship. He realized that it was simple in words, but in reality, he hadn't even put enough effort into it last time, and now he had to do it all over again. The cards appeared in front of them. He looked at them and thought that it was a random selection of cards from the first quest, and he had spent so much money to get one mage, it was really upsetting him. He knew there were only 2 ways to win at random games. The first was to be born into a wealthy family, which he wasn't, and the second was to have unreal luck and good fortune. He thought he had neither. The cards were full of options of who his hero could be, and Hen thought that he had already done this gacha so many times that he thought he could guess the contents of any card, and he was sure that this time he would get a worthless option. He held out his hand to the card and thought it didn't matter what class he chose. He was going to be a simple miner, and he didn't expect to be much more than that. But suddenly a card fell out. He couldn't believe his eyes. It was an Archmage card. Hen didn't even immediately realize what it was. He was in a stupor of surprise. Hen thought he was hallucinating. The system notification told him that he had been accepted into his army by the Dragon of War, and he was a warrior there. Also, the system confirmed that his class was Archmage. He looked around where 2 guys were also picking cards. One of them was nervous because he had gotten the warrior class for the 3rd time in a row. He was literally crying that he had never gotten the Archmage he wanted. His friend tried to calm him down and said that it was a dream come true because legendary classes like Archmage were only given to wealthy players like Asmo, who spent hundreds of thousands of dollars on the game. Hen thought that if all of this was true, then he had no use for mining now. He decided to change his strategy. He wanted to level up as fast as possible and go raiding. But it was not as he thought. The system suggested him to start a training quest. He agreed because he thought that his class was a temporary bug in the system. Hen confirmed the quest and immediately got a new quest, but he thought that surely when he logged out and logged back in, he would have some other class, like Mage or Warrior, which were less important than Archmage. He thought that not only had he pulled out an incredibly priced card, but he had some changes that he hadn't before. He could now see hidden text above the quest description. Hen noticed that you could get the rank of Master Trainer for completing the quest. He couldn't believe that this was hidden in a quest that no one cared about. This was a rank you could get if you could survive for a minute. He grabbed his head when he saw that it gave plus points to all stats, while normally it was only given for leveling up. His 2 friends couldn't understand what was happening to him. They thought he was blocked too. Hen thought that he had been playing for 5 years and had never heard of this. No forum had ever written about this quest. But it was not surprising. You had to hold on for a minute. But even a curious player would not want to sit in a capsule for minutes. He realized that if he saw hidden text in the quests, it meant that he didn't get the Archmage class by accident either. The system warned him that the 4th wall was starting to break, and Hen decided to turn on the game recording so he could have video replays. Hen knew that in God Wars you could only achieve a good class with either a huge pile of money or sheer luck, and in order to bypass the system and get a higher class, people could pay very generously. He strongly hoped that this wasn't all a dream. He was insanely happy that he had gotten such a class. This was his chance to make enough money and provide for his family for a long time. The mission started and he was faced with strong opponents. He couldn't understand how they could beat them, but the other players tried to calm him down by saying that they didn't need to beat them. Hen questioned if they definitely didn't need to kill these monsters. He thought it was impossible for level 1, and he realized that surviving in this place for a minute wouldn't be as easy as he thought. He looked at the monsters and noticed the aggression indicator above their heads. He was shocked. This was something he had never been able to do before. Now it was much easier for him to complete this task. Hen remembered that in their time your social status in God Wars depended on your status. Each player started the game with their own dreams and their own goals. But soon all players came to the same conclusion that God Wars was insanely hard and difficult. Some thought it was a waste of money. And the moment of truth came when a new player truly faced reality, contained in a training mission, when inexperienced players died at the hands of monsters. Hen knew that the tutorial would only end when a player was beaten to death by a monster. Players would run away from them in panic. They didn't know what to do or how to escape the monsters. He didn't understand why the newcomers were panicking so much. He decided to tell them that they just had to die quickly to start the main quest. He told them as an experienced player. Hen ran away from them and noticed unusual information for himself. He could even see the stat windows of the monsters, where he could learn all the information he needed and their basic techniques in battle. He hid from them and watched their behavior, and when the monsters lost sight of him, the indicator above their heads changed color, and Hen understood how the aggression indicator worked. A green indicator meant that the monster was calm and had no intention of attacking him, but when it turned red, it meant that the monster had seen the target and was starting to attack it. He managed to dodge their attacks. He thought that years of studying orc behavior could be so useful to him right now, being attacked by them. Hen tried to avoid duels with them and just hide from them for a minute. He ran and thought that seeing the enemy's stats and aggro indicator and having 5 years of studying orcs behind him, this should have been an easy task for him. He realized that it wasn't as if anyone else knew what he knew, which was to his advantage, because he had seen on tape how the orcs had destroyed his rivals, and he could hide from them safely. Hen firmly decided that he would cope with this task. 1 hour was left, and the title of Master of Training would be his. An hour passed, and he was sitting in the capsule holding his head and did not understand what to do. But then abruptly he began to smile. He knew perfectly well that this was not a dream, and everything that was happening to him was real, and now he was an Archmage he had never even dreamed of. He turned on the tape to watch his triumph. He managed to last a minute and get the rank of Master of Training. After that he shamefully died because he was killed by orcs. But he paid no attention to that. He got what he wanted. The rank was his, and the Archmage card wasn't a system error like he thought. It was real, and belonged to him. Hen remembered that he had almost been kicked out of the game for having an elevated heart rate. The moderators of the game were concerned for the safety of the players, so they had put in a system to disable him if he had an elevated heart rate. So he needed to calm down quickly. He began to breathe deeply, that everything came back to normal. The administrator noticed it and asked him why he was breathing so deeply. He thought that something happened in the game, but Hen did not even notice how he approached him. Hen decided not to reveal the whole truth and told him that he wasn't feeling well because he had to start the game over, which wasn't exactly a lie. The administrator smilingly asked him why he had to start over if he already had a mage character. He knew he wasn't blocked. He wondered why Hen had decided to start over. Hen made a sad face, as if he was really blocked, and now he was starting from scratch. The administrator realized that this was a sore subject, and he apologized to him. Hen accepted it, even though he knew that it was all made up. He put on his virtual reality goggles and told him he was heading back into the game. He asked that he not tell anyone about his problem and the blocked player. Hen couldn't let anyone know about his secret. If the developers found out about his ability, they wouldn't leave him alone, and he would be followed everywhere. He didn't want that. He thought that this ability he had gained after yesterday's incident, and it was a gift from heaven. It was his only chance for a better life. He didn't know how much he was allotted to use this ability, but he would make the most of it. Hen got to the first city. He looked at his hand and began to squeeze it. He couldn't believe he was an Archmage of legendary rank. There would barely be 100 of them in the entire world. He decided that he needed to pump himself up and go on a raid. He knew that even if he didn't want to, he needed to go to the Travelers Guild. Hen noticed that there was a question mark under a tree that was glowing brightly. He didn't know what it meant. He assumed it could be the start of some quest. He walked closer and saw, instead of the sign, a small dog lying down and sleeping. But he still couldn't understand why it was glowing. It was still a mystery to him. But then Hen realized what that bright light meant. Such a light could only come from a legendary quest that he only knew about from rumors. He was shocked that something like that was right in front of his eyes. He thought that with the help of going through this one quest, he would be able to cover all of his expenses for a month ahead. It could provide him with a good income. Hen couldn't believe that the whole game was based on luck alone. But he liked it. He began to adore this game, because with luck he could reach incredible heights. He decided to accept the quest first. After reading the quest, he realized that he had never encountered a quest that was related to the reviving medicine before. He assumed that this hidden quest was activated when certain conditions were met. Hen bent down to pet the dog and realized that if he didn't have the ability to view hidden information, he would have simply walked past the quest like other players did. He was happy that he had managed to find this golden quest, and now it was only his and he wasn't going to give it to anyone, nor would he share it with anyone. Hen decided that first, he needed to visit the Explorers Guild, as they were in charge of most of the quests in this county. Leaving, he asked the dog not to go anywhere and wait for him. He didn't want to go to the Explorers Guild. He didn't want to have anything to do with them, but he had no other choice, so he had to go to them. Hen realized that although God Wars had a wide variety of quests, the higher the rank, the less often you would come across them, and moreover, they could only be completed a limited number of times. Characters were also limited to a certain number of quests they could give them in a day. Because of this, people who received quests in advance began to exchange them for in-game currency. There were those who began to make money from it. The Guild of Travelers, because of the lack of ability to control all the in-game characters, and because other players would not sit quietly, after a little thought, decided to head to the first city. Since the first city was a place where new players could learn the basics, those who had once left it could never return to it, and that meant only one thing: gradually increasing their strength. After establishing themselves in the first city, they began to expand their services in various areas of the game. The guild captured the trust of newcomers by giving them free items at the very beginning of the game. The guild was constantly improving its image, helping with hunting, resource extraction, and other new players. And soon there were even people who were flattering the Explorers Guild. This was against the background of the fact that the developers announced their unwillingness to interfere in the in-game social processes. So the Guild of Travelers simply turned into a real business. Hen came to them, and near their building, he thought that it was because of these guys that he didn't want to create a new account. He didn't want to cooperate with them, but he had no choice. Inside, they explained to him that there were 3 courses available: a basic course where he could get the quest without waiting, an advanced course where he could get item loan service in addition to the quest, and an elite course where he would get help until the end of the quest. The guild representative, after telling him about the courses, informed him that he could make payment, either with real currency or in-game gold or items. Now the choice was up to him. The representative smiled and asked which course he was most interested in, to which Hen replied that he would prefer to settle on the basic course. He knew that the people who tried to cheat the guild were forcibly exiled to gather resources to create items, so the guild started to provide services in the real world, and to get free they had to surrender their character. Hen thought that these parasites were deeply entrenched in the game. The representative smilingly handed him a quest list and a document. He asked him to take them and go to the specified place. He took the document and went to the specified place where he was met by another guild representative. He took the document from him and read it carefully. He looked at Hen and was surprised that he was the one who got the quest Hyden's Errand. Hen asked to be given a moment so he could confirm the quest. He paid for this quest with a goblin skin. He was then given all the information about the Hyden character quests, but he had already decided which one he would take. After flipping through quite a bit of information, Hen realized that the hidden quest was related to the legendary one. He put no small amount of effort into searching for it, and after what little time, he was still able to find it. Hen realized that he needed a little trickery to be able to get all the remaining quests, and the guild representative who had taken the document from him could help him with that. He decided that he needed to finish the easy hunting quest sooner rather than later to begin with. He knew that he could deal with the goblins without magic skills. As his stats were quite high, he was able to level up for this quest. As soon as Hen finished dealing with the goblins, a system notification informed him that the god he served had noticed his rapid growth, and the Dragon of War was giving him a special ability only available to him. Many cards appeared in front of him, and he thought it was time for beggar players to play gotcha. It was a free skill given every time you leveled up, but good items were hard to get. Hen spread out his cards and was sure that he was no longer at the mercy of chance, and that he was lucky enough to get a rare skill. But it was the opposite. The cards were ordinary, and he thought sadly that it was hard to get rid of his innate luck. He realized that he wouldn't have gotten any unique ranks. Hen pulled himself together and didn't get too upset. He remembered that his past character had at least been lucky enough to get an attack spell that he could use in battles. Opening the card, Hen saw that he had gained the new skill, Fireball. It was a rare skill, and he thought that all the preparations were complete, and now he was ready for just about anything. Hen returned to the guild. He saw the same man on the doorstep that had taken the document from him. He thought it was time to pick up the last hidden quest. He approached him to greet him. He was surprised that he had done it so quickly. He noted that Hen was pretty good, to which Hen modestly replied that he had overestimated him, and that he had struggled to defeat even one goblin. The man was alarmed by his words. Looking at him, he thought he was a complete novice, but he wondered why he had done so well so quickly. It looked like he had picked up an extra item somewhere. Hen went to collect his rewards for completing the quest, and the man happily thought that soon he would be another purse for them to enrich their guild. But then the guild representative's expression changed dramatically. He couldn't believe his eyes. He saw that Hen had managed to get all the goblin skin. It was incredible. The old man remarked that Hen was very clever, and after looking at what Hen had gotten, he saw that he had managed to get the goblin's yearning, which was a very small chance. Hen explained to the old man that he bought the goblin skin all at once. Since no one was selling pieces at once, he figured he only needed a piece for the quest, and asked the old man to give him more information on the price. He turned to the old man and said that the man had taken all the goblin skin units from him for some reason. He didn't understand why he had done that and how he could get the rest. The man stood there and didn't understand what new quest Hen was talking about. But he continued to say that he wasn't happy about it, and that they should have warned him about it beforehand, because he had honestly bought the quest from them with money. The frightened man came up to him and said that they were sorry, but that they could not help him in any way, and that no compensation was provided for such a case. He added that everything was described in the contract, and in case the client had not read the information well enough, in such a case the whole responsibility lay with the client himself. Hen was furious. He couldn't believe that there would be no compensation. He asked him that this meant that he had to deal with the quest himself, to which the representative replied positively. He turned around and started to walk away, saying to himself that he was unlucky, and that he had just lost units of goblin skin. As soon as he left, the representative exhaled and thought that he had almost gotten himself into more trouble. Walking away from the guild a bit, Hen smiled and thought that nothing was blocking his path now. He had played it off in front of the guild that he was very angry with them. It was part of his plan. Hen remembered how he had come to the guild pretending that it was incredibly hard for him to get a goblin's yearning. In exchange for the item, he received a revitalizing medicine made thanks to him. When the medicine was in his hands, he didn't hold back his emotions. He started crying from happiness that this medicine was finally in his hands. He left the guild and thought that now he would be able to fulfill his first-ever legendary quest. He went back to the doggy and gave him the cure. He hoped he would be able to get a decent reward. Hen thought that this quest could make him a real rich man. But the system notified him that the wolf, who had lost his name, was henceforth loyal to him as his master, and that he had been given the title of Master Divine Creature. He was very upset. He wanted to trade it for treasures and riches, after calming down a little. Hen looked at it and thought he didn't realize it was a wolf. From the looks of it, it looked like an ordinary puppy. Hen took it in his arms and thought that appearance was completely unimportant to him. He hoped that at least his stats were good, and it would help him with the next quests. The wolf cub looked at him with delighted eyes. He was happy that he had found a master. Hen received a notification from the system that he had to name his pet, and he began to think what name to choose. Hen decided to name him Lucky, and then a notification appeared instantly that the nameless wolf had a new name, and with it a new life. Hen became very excited and forced himself out of the game. He left the capsule and headed for the exit, where the receptionist said hello to him. But Hen lowered his head and walked silently towards the exit. One of the visitors made a remark to him that he did not say hello in return. It was not nice of him. But Hyok-ju stood up for him, saying that Hen was depressed because he had been blocked from his magician account, which he had spent 5 years and all his money on. They wondered what he was going to do next, because he had already invested all his money in the magician's account, and he had no other money. They realized that he was in a difficult situation, and he didn't have time to talk. When he went outside, Hen was in a mood again. He pretended to be depressed so that he wouldn't be asked any questions. He remembered his pet, and now he was sure that he was not mistaken, and the dog was Fenrir. He knew that Fenrir was the strongest divine creature in God Wars, and that he was unrivaled in melee combat, so he was glad he had a pet like that. Hen thought that his luck had not run out, and now he had such a powerful companion in the game. He realized that this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He began to think that if everything continued like this... But then his thoughts were interrupted by a phone call. He picked up the phone and answered his niece. He said that today he would bring her some chicken for dinner. But what he heard from his niece, Heron, that her daddy was in trouble, shocked him, and he rushed from the computer club to the hospital where Heron was waiting for him. Hen took her in his arms and tried to find out what had happened to her dad. A nurse came over and explained that he had had a heart attack and was hypotensive, but that the bad stuff was over. There was nothing to worry about now. The nurse added that their relative now had a pacemaker. This device needed to be replaced periodically, and the patient needed rehabilitation. She asked if Hen himself had a heart problem and how long he had been checked by a cardiologist, to which Hen replied that he had not been checked by a cardiologist because his heart did not bother him. It was already night outside, but Hen and Heron did not leave the hospital in the hope that his brother would come to his senses. They could not leave him in such a difficult moment. Heron could not stand it and fell asleep right outside her father's room. Hen sat looking out the window thinking about what he should do, how to cure his brother. They could barely make ends meet. They were going through a difficult time in their lives. Everything was about money, which they didn't have. Now he realized that he couldn't delay. He had gotten Fenrir, and now it was time to make some human money so they wouldn't have any more trouble paying their bills. He decided to sell people the game bugs to make it easier for them to play, mine artifacts to sell them later, and to do that he needed to pump his Archmage as soon as possible. Hen returned to the game. Everyone around him was looking at his puppy. They couldn't take their eyes off him. He was very cute. Hen looked at him and thought that he didn't pay much attention, but he did look like a normal puppy. He thought he had accomplished two things at once by completing the legendary quest. First, he now had a creature that could distract enemies, and secondly, it freed him from the need to call his partners into battle. He needed to pump up the hero a bit more, and then he would be able to get out of the first city and move on. He realized that the next level would be much more difficult, but the rewards would be much more valuable. And he also remembered that he had received a random skill card from the Dragon of War, which could give him new legendary abilities, thus pumping up the hero. Hen decided to take his time and open the card. He thought it was time to play roulette again, and confirmed his action in the system notification. He spread the cards, and now all his doubts evaporated. He received a skill of legendary rank. He was able to use telekinesis. It was a very rare skill, but it could only be used by telekinetic mages. Telekinesis allowed him to move objects with an invisible force, and in combat he could use it to trip or remotely block the movement of an enemy. Hen knew that his Archmage class allowed him to learn any school of magic, so he clicked the card and got telekinesis into his skills. He was glad he didn't have to choose anything. He looked at his pet and thought everything was going just perfect. It was working out just the way he wanted it to. Hen ironically thought that luck was brought to him by his wolf Lucky. After getting his new skill, Hen wanted to try it out in battle as soon as possible. So he and Lucky decided to go hunting in the Goblin Forest where they could try out his abilities. When they arrived in the forest, they looked around and found 3 goblins that were sharing their prey. They were perfect targets for the tray, so they attacked them. Lucky got caught in the throat of one of the goblins. The other 2 Hen destroyed with his fireball attack. Lucky was happily running around Hen. He looked at him and said that the goblins were too easy, but back when the game first came out, to him, they seemed like very serious opponents. Hen thought that the hunt wasn't hard at all, but he knew it wouldn't always be that way. He decided to walk further into the thicket of the forest and survey what was there. He walked through the forest and nothing of value came to him, but suddenly a raven appeared in front of him, and he knew what that meant. He was on a boss raid. It was less than an hour before the Goblin champion appeared. Boss raid was a real treasure trove of the game, in which you could get an incredible reward for defeating a strong monster. Hen was looking forward to the appearance of the boss, and he decided to prepare. Hen realized that not all players could go on such a raid, because the difficulty of the raid was too high. Only the strongest players could challenge the boss. He thought that such raids were often compared to the starry sky. Everyone could see it, but only a select few were able to take it over. He had to make a choice to go on such a raid or retreat. But the rewards for the raid were incredible, from the items that could be obtained for the boss to the online broadcasting of the fight that could show the entire process of the battle. Hen knew that those who broadcast such fights made a lot of money. He thought that if he wanted to become a ranker, he had a lot of work to do. From all this thinking, Hen decided to distract himself for a period of time. And to write in support, he thought it would be nice to buy Heron something tasty, especially since it cost him only $1. While buying food for his niece, a thought popped into his head abruptly. He thought about trying to defeat the boss by himself, and taking all the bounty just for himself without sharing it with anyone. He thought that there was no one around right now. He had already killed all the monsters. He wanted to be, for once, greedy towards others. He had tried his whole life to be a law-abiding person. Hen realized that there was no guarantee that his life would be better than it was now. He was tired of enabling others. He realized that now he had a chance himself, and he decided to take it. He had rewatched the videos of the raid on the Goblin champion many times, and he already knew the mechanics of his attacks. He understood how he could counter him. Hen was worried because he had never participated in a solo raid before. But right now he could do it, and go through the raid on his own, only with his assistant Lucky. He was sure that he had a good chance of defeating the Goblin champion with less than an hour to go. Hen was determined that today, he and Lucky would hunt the boss together. Hen did not waste time and tried to prepare for the fight with the boss. He prepared traps for him, hoping that he would fall into them. They were engrossed in their work and did not notice that it was time for the Goblin champion to appear. He saw the boss appear in front of him. He didn't waste time talking and attacked Hen. He managed to jump back to safety at the last moment, and the boss missed his attack. As soon as the boss's foot touched the ground, he immediately fell into the pit that Hen had prepared in advance. He fell into one of his traps. Hen approached the pit and threw a bottle of oil into it. The bottle shattered on the Goblin's mask, and he didn't realize what liquid was on his mask. But that wasn't the whole attack. As he wiped his face, the Goblin saw Hen throw a fireball at him. Thus, he subdued the oil. Hen knew that the Goblin champion was a boss that changed its fighting style depending on its health level. It was the first serious monster for the newcomers who had only fought ordinary characters before. Digging a hole for the Goblin champion, Hen thought that a player at a high level and with a huge amount of resources wouldn't attack it alone, but Hen decided to test his luck and attacked it alone. Hen realized that he needed to find a way to disrupt his attack pattern, and then everything else would no longer be a problem. He would be able to easily defeat him alone. The Goblin champion tried to climb out of the pit and continue the fight. He was extremely angry that he was being attacked, but he was prevented from climbing out by Lucky. He bit him on the arm and the Goblin fell back into the pit. They had done most of the damage to the Goblin. He was on the verge of death, and he was pissed. He sprinted out of the pit and was already over Hen's head. But he didn't panic. He knew that now the pattern of his movements would change. The Goblin was preparing his lightning air attack that he wanted to hit Hen with, but he was surprised that Lucky the Wolf could jump so high and attack him. Lucky bit him on the neck and fell to the ground. Hen leisurely approached the Goblin champion. He had a fireball in his hands that was meant to kill him. Now the Goblin was doomed. He wouldn't be able to escape such an attack. He and Lucky defeated him. Hen thought it was easier than he thought, but he also realized that this monster was only from the first city, and further away the opponents would be much more difficult. Hen said with a smile on his face that it would be great if it was shown live. Then he could get some good sponsors and he was already famous and rich. He realized that he suddenly had a lot of worries. But first he wanted to open the cards that the Dragon of War had given him for his brilliant victory over the Goblin champion. Suddenly, Lucky noticed something strange and he barked, thus attracting Hen's attention, who turned around to see what was happening behind them. They saw a red beam, but they didn't realize what it was. Hen saw that in front of them was the Goblin champion's mask that he had gotten after winning. He thought he could sell it, but he didn't know how much he could get from selling it. He decided to log out of the game so he could eat and see how much to sell the mask for. When he saw the price, he was shocked. He thought that raid items were unbelievably expensive. Hen thought it would be nice to wear it himself, but right now he had to think about his brother's rent and medical bills. So he needed the money, and selling the mask would allow him to stop thinking about it for a while. He thought that if it wasn't for this situation, he would have kept the mask. He heard someone calling him. He picked up the phone and realized it was the insurance company calling him about the electrocution compensation. Hen started to say that since that day, he started to feel terrible. He had lost his mind and was traumatized. Then he asked to call them back a little later because he was not feeling well right now. After talking to the insurance company, he headed to the club administrator Hek-Ju to have him load him up with dollars worth of money in the game. He could now afford it. Hek-Ju was surprised that he wanted to spend that kind of money on the game. He figured he had sold some artifacts. He wondered where he got that kind of money from. Not long ago, his account had been locked, and he was out of his mind. Hen remembered his conversation with the insurance company where he said that he was going crazy after the accident, and that he had lost sleep, and now he had a fear of poles and cars. He was trying every way he could to get compensation. The insurance company told him that they would verify the information about his hospitalization, and if it was true, he would be paid, and he was overjoyed to hear that. He told Hyuk-Ju that he had cried, he had taken pity, and he had gotten a solid insurance for what had happened to him a few days ago. Hyuk-Ju thought it was a mean act on his part and should not have been done that way. Hyun was well aware that he shouldn't have done that, but he really needed the money for a month so he could focus on pumping up his character, and the insurance would help him with that. He realized that there was no time to waste. He immersed himself in the game, and went to the Goblin Forest again to pump his hero there, fighting the monsters. He attacked them with fireballs, but the monsters put up a shield, hoping that he would save them. Hen saw that they put up a shield, but it didn't bother him absolutely. He had something special prepared for them. He took aim and attacked them with an ice arrow using his magic rod. He fired, and the arrow pierced through their shield, killing the monster holding it. He noticed that it was like a bullet. Magic arrows worked best against monsters that hid behind a shield. Hen continued to attack them with his arrows without engaging them in close combat. There was no need because his arrows hit them at a great distance, but he didn't notice the monster climbing up the tree to attack him from behind. Just as the monster got close to him and was about to attack, Lucky jumped on him and threw the monster off. Hen thought that he felt safer when Lucky was around, who would always have his back. Hen and Lucky were already done with these monsters. They had quickly defeated all the orcs and wanted to head to the next level hunting grounds. He realized he needed bigger opponents. In the Goblin Forest, he managed to get a set of goblin equipment that was quite rare. The equipment was heavy because it accumulated the anger and resentment of the goblin. Hen realized that he had obtained a lot of valuables, but he noticed that there were no unique items among them, like the champion's mask. But it didn't give a bonus for a full set. It was like unique items could only be obtained on a raid. Hen stroked his pet and thought that it would be great if a unique item would just fall on him from the sky, right into his hands. But he didn't believe that was possible. Suddenly, from behind the bushes, a guy ran straight at him. He was screaming for help. He was in danger. But Hen didn't see who he was running away from. He only saw the guy who was scared to death. But no one came to the guy's aid, and another player killed him with his mace. Several players were hunting for him. They asked if their friend had time to catch up with the fleeing mage, to which he replied that the mage had no chance to escape. The squad gathered around the player's body. They were delighted that he was able to kill him with one hit. They were surprised that mages had so little health and that they could be killed so easily. They realized that you can't play with mages like you can with warriors. The squad had another living mage who began to threaten them, that they wouldn't get away with this so easily, and that when his guild found out about them, they would be finished. Archer leaned over to him and said that he didn't care at all about his threats. He wasn't on his main account right now. Besides, at this level, he wouldn't even be able to contact anyone. He got tired of listening to his threats, and he slapped him as hard as he could. He did it with particular gusto. He also told him to think next time who he decided to threaten. They started kicking him, and told him that if he didn't like something, he could leave the game at any time. But they warned him that when he entered the game again, he would see them again. Hen watched from the tree. They didn't know he was there. He knew they were newbie killers, and they never left the first town. Even when they reached a level, they had fun killing new players. He thought they were simple lowlifes who enjoyed bullying the weak. He didn't like them, and what he saw made Hen angry. But he wasn't planning on interfering just yet. Hen thought that with his current level it would be unwise to interfere now. He turned around and was about to leave. He looked at his pet and told him to follow him. But Lucky didn't want to leave. He was determined to intervene, and Hen supported his pet's decision. He thought that after all they were able to defeat the Goblin champion with the two of them. The rookie assassins didn't even realize that someone was watching them. They were talking about the mages. They were wondering if they were all stronger together than one Goblin champion. After they killed the newcomer, the assassins went further into the forest to look for other newcomers. It wasn't long before they came to a road where there was a lot of unsuspecting prey for them. The biggest of the assassins decided to start killing them with the one who was closest to him. He swung his mace and was ready to attack the innocent newcomer who couldn't defend himself against his attack. But suddenly a fireball hit him in the face and he didn't have time to kill the newcomer. Now he himself was attacked, by who knows who. He wasn't expecting the attack at all and was focused on killing the newcomer. He fell to the ground and didn't move. His two companions started to look to see who could have done it. They thought it was one of the newcomers standing next to them, but they themselves rushed out of there in fear. Hen thought it wasn't strange that he decided to attack the big guy who fell from one attack. He appeared behind their backs and pretended to be filming online. He said that the topic of today's broadcast was the hunt for rookie killers. He showed them in full and proceeded to tell them that he was a great mage, was right now live on the air, and that he was about to start a duel that not everyone would get out of alive. The assassins realized that they were in big trouble, that a streamer was out to get them. One of them started to hide his face, thinking he was filming them, but his friend said they should have hidden their nickname so they couldn't be found later. Hen saw their reaction and thought he was just mocking them, and they seriously thought he was a streamer. He was surprised that they were scared of a normal live stream and that they were being filmed. He attacked the second assassin with an ice arrow, and the archer couldn't understand. He just that he used a fireball, and following that, he attacked them with an ice arrow. He realized that the only class that possessed 2 or more schools of magic was the Archmage. The assassin looked at him once more with fear in his eyes. He thought that now the character in front of him was a character that belonged to a rich man. He was just shocked that they were attacked by an Archmage. He got scared and started running towards the forest. Hen saw this and laughed hard, but still he decided to teach him a lesson just in case, and that in the future they should not attack defenseless newcomers. The assassin was attacked by his pet Lucky. He knocked him to the ground and started biting him. The wounds were not fatal. He waited for his master to approach. When Hen approached, the assassin looked at him and remembered his first words that he was a great mage. He looked at him angrily. He realized he was already doomed to die, but he still decided to tell him that he remembered his nickname and that he would be able to get revenge on him someday. Hen came even closer to him, and with a smile on his face told him to remember his nickname well, and also to remember to sign up for it. He took out his magic rod and finished him off. After killing the assassins, Hen lowered their karma level and was also able to increase the number of items he could use. He enjoyed the fact that he was able to teach them a lesson. He hated those who were in the business of killing other players. Hen thought that earlier he might have been sure that getting items was all about luck, but now he had changed his mind. He realized that there was another way to get items. He spread out the cards and wanted to see what he would get this time. He managed to get a leather armor and Goblin Champion pants. These were unique items that gave a set effect when the Goblin Champion mask was present. Hen didn't even think twice and put on all the equipment, thus activating the Goblin Champion's kit, and now all of his stats were increased by points. He also increased the damage on goblins by 1%. He looked at all of his character's characteristics and thought that on his last account he had only managed to cross the intelligence point threshold by a level. But now his intelligence was many times higher. Hen couldn't look at his performance. He was incredibly happy. He thought that if anyone else saw it, they would probably think it was a simple glitch in the game system. Suddenly his joy was interrupted by Lucky, who started barking, thus scaring him. He looked at him and said that he understood that Lucky was in a good mood, but he asked him to stop howling. But this was no ordinary howl. The system notified Hen that his god creature Lucky had gained a new skill and gave him a choice for Lucky. Cards appeared in front of him. With possible skills, Hen realized that the god creature skill, and plus the color of the card, told him that Lucky would receive a legendary rank, and Hen clicked on the card, waiting for more information. Lucky had gotten a legendary rank, and he had become a treasure hunter. Lucky now had the ability to find rare hidden treasures that other players didn't even notice. But Hen wasn't quite sure what exactly he could find. Was it treasures or rare items? But he didn't have any more additional information. He sat and thought for a while, and something occurred to him. He began to remember everything he had ever heard about such abilities. He was sure he had heard of it before. Hen remembered that there was a man who was called the luckiest player in the game, the guildmaster of the Immortals Guild, and he had a divine creature called Fenrir, who was called Smarty Pants. As his nickname implied, his entire content consisted of finding hidden dungeons, and he was so lucky that it was hard to believe. Some people thought it was all fiction. Hen thought, but what if all his luck was with the treasure hunter, and he himself wasn't that lucky, and was just a simple player, but with an unusual divine being? He decided that he too had gotten such a lucky pet that could search for all the hidden treasures in the first city. They traveled further afield, and Hen decided to try out Lucky's hunting skill. Lucky lurched through the trees, and after a moment he used his new ability, and Hen saw that there were already hidden treasures all around him. He found some rare horn mushrooms and a rare medicinal herb, Rosella. Hen collected them, and thought they could be sold for a good price. He saw plants he had never even seen before. Now he knew that Lucky's ability was paying off. He looked at his pet and told him that he was his priceless treasure. They moved further and further into the depths of the forest, but then Lucky smelled something. He stopped abruptly and looked somewhere. They approached the tree, and saw that under it there was a small hollow, like an entrance. Lucky came closer, and Hen thought he had found something. The system informed him that they had found a hidden dungeon of a goblin shaman. Hen couldn't believe that they had managed to find a hidden dungeon. He remembered that even in the first city, he had never found a hidden dungeon. And now he was the discoverer. He realized that now he would be able to live the whole month completely free. He started to get very worried and needed to calm down. He took a little breath and started to think about the fact that he should have sold this information, and he would no longer be able to call himself an honest gamer. So he decided to clear this dungeon by himself without telling anyone about it. It was his chance to find rare items and get rich. But he didn't know what was waiting for him inside the dungeon. Inside the dungeon, the orcs were practicing, and the chief goblin shaman was watching them from his throne. He sat silently and watched the other goblins. He didn't even realize that his hidden hideout could be discovered. But suddenly, right in front of him, someone started killing his servants, and soon he saw Hen, who came with one purpose, to clean the dungeon from the goblin shaman. He was happy to find a secret dungeon that appeared near the first city. Hen saw the Goblin Shaman and realized that it didn't have much life force reserve, but it was the boss and his underlings were here to distract it from the attacks that the boss would make. He realized that if he wanted to defeat the Goblin Shaman, he needed to wait for the right moment for his attack. Hen got ahead of him and struck him with his blade. He thought that would be enough. Hen bounced to a safe distance after the attack. He was surprised by the damage he dealt. He had never experienced the true power of such high characteristics before. With such power, he could fight almost anyone. He didn't stop attacking the Goblin Shaman. He dealt more and more damage to it. There was only a little bit left for him to overpower it. He used the fireball to stay away from it. Hen saw that the Goblin was still alive, and his attacks were not enough to kill him. He hoped he could finish him off with the fireball, but he now had to dodge and figure out how to overpower him again. The Goblin Shaman wanted to get even with him, and a dark orb appeared in his hand that absorbed all his anger and hatred. It could be a very powerful attack that would not be easy to dodge. But the Goblin had lost sight of his pet Lucky, who was clawing at his leg with his sharp teeth. This made the Goblin distracted, and he couldn't finish making the orb. He missed his opportunity to attack. Hen was glad that Lucky had interrupted the process of using the Goblin's spell, and it gave him the opportunity to make his attack on him. He thought that Lucky had only gained a second, but it was very important in this fight. He didn't waste the opportunity and launched a decisive fireball attack that was able to kill the Goblin Shaman, and Hen defeated him. He was glad that he was able to do it alone. Hen hugged his divine being and was about to leave, but he noticed that the Goblin Shaman got up and started to say something to him. Hen was confused. He thought it was impossible. He didn't understand why he had come back to life. The system had notified him that he had defeated him. But then the Goblin started shouting to him that he had come for him, and that the War of the Gods was about to begin, where he would find him and take revenge. After the Goblin finished speaking, he fell back on his throne and began to turn to ash. Hen watched and couldn't understand what was happening. He thought it was some kind of glitch in the game. Hen thought it was a very strange dungeon. But he wasn't worried about the talking goblin right now. He wanted to see his reward for defeating the boss as soon as possible. He decided that he would watch a replay of that fight later, and sell it afterwards. He opened his item vault to see what he had gotten. While he was looking at the items, Lucky was happily running around him. Hen was rewarded with a Goblin Shaman staff. He was impressed with it. It was a unique weapon that could be sold for decent money. He really needed it. He looked up the characteristics of the staff, and saw that it was available to players with a level or higher, and the attack should be at least a level higher. He also noticed that there was an option to sell it, and thought that was cool. After all, he didn't need this staff. As soon as Hen confirmed the sale of the staff, the system notified him that it was not possible to sell the item. He got angry and didn't understand why he needed the staff. He lost his temper and wanted to break the staff. But he failed. He was so nervous and yelling so much that he didn't hear the system notification telling him that a main quest had been created. He didn't pay attention to it and kept yelling. But suddenly he remembered something about the main quest that made him calm down. Hyena remembered that the scientist who developed the game, the creator of the most immersive virtual reality world, Kim Min-soo, had been asked in interviews why he used new technology to create various games. Kim Min-soo replied that he just wanted to write a story, that it all started as a hobby, and he never expected to make money from it. He did not aim to make as much money as possible. Soon after that, Kim Min-soo died suddenly, and users started to explore the game, looking for the story he wrote. However, no one has been able to find it in the past 5 years. The story was called The Main Quest. Hen was shocked. Hen couldn't believe his luck. He thought it was all an illusion. He couldn't believe it was happening to him. He had managed to find the long-lost quest. He thought that the players had been searching for this main quest in all corners of the virtual world, and he had ended up in a place where no one expected to find it. It didn't occur to him that something important could be in the first city. Hen knew that complaints had been made to the developers over and over again about the game not having a main quest. Hen also knew that some people had tried to fox him in the first city, thanks to the Travelers Guild. He thought that if the guild turned the quest in this place into a baloney, someone would still manage to find the main quest. But to his luck, no one had managed to do so. He had managed to find the quest, and Hen wasn't going to tell anyone about it. He wanted to keep it a secret so that no one would ask to be his partner. He had decided to go through the main quest alone. Hen leaned over to pet Lucky. He believed he had managed to find the quest because of him. It was an incredible treasure that others could only dream of. The system alerted him that he hadn't opened the random skill card and suggested he open it now. Hen thought he would deal with the card first. He wanted to get to the main quest as soon as possible. He confirmed the opening of the card, after which he was blinded by the bright light coming from it. He got the skill Polymorph, which allowed him to turn into the monsters he killed. It was a legendary skill. Hen was stunned and did not believe it. After obtaining the legendary skill, Hen headed to the first city, where he was waiting for the main quest. He did not give the appearance that he had managed to find such a treasure. He quietly walked without attracting attention. Hen had to go to the first town and talk to Yoon about the Nameless God. He knew that after meeting him, players left the town. Yoon's house is a secret entrance to the dungeon, which is created by the system specifically for the player. Bypassing the guild, he entered Yuna's house, completely silent, but it appeared that his presence did not go unnoticed, and suddenly he heard a voice. From surprise, he stopped, realizing that he was not alone in the house. In front of him stood a huge bald man. It was Yoon, he asked him. He had come to leave the city and go to the big and uncharted world. He could help him with that, but he waited patiently for an answer from him. Hen answered that he had come to them for that too, but he had one question for him. Did he know anything about the Nameless God? Hen looked at him and waited for Yoon to tell him. He noticed that a bright light had appeared on him. He thought he had managed to get a quest. Yoon told him that a Nameless God was someone who lost in the War of the Gods and was forced to leave the throne after the defeat. Then they ceased to be gods and their names were forgotten. It was said that before their defeat they left their inheritance somewhere in this world for the next generation. Yoon looked at him carefully and asked if he wanted to find these treasures, all that was left of the Nameless God. These treasures could be his if he could find them. Hen could already smell the legendary treasures. He was sure that he could find the legacy of the Nameless God. He wanted to go searching for it as soon as possible. He confirmed that he wanted to go and asked where he could find it. Yoon took off the ring and told him that he himself had tried to follow the treasure trail a long time ago, but he had failed, and now the treasure was out of his reach. He took off the ring and held it out in his hand to Hyun. He hoped that maybe he would be able to find the lost treasure. He asked him to take the ring. He would have to have it in another city. Yoon told him to find Sakhalin in the city of Viga, and added that he would show her the ring, and she would tell him what he needed to do next to find the legacy. Hen took the ring, and he didn't hide his joy that he was able to find this quest. He dreamed of the treasure that the Nameless God had hidden. He was overwhelmed with emotions. Now he could start the main quest. Yoon said that was all he could tell him, and now he asked the main question. Was he ready to leave this city and step into the big world, and held out his hand? If he warned that if he left the city, he would not be able to go back. Hen thought that he would finally be able to leave the city. He happily confirmed that he was ready to leave the city, and then Yoon put a seal on him and was ready to send him to another world. Yoon wished him luck in his quest and sent him off. He used a portal to get him safely to the other world. A huge beam flew out of his house and disappeared into the sky after a moment. There was one statement that absolutely all players agreed on, that the real game only started after leaving the first city. In the other world, you had to show all your skills to survive in it. The other players were insanely happy that they were able to leave the first city. Some of them had spent a fortune to do so. They were excitedly looking at everything around them. Hen walked as if he was no longer new to this city. The other players noticed him, and were surprised that he didn't hesitate to walk forward as if he knew where to go. They thought he was a pro on a new account. He was already in Wig City, and he knew where he had to go, the ring Yun had given him. He noticed that its additional effects were just as good as the legendary ones, and it even had the effect of dialing with Sakhalin's ring. Hen hoped that he would continue to get similar rewards if he progressed on the main quest. He hoped he could get enough items to be able to sell them. Suddenly he laughed. He thought it was too good to be true. He couldn't stop smiling. He realized that in the future his character could be even more pumped up, which meant the items would be even better. Hen hid Lucky so he wouldn't attract too much attention, but he couldn't sit still and kept popping out. But Hen hit him back. He wasn't like Fenrir yet, but he still had to be careful. He decided to go straight to visit Sakhalina that Yoon had told him about. He found her house and decided to go in right away. He didn't wait to be invited in or open the door. As soon as he entered, he heard a voice asking him who he was and how he could enter this house that was hidden by magic. He turned around and saw a little girl. This was the character Sakhalin. She pointed knives at him with magic. Hen asked her to confirm that she was Sakhalin, and told her that Yoon had given him a ring and told him to find her. Hen took out the ring and showed it to Sakhalin, who couldn't believe he had it. After Hen showed her the ring, he saw a system notification that he had completed the quest. He thought that was perfect, and now he could move on to the next quest. Sakhalina, looking at Hen, couldn't believe that Yoon had sent such a brat to her to do a quest, she thought. She figured the old man was already senile and didn't realize who was coming to see him. She told him that she didn't waste her time on a kid like him who was only good for catching goblins, and that if he wanted to talk to her, he had to prove to her that he was worthy of it. Sakhalina had given him the task of killing thousands of orcs. She had created a new quest in the main scenario, and now he had to complete the quest to continue talking to her and find out more information. Hen, when he heard what the quest was, he just lost his temper. He thought her quest was absolute nonsense, and that it would take a very long time to complete. But Sakalina provoked him by saying he couldn't do it. He thought it was kind of nonsensical. He didn't realize how many weeks would pass before he could kill thousands of orcs. He thought it could take months, which gave him a feeling of panic. Hen realized that he didn't have that much time to do it. He saw the system notification again, in which he read that by hunting orcs he could recover a fragment of the Nameless God, and that this quest wasn't just about killing orcs. He went into the forest to fulfill the quest and search for goblins. He noticed a group of players trying to overpower a huge orc. They were trying to do as much damage as possible while their comrade held him back. Hen realized the point of this quest. He didn't want the goblins themselves, but an item that could fall out of them. And if she told him to kill thousands of orcs, then if you caught them randomly, there was a % chance of items falling out. He knew that since he had seen all the hidden information, he just had to find the one that had the item he needed. It gave him hope to finish the quest much faster. Now he had another problem, that the orc he needed was already being targeted by another group that had arrived a bit earlier than him, and he couldn't just take the loot away from them. He had to think of something. Hen thought that if this was a game, it would be a bad idea to just walk up and take the goblin from them by force, since they had targeted him first. He noticed how suddenly one of them just froze in place. It was like he was now offline and unable to play. Now he was at risk. He could be killed by the goblin at any moment. The rest of his co-commanders realized what the problem was. They remembered that he hadn't logged out of the game in a while, and the system had forcefully thrown him out of the game. Hen saw the goblin about to destroy the player, and he thought that he was an absolute dumbass for forgetting to log out. He thought that if he was lucky, his problem might have solved itself. Following one player, the system kicked out another of their teammates, and now they were down to just the two of them, and they didn't know what to do without their main players while they were being attacked by the goblin. The goblin was about to launch an attack on the remaining players, but a fireball suddenly flew into his face, which saved them. Hen appeared on top of the mountain and made it look like he was once again broadcasting live from the game. He went on to say that they had stumbled upon a group in trouble, and that they were ready to help them and rescue them from the rampaging goblin. Hen looked at the confused player and wondered what he should do in such a situation. The player was shaking with fear, shouting at him to help him and save him from the goblin. He smiled and said that he hoped everyone heard the plea for help, and then he decided to go down and deal with the goblin. He was ready for a fight with him. Lucky was the first to attack the goblin. He got his teeth into its neck. Lucky's attack was reinforced by Hen with a fireball. They tried to maximize the damage and not drag out the fight. Hen wasn't really surprised at how much damage he could do to the orcs, and he had just come out of his first city. He thought that people were so much into gaming, and spent a lot of money, just because of that good feeling of triumph. He had managed to survive the game for 5 years without a drop of luck. By sheer persistence, the goblin kept trying to attack, and he used ice arrows to keep him away. The goblin had no chance of surviving the fight with him. Hen used his fireball ability to end the fight. He thought that now even the orcs were nothing to him. The system notified him that he had defeated the orc, and at that moment the other players returned to the game. They apologized for missing at the worst possible moment. They saw the dead goblin and couldn't understand what had happened. They were at an absolute loss as to how they had managed to defeat such a strong opponent. The rescued players approached Hen and thanked him for his help. Without him, they would have been dead. He replied to them that there was no need for thanks, and that they should have all stuck together. Hen smiled and thought that now he would have to get rid of the newbies, because it was a rule in God Wars that whoever attacked the monster first got most of the items. And by that rule he might not get anything now. So he had to think of something to trick them and take the reward for himself. He asked them to wait a bit. He needed to go away for a while. He told them that he had an online broadcast and needed to address his viewers. He turned his back to them and pretended to thank his subscribers for their donations. Hen did a little trick and said that his viewers wanted to see the items they got for defeating the goblin, but he said that they knew the rules and he couldn't get the items because he wasn't the first to attack him. After hearing him talk, the other players happily gave him the right to get the items, saying that if it wasn't for him, they would have been crushed by that goblin, so he deserved to get the items. Hen didn't take long to reply to them that in that case, it would be rude to refuse such a gift. He was glad that his plan had worked and he was able to get the items. He turned around and pretended to address his subscribers, showing them the other players. He wanted everyone to see that they weren't greedy, and gave him the right to receive the reward. Hen walked over to the ashes of the goblin and said that he was proceeding to collect the reward. He added that if an item above rank rare fell to him, he would arrange a prize draw among them. He extended his hand over the ashes and prepared to collect the items. He got 3 items in his inventory, and looking at them he thought it was not bad. He turned to the players and said that the items were not above the rare rank, and therefore, the raffle would be held another time. Hen was about to leave. He had won and taken what he came for. Now he had to go back to Sakhalina, but a player approached him and apologized. He wanted to know his nickname. He was surprised by his request, but the player explained to him that he thought their meeting was momentous and would like to publicize it to his friends. He was delighted at how he had defeated the goblin. Hen looked at him thoughtfully. He realized that he wasn't broadcasting live today and was just pretending, but someday he would definitely start doing it. So he told him that his nickname was Archmage Streamer. He went back to Sakhalin's house and gave her the shard she needed. She was shocked that he was able to get it and thought he was too lucky, to which Hen replied that he really was. She had no choice but to accept the shard and consider the quest completed. Though she was not happy, she didn't like Hen. Now she had to tell him all the information about the lost treasure. After completing the quest, Hen could once again get a random skill. He scattered the cards and got the skill long-range cast, which allowed him to attack enemies at a distance. Hen thought it was perfect for fighting large monsters. Sakhalina held the shard in her hands and looked at Hen with a sneer. Who couldn't understand why she needed the shard? He didn't know its purpose. She told him that finding the Nameless God was difficult because magical restrictions were put in place to ensure that only former characters of that god could follow its trail. Sakhalin clutched the shard in her hand and began to reshape it into something. She asked him what he thought it would take to get around the magical restrictions. Hen couldn't give an answer yet because he was quite shocked at what she was doing. When she finished transforming the shard, Hen told her that he had to pretend to be a former god character to pass the magical restrictions. He confirmed this, and gave him a ring made from the shard of a nameless god. The ring allowed him to pass all the magical restrictions set by the nameless god that were on his altar. He became very curious about what this place was. He wanted to go there as soon as possible. Sakhalina looked at him and asked him what he was going to do next, and warned him that it was a very dangerous path in which he could die. Hen, with full confidence in his powers, replied that no danger would stop him. He was bound to fetch his treasure. He had no other way. After their conversation, Hen had a new chapter in the main quest. Now he had to find the secret altar, and if the quest was completed he could get a random skill card of legendary rank. He was madly surprised to see the reward. He realized that it meant that the quest would be insanely difficult. This was the first time he had seen a legendary skill as a reward for a quest. It surprised him a bit. Hen thought that with Lucky finding the location of the altar wouldn't be difficult, and hunting orcs giving a unique card as a reward took a lot of time for other players. And for him, it was now a non-issue. He was walking through the market with Lucky, and he was plagued by one thought. The quest was to solve the mystery of the altar. He didn't understand what that could mean. Suddenly, Lucky barked at him and stopped. He sat up and looked at Hen. He asked him if he could find the altar for him, to which Lucky barked happily, and Hen told him he was the best wolf in the world. They entered the suspicious forest that Lucky had led them to. They walked deep into the forest and saw something that looked like the entrance to an altar. But Hen couldn't believe that the entrance to the altar was an ordinary burrow. Hen thought that was to be expected from a bad RNG game. The entrance was impossible to find, and if it wasn't for Lucky and his attentiveness, they might have walked right past it. He decided to log in and look at the information about the dungeon. He learned that the altar was dedicated to a god whose name was hidden from him. There was also a warning that there was an incredible stench coming from the altar. Hen thought that the zombie orc was a boss and was much stronger and more dangerous than a normal orc, and that only players of a lower level could enter the dungeon. He sat and thought about the information he had gotten. Then he got up and looked at Lucky and said it was time to hunt something else. Lucky looked at him and didn't understand why he didn't want to kill the boss. Hen said that they should have just forgotten about this dungeon, and that defeating the boss alone, with his level, was a very difficult task, and he could die in the battle. He didn't think he was ready to fight orcs of that level yet. He turned around and was about to leave. He said that if the dungeon was recommended for the level, then they would be able to return to this place when he would reach it. He felt that there was no need to complicate their situation now. Hen looked at Lucky, and with a smile on his face, told him that it was time for them to move on, to level up. He was going to show him a real hunt, and what it meant to get carried away in a battle. They went deep into the forest to look for goblins, and they found the players desperately trying to kill the huge orc that was attacking them. He realized that the players didn't have enough combat power to overpower him. He heard a player asking to be healed faster, or he would be kicked out of a quest that was taking place in real time. He added that his damage was negligible, and if he didn't have enough skill, he should have lured the orc away instead of attacking. But he didn't want to be cannon fodder and survive only with his potions, which cost a huge amount of money, Hen thought. As there were usually fierce battles in the forest, He realized that the leader of the group was a player who provided them with protection. Hen remembered that when he first started playing on the team years ago, he had a hard time keeping up with his teammates who were many times stronger than him, and he was greatly frustrated in such battles. And not long after that, rich players started buying up skills and items. And after that, the gulf between their abilities started to grow, and he could no longer compete with them on the same level. He thought that he hated those wealthy scum back then, but he assumed that the other players now looked at him and thought exactly the same as he did back then. Hen noticed an unsuspecting orc walking past him who didn't see his presence. He had an aggro indicator above him, and it showed that he was calm. And then Hen decided that he was an easy target for him. He pulled out his magic wand and took aim at him. He decided to attack him from a distance so as not to engage him in close combat. He used his ice arrow ability to stay as far away from the orc as possible. Hen released an arrow that hit the target exactly. He didn't delay with his next attack and used a fireball to finish him off. He hit the orc and was able to level up. 2 players were walking through the square in the town and said that there was a mage who was single-handedly killing orcs in a suspicious forest. They didn't know who he was or why he was acting alone. One of them wanted to clarify if he was talking about a combo killer, to which the other replied that he had a rather stupid name. He explained to him that he was called that because he killed monsters with a single combo attack. All the players sitting at the bar were talking about him. They knew he had an Archmage class, and that when he fought, he entered a direct broadcast. They thought he was just lucky to be born into a rich family. One player was curious about what item could be obtained if you killed a rich Archmage. He thought that after killing him, you could pump up your character a lot. Hen was fighting in the forest with the orcs and noticed that his ears had started to itch lately. He thought that someone was talking about him or remembering him. It was very strange to him. He thought that right now he should have been concentrating on the orc that was running straight at him to attack. He couldn't lose concentration, or he could get seriously hurt. Hen picked himself up and prepared his attack. He made a fireball and used his staff to direct it at the orc. He used his experience he had gained in baseball. He hit right on target and destroyed the orc with his powerful attack. After defeating the orc, the system notified him that he had leveled up. He couldn't believe that he had leveled up. He was crazy happy that they had managed to do it. He took Lucky in his arms and hugged him tightly, rejoicing with him. He thought that if only the game had been this easy for him years ago, all the great guilds would have been at his feet by now. When he stopped rejoicing, he decided to check the skill card he had gotten in the battles with the orcs. He opened his inventory and started looking for it among his items. Lucky started barking in his arms and Hen asked him what was wrong. He assumed that maybe he felt that a legendary skill would fall out to them. But he noticed that starting from a level up, nothing useful fell out to him. In the computer club among the player pods, there was a loud scream. Someone shouted that he had gotten a unique item, and he couldn't contain his emotions, and wanted to share his joy with everyone. The other players couldn't understand what was going on. They didn't see the person who was shouting that he got a unique item. They didn't share his joy. He shouted to the whole club that he had gotten a unique ring, calling everyone present bastards, but he added that with this item he would buy them anything they wanted. Hyokju stood beside him and said that it had been a long time since anyone had found a unique item. He asked him if he wanted to order something tasty, to which Hen, with a sad face, replied that he didn't need anything. Hen asked him to customize his capsule. He wanted to get back into the game as soon as possible. He wasn't in the mood, and he didn't want to spoil another player's party, so he decided to go to the virtual world. He didn't reveal that he had obtained a legendary skill. He thought it was very hard for him to keep a sorrowful face in public when riches were literally raining down on him. Hen understood that the ranged skill increased magic damage, and the dragon supremacy increased all kinds of damage for all types of enemies. He was incredibly happy that he had gotten this skill. He knew that this skill also allowed every player fighting on his side to get a temporary enhancement to their stats so they could deal more damage to monsters. Hen thought that he would be much more useful than the average player now, even if he just came to the raid and didn't take any part in the battle. And if he settled for little else, he would just join some guild for a quick profit. It would help his family out of their dire straits. He figured they'd have enough money to send Heron to art school, and he'd drive her to school in his fancy car, and they'd all move into a big house where everyone would have their own private room. Lucky barked happily at everything Hen said to him. He looked at him and thought that he didn't even know what he was telling him. But he liked that he was happy with him no matter what. Hen and Lucky walked back to the entrance of the dungeon. He went into the inventory and put on the ring from the shard of the Nameless God. He thought now he had to use it to get into the hidden dungeon. He stuck his hand with the ring into the hole that was the entrance to the dungeon, and the first thing he felt was that it was quite deep, and after a moment the ring triggered, and he felt the magical barrier of the dungeon. The ring shattered it, and he could go inside. After that, the ground in front of him seemed to split apart. He was a little scared and didn't realize what was happening, but soon, steps to the dungeon started to appear from the underground. Now the entrance was open to him. They entered the dungeon, and before they could look around, they were attacked by a huge, evil orc who attacked Lucky, but he failed to hit him, and Lucky dodged his attack. Hen came to Lucky's rescue, and he used a fireball that killed the evil orc. He figured it was already an orc, and if it was live, someone would definitely send him a donation. After defeating the orc, they were able to look around, and Hen saw a huge gate. He walked up to it and thought it was the boss's abode he needed to get to. He opened the doors, felt an incredible stench. He covered his nose with his hand, but it was too late. The system notified him that he was weakened from the horrible stench and that all his stats had been lowered by. A system notification appeared in front of him. He recognized the Zombie Orc awakening. Hen realized that following from the name the boss was undead, he thought that if it was a small boss, one could try for a legendary skill card. But his joy wasn't too long. He noticed above the monster that it had 3 streaks of health points. He couldn't understand where it got them from. He looked at him and thought that his health was times more than the other orcs. The orc noticed him and started attacking him. He had no choice but to retreat. Hen realized that the orc was very super survivable, but he noticed that he was very slow. His speed was inversely proportional to the amount of his health. He ran away to a safe distance to look at the monster. Now, after studying its characteristics, he realized that he was scared for no reason. Now he was ready to attack it. Hen used the fireball skill to attack it from a distance. He figured that with the speed of an orc, he had a few seconds after using the spell to react to its attack. He attacked him and hit him right in the face, but he was surprised that he was able to take so little away from his health. He thought that this was a boss, and that he would be hard to defeat. The battle could take a long time. Hen realized that despite all the difficulties he had in front of him in fighting the orc, he would eventually be able to defeat it even if it took him all day. After a while, the system notified him that he had obtained the title of an unstoppable warrior, as well as nerves of steel and an archer. For this he received a rune. He managed to defeat the Zombie Orc, and after that, he thought that it was time for them to go get the reward. He returned to Sakhalin's house, where she said it was incredible to her that he was able to find traces of the Nameless God. He tried to tell her something, but she wouldn't listen to him. She couldn't believe he had done it in such a short time. Hen kept trying to tell her what happened in the dungeon, but she wouldn't listen to him. She threw him a skill book and added that it was a gift for completing the quest. He took the book, but he told her it wasn't about the reward. He added that he liked the quick process, but he asked her to hear him out. He wanted to tell her something important. She realized that he was interested in the last words of the rotting orc. He was shocked that she knew what he wanted to talk to her about. He started to tell her what happened after the fight. He said the following happened. He defeated the orc and turned away from it to see what he got for killing it. He got a nice title for it, and he really liked its effects. But suddenly the orc came to life again. He called him a parasite and approached him. Hen was surprised that this was possible, and he was a little scared. The orc continued talking. To him, he realized why he had come to the dungeon. Hen remembered that it was the same with the shaman, now the orc. He did not understand why they came back to life after he killed them. He was confused about what was happening. But then the orc asked him if he really wanted to find a weapon that could destroy even a myth. Hen was in a stupor. He was shocked by what he heard, and to make sense of it, he rushed to Sakhalina. She asked him to calm down and relax, she continued. She wondered if he would really be interested in this weapon, and fell silent, waiting for his answer. Hen didn't know what to say to her since he didn't know what weapon she was talking about. Sakhalina said that, in that case, she would tell him everything she knew, but if he would do her a favor. Hen thought that the mythical item actually existed. He remembered how at a press conference, the game developer was asked if it was true that there was an item above legendary rank in the game. The reporters asked him to make an official statement as the game developer, to which Kim Min-soo ambiguously replied that he didn't know, but suggested that there might have been such an item. He raised more questions about it. But this was not an answer that instilled confidence in people. And after this interview, no one was able to find the mythical object. Then the news became a rumor, and seemed to be a bluff. Hen walked and thought that this could really turn out to be a disaster. If he just took it to the public, it could affect not only him, but his family too. He realized that he couldn't handle the consequences of going public with this kind of information. It could even have an effect on reality. But if he approached it wisely, and was able to prepare himself, he could probably tell the rest of the people. Hen carried Lucky under his hoodie so no one could see him. At some point, he got out and barked at him. Hen told him. He realized that he was stuffy in there, but needed to be patient for a while. He thought he needed to complete the quest. He sat at home thinking how hard the quest could be. He had to fight a killer orc to defeat him. He would have to work hard, and the reward for it wasn't the best. But even so, The reason why everyone was trying to beat him was because the orc killer in the game was the boundary that separated the newcomers from the higher ranks. Hen realized that it was like the minimum requirement for career advancement. It was like winning a high school baseball contest in elementary school. He looked at his phone and thought that this monster had an unreasonably high raid difficulty. He already knew that he was in for a tough battle, but after familiarizing himself with the information, he concluded that he wouldn't be able to handle it alone. Hen thought that this time he would have to find a partner for such a dangerous raid, which he didn't want to do. He didn't notice when his brother appeared behind him and asked him what he was looking at. He turned around and replied that it was nothing much. He was just working, but his brother kept looking at him. He told him that he was in a good mood lately. Work was going very well and asked him not to be so serious. Hen asked him to smile more and enjoy life, to which his brother just sighed. Hen asked why he was sighing. Their life was getting better and they shouldn't worry about nothing, but his brother wanted to know when he was going to get married. He didn't expect such a question, and so he didn't know what to say. He told his brother that he was worrying about it too much and asked him to take care of Heron more. His brother didn't bother him with this question and didn't ask him anything else. Hen thought that things were really going well lately. With just the sale of hidden information and a couple of game items, he didn't have to worry about money for a few months. He thought that a ton of dust was still not a mountain, and since he had decided to play the game on his own, he decided to fight the killer orc on his own. He looked at his brother and said that he would be out for a while. Hen walked down the street and thought about his brother's words about getting married. But he also thought about the fact that there was nothing for him to do, like going around with some snotty newbies to ask for groups. It was not for him. He was sure that he would manage on his own together with Lucky. He came to the computer club and sat in his capsule. Right after loading the game, Lucky rushed at him. He was waiting for him to come back. Hen hugged him and said it was time for them to go hunting. Hen thought that Midas wasn't the most popular nickname, but if he started looking for a group to hunt an orc killer, everyone would know about him. He didn't want to reveal his identity just yet. He held Lucky in his arms and said that he was the only one he had, and after saying that he saw a question mark above him, he knew that Lucky was about to evolve. He had been waiting for this moment. Hen thought that now was the time for Lucky to evolve like the other divine beings did. He wanted to see if evolution moved the being's experience. He remembered that it was said that the requirement for evolution for divine beings was killing monsters. He didn't know if that information was wrong or not. Hen guessed that roughly a doobie just about could be gained by defeating all the monsters. He felt that this was valuable information that he planned to sell later in the community. He decided to help Lucky evolve as quickly as possible. Lucky was already tearing orcs to pieces, and when he evolved, then he and he could go at the orc killer together. Hen lit up with the desire to help Lucky faster. He was already going to go and attack anyone who would get in their way. He realized that it would be just fine to get a unique skill as a reward. They ran deep into the forest. Hen believed that Lucky would have succeeded, but he also realized that finishing off the orcs quickly would not be possible. But they still had to do everything possible to do so. Hen spotted one orc and decided that they would kill it first. He figured that as long as the orc stood still and didn't attack, it was the perfect moment to try out the skill he had learned from Lady Sakhaline. It was the third legendary skill. After Polymorph and Dragon Supremacy, Hen thought that until now he had been using it at half strength. It was time to test its full power. He wanted to see how good the Dragon Eye was in battle. With this skill, Hen could see the target's weak points, and when he would hit the monster with a magic attack, it would deal critical damage to it. Hen knew that there was no auto-aim in this game, so it was true that the accuracy skill was important. But in reality, only the basic minimum was needed. Because it wasn't so important where to hit, the main thing was to hit the monster. But for him, it wasn't relevant anymore. He activated the Dragon Eye effect and long-range cast. His target was meters away. It was important not to miss. Hen thought that if he hit the weak spot from the maximum distance, he would maximize the damage, and then the passive effects would overlap. He threw a fireball and he managed to hit the monster's weak spot, Magic Critical Strike, and he got the title orc with one hit and he also got a rune. Hen was glad that he was able to kill it the first time. He was amazed at the power of the strike he made. He realized that now he got even more titles. He looked at Lucky and asked what he thought about his new abilities, but he noticed that Lucky was upset. He had completely forgotten about him and promised him that next time, he would make sure to finish the monster off. Hekju noticed that Hen was sitting with his head down again. He figured he had had a rough day today too. Hekju approached him to make sure he was okay. Hen replied that he was fine and thanked him for his concern. He asked him if he had visited the suspicious forest recently. He had heard that the stench that was in the forest had slightly diminished, but no one knew why that had happened. Hen was surprised to hear this. He thought it might be because he killed the boss of the hidden dungeon. He thought it was the boss that was causing the stench in the forest. Now Hen realized that the main quest could affect the world like this. He thought that if this continued, other players might notice that someone was cleaning up the main quest piece by piece. He thought that he would need to deal with the killer orc as soon as possible. Hen wanted to ward off suspicion and said that were there still players who were playing with their sense of smell turned on in the suspicious forest. He thought they were crazy. He logged back into the game and went with Lucky to the suspicious forest so he could fight the orcs and let Lucky finish them off. After a couple hours, they were able to do the kills and Lucky's body began to overflow with divine powers. Lucky began to evolve. He became bigger and stronger. He was now more like Fenrir. He looked quite formidable. Hen was glad that Lucky had evolved. After the transformation, Lucky got a new power from the god. Now they had to choose a new power for him. Spreading out the random skill cards, Hen hugged him and realized that he got the luckiest dog. They looked at the cards and Hen told him that he thought he had gotten his nickname wrong and should have named him Cheat Code instead of Lucky because he was incredibly lucky. Hen couldn't believe that this skill could appear among the cards. This skill would allow him to defeat an orc assassin alone. He wouldn't have to find anyone to partner with, and he didn't need to pump up his hero even more for this quest. He saw Heinz's group gathered around the fire. They were talking about the guild that had signed a new rising star, and it looked like the three of them had come to hunt the orc assassin. But their conversations stopped abruptly. They began to prepare for battle. A system notification informed them that the killer orc had appeared. One of them wanted to know which ones they were in line for, and how many groups were waiting on the orc. He was told that it looked like someone was now trying to kill the killer orc on their own and take all the rewards for themselves, leaving the other players with nothing. But they wanted to know who dared to engage the orc on their own. There were a few rules that everyone had to abide by during team play. Players who dealt damage had to wait until the players in charge of defense would attract the monster's attention. But what was to be done if there was a skill that could be used to forcibly lure the opponent even in the middle of battle? Hen gave the command, and Lucky used such a skill and lured the killer orc over to him. The orc stopped his attack on the players. He had heard Lucky challenging him, now he was forced to go to battle just with him, forgetting about other targets. It was a deadly battle. A divine being challenged an enemy, and the chosen opponent could not attack anyone but the celestial beast. Hen saw the orc and prepared to do battle with him. While the orc was looking at Lucky, Hen used a fireball. He hit the target from the maximum distance, thus increasing the damage. He managed to hit his weak spot with magic, dealing him a critical blow. Hen realized that by his actions he was angering the killer orc. He knew that very soon there would be a phase where the monster would enter. He needed to stay calm and not lose concentration. The phase was the most dangerous. One of the players offered to go watch the player who was trying to fight the killer orc on his own. He thought that he probably wouldn't be able to defeat such a powerful opponent. He went on to say that for sure he thought he had a chance, but the player highly doubted it. He thought it was impossible to survive the Yayu phase of the killing mode on his own. Hen continued to fire attacks to try to bring the monster closer to the southern phase, and after another attack, the monster fell to its knees and was covered in red flames. Hen realized what this could lead to. He shouted to Lucky that the monster was starting to move to the south phase and to run away from there. It was too dangerous for him. Lucky turned around and ran to him to wait for the monster to attack together. Hen knew that the higher the level of the player, the more important the role of the player taking the hit was, because it was incredibly difficult for players who fought at a distance to fight effectively against strong monsters. But if they had mechanics that could distract the enemy while they dealt damage, then they didn't need to rely on defense players, no matter how high their level was. The Orc Assassin had moved into the U phase and became even more dangerous, and while he was hunting Lucky, Hen stood at his back and prepared to unleash his attack. He took aim and thought that now he may have pitched the ball of his life. Hen realized that he was desperately, with every cell of his soul, striving for this moment, preparing for it with great determination and passion. So much for him depended on this throw. He threw the fireball, and with a hopeful look in his eye, watched it fly. His accuracy did not fail, and it hit right on target. He was able to kill the Orc Assassin himself and still take no damage. Hen had completed the task and was able to level up. He was given the new title of the winner of the Orc Assassin on his own. He was happy that they had succeeded, but now it was time to run away from there before the other players got there. He went back to Sakalina's house again. When she saw him, she said that she was surprised that he was able to handle the killer orc so quickly. She was amazed at his abilities. Hen held Lucky in his arms and replied to her that he wasn't even hurt. He looked like he was used to fighting, and that he wasn't afraid of anyone, and could defeat any monster. Sakalin said that since this test wasn't that difficult for him, it meant that he still wasn't worthy of learning the truth about the almighty class. But she continued that even so, he deserved to be rewarded. She raised her hand and took off the ring she had given him from her finger. He now had Sakalin's ring, which increased his characteristics. He said it was awesome. He sat down to show the ring to Lucky. He was incredibly happy that he had such a reward. Sakhalin asked him to stop coddling his wolf. She had important information for him, and she said it was time to cut to the chase. She began to tell him that the times when the gods sent their creations to fight each other were incredibly difficult, and to make him realize how brutal the wars were, she used magic to show him that. Sakhalin went on to say that countless hordes clashed in battle, each fighting in the name of their god. Legendary feats were performed in that war that are still remembered to this day. She decided to tell him that in that war, among thousands of other warriors, there was one hero among them whose greatness no one had been able to surpass until now. He was the one who was called Invincible. In the name of his god, he conquered and performed great deeds in each of the battles. He inspired terror in his enemies, and in his allies he aroused respect and admiration. But despite all his efforts, the war could not end. Sakhalin suddenly became silent and thought about something. She was sad that this warrior could not achieve peace. She went on to say that when the warrior realized that no amount of victories would end the war of the gods, she closed her hand and her magic ended. Hen listened carefully to Sakhalin and realized that complete victory was impossible to achieve. Even if he had a legendary artifact, it wouldn't help him stop the war. But then his thoughts were interrupted by Sakhalin, who went on to say that this hero then began to search for an artifact superior to the legendary artifact. He needed a weapon that could end the war. It was omnipotent. Hen was shocked to hear about this. He realized that there was a weapon that had destructive power, and that could hit even one of the gods. Sakhalin looked at him carefully and asked him if he wanted to learn more information. Hen happily replied that he would like to. But to find out what was next, she asked him to do one more task for her. She smilingly asked him to go to the Cursed Forest again and exterminate the zombies there. Now he had a new chapter in the main quest that he needed to complete. Hen laughed and said that it was the same as always. He had to find a monster that had the item he needed in his inventory. He already knew what quests she had given him. He looked at the quest description and had one question for Sakhalin. He didn't understand why he had to slay monsters. He wanted to know if there was a way to lower that number. She turned to him and asked him what was confusing him. She assumed that he just didn't feel like doing the quest, but he smiled at her and replied that it was fine and he would gladly do the quest. Hen exited the game and thought that he hated her for doing such quests. He sat in the pod and thought about the quest. He couldn't even imagine how long it would have taken him to kill the monsters. Hekju informed him that while he was in the game, someone called him. He picked up the phone and saw that it was his brother. He hoped that nothing had happened to him. He heard Heron's voice and he asked her what was wrong. She wanted to let him know that she had gotten a diploma. His brother picked up the phone. He asked if he was busy and told him that Heron had brought home a diploma from daycare. She had been given one for her drawing and she said she wanted to tell her uncle about it. Hen was very excited when he heard about her certificate. He realized that she had won the kindergarten drawing contest, but his brother said that she had won the city contest, which was even better. He said that she won first place for the city, and her work would be sent to the regional drawing contest as well. Hen couldn't believe that Heron was able to achieve such a result. Hen was even happier and said that he would have a celebration today. He asked her to tell her that he would bring her fried chicken for dinner tonight, and they all celebrated together. His brother laughed and told him that Heron was embarrassed, but Hen didn't understand why and he asked what was the matter. His brother replied that she didn't know now what kind of sauce to ask him for, regular or sweet and spicy. Hen listened to his brother and thought that this was a whole event for them, because it had been so long since he had been able to afford to treat his child with goodies. It made him a little sad. Thinking for a bit, Hen told his brother that she shouldn't have been embarrassed. He would just buy her all the sauces she wanted. Hearing this, Heron literally started snatching the phone from her father. Hyokju heard Hyun's conversation with his brother and niece. He was amazed by it. He was having trouble from his blocked account, but he was still doing his best to take care of his family. The administrator went to his phone and found a new video, and while he was off work, he decided to watch it. The next day, Hen came back to the club and said hello to Hyokju. It was obvious that he was slowly coming around after being blocked. Hen asked him what interesting video he was watching, to which Hyokju replied that on Wars TV, a new video had been released yesterday, and everyone was talking about it. He wanted to know what the video was all about, and he explained to him that some rich guy armed to the teeth had single-handedly killed a big boss. This amazed everyone, and the video quickly went viral. Hen started to get indignant so as not to arouse suspicion. He said that the whole game was ruined because of donations, and that now any rich guy could become a superhero and ruin the game for everyone else. He thought it was unfair, and asked who he had killed. He decided to watch the video himself and see how popular it had become. He went to the Wars TV channel where a girl was commenting on a video that had been uploaded today about killing an orc assassin. She started the review and said that no one was surprised, and that killing an orc assassin on your own was a prime example of what kind of garbage this game has become for donating. The girl went on to say that from what she saw, it could be inferred that the player had used his divine being as bait for the killer orc, so users were at a loss as to whether it was considered a victory on its own. Hen paid attention to the views and didn't understand where so many of them came from. After all, he wasn't trying to get into the trends. He was rather even trying to avoid it. Now he didn't know what he should do next. He thought that if he had known that the video would have such a resonance, he would have uploaded it himself. He thought maybe he could try to upload the next video, under the guise of leaking the information. Hen didn't notice a man standing behind him and complaining that those donated sharks were ruining the game. To which Hen replied that he hadn't killed a human after all, but a monster, so he could take it easy and play it safe. He got up and was about to leave. He looked at the guy and told him not to judge a person badly if he didn't know him personally. But he didn't understand what Hen was talking about. To which Hen asked him not to worry and asked him to set up his capsule. Hen logged in and headed into the Cursed Forest, a scary place where any wrong move and you could find yourself surrounded by monsters. But if you weren't a newbie, you would know how to avoid it and how to deal with them. He thought that for him, with his Dragon Eye skill that allowed him to see all the targets in the forest, it wasn't so bad to be in this place. He was able to clear the forest of all the monsters and increase the rank of the Ice Arrow skill. Hen was frustrated that he was able to defeat only one of the monsters, but he was not discouraged and was going to complete this task as soon as possible. It could not be delayed too long. He wanted to know the details of the weapon. He thought that they should have killed more monsters by now. But Lucky's sense of smell kept distracting him from the task at hand. Lucky smelled the hidden odor again. Hen smiled and said stop finding all these treasures for him. Lucky was able to find a black herb that was worth dollars. Hen started to collect it. He thought that if it went on like this, it would not be Lucky who would serve him, but he would serve Lucky. But then Lucky suddenly became more aggressive. He noticed something behind the grass. Hen looked and couldn't understand what was there. It didn't look like he had found a plant or an object. Lucky smelled a man lying near a tree. Hen ran over to him and asked him what happened to him, to which he replied that he wanted to know who was in front of him. And Hen replied that he was a traveler from Viga. His name was Midas. Hen suggested that he needed help, to find a lost MLM stolen item, or he needed an escort to get to the city safely. He knew he had found him for a reason. He added that he would gladly do anything he asked him to do for him, and it was all completely free of charge to him. But Hen knew he could get some sort of reward for his help. The man thanked him for the offer, and introduced himself by saying that his name was Yoshi, and he was very uncomfortable asking him. But he couldn't do it himself, so he wouldn't refuse his help. And that's why he needed his help, to find 100 cursed zombie skins. It was on the list of tasks for him, and for completing this task, he could be rewarded with an album of random skill cards. Yoshi watched Hen picking black grass. He decided to ask him if he could help him find 100 cursed zombie skins. But Hen cheerfully replied that he wouldn't worry. He would definitely help him. Hen remembered that when he was asked the question about the fastest way to pump up his hero, Asmo the God Wars player replied that it was much simpler than they thought. To pump your hero had to equip him in unique or legendary items and weapons, arm yourself with legendary skills, and then would be able to attract monsters on the levels above. After that, you just had to kill them one by one, and then your hero would become pumped up and you could try to fight the bosses. That's what Hen was doing now. He was trying to pump up his hero as fast as possible. He had already killed some monsters, and thought it was incredible. He was pumping, just perfect. He approached Lucky and praised him for finding monsters for him so quickly, and now he wanted to take a break and rest, but then suddenly Lucky again. Something smelled. They ran deep into the forest to see what was hidden from them. They saw that there was a character who was waiting for them. He told them that when they would fulfill his request, they could find him in the city of Wig. He would be very grateful to them. Hen accepted the request from Jack and thought that the Cursed Forest was really not a popular place. He was finding a lot of rare items, and there were a lot of side quests here. He liked it that way. He was pumping his character faster. He thought it was strange that on the road between these two quests, he didn't meet any new players. Even though it wasn't his first town, he didn't understand why no one was hunting in this forest. He thought that the Travelers Guild had a hand in this, and even on the way to this forest, he hadn't met a single member of the Travelers Guild. This seemed even more strange to him. But suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted by Lucky, who smelled something again. Hen thought he was having a pumping festival. After Hen completed Jack's quest, he went to see him in the town of Vig. Jack was amazed that he was able to kill so many zombies. Hen received his reward from Jack and went further into town. He leaned over to Lucky and thought his paws must be getting stiff. He offered to open their rewards before they would leave town. He opened the random skill cards and got the ability to wield the fire elemental. It was a rare skill that increased the damage he could do with any fire magic. Hen looked at Lucky and offered to open the unique reward that Yoshi had given them. He was insanely curious as to what he could get. At his words, Lucky started barking happily. He opened the reward and started the process of opening the cards. After that, he decided to leave the game for a while. He met Hekju, who noticed that he had been playing for a very long time today too, without any breaks. Hekju noticed that he had been playing for hours and minutes, but he didn't understand why exactly because he thought that was an unlucky number. He decided to find out if everything was okay with him. Hen replied that he was a little dizzy and asked him to step back. As soon as Hyukju stepped back, Hen immediately started smiling. He thought he would be going crazy with happiness right now. He opened the reward from Yoshi and received an unbelievable skill. He could not even think that he could get the skill Ballista. When he saw its price, he almost fainted. As the name of the skill implied, Ballista raised the damage of magical attacks if you didn't move. This skill also reduced the recovery time and the process of using the spell. He thought that it was possible to get a huge effect just by standing at the back and keeping his place. Plus, this skill had a great compatibility with Eye of the Dragon and Ranged Throw. Hen was looking at his page while he was taking a break from the game. He noticed that he had a lot of private messages piling up. He thought it was because of the video he had uploaded of him killing an Orc Assassin by himself. He saw that different channels were writing to him and offering to buy his video. He figured there weren't many videos of him killing on his own on the internet. But there were a lot of people who wanted to buy it. They were offering him what he wanted. Among other messages, he saw a specific offer. But he was outraged that they offered only dollars for his video. He couldn't sell his video that cheap. But when he opened the message, he saw that he was wrong, and he was offered not 1,000. Hen didn't believe that the message was real. He thought he was being played, but when he logged into the account, he realized that the offer was real and the account was verified. He saw that this offer was sent to him by the Rising Star channel. This channel put quality over quantity, and there were not only great videos, but even the ads were quite interesting. Thanks to this approach to business, it allowed them to quickly gain new subscribers. In addition, the main theme of the channel was about rising stars. Hen thought that if he signed a contract, he wouldn't have to sell the Ballista. But he thought it was kind of uncool to write to them himself offering to sell his videos. While Hen was thinking about how to respond to their offer on the channel, the secretary approached the president that he didn't think the offer of thousands of dollars was too generous. The president asked Secretary Kim where he had graduated from. Kim thought he had been asking that question forever, but he told him that he was from the Wharton School of Business. He told the secretary that he knew that the abilities of the Archmage had been greatly exaggerated. Personally, he didn't believe that he was so strong that he had killed a killer orc on his own. President Park Yoon-jun explained that the Archmage had reached such heights with the help of forbidden skills. And his divine being, he was sure that the Archmage had poured a lot of money into the game. He asked if the secretary thought the same. He went on to say that in that case he had a question. Why did the Archmage burn through so much money? Why did he do it? He wanted to know what purpose he had in mind. Park Yoon-jun said that if he had bought a level-up service from the Travelers Guild, he would have sat back and rested while his levels rose. But there was a question as to why he had gone to the mortal risk against the killer orc on his own. He asked what his secretary thought about it, but he didn't know the exact answer and was unsure of his thoughts. But the president gave him the answer because the Archmage wanted to gain universal fame. The president said that a man who craved for fame so much would not miss any opportunity for it. He noticed that he was buying premium special offers from a well-known channel of their magnitude. He asked the secretary to tell him how the Archmage might have reacted to their offer, to which the secretary replied that he thought the Archmage would have accepted their offer. Then the president wanted to know what happened after that, but the secretary didn't know the answer. Park Yoon-jun cheerfully replied that then they would meet for lunch, or better yet, they would have something to drink to their acquaintance, and once they got closer, he would present him with their business proposal. He assumed that judging by how much money the Archmage had invested in his character, the guy had to be at least a multimillionaire, because no one invested that much money in their characters. The president smiled and said that thousands of dollars was a small price to pay for the chance to promote their product to the Archmage. He was hoping to get even richer with it. The secretary informed him that they had received a message from him, to which the president replied that he could guarantee that he would have made up that a representative of some company was writing for him. That way, he wanted to give himself importance. Kim replied that he was right and a letter had come from a representative. The president smiled and replied that he had not graduated from the Wharton School of Business for nothing. He asked to read the response he had given them. The secretary said with a smirk that they had written that they would seriously consider the offer. They realized that he was caught, and cooperation was not something they could avoid. The president looked happily at his aide, rose from his chair and said that now they could begin, and that it was time to squeeze everything they could out of him. Hen, in the Cursed Forest, continued to level up, and he also wanted to try out new skills. He attacked the orcs and activated a Ballista effect against them. After that, the damage from his magic skills would be increased as long as he didn't move. The system notification informed him that he had hit the target from the maximum distance, thus increasing the attack damage. Hen was glad that he had a skill like Ballista. It was easier for him to kill orcs with it. Hen completed the requirements of the main quest. He cleared the forest. He managed to defeat the orc zombies, and now he could start the next task. He returned to Sokolin's house where she met him and asked him a question. She wondered what his thoughts were when he was fighting 1,000 monsters. Hen told her that the reason for the unbearable stench in the suspicious forest was because of the zombie orc at the altar of the Nameless God he had killed, and that gave him an interesting thought. He thought, what if the Cursed Forest was under the influence of the Nameless God, and asked Sokolin about it. She listened to him carefully and bowed her head and said only great, and was silent. Hen was pleased with himself, he thought. Only a fool could not have guessed it. He supposed that now she would have given him a quest to kill the boss in the Cursed Forest. But he was in no hurry to say anything and waited to see what she would tell him. Sokolin said his next quest was to find out why the forest was cursed. Hen had already guessed this quest and she didn't surprise him. He thought that after the quest, she would give him his reward for his hard work in mopping up the monsters. But as soon as the system notified that a new chapter had been created for him, Sokolin turned around and told him to hurry up and complete the quest. Hen rushed to stop her. He didn't understand why she wasn't giving him a reward. He started to explain to her that he wasn't sure, but he had killed 1,000 zombies. He considered it a lot of hard work for which he wanted to be rewarded. Sokolin didn't understand what he wanted from her or what he was implying to her. Hen started to get nervous. He thought there was a system crash and he needed to log out and re-enter the game. She turned around and realized that he wouldn't have been able to do it himself, so she decided to give him a little help and threw him a book. He thanked her and asked Lucky to raise a little to reveal the skill card. He prayed to get something good. He barely opened his eye to see what card he had gotten, and he saw that he had gotten the skill Cheat Key Lucky. This skill allowed him to use 2 spells at the same time. Hen left the game to get some rest, and he was immediately called by Hek Ju. He told him that people on Gibei were going crazy. Hen asked him why this was happening, and he told him that someone had gotten a double skill card. Hek Ju told him that as he knew that such a card had not been available for a long time, not a single card, but today was the first time it had appeared, causing a huge reaction from the players. Hen listened to him carefully, and with a smile thought that apparently someone else besides him got one. He looked at the administrator and asked how much it cost, to which he told him that now it cost thousands of dollars. He remembered that after the launch of God Wars, the prices of various in-game items had been set fairly quickly. There were many varieties of items that could be purchased in the game. Skill cards were especially prized, as it was problematic to understand their value without studying each effect. But there were exceptions, such as skills that were obviously good. Hen sat and looked at the prices of the various items in his inventory. He thought that if it was possible to sell the card he had gotten, he would be bogged down in thought for a long time. He went into the messages and saw one thing that was important to him. The secretary was standing next to the president and asked him if he was sure he wanted to send it to him. But the president didn't understand what he was telling him. Then the secretary added that he was telling him about the new video contract for the Archmage. He wanted to know if he was sure he wanted to send him that particular text. Did he have a chance to sell them the video of the solitary murder of the wandering sorcerer? They would like to purchase it for thousands of dollars. The president asked to send it soon. The president sat in his chair and was in a good mood. He asked him what he thought the chances were that the Archmage would have successfully killed the sorcerer on his own with his stats. The secretary thought about it and said that this boss was different in type and complexity from an Orc Assassin, so he couldn't even guess how their duel would have ended. He didn't think the Archmage would have been able to handle it. The president said they had his personal statistics, and based on that he wanted to know how the Archmage would have handled their proposal. They were left to guess his decision. The secretary smiled at him and confidently told him that the Archmage would accept their offer, and then he would start hunting for items, and that was only to their advantage. Park Yoon-jun told the secretary that according to his calculations, the Archmage was spending a minimum of thousands on skills and items. It was a huge amount for other players, so he could easily buy any skills and items. He thought that this way there could be a mutually beneficial cooperation between them that would be beneficial to both parties. The secretary couldn't understand why they had specified that particular amount of thousands of dollars. He asked that it wouldn't have been easier to pay $1,000 at once. The president replied that it wasn't easier. He explained that if you gave $1,000 to someone who had previously been offered $1,000, he would become arrogant. But if you offered him an uneven amount, he would think twice. Park Yoon-jun explained that the Archmage might think that they were trying their best to squeeze out a larger amount for him, and then he might think that this company was really going out of their way for him. He noted that it was obvious to him. Hen went into the Cursed Forest to fulfill the task he had received from Sakhalin. Before he began his hunt, he equipped himself with an Orc Assassin set that he couldn't afford before due to its price. He had always wanted the set, but the price scared him, and he knew he could always sell it anyway, so it was better than buying skill cards. But it made him sad that he bought skills. He didn't want to spend money on them, but now he had Lightning Discharge and Fire Spear. With these skills, he could deal with monsters much faster. Hen hugged Lucky and told him that he never thought the day would come when he would start spending money on skills. He never imagined this before. He told Lucky that they had to defeat the monster together, no matter what, because he had spent all the money he had saved up, and he had to sell some of his stuff that he didn't use. Hen did so because that letter from the channel meant that they wanted to test him in battle. They were giving him a test that he needed to pass with flying colors. He realized that they had given him this test to see if the Archmage was worth the investment and worth his time. Hen was sure that this was not the last test they had in store for him. Hen realized that this was his chance to become a star that he had never had before, and he didn't want to miss it. He had to do it, and defeat the monster himself. He saw two players standing in the forest waiting for someone. He approached them and asked if they were members of the Travelers Guild. He wanted to know if he had guessed or not. They saw his divine being and thought he was probably the Archmage everyone was talking about. But they knew nothing about him. They didn't expect to see him. They didn't know what kind of intentions he had. They wondered why he had come to them. They asked if something was wrong. But he said that on the contrary, he had come to thank them, because he was safe thanks to the tireless work of the guild members. They were shocked at what they heard and thought he was joking with them. They remembered that the guild had told them not to contact him as he could become a VIP. They didn't want that trouble. Hen reached into his pocket and started looking for something. He told them that he didn't have much to thank them with. He handed them vials of unknown contents and asked them to accept them for their labor. They took the vials and asked what was inside. He told them that it was nothing special and that he was just giving them a stress-relieving potion since they were experiencing it every day. Hen told them that he was sure they wanted more coffee, but there was no such thing in the game, which is why he got them something that resembled the flavor of coffee. They looked at each other and didn't know how to react to his gift. One of them asked if the drink was expensive, but Hen didn't tell them how much it cost. He asked them not to refuse and accept the drink. Hen smiled at them and told them that he was just truly thankful that they were here and keeping this creepy place safe and orderly. They didn't know that they were being watched yet. They saw that the guys from the Travelers Guild were standing there and there seemed to be a divine being next to them, and they realized that the Archmage was standing there talking to him. They noticed that the Archmage was quite friendly to the guys from the Travelers Guild. It was clear that the players from the other guild were watching them, because the one standing with the Archmage made them feel angry. The two guys who were watching them thought that the rumor about the Archmage using the guild's VIP services must have been true. It was now clear to them how he had managed to gain levels so quickly, but if they were to engage him in combat, they could die. They understood that if they crossed him, the Travelers Guild could find them and kill them, so it was safer to just retreat and not interfere with their conversation. Hen saw them and thought they were just plain stupid, which was exactly what he was counting on when he gave them the potions in front of everyone, to make everyone think he was with the guild, to make them think he was protected for a while. He realized that they would think that for a week at most until they found out the truth, so he thought it would be necessary to destroy the sorcerer and complete the channeling mission in that time. In the Cursed Forest, the players tried to fight the sorcerer, but it wasn't long before they had to run away from there. They couldn't think that the player who was protecting them would die so quickly, so they had to run away while they were alive. But they couldn't resist the sorcerer. He was very strong for them, so they couldn't escape. The Kulun's magic caught up with them, and he destroyed them. Hen saw that no one was attacking the monsters and decided to test his new skills on them. He used his Bolt of Lightning ability and killed 3 orcs at once who had no chance to survive. The attack was powerful and effective. He didn't stop and used his Fire Spear to stab through the monster. He was incredibly fast in defeating all the zombie orcs. Hen thought it was worth the investment. He only needed 1 hit to kill them. A system notification informed him that his mana level was less than 1%. Hen was surprised that it happened so quickly. He stopped to drink a potion that would restore his mana. He didn't know how many more he had to drink of them. Hen noticed that using the double skill was draining his mana supply very quickly, and then he had to drink a potion to restore it. But the orcs didn't stop and kept attacking him, and Lucky came to his rescue and started killing them. When Lucky killed an orc, the system notified him that he had leveled up, and that his health points and mana points were fully restored, and Hen started to regret drinking the potion. Hen, for leveling up, received gifts from the Dragon of War, and then Hen thought it was time to reveal a random skill card to cheer himself up before the battle with the sorcerer. He saw that the card was a unique rank, but he didn't think he needed anything else on the sorcerer. But it would be nice to get another attack spell, although he didn't need it much. When the card opened, he saw that he had gotten a strength skill. It allowed him to increase his physical strength and increase the range of all strength-related skills. But he didn't understand why he needed this skill. He realized that it simultaneously enhanced both magical and physical skills. He thought it was a necessary thing for all martial artists. He thought it would be great to use this skill. But Hen wondered if he needed this skill. But suddenly he remembered the description which stated that this skill allowed him to increase his range, and then he chose a card of this skill. A group of players were hunting orcs to get items and pump up their heroes. They had almost cleared the forest of orcs, but noticed that there was one more. The last living monster. One of them wanted to know if there were any orcs left in the area, but his co-commander replied that there were none left in the area. He asked him if he was sure about that, because last time they died because there were so many monsters. The archer answered him that he had just checked the area with the Eagle Eye skill and was sure that there was only one zombie left in a radius of meters, and asked him to relax and just kill it. But before he could say anything, a fireball flew into the zombie's head right in front of them. They saw it and tensed up a lot. They thought there was no one around anymore. The archer insisted that there was no one within a meter radius. But their chief asked him where the fireball came from and added that no one in their group was using fire magic. They realized that this attack was from over a meter away. Hen looked into the distance and thought that he was able to throw a fireball seemingly over a meter, and it hit a zombie. He already thought that the skill he had would be useless, but after using it, he realized that it was a very useful skill. He couldn't believe that the power effect had such an effect on the range of magic use. It meant that it was compatible with both the range skill, the Dragon Eye, and the Ballista. While Hen was thinking about using the power effect, Lucky killed a zombie orc. And that was when Hen noticed that this effect could increase the combat power of his divine being. He no longer thought this skill was useless. Now he thought that this skill was drastically changing the entire layout of his powers. Now he realized how valuable an ability he had gained. Hen thought that his range was now equal to meters, and considering Lucky's increased abilities, he suddenly realized that at his current level, it would be easy to defeat the wandering sorcerer. A group of players who were hunting monsters were trying to find out who killed their last monster. They were very angry and wanted to deal with him. He caught the player and started to interrogate him roughly. They wanted to know if it was him who killed their monster. But the guy didn't understand what they were telling him. He tried to explain to them that he was only hunting within his zone. The archer asked his comrade Ool to stop intimidating passers-by. The archer knew that All was just wasting his time, and that there was no one in the area strong enough to kill an orc with a single blow. He wanted him to let the poor guy go. But then he noticed something in the bushes and couldn't understand what was going on. They noticed that the Archmage was going to try and kill a rogue sorcerer on his own. They knew it was the same one that had killed an Orc Assassin by himself and that he had been popular on Warstuff lately. They rushed out to see it. Hen turned on the video and started acting like he was live streaming, straight from the scene. He said hello to everyone who was about to watch and informed them that the Archmage was with them again. He told them that he had come to the Cursed Forest today to defeat the wandering sorcerer on his own. But he figured it wouldn't be as much fun if he just killed him, so he decided to kill him without taking any damage. Hen made the first attack with his fire spear and thought the battle was beginning. The sorcerer began to use revitalization magic and raise the dead orcs into battle. Hen pissed him off with his attacks. The wandering sorcerer was about to attack him with his magic staff, but he was thwarted by Lucky, who sank his teeth into his arm. Hen thought that Lucky was helping him well by preventing the sorcerer from using magic. He decided not to prolong the battle and activated the double attack effect. He knew he had to use this chance to corner the sorcerer where he could safely finish him off. Hen started combining attacks. He used Ice Arrow and Electric Shot at the same time. He thought it might help him with the weaker orcs. Now he thought about the distance that was between him and the sorcerer. He calculated that there were about meters between them, and he was going to be a stationary weapon. He wanted to show him the fiery, scalding damage, something beyond this level. A group of players were stealthily watching the fight. One of them ran out of hiding to get a closer look at the Archmage's attack, but his two companions couldn't see what he was doing. He could declassify them, and then they would be in trouble. He quickly hid again and waited for the Archmage's reaction. but they were lucky and he didn't notice them. He continued to attack the sorcerer. He saw how strong he was and how much damage he did to the monster. They thought he was just looking for glory. They knew that the wandering sorcerer's items were worth a lot, and they couldn't just let them go. They wanted to get them on the sly by dealing one last blow to the monster instead of the Archmage. Archer was sure he would have been able to finish it off, but he was only in Phase 2. He told his partner that he had a good idea of the time between using the Archmage's skills. Al asked him to be ready when the sorcerer would go into Phase 3 and start using zombie summoning. He informed him that it was their only chance to strike the final blow while the Archmage dealt with the zombies. Zombie summoning was a special skill of the wandering sorcerer. The point of it was that he would summon all the zombies in the area, and the collected zombies would only start attacking the players who had dealt damage to the sorcerer. Hen felt that the zombies were on their way, that they were nearby. He realized that the sorcerer had moved to Phase 3, and he began to prepare to finish the battle. He figured that he was able to do more damage than he expected. That was why he had gotten to Phase 3 so quickly, and that was when he decided it would be okay to stretch out a bit. Hen turned around and addressed the audience. He asked them all to stretch a little. He felt that the guys who were hiding behind him wanted to steal from him. It was obvious to him. He already knew all their plans, and he couldn't let them steal his loot. He had nothing to offer the thieves who only thought of easy gain. He wasn't going to share with them. Hen finished warming up and thought it was time to show off a special skill he had previously hidden. He wanted to demonstrate his 5th spell to them. The guys hiding behind the trees started laughing at him. They thought he had no idea they were watching his battle and were ready to steal from him. All looked at the archer and told him to get ready to attack. But then they saw something strange, and couldn't understand what was happening. They saw the Archmage abruptly start running at the monster, and he had an axe in his hands. They didn't know what he was up to. Hen began to deal physical damage to it without the help of magic. Seeing this, the thieves couldn't understand to believe that he was just attacking it with his axe. Now they wouldn't be able to slip past him and deal the final blow. He didn't stop throwing more and more blows at the wandering sorcerer. They couldn't understand how he could do so much damage with his axe while still being a mage. They couldn't believe their eyes. And eventually, the Archmage was able to kill the sorcerer himself. Hen turned around and asked what the audience thought of his special skill. He used frenzy with the axe under the effect of strength. That was why he was able to defeat the monster on his own, and thanked them for watching. He walked over to where the players were watching him. He said that he also wanted to thank the members of the Explorers Guild who witnessed their fight. He hoped they didn't get bored. The players who wanted to rob him while sitting in the bushes got really scared when Hen mentioned the guild in his video. They knew that if they were caught, they could get kicked out of the God Wars game. They thought that the Archmage would be alone because he was going to kill the sorcerer himself. But they were wrong, and he had the Explorers Guild with him. The archer said that now it made sense why he went on the attack so calmly. The bandits turned around and ran away, afraid of being caught. Hen saw this and was glad that his scarecrow trick had worked well. They didn't even realize that he had placed scarecrows around them. Hen went back to Sakhalin's house where she met him and told him that he was back at last. She had been waiting for him. She was not happy that he had fought the sorcerer for so long. He was sitting on the floor shaking with fear. He was thankful that his trick with the scarecrows at the end of the battle had worked, and the bandits had rushed away. But he had been able to defeat him on his own. He had gotten through it. Hen was happy that he was able to do such an oomph on his own and defeat the sorcerer. Sakadil looked at him and asked him if he had done what she asked him to do. He told her that he thought the reason why the forest was cursed was because of the cursed stone which he had given to her. Sakhalin accepted the stone and clutched it in his hand. He looked at it carefully and applied his magic to it. It was going to give him more information about this stone. She looked at it and realized that he had managed to discover the truth, and that was good. Now she could give him something. She used her magic to make a magic staff out of the stone. Sakhalin gave him her staff, which had impressive magical power. It was a weapon of unique rank and increased all its characteristics, but the staff could not be sold or traded. She looked at her hand and said that the shard was rejecting her mana. She asked him if he understood what that meant. He replied that it meant that the staff had an owner. Sakhalin turned to him and told him that he was right, and it meant that he was still connected to the real owner of the staff. She added that now she needed to make a compass for him. She gave him a new assignment, to go to the mines of Dorito and find the blacksmith Zugu there. Hen listened to her carefully, but he didn't understand why he needed to find the blacksmith. The president asked the secretary if he had seen the last sentence from the Archmage where he informed them of the good results, to which he replied that he had seen it, but he didn't understand what the point of it was. Park Yoon-jun replied that it was a test for them. The secretary asked what he meant, The president asked what was different in today's recording compared to the video about the killer orc. He explained that first of all, the characteristics of his items had changed, and on top of that, new skills had been added, especially the double use of spells surprised him. The president said that the last price on the eBay auction was hundreds of thousands of dollars until the seller suddenly removed the item from the list, and the reasons were unknown. He thought the answer was simple. Someone had offered a higher price in a private message and had acquired the skill of dual-use spells. The secretary couldn't believe it could be an Archmage. The president patted him for his guesswork, and went on to say that now the Archmage didn't hesitate after their request, and boldly invested $100,000 in his pumping. He added that after he pumped, he sent a video of him killing the sorcerer alone. Then what he had written to them in the last part of the letter about how he hoped the video would show good results would be empty words. The secretary replied that it was a kind of warning that if the quality of the video wasn't good enough, he wouldn't send them anything else in the future, and there would be no deal between them. The president thought, and asked the assistant the orc killer video they bought from the Archmage first to change it again so it would be of the highest quality. The secretary was surprised to hear the president's request, but he proceeded to tell him to improve the quality of the video many times over while using the money to promote the video. They watched the Archmage's video again, and the president said that if he was some kind of savage, they should treat him just as savage. Hen arrived at the Dorito Mines. These mines were hunting fields that were meant for average level 1 players. It was a very dangerous place. He knew that since the field monster didn't appear here, the only way to level up was to enter the random dungeon that appeared periodically. It was a system where inept players weren't allowed to form a squad. Time after time, players would have no choice but to be left behind, one by one, and it wouldn't end even if the eliminated players were able to gather into squads. It was known to him that if a squad of 3 people found a dungeon that only 5 players could enter, the player with the lowest level or contribution would be eliminated. It was really sad and unfair. But on the other hand, the Dorito Mines were the place to find true nuggets among many different God Wars players. Hen remembered that up until now, he was the one who would have been eliminated from the squad without a second thought, but now the situation had changed, and he was much stronger. He went to one of the mines to use the cursed stone as material to make a compass, but he needed the blacksmith Zuga. He looked at him and asked him what business he had with him. Hen said that he needed to create a compass out of the cursed stone. He added that he had heard that only Zug the blacksmith could do this. The blacksmith couldn't believe that this was true. The blacksmith said that it was impossible to work with Sakhalin, that this mage had a very nasty temper. He laughed and suggested that he must have been in big trouble. Hen laughed back and said that was not true. But the blacksmith didn't know what he was talking about. He knew her character well. Obviously, she would ask for something ridiculous at any opportunity. He wanted to know if he was right. Hen looked at him and realized that they would have worked well together with the blacksmith. Hen said, even though it was problematic enough for him, however, Sakhalin had his own reasons for sending him to the smithy, to create a compass. The blacksmith looked at him and said that it looked like he was an adventurer with an excellent character if he said such things. He lifted his amulet and asked him to look at it. He told him that it was created from a soul metal that could only be obtained in these places. He said that this item reacted to the wearer's special magic that was tied to this locket beforehand. Hen asked if that meant he just had to find this mineral, to which the blacksmith replied that there was no need, and if it could be obtained, he could do it himself. He looked at him and said that he really liked Zuga, and that for the first time in his life he wanted to hug the bearded dwarf for being willing to do all his work. The blacksmith replied that if he could clear the dungeon so he could safely mine the deposits, that would be great. He informed him with a smile that there weren't many of them, just the dungeons. Hen, when he heard the task from the blacksmith, got a little angry, and thought that he didn't like him right away. From the moment he heard his strange name, he had no idea what Zug's name could mean. He didn't understand why the dungeons couldn't be cleaned up. Why did he need a dungeon? Hen calmed down and pulled himself together. He figured it didn't matter now. He still needed to capture some content. Hen looked at Lucky and saw the exclamation mark above him. He was offering him help. He hugged him and told him he was happy he had his back. He was going to shut up and just accept the help. But before he went to clean up the dungeons, Hen decided to use a boost for Lucky. He gave him different potions to increase his strength, health, and speed. He couldn't let anything happen to him. Hen looked at Lucky. He wasn't sure if these potions would be enough for him. He realized that he didn't need to take the final blow so he could evolve. The system notification informed him that he had a quest to hunt alone. He needed to evolve and kill monsters above himself in level. He thought that was already overkill for him. Hen read the notice carefully and thought it was time to use all his skills, and if Lucky couldn't participate, he couldn't let harm come to him. They were walking through the dungeon and saw monsters. They couldn't understand how humans could be in their dungeon and started attacking them. But Hen didn't have time to react, and was the first to attack Lucky, who managed to defeat the monster. Hen realized that Lucky could also attack and kill monsters. He calmed down and thought that it seemed like he was worrying too much. He looked at Lucky and praised him for killing the monster. He told Lucky that now they could go mop up the dungeons, and pretty soon they managed to get the kills done, and then Lucky gained divine power and his body started to change. He started to evolve. The system prompted him to choose new abilities for Lucky to possess. Hen was surprised that the evolution was complete. He hoped that something useful for Lucky had appeared. Hen opened the cards and was insanely happy. He had gotten exactly what he wanted. Lucky now possessed incredible speed. It was a legendary skill that was among the 2 unique ones. He thought he should have renamed it Lucky TV. When they left the dungeon, Hen hugged Lucky. The other players saw this, and couldn't understand what was wrong with him, why he hugged this divine creature. As soon as they emerged from the dungeon, they wanted to know what was happening. Hen couldn't believe that Lucky was able to kill a monster in just seconds. It was unbelievable. Suddenly, Lucky could smell the scent of the hidden dungeon. Hen thought that he couldn't miss such a chance. He wanted to sweep the hidden dungeon as well. He happily picked up Lucky in his arms and said that he would help him enter the dungeon. The players were shocked that Hen carried a divine being into the dungeon. They had seen such a thing for the first time. While Hen was mopping up the hidden dungeon, the secretary approached the president and said that it had been an hour since the updated video was uploaded. He wanted to show him the video so that he could look at its quality. The president looked at his nickname and thought it was terrible. He knew Archmages were a rare class, but not so rare that there were only a couple of them. And yet he wondered why he had chosen that particular nickname. But anyway, he wanted to know what the answer was. He thought that what was done and nothing could be fixed. He looked at the stats and saw that the rate of hits was not bad because the Warstov channel was involved. The president told his aide that he thought the Archmage had uploaded the video of the killer orc to Warstov first, to which his secretary replied that it was impossible. He asked him if the Archmage had spent his money and time to spread the rumor. Leaving, the president answered him that it didn't matter how great the man was. Had he ever seen his face on the cover of a famous magazine early in his career? He added that he could have been on the cover of a gossip paper at any time, and then his reputation would have been enhanced by it. They would just have to wait and see what would happen next. And if that was the case, they could soon expect a similar action. Before he could finish speaking, his employee ran into his office and began frantically calling for him. He had important information for him. The employee was incredibly excited. They couldn't believe that Archmage Asmo had left a comment under the video of the Assassin Orc. He wrote that he had never seen a staff with this design before, and he couldn't believe it himself. Archmage Asmo was a prince of Saudi Arabia, one of the richest people. His fortune was over $1 trillion. As a man who was a club owner and a professional gamer, he was the one who spent dollars to become an Archmage. Thus, Asmo became known as the person who spent the most amount in this game, and it also meant that he collected absolutely everything in God Wars. Also, he tested various items and skills. In other words, he was doing content unboxing of items and skills. The secretary couldn't believe that even Asmo himself was seeing this item for the first time. It was something incredible, as he had everything he could dream of. The president couldn't miss this opportunity, and he wanted to send a new proposal to the Archmage. He proposed him to distribute the profits to the percentages where the percentages were their shares. The secretary was absolutely shocked. He didn't know how to react to his words. He thought this proposal was too fancy for the Archmage, and it could mean that they would have nothing left of the profits. The president looked at him and said that he would promise him that when they offered him these terms, the Archmage would bring them something interesting, a new item to recoup their costs. Hen finished playing and decided to pause and stretch. He got up from the pod and thought that with a rating like his, he could clear the dungeon in just a second. Hyukju ran up to him and told him that he had come at a very good time, to which Hen replied that why did he go to him so late. He told him that he was able to get out of the capsule by himself. Hyukju apologized and said that he was watching a new video. He told him that there was a new trend. Hyon smiled and asked what it was, to which the employee replied that it was the Orc Killer Death trend on the Rising Star channel. Hekju showed him the phone and said that the views had really skyrocketed and could easily reach 1 million. But that wasn't the most incredible part. The thing was that Asmo himself had left a comment under the video that he had never seen such a pediment. Hen thought that was too bad. After all, the Wandering Sorcerer's staff was the reward he got in the hidden dungeon. He realized that in God Wars, it was only himself who was trying to complete the main quest. He went to the restroom to think about everything and to make sure no one touched him. He started to bang the stall and yell that he screwed up. He was afraid that everyone might have found out his secret, that he was going through the main quest. Hen was upset that he had left clues to the main quest. But even if that was the case, Why did Asmo write about it? He figured someone had definitely asked him to find out about the item. He tried to calm down and analyze everything. He needed to understand what was going on. He assumed there was a group of players trying to complete the main quest. But then he realized something drastically. He was now sure by percent that the Rising Star channel would want to make a deal with him. He reached into his pocket to pull out his phone and check for messages from them. He turned on his phone and as expected he got a new message from them. He saw that they offered him a % profit. He exhaled deeply and realized that everything was fine. No one knew about the main quest. No one knew about him. Hen calmed down. Once again he thought hard about their offer. He thought it was time to do this. They had revealed their cards to him. Now it was time for him to show them his. He went into the game and was sure he could record a lot of quality video for them. He got to the boss of the hidden dungeon, Moldog level dungeon. He could hide in rabbit holes, making him harder to kill. Hen was going to attack it with the Ice Arrow skill. He thought that if he was an ordinary player, defeating this boss would be very difficult for him. He realized that the difficulty in fighting him was that he was constantly moving through rabbit holes, as his name implied, so the pattern of his attacks was impossible to predict. Hen smiled and thought that for him, someone who was able to see where the boss was preparing his attacks from, it was no different from playing Catch the Mole. He saw which hole he was going to attack from and fired an ice arrow at him. He was able to hit it and deal lethal damage. He defeated the Mole Dog and thus cleared the hidden dungeon. For this, he received the title of Mole Dog Killer. Hen decided that it was time to pick up the hidden dungeon card. The card appeared in front of him again, and he had a choice to make. He didn't know whether to choose Chain Lightning, Ball Prison, or Light Shield. The choice was difficult. He chose the Light Shield that created a barrier of lightning. Hen thought that since he had already learned the attack magic of each element, he didn't think he would need more, and a Light Shield would be a good option for Lucky. Hen thought that a Light Shield would go well with Lucky's other stats. He wondered if he should have looked for more skills with improved stats. He wanted to see what the animal skills were, and then he remembered that Lucky had the skill acceleration. He looked at Lucky and thought that with this skill, he could try a marathon. Acceleration was a skill that summoned the Wind Fairy, increasing the speed of movements. Since the speed characteristics helped in both attack and defense, it was quite useful and very expensive. Hen exited the game and came back in a moment later. He held the acceleration card and couldn't believe he had it. He thought that selling it would give him enough for a month of life. He didn't sell it right away. He kept it as a future investment. He studied the acceleration skill and stroked Lucky. He thought that this was the end of his marathon training, and he and Lucky could continue to clear the dungeons of monsters. The system notified him that the dungeon had been taken over by kobold miners. Such dungeons were of low rank, and there was nothing of value there. Such dungeons could be found everywhere in Doritos mines. And if you compared them to athletics, it was like running a short distance, which was why many players used them as a location for a marathon. The fastest solo result was minutes and seconds. The record was set by Sasaki Kojiro. He was a sword emperor, that as well as Archmage was a legendary rank, and he was among the top players. Hen entered his inventory to prepare properly for the marathon. He thought that Sasaki had set this record a long time ago, but no one had beaten him yet. He realized that even for him to break this record was almost impossible. But he didn't give up hope, and thought that it would be nice if he could at least manage to get close to it. Hen took the staff and used the strength skill on Lucky. He also used acceleration on him, after which Lucky took the black grass concentrate, after which his strength increased by %. He turned on the tape and greeted all his viewers. He told them that today he was going to try a marathon in the Dorito mines. However, it would be Lucky doing it alone. He looked at Lucky and told him to start doing it. Lucky was killing the kobold miners with incredible speed. He activated his light shield and no one could stop him or damage him. He was killing all the monsters very quickly. Hen watching him told him that he had good speed and good pace. But then he noticed an angry kobold miner attacking him. Hen calmly dodged without attacking back. He didn't attack it because he had promised not to help Lucky, so he missed that attack. And after a little while, he informed the audience, as you would expect, Lucky had easily cleared the dungeon of monsters. Hen smiled and said that Lucky had cleared the dungeon much faster than he expected. He paid attention to the timer and couldn't believe that Lucky had managed to set a new record for clearing the dungeon. He realized that the marathon timer hadn't stopped yet. This shocked him. He couldn't believe that his divine being had managed to break a record that had been held for years. Lucky passed the marathon with a quick attack. When using this skill, his entire body would take on a golden hue, and the speed of his attacks and movements would greatly increase by minutes. Hen left the game and went to the dining room, where he sat silently holding his head. Hekju came up to him to see how he was feeling, to which Hen replied that he had taken a pill. He said that lately he had something with his heart. Hekju turned around and was about to go to his workplace. He asked him to take care of himself. He realized that if Hyun got sick, then there would be no one to watch over Heron. But Hen didn't reveal the whole truth again. He couldn't believe that he had set a record, and that he had a video record. He thought he was lucky that there were fewer monsters than usual. Now he wondered how the channel would react if he saw that. The secretary told the president that the statistics of searches and subscriber donations were good, but he could see that something was wrong. He asked the president what he was worried about. He replied to him that he was once again casting a rod. The secretary couldn't believe that he wanted to give another share of the proceeds. He asked him that wouldn't they have suffered a loss, while the other side would have benefited. The president reiterated that he had cast his line and waited. He was afraid that the Archmage might mistakenly think that he was being treated like a fish. He was worried that he might take offense and stop cooperating with them. He asked him if they had not yet received an answer from him, to which the secretary replied that he had given them his answer. Now the president was only interested in one question, whether he had taken the bait or not. The secretary told him that the Archmage had accepted their offer and sent them 2 videos. One was on their order, and the other was more interesting. They thought it was a provocation on his part. Hen finished playing and got up from the capsule and noticed that no one was around. He couldn't understand where everyone had gone. He thought that everyone was in the recreation room. He went there to check it out. When Hen entered the room, he saw that everyone was on their phones watching something very intently. When he got a little closer, he noticed that they were watching his tape that he had sent to the channel. He was insanely happy that they had uploaded the video to the Rising Star channel, right after editing it. He watched the faces of those watching the video. They were excited about the video, and that someone had managed to break the marathon record. Hekju ran up to him and rushed over to show him the new video. He said that the Archmage's new video was just brutal. Hen looked at him calmly and didn't understand why he was freaking out so much. He didn't understand why he said it was just tinny. He asked him if Asmo had left the comment again, and he was right. Hen laughed and said it couldn't be. Asmo wrote that he had never seen a ring like the Archmage had before. Hen knew he meant Sakhalin's ring. He started to panic and didn't understand why Asmo was paying so much attention to him. He thought he was targeting him. Hen thought that his items were making Asmo suspicious. But he soon realized that it wasn't just Asmo that was getting suspicious, but literally all the players. He didn't know what to do next. He realized that if Asmo continued to watch and comment on his videos, then soon a large number of people would take notice of him, and then disaster could happen. Hen realized that it would not be safe for him to stay in one place right now, so he decided to return to the game and leave the Dorito mine immediately so that no one would be able to find him there. He was very worried that he might have been figured out. He asked the administrator to get his capsule ready. Hekju looked at him and asked if he was really sick. He had no face on him. He asked if he had eaten at all. Hyeon said he was fine and added that he just needed a boost. He asked if Hyokju had anything sweet. He said all he had left was grape candy. He was surprised that Hyokju still hadn't thrown those disgusting candies away. He explained to him that the main character in the novel he was reading ate those candies while he was playing. He told him that he even put them in his coffee. Hen finished listening to him tell him and climbed into the pod and logged back into the game. He immediately headed to the mines of Dorito to finish his task as soon as possible. He came to the blacksmith, who had been waiting for him for a long time. He remarked that he had done well, and that thanks to him, he had managed to collect enough soul metal. Hen thought that he simply had no other choice. The blacksmith handed him a pendant and said that all he had to do now was activate it. Hen took the pendant and said that he would activate it as soon as possible, and that he would go to Sakhalin immediately. But before he could finish speaking, she appeared in the mine dungeon. She looked at the blacksmith and couldn't understand why he called her to the mine. He told her that the pendant was ready, and it was time to insert the key, so he called her. Hen, looking at her, didn't think she would personally come to the dungeon. Sakhalin used magic to stick her hand into one of the walls of the mine. She used the portal to pull out the pendant activation key. She wasn't particularly happy to be in a place like this. She took out the key and threw it to the blacksmith, telling him not to do anything stupid. He smilingly replied that he couldn't do anything stupid because they had made a soul contract for it. Sakhalin got tired of listening to him and asked him to stop talking and continue activating the pendant. She didn't want to stay with him any longer than she had to. Hen realized that they didn't get along after all. He knew there were circumstances where non-player characters had to cooperate with each other. The blacksmith opened the pendant and placed the stone that Sakhalin had given him into it. Hen thought that the main quest of God Wars was to obtain a rank omnipotent, a powerful item that could destroy even a god. And if the game talked about the purpose of non-player characters, it was something like they needed to find a weapon against a god and kill it. They couldn't give any more information. The blacksmith finished activating a pendant that immediately pointed them north. The blacksmith reached out and gave him the pendant. As soon as he received the pendant, the system notified him that he had passed the Cursed Pendant quest. Hen passed the quest, and for doing so, he saw that he was promoted 2 levels at once. He also received a rune as a reward, and the Dragon of War gave him a chance to get a random skill. Hen was shocked at the rewards he received. He put off getting the reward for later. He wanted to deal with the Cursed Pendant. He found out that the pendant contained a cursed sedge that would sense the master and show him the way to him. Hen couldn't believe that a level item could be better than a legendary item. He was confused and wanted to learn more about this item. Sakhaline gave him a displeased look and told him to go wherever the pendant would point him, and his quest was to check out what was there. He received a new quest in which he was to go north to the swamp where the pendant pointed him and check out what was hiding there. For this, he could be rewarded with a book of skill cards. When he found out about the reward, he was absolutely shocked. He thought he would have done everything he could to complete the mission, but now he needed to calm down or he would be thrown out of the game. Hen couldn't get his heart rate back to normal on his own, and he decided to use the best way to calm down. He hugged Lucky and started to gradually calm down. He thought that getting a skill card as a reward was something incredible. He looked up and saw a notification where the system prompted him to open a card given by the Dragon of War. Opening it gave him the skill of Guardian, which he was overjoyed about. It was deep into the night, but the editing staff was still working on the Rising Star channel. He could barely leave the office to report to the president that he had finished editing the video. They watched the new video, and the secretary said that the swordsman probably never imagined that his record, which no one could beat for a long time, would be surpassed by a divine being. The president listened to his aide, and with a smile on his face, asked him how many views the new video had already had, to which the aide replied that it had already had about 1 million. He thought that the divine being, who broke the record of that very swordsman alone, was the best topic of discussion among all the players. The president watching the video remarked that it was very well done despite the rush, to which the editing director replied that it was a true miracle to make such a video in just 1 day. He noticed that the Archmage in his video addressed the viewers and said that many were curious about what kind of items he had used earlier. He was preparing a surprise for them that they would like. The president, after watching the video, said that the video would definitely get millions of views. He was absolutely sure of it. His staff looking at him thought he was joking. Hen was studying his new skill Guardian. He realized that this skill could make defeated monsters follow him after killing them. He could revive almost any monster he would defeat. It was a special skill that could only be learned by an Archmage, for example with Asmo's inevitable kill technique. Hen couldn't believe that he had gotten this skill. He was thrilled with it. Hen thought that if he mastered it, it could help him in completing the quest, but he thought that the skill itself wasn't that convenient to use. Because it was hard to fulfill the conditions of its use, he knew that monsters with a level much higher than the players couldn't be assigned as a keeper. It was also necessary to catch monsters of the chosen type in a limited time. In other words, making a strong monster or boss that rarely appeared as his keeper was almost impossible, so he felt that this skill was not convenient to use. The reason why Asmo's keeper becomes so famous was the ability to use players' items. He could even use legendary items. Hen knew that Asmo keeper had a lot of legendary items, none of which ordinary users could afford because of their price. He thought that if he had a keeper, he could use it as bait for monsters, and then Lucky would be able to focus his attacks better. Hen remembered that he had thought of buying himself a golem summoning skill earlier to use as monster bait, but the golem summoning skill was terribly expensive for him. He decided that it was time to leave the dungeon, but before leaving the mines, he decided to use the speed and strength skill to be ready for anything. He looked at Lucky, and they headed towards the exit. They successfully left the dungeon. They were able to clear at full speed. They didn't know yet that they were being followed. They couldn't figure out what kind of guy it was that they were spending so much money on following. The players watching them wondered if 3 people were too many to catch one mage. They thought they were too many for him. One of them replied that they had no way of knowing what the customer was thinking, and if they were given money, they should just be grateful for it and do their job. He added that the easier the job was, the better it was for them. But suddenly they saw him running, and they didn't understand why he did that. They wondered what could make an Archmage class player run so fast. They couldn't decide whether it was better to go after him or to follow him stealthily. They had to make the best decision for them. But suddenly they noticed that Hen was looking right at them, and they were shocked that he was able to spot them. They came out of their ambush and ran after him, knowing that they had failed in their tracking. Hen looked at Lucky and stopped him. There was no need for them to run any further. They wouldn't catch up to them. He was sure of it. He was pleased with the effect the pendant was giving him. It had improved his speed, and now he was even faster. He hid the pendant and thought that with it he didn't have to worry about being chased. He could easily deal with his pursuers. Hen leaned over to Lucky to pet him, for helping him in the dungeon. He wanted to share with him the news that was important to him. that his first video had been put online and he was incredibly happy. He looked at Lucky and asked if he would change his P-Demet if the video got millions of views, to which Lucky barked happily. He said it was time to go to his next destination. As soon as the video hit the net, it immediately became very popular. Everyone around was talking about it. People were shocked that the creature did all the work, while the Archmage just folded his arms and stood back. But they didn't understand why the video only lasted a minute. At the end of the video, the Archmage had something for them. He showed them the staff and asked if any of them knew what was in his hand. And if anyone knew, he would tell him about all the items. Everyone around him marveled at the new video. They thought it was very cool. They couldn't believe that the Archmage creature was able to break a record that many players had not conquered. He didn't think the Archmage would have responded to the comment Asmo had left under the last video. Plus, there was again an item that Asmo didn't know about. The views were unreal. Everyone started discussing that Asmo and the Archmage were conspiring to get views. They thought it was too fake. They didn't believe them. Heng was angry because they were telling outright lies. Hekju looked at him and wondered what Heng thought about it, if they were in on it. But he noticed that Heng was shaking. He thought he was sick. Hekju thought he was so jealous of the Archmage he was twisting all over. He told him that he knew he was very busy right now, but he asked him not to overexert himself. The players gathered around him and said that it was impossible to earn much as a normal miner. They decided that they should just keep playing. Hen thought to himself that he had already earned a lot. Hen again hid from everyone in the toilet stall where he decided it was time to spend some money. He wanted to invest in promoting his videos. He thought that if everything had gone according to his plan from the beginning, he would have bought himself a golem summoner, because a keeper that attracted the attention of the enemy wasn't really important to him. Hen couldn't decide which skill he would rather buy. He couldn't choose because all the reinforcements and new spells were so good that his eyes just went wide. He had the idea to check the price of summoning golem, and when he saw the price, he could not believe his eyes. He did not understand why this skill was so cheap. He didn't hesitate to buy, and it didn't matter to him that he already had a keeper. But the item was already sold out. He thought that he had been cheated, and that he had thought too long about buying it. At the Rising Star channel, the secretary informed the president that everything was working out exactly as he had envisioned. But it was strange that he didn't look pleased. The president looked at him and replied that it was because the Archmage had only one problem, which was added every day. The secretary didn't understand what he was talking about and thought he was worried about something again. The president asked him what they were doing for the Archmage, to which the assistant replied that they were editing the video and uploading it to the channel. But the president knew that they weren't the only ones who could do that. He told him that the Archmage was a media mogul writing the script with Asmo, and they were just temporary content providers who could be replaced at any time. The president explained to him that for the Archmage to want to renew their contract with them, they had to show their good faith, and then the contract would be in their pocket. He smiled and said it was time to use the secret of the Wharton school he had graduated from. The secretary looked at him and asked him what secret he wanted to use. He told him he wanted to bribe him. The swamps were hunting grounds for players above level 1, located north of the Dorito mines. It was a place that many players had difficulty in due to the swamps that stretched across the map and the shadows of the trees. A group of warriors made their way through the swamps, but they couldn't pass it because the water was usually up to their ankles, but in some places, the depth could reach knee level, which greatly delayed the players. They could barely move from behind the water. They were already incredibly tired. They thought that even the damn forest was much better than this place. However, this slowdown was also spreading to the creatures that were moving through the swamp in hopes of attacking someone. Hen thought it was to his advantage. Hen saw that he was about to be attacked by a lizard, so he attacked it with a fireball, and it hit the target. He was able to eliminate it with ease, which increased the rank of his skills. He thought that when such creatures were slow, it was easy to finish them off. He saw the corpse of the lizard swim up to him. He was scared that it might have soaked his new clothes. Hen noticed that Lucky didn't like being in the water. He approached him and told him that he saw that he was tired. He asked him to rest for a while. He added that as soon as they would have completed the quest, they would have left the place immediately. They walked a little further and found they needed a place, a lizard's nest, in which a huge number of lizards were lurking and waiting for the invaders. There were lizards there. When Hen saw the number of lizards inside, he couldn't believe it, that he had to kill so many monsters. He was outraged and thought that he couldn't kill so many in his whole life. He thought that this dungeon was definitely a team dungeon. He decided that he couldn't go in there without preparing himself. He decided to increase his strength. Hen decided that now was the time to use a keeper. He had successfully defeated the lizard warriors, and now he could summon a lizard warrior as his keeper. He approached the corpse of the lizard and used his skill of summoning a guardian, and he managed to revive the lizard, which immediately bowed to its master. Hen noticed that it had a question mark above its head. He couldn't believe he had a hidden quest. The system notified him that if the Guardian protected his master from normal monsters for X minutes without running away, his loyalty was increased to a level, and then the rank of physical and combat skills were also increased. Hen was surprised that the Guardian had a loyalty system. He thought that if that was the case, then he should use the lizard warrior for his defense, and he started killing other lizards that tried to damage his master. He stood with the fireball in his hand, and thought that it would take minutes and seconds on average to catch a lizard with all the enhancements. He wondered how much stronger the keeper would become if his devotion was increased. Hen decided to approach the keeper and tell him not to attack the enemies this time. He ordered him to just stand and defend himself. He once again remembered the conditions for increasing the lizard's devotion level, which had a hidden condition. You had to defend for more than X minutes without killing monsters. Hen thought that if playing as usual, he definitely couldn't realize it. That Archmage who was famous for being able to learn all kinds of skills, and for him, Keeper was a completely useless skill. He smiled and realized that he could be the first and only Archmage who could figure out the Keeper's devotion system. While Hen was trying to figure out this system, the Keeper managed to protect him for minutes. He managed to fulfill a hidden condition. He was able to reach rank, and he was added new skills in attack. Hen was surprised that the lizard spoke to him, but he was amazed that he had a new skill. Loyalty increased by 1 level, and the lizard already had this change. Hen was shocked. The lizard walked up to him, kneeled down, and bowed his head to him. He asked for a name, and then in the future he could prove that he was worthy of his name. Hen was delighted that he could give him a name, and after a little thought he said that his name was now Gold, to which the lizard replied that he was deeply moved by his choice, and thought it was a worthy name. The lizard wanted Hen to give him a new order, and then he would prove to him that he was better than his goofy beast, pointing to Lucky. Hen smiled and thought it was actually a friendly dialogue. He realized that if he increased his loyalty level, he had the ability to give different orders to the Keeper. He decided that he really needed to use the lizard to deal damage. With excellent melee skills as a defender, the lizard stood in front of him and waited for an order. Hen thought that they now had a squad of 3. Each of them had their own role in the team, but Hen still thought about how if he had the golem summoning skill, going on quests would be even easier. He regretted not buying a golem when he had the chance. Early in the morning, Heron came running to his uncle's house to wake him up for breakfast, but he didn't want to get up. He said he was up late and wanted to sleep, but she kept waking him up. Hen couldn't stand his niece's onslaught and said that he would get up now. He looked at the bedside table where his phone was, and noticed that he had received a message. He wasn't happy that someone was disturbing him since morning. He read that the Rising Star user had given him a golem summoning skill card. Hen got up quickly and was about to go to the game. Heron asked where he was running off to without breakfast, to which Hen said he was in a hurry. While Hen went back to the game to try a new skill in one of the buildings, an unknown girl, in a red suit, watching his video, offered to send a mercenary after him. She said that judging from the last video, the odds were higher than expected. She thought there was a chance that the Archmage had the key. The programmer who was talking to her wanted to know if it was because of the item that even Asmo didn't know about. He wasn't sure if he could access the item even if the mercenary could kill the Archmage. She looked at him and said that she didn't need to retrieve the item. She only needed to check if the Archmage had the key to the main quest or not. The girl continued with a smirk that if he did have the key, then she was afraid she would have to capture it and destroy it then. She added that if their plan failed, they would lose nothing, to which the programmer replied that it was true, but there would be a player who could take on the task of killing the Archmage. He said that all the players knew that he was donating to the game. Plus, there were rumors of his collusion with Asmo, and no player would be willing to take that risk. The girl said that she would have deposited thousands of dollars for the player, and the reward for the Archmage was thousands of dollars, and she knew of one player who could take that risk for that reward. The player who could go to battle with the Archmage was the sharpshooter Lola from the 7 Stars League, and he would agree, but there were other players with the right level. The programmer looked at her a little nervously, and said that he would definitely contact the other players, and would let her know as soon as they sent in their answers. The girl asked him to write the following, that it was a request from Emma, the manager of the Abyss Guild. She was sure that after such a message there would be a lot of willing players coming to them. Hen couldn't believe that he had gotten the golem summoning skill. He thought that finally the day had come when he had gotten a unique skill. He fell to his knees and began to thank the director of Rising Star Channel. For such a gift, he promised to bow towards the company building every day. Hen thought that if he wanted Rising Star to continue sponsoring him, he had to show something special, something they didn't expect from him. He supposed that a single kill of the swamp boss, a diamond alligator, might please them, but he figured that wouldn't be enough. He had to at least break the time record, It wasn't enough for him to do better than the others. But before that, he decided to clean up the lizard's nest to level up and pump up his character. He summoned a golem, and they set about cleaning up the nest. Hen noticed that thanks to the secret quest, his stats were increasing incredibly fast. He was surprised that his power stats were quite high for a mage. He smiled and thought that moreover, the creature's aggression rate was not directed at him but at the summoning golem. This pleased him. Thanks to this, he could concentrate on his aim and attack enemies that were even meters away from him with the fireball skill. Hen thought that in that case, he would have no problem destroying the diamond alligator alone. He realized that the other monsters could cover him. He was glad that they had been able to clear out the lizard nest in just hours. He was happy that he had the golem summoning skill. They had all worked together very quickly and efficiently. The guardian came up to him and said that his stupid dog kept stealing all his loot. He wanted to deal with Fenrir. Hen looked at them and thought they were fighting again. While the keeper and Lucky were trying to deal with each other, Hen noticed that his cursed pendant was leading him somewhere. It was pointing him to the place he should have gone. Hen turned around and saw that not far away from them was something that looked like an egg. That was where his cursed pendant was pulling him. When they got closer, Hen was shocked to see that it was a dragon egg. The system notified him that the power of an unnamed god was needed to hatch. Then, Hen thought that the egg might have contained a new divine beast. Hen took the egg and thought that he needed to finish the quest first. He wanted the reward of the skill book. He turned to Lucky and the Guardian and said that they were now going to the city of Viga. They came out of the forest and headed towards a small bridge. Hen didn't realize that they were waiting for him and wanted to deal with him. The assassin knew that no matter how much hiding in the hunting grounds, you still end up going to the city, and to get back to the first city, they had to go this way. He noticed that he had a divine being and a guardian with him. He thought it was expected from someone whose head was willing to be paid thousands of dollars for. The assassin used the legendary Viga bow to kill him. The specialty of the bow was that after a successful hit, the next arrow could follow the target. He fired and thought he would be able to finish them off quickly, but the guardian had time to save his master and put up his shield. Hen thought that if he was an ordinary player, he would be very confused after the unexpected attack. He realized that there was no way to guess when and where the next arrow would come from. Hen was prepared in advance for the assassin's arrival. He knew he was being hunted, so he purposely provoked his attack. He thought that he could have been an easy prey for the hunter on the bolt, but he wanted to prove that relying on the terrain alone was useless. The hunter was surprised that he was able to stop the sudden attack as if he had anticipated it. The hunter pulled out his next arrow and dropped the tracking from it. He took aim and thought that this was a swamp. It would take the Archmage at least seconds to get to where he was now. The hunter calculated that he was meters away from him, and that even with magic it would be difficult to cover that distance. But then he noticed a fireball flying at him. He couldn't believe it. He was now under attack. The Archmage's attack went straight to the hunter's head. The impact dealt him critical damage, and now he couldn't continue hunting him. The hunter came to his senses and looked at the bridge where the Archmage was standing, and was horrified to find that he had disappeared somewhere. The hunter thought that he had to leave before it was too late. But suddenly he felt that he was now being watched from the tall grass. He didn't realize when the Archmage had managed to get close to him, and moments later, he received an ice arrow in his back, taking even more damage. He looked at the Archmage and couldn't understand who he was. He realized that with his level it was impossible to deal such damage. The hunter was already barely moving and wouldn't be able to escape the battlefield. As soon as he tried to get to his feet, Lucky pounced on him and threw him to the ground. Hen was satisfied that he had succeeded. Now he wanted to check his ID. He wanted to make sure that he couldn't repeat such a hunt in the future. Hen was shocked after checking it. It was Rayleigh. It was a sniper from the 7 Stars League. Hen realized that if he went too far, there would be an entire guild against him. He looked at him carefully and thought that it was definitely a Lola sniper from the 7 Stars League. They used to hunt together when he played on his old account. Hen knew that everyone only found out about him because of the popular guild. He didn't understand why he needed to use a second account. But then he realized that it was to find him. He realized that he couldn't take responsibility for killing his character. Then at worst, Hen would make a whole guild of enemies. Hen ordered Lucky to let him go. Then the Guardian said that since the hunter dared to put his master in danger, he was going to kill him with his sword. But Hen stopped him too. He thought it was impossible to let him go without some sort of plan. He looked at him and asked if he was from the 7 Stars League because he knew who he was. Hunter replied that he didn't know what he was talking about. Then Hen told him to stop pretending. He knew it was his second account. He was sure that that character's name was Rail. Hunter was shocked when he realized that he knew everything about him. Hen said it was a great shame and that he didn't think it would have caused so much trouble if he hadn't informed the drunk that he was hiding his identity. Sniper Lola was amazed to hear that he knew the master of his guild, but he wasn't sure about it. He thought it could hardly be true. He knew that Dione, the guild master of the Seven Stars League, was so dangerous that most players dared not even approach him. Yet his friends might call him a drunkard. Hen said that it didn't matter. He said that he hadn't told him his plans yet, but the fact that the sniper was trying to grab him from a backup account could only make the master angry. He to know who gave him the order to capture him. If it was Hen, then he would have relieved him of his work for hours. The sniper thought that now he was in trouble, and that he and the master had a close relationship. Hen continued. He said that if that wasn't the case, then maybe he was secretly taking orders from the guild to kill another player to make money. He knew that according to guild rules, taking orders to kill another player was strictly forbidden. He glared menacingly at the sniper and demanded an answer from him. The sniper knew that if he reported this to the guild, he would be finished. He stood up, bowed his head, and apologized to him for this attack. He figured that if the guild found out that he had been caught killing another player for money, they would announce that he had broken guild rules, and he would just be eliminated. Hen wanted to know what he wanted to accomplish with his apology. He was thinking of finishing him off now so he wouldn't have any more problems with him in the future. But he changed his mind and said he would have covered for him and not told the guild. He said he didn't want the league to know what he was doing either. Hen asked him why he thought he was hiding his main account, using a backup one. And even with the stupid nickname BJ Archmage, the sniper couldn't believe he wouldn't give it out to the guild. He explained to him that he had a big plan. Hen hoped that the sniper didn't think that he hadn't thought of anything better than plowing through this place for the sake of leveling up. Hen suggested that he make the following arrangement. The sniper failed the mission, and he could escape. And then he wouldn't say anything to anyone about the fact that he had met the sniper from the guild. The sniper was unrealistically happy when Hen offered him this option. He realized that he would continue to live and the guild wouldn't know anything about it. Hen looked at him with a threatening look, so that the sniper would realize that if he wanted to contact him in battle one more time, he would finish him off without a second thought next time. Hen wanted to know what he would offer him in exchange for his life. He wanted to know what he could give him in exchange for silence. Otherwise, he could just kill him and get all his items. The sniper, bowing his head, wanted to make sure that Hen really wouldn't tell anyone anything. To which Hen replied that he was a man of his word and wouldn't give away the secret. He thought and decided to give him his bow. It was the only weapon he could give him. In exchange for the Archmage's silence, he had no other choice. Otherwise, he would be killed by the guild players or the Archmage himself. The sniper apologized once more and left. The guardian, looking at his master, said that his nobility had taught him a lot, but suddenly Hen trembled and fell to the ground. He felt very bad. His breath was coming in short gasps. He couldn't believe that a league sniper could buy his bluff. The guardian drew his sword and looked around. He didn't understand who dared to attack his master. He was ready to kill him. Hen, sitting on the ground, thought that it was good that it was Seven Stars League. He realized that he was lucky, and what he had heard about their master Dione played into his hands. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to convince the sniper that he was personally acquainted with the head of their guild. Hen looked at his new item and thought that he now had a powerful bow anyway, which was one of the items in Vig's set. Vig's bow was one of the items in Vig's weapon set that could be found in Vig's city. Among all the items in the set, the bow had the best stats, and the minimum cost started at thousands of dollars. Hen wanted to sell it, but then he thought that he didn't really need the money right now, so he thought why not use this bow himself. He took an arrow and took aim and thought that if a mage walked around with a bow, he could be killed quickly. But when a mage had a Vig bow, it was a different story. Hen thought that because of his ability, after every successful hit, the next arrow could follow the target, that this bow had a very cool skill. But he had one problem. He couldn't use the staff and the bow at the same time. It would be problematic for him to switch from weapon to weapon. He thought about telekinesis. He went into his inventory and grabbed Sokolin's staff and decided to try using telekinesis to make it easier to switch weapons. Hen and his team returned to the first city, where on the streets the other players immediately recognized Lucky. They knew it was the Divine Wolf who had single-handedly broken the swordsman's record. They looked at Lucky and noticed that behind him was BJ the Archmage. They couldn't believe it was him. It was the first time they had seen BJ the Archmage live, but they couldn't understand what kind of warriors were around him. Hen and his team were walking past the players. A squad of soldiers were walking with them, and the players thought they were part of their team. But it was Vigi's guard who was obliged to guide him to the right place. He followed the guards confidently, but inside he was worried a lot. Hen tried not to show any sign of it, but his thoughts kept him busy. He didn't understand what was happening, and it made him panic. As soon as he arrived in town, he was immediately approached by guards and told that Lord Viga was looking for him. Hen couldn't even think why he needed him. He thought it might have something to do with the main quest. Hen paid attention to the players who were looking at him. He thought he should have turned the situation in his favor. He was the first player to be escorted by the guards of the city of Viga. He was getting more and more curious. He wanted to know what rumors would spread when everyone found out that the Lord of Vigi was looking for him, right in front of his palace. Hen thought he would find out once he was inside. Hen and his team entered Viga Manor, where he was greeted by the Lord. He was the viceroy of the city, and next to him was Sakhaline. Hen didn't understand why she was next to him. Lord Viga came over and said hello to him. He shook his hand and said he had heard a lot about him. Hen, looking at him, would never have thought he would ever meet him in person. Sakhaline, who was always disgruntled, looked at him and asked if he had managed to find the thing he had gone to do the quest for. To which Hen replied positively, taking it out of his inventory. He took out an egg and showed it to her. She couldn't believe he had brought it to her. She took out his reward and gave it to him. Hen had gotten a legendary book of skill cards for completing the quest. Sakhaline asked him to give her the egg after he got his reward for it, but he was stopped by Lord Viga. Sakhaline turned to him and wanted to know what the problem was. The Lord replied that there was no problem, and then Sakhaline asked why he was interfering in their affairs, to which the Lord replied that it was because there was no problem. Hen stood completely confused and didn't know what was going on between them. Lord Viga began to explain to Sakhaline that a guy named Midas had easily found an item that she couldn't find herself personally. He looked at her and asked if he was right about that, and she confirmed it. Then he continued by saying that there was no need to get someone else to do such a job back then, when they already had someone in charge. He asked her again if he was right in his reasoning. Lord turned to him and said that he was glad that they had found the right person for them. He added that he appreciated his skills, for which Hen thanked him. He went on to say that this was why he would have preferred that Hen continue to research the egg. Hen didn't expect that he would have suggested that he keep the egg for himself. But he soon realized everything, that Sakhaline wanted to keep this egg for himself and explore it on his own. But Lord Viga wanted Hen to take this egg for himself. Hen realized that could only mean that non-player characters had their own quests. He replied to the Lord that he wouldn't let him down. The Lord was happy to hear that, and he noticed that Sakhaline didn't really trust him. The Lord smiled and said then they should have checked to see if Hen was capable of protecting that egg. He remembered Hen telling him that they came from the swamps. He had a task for him. Hen guessed what kind of assignment the Lord had for him. He realized that he had a diamond alligator to kill. Hen read that the raid plan had been made, so he didn't see any problems. A system notification appeared in front of him. It showed a secret condition when killing alone. For destroying the monster, he could get a white Ouija staff as a reward. Hen was shocked when he realized that he could get not just a staff, but a white staff of the Ouija. The Lord smiled and asked him if he would take on the task. Hen said with full confidence that they could rely on him. Before he would leave his manor, Hen decided to open the book of skill cards. He badly wanted to get the mana recovery skill. He needed it. A dragon mana card fell out to him. This skill could awaken the power of a dragon which was fueled by mana from the surrounding nature. Thus the skill allowed him to restore his mana supply. Hen was about to leave, but he was stopped by Lucky. He saw that he had another skill called Dragon Fever. It was a reinforcement skill. It was also known as Dragon Fever. Hen realized that this skill was never sold on eBay. The reason why the skill that fell out to him became known as $1 million was Asmo. He once said he would give $1 million to someone who would get him this skill. Hen realized that although Asmo said so, but no one knew whether he eventually bought the skill or got it in some other way. It was not known to anyone. But later, Dragon Fever was considered one of the best skills that was associated with Asmo. Everyone wanted $1 million reward. Hen thought it was a short-lived but powerful skill that was just made for boss raids. But there was one downside. It required a large supply of mana. He was insanely happy. This was what he wanted. He wouldn't have been able to afford it even if he would have sold his house. This was a huge fortune for him. Hyun logged out, and Hekju ran up to him and asked him if he knew what quest the Archmage was on right now. He was very excited. He asked him not to be surprised too much. Hekju told him that this time the Archmage was going to take over the city of Vigi and become its viceroy. Hen smiled and thought it was just a rumor. He said that this information was from a reliable source, and asked him not to tell anyone about it. Hen realized that it was better to let people like Hekju spread these rumors. Hen looked at him and said with all confidence that of course he wouldn't tell anyone about it. Hen didn't take the conversation any further, and he asked to be immersed in the game. He realized that the problem was not those who spoke, but those who acted. He was beginning to be stalked by strange people willing to hire even the snapper Lola to kill him. Hen went back to the swamp to fight the monster. He realized that killing the diamond alligator alone would be 100% not easy. He sat in the capsule and thought that there was only one thing he could do in such a situation. At that time on the channel, the secretary was surprised that the president had sent him 2 magic skills again, not counting the golem sent last time. It seemed to him that it was just the usual sucking up to the Archmage. The president stopped, turned around, and calmly asked who the secretary meant by sucking up to the Archmage. The secretary unafraid replied that he was talking about him. He did not deny the secretary's words, who was shocked at the reaction to his words. The president smiled and replied that the difference between investing and sucking up was one piece of paper. The secretary didn't understand what the president wanted to accomplish. He told him that the Archmage was a really important figure to them, and that was a fact. But he didn't think such a person could care about a small bribe. Then the president decided to tell him the details of his scenario so that he would stop pestering him with his questions. He said that now the Archmage was preparing something big, but no one knew what it was. The secretary replied that the last place he had been seen was the marshes. He could not believe that he was going to defeat the master of those marshes. The president, after listening to him, asked how the Archmage was going to do it. He assumed that the Archmage would send them a video of their battle after the battle with the Swamp Master as usual. But the president replied with a smile that he had not thought right this time. The president turned to him and confidently said that it would now be 100% live because he had done everything in his power to make it so. Suddenly, a channel employee intervened in their conversation and informed the director that the Archmage had emailed them. He was asking if they could have a live broadcast from their channel. He looked at the secretary and said with a smile that was exactly what he was expecting. They went into the office to the other staff and told them to all quickly get ready for the live broadcast. Hen went into the messages and saw that he had been sent 2 new skills. He couldn't believe that they had sent him such expensive skills for nothing. They obviously needed something in return. He had no doubt that the Rising Star channel was supporting him as the most anticipated participant. Hen decided it was time to prepare for the event. Hen knew that live streaming or broadcasting had been, from the first release in God Wars until today, the most popular content that brought in a lot of money and fame. As soon as the stream began, players ran to the scene of the action, like a pack of wild dogs, and tried to interfere with the stream. So the bosses, as a rule, went outside the live broadcast. This was the way they treated everyone but the guild, and they organized public executions in front of thousands of spectators for the stupid insolents who killed players while they were streaming. Hen noticed that he was being chased by 3 players as soon as he came to the swamps. He knew why they came to these places. He could see their nicknames, so he was calm, and in case they attacked, he would have time to react. He knew that many players, including these 3, were just eager for him to die. So he decided to do something for them. He thought that they were very clumsily waiting for him, which was funny to him. He was going to show them that they had chosen to follow him for nothing. He still had minutes before the Diamond Alligator appeared. He decided to prepare for the broadcast. He knew that all God Wars video content could only be posted through the Wars tube. Most of the players didn't mind, but not because they loved the game. The main reason was that it was easy and comfortable to broadcast on Wars tube. Hen knew that God Wars and Wars tube worked closely together, so streaming was just a couple clicks away. He entered the live streaming activation code and got access to the Rising Star channel. He started preparing for the broadcast and noticed that a chat room was already loaded with just him, the chat manager, and one unknown person asking him to concentrate on the game. He would take care of the rest. Hen couldn't figure out who that person was. He was glad that their first dialogue had happened between them, but he soon texted him that the channel director had spoken to him. He was shocked that the director himself was talking to him. He texted him that he could start the broadcast as soon as he was ready for it. Hen thanked him and started the broadcast. Hen started the stream and the countdown began. As he waited, he got curious about how many people would come to his stream. He realized that he already had a few videos that had gained millions of views, and he was sure that he had already gained some popularity, so he thought that he would get at least as many people on the stream. But as soon as he started the stream, the people who wanted to watch reached a man. Everyone had been waiting for a stream from him for a long time. Hen couldn't believe he had gained viewers so quickly. He needed to calm down. He thought he shouldn't have gotten cocky before the fight. Hen welcomed all the viewers to his stream. He introduced himself to them and was happy to have this stream especially for them. He was also ready to start the fight with the Diamond Alligator that was coming soon. He thought that this battle would not be as fun as this stream. He turned to the audience and said that the last record of the X team was minutes and seconds, and he would try to break that record especially for them. Hen saw a Diamond Alligator appear. It was over 1 meter long, and according to its name, it had gems on its back. They were called traffic lights. These gems were named so because the boss's movement pattern changed with their color. He knew that if he managed to damage him by taking away a % of his health, the boss would go into phase 2, and after that the color of his gems would start to change every minute. When the stones would turn black, the most unpleasant phase with the swamp dive skill would activate, and then it would be impossible to attack him, and very difficult to defend against his attacks. If the alligator dived into the swamp, it would have no chance to do any damage to it, and underwater, the boss could recover its health. Hen watched him carefully. He realized that when the color of the rocks would start to change, he would have to deal a huge amount of damage to him. His main strategy was to skip the phase with diving underwater. The players in the chat room noticed that the boss's rock color had turned red. This only meant one thing. It was time to start the game and that the boss was ready to attack him. Hen stood and waited until the diamond alligator would start to approach him and try to damage him. He was ready for it and used his dragon fever skill. Emma from the guild was sitting on the beach when she was informed that Lola's sniper had failed the mission. She wasn't too surprised. She replied that she was still going to miss the ground before seriously attacking him. Her assistant didn't understand what she meant. She explained that the guild had begun to suspect that the Archmage was backed by Asmo, and that if he was in serious danger, there was a chance that Asmo himself would intervene in the fight. Emma calmly took a sip of her cocktail and said that she hadn't expected that they could so easily lose the Lola sniper card from the deck that the Archmage had neutralized. The staff member replied that it had cost him a lot of effort to fulfill her pikey assignment. He wondered what she was going to do next. She replied that now they would have to bring in all sorts of rabble. She told him that she had put a small bounty on the Archmage's head, and whoever managed to capture him would be able to get thousands of dollars from the guild. The staff member was pleased to hear her answer, and asked her if she was going to continue playing the game. Whether he would be caught or not, he said that it might end up limiting her actions. She sipped her drink and nodded positively to him. They had finished their conversation when she received a notification of important news. She was informed that the Archmage had started her first stream. She got angry and put her cocktail down. Hen took his time trying to deal with the alligator using the fire arrow skill. The players in the chat were amazed at his skills and his items that they had only seen from Asmo before. They couldn't even imagine how much all those items could cost. He used a ranged strategy, trying to do as much damage as possible with his arrows. He didn't stop attacking his rocks on his back, trying to keep him from going underwater. Hen realized that he couldn't attack it from a distance for long, and that he was running out of mana. So he sent the golem to restrain the monster. He knew exactly what he needed next. He thought that this was not the usual way, and that he should have been better off saving mana and only spending it when changing phases. But he knew that not only was the alligator his enemy now, but those who were following him as well. The players from the other guilds who were sent to follow him and steal his loot at the appropriate moment couldn't believe that this was even real. They couldn't believe that he was able to deal such damage alone. One of the players didn't understand why the Archmage decided to deal so much damage to the monster from the start. He knew that they had almost no time left on their computer. Another player, upon learning of the limited time, suggested attacking the Archmage immediately after the Dragon Fever. On the head of their squad, ordered them to stand their ground and do nothing. She assumed that he was wasting his energy so carelessly because he could have already embedded his bodyguards with them. She knew that the Archmage, with his money, had ample opportunity to do so. But suddenly they noticed that the Alzma's alligator had changed the color of the gems on its back, which only meant that it was entering the second phase, and now it was even more dangerous. The players from the guild saw that the gems on its back had turned black, and they realized that they only had a minute left to fight, and that it was the second phase. Some of them wanted to know what their strategy was. They decided that it would be better to wait until the second half of the phase. If they were too hasty, there was a chance of running into the Archmage's bodyguards. Guardian Gold didn't wait for a command and decided to engage the monster. He was willing to spill blood for his master. He couldn't put him in danger. Lucky joined Gold's attack. They tried to stop the onslaught of the alligator. The broadcast viewers were excited to see what was happening. Hen decided to attack and activated the dragon's eye. Hen thought that the monster only had 1% of health left, and when he took off another % of health, the alligator would move on to phase 3. He didn't let go of the guild players watching him. He could see that they were scared and decided to just watch their fight. He realized that after what he saw, they wouldn't want to engage him. Hen was well aware that their plan was to stand there and just wait for the right moment when all his skills would be unavailable, and then they would be able to attack him. He knew that his mana was already almost maxed out, and the players watching him knew it too. He noticed that the monster's health was already almost at %, and he knew that it wouldn't be long before phase 3 would be upon them. Hen began to suspect that if he finished the battle in minutes, he was afraid of appearing too heartless. The people in the chat room didn't understand his actions. They wanted him to finish the battle faster and show them lucky. He turned to the broadcast viewers and informed them that he had now decided to slow down a bit and not kill the monster right away. He was using the long-range throw skill. Hen was ready to spend more minutes fighting the alligator. The monster, after taking damage, began to attack the golem, who was holding back the monster as best he could. The people in the chat room didn't understand where the assassins that were following him had gone. The guild players couldn't understand why he decided to stretch the battle for more minutes. They wanted to know what he would do next if he had used up all his mana. Hen thought that if he set such an unattainable record for the other players, they would not be interested in playing anymore, because they didn't have enough money or skills. He prepared a special attack, and said that there was only one person in the game who spent more money than him, and at that moment Asmo donated dollars to confirm his words. Hen hit the diamond alligator with a powerful attack, and Asmo saw it. He was obviously happy with what he saw because he kept donating money to him. He was a bit surprised when he realized that Asmo had come to his stream, and was also donating money to him. The people in the chat didn't move to comment on his appearance. Hen pretended that Asmo's appearance didn't surprise him in any way. He turned to the audience and said that a new viewer had joined them. He thought it was worth changing the angle slightly for him. He decided to get closer to the alligator, and now people didn't realize whether he was a defender or a mage. They knew that if he approached it, his long throw wouldn't work against the monster anymore. At this point, the stones of the alligator Alamaz changed color, and he began his third phase. He understood that the golem's strength was already running low, and it was dying. The diamond alligator became even bigger and more dangerous. It grabbed the golem by the head and gave it several devastating attacks, after which it was finally defeated. Now everything was in the hands of the Archmage. Hen thought that the golem was out of the fight. It had a low rank, so it could not be helped. He did his best, but was still close to failure. Its mana was below %. However, everything was going according to his plan. From the beginning, he was going to keep the assassins at bay. He just needed to maintain a situation where they couldn't attack him. They saw that the golem was dead and wanted to know if they could attack the Archmage, but they couldn't do that now because the alligator was too close. He was attacking everyone furiously and could have killed them all quietly. The alligator attacked him and managed to knock him down. Some of the spectators thought that the Archmage had already lost this fight. They couldn't understand where Lucky had disappeared to, why he wasn't helping to attack his master. They heard a howl and realized that Lucky wanted to risk his life in a battle with the diamond alligator. He managed to draw the monster's attention to himself, and it started attacking Lucky. The alligator ran straight at Lucky without noticing anything in its path. It was ready to destroy him with one attack. But that's exactly what Hen was counting on, and as soon as he turned his back, he used Dragon Fever to destroy the monster. No one could believe what they saw. They thought it was impossible. But Hen had already activated his skills, and now his spell application speed was greatly increased. Hen used all his skills and abilities. He attacked the monster again and again. Everyone was amazed by his fighting power. He unleashed deadly arrows at the powerful armor of the alligator. The alligator didn't want to give up and was coming closer to damage him. Then Hen decided it was time to finish him off by using a fire arrow before the monster got close to him. After this attack, the rocks on his back broke and he was killed. The monster was defeated. The spectators were delighted at such a speedy kill. The alligator fell down, and the system notified that Hen had fulfilled the conditions of the quest, and rewards for killing the monster were now available to him. Hen decided to see how viewers reacted to such a show. He logged into the chat room and was shocked that people were just excited about his battle. He couldn't believe that there were over thousands of viewers watching the broadcast. He remembered that he said he was going to finish the fight in minutes, however, since everything went according to plan. He finished in minutes. He thought he had a hard time sticking to the timings, but it ended as he wanted it to. Hen apologized to the audience for ending the fight early, and then he was shocked even more. Asmo had donated thousands of dollars to him. People were all waiting for him to appear on the broadcast. The guild players who were watching his fight couldn't believe that the Archmage and Asmo were able to initially plan everything. They couldn't decide what to do next, whether to attack him or not. They realized that they were just following the plan that the Archmage was acting on. They themselves didn't notice how he had outsmarted them. They decided that the Archmage was close to Asmo, and they were afraid to attack him. Hen approached the Keeper, and they began to discuss the duel, pretending not to see the guild players who thought that the Archmage and Asmo must have devised a plan to spy on them and the other assassins. The player thought the Archmage could only be fiddling with money, but he was wrong. He realized he had brains too. They decided to back off before they were caught and humiliated on live TV. Hen turned to the audience and said they were done for the day. The audience was left enthralled by the Archmage's broadcast. They had been in suspense throughout the broadcast, and now they were waiting for more broadcasts from the Archmage. He almost forgot to suck up to the president of the channel. He wanted to make a good impression on him, but he didn't know how to do it. He had never broadcast live before. Hen decided to let the viewers know that he would continue to host live broadcasts on Rising Star. So, he asked them to subscribe to the channel and press the bells. He said goodbye and ended the broadcast. The staff of the channel were very happy with the Archmage's broadcast. It was watched by a huge number of people. They came to the president and said that it was amazing. They had a huge amount of donations. This broadcast was on the top as they wanted it to be. The president praised his staff and gave them a pat on the back. They were interested in what the Archmage said about continuing the airings on their channels. They thought it was a formality, but the president assured them that it was not a formality, but a message to them. He was sure that the following broadcast with the Archmage would be exclusively on his channel. He realized that they could make a lot of money thanks to him. The president said that those who tried to drive wedges at him would never bother him again, and simply disappeared from his horizon. He startled all of his staff. He stood up and said it was time to move on to the next phase. They had established a symbiotic relationship with the Archmage, and it was a mutually beneficial deal that was good for both parties. The president explained to them that in this position, if they started to think only of their own benefit, there was a question as to whether the Archmage would maintain this relationship in the long term. The staff looked at him and could not understand what the president was leading them to. They did not know the answer to his question. Then he added that they needed something that would please the Archmage. All the players were discussing the Archmage's broadcast. They were amazed that Asmo himself came to his broadcast and made a huge donation. They were impressed that the Archmage set a new record for time, minutes and a second. But there were those who thought that he could not have done it without his money, but the players defended him, saying that even with the money, the record was cool. They thought the Archmage was not like everyone else. One of the players said that anyone who had the means to donate would have been able to make a similar record, but the Archmage showed them what it meant to be a showman. They didn't notice the Archmage himself appearing among them. They were amazed by his appearance and not much afraid that he might have heard their conversation, and then they could be in serious trouble. The players started passing the information to each other that the Archmage had appeared in the city of Viga. They were excited. It was the first time they had seen him in reality, but they didn't understand what could have brought him to Viga Manor. Hen could hear the players around him chatting, and they were only talking about him. Some of them wanted to pet Lucky. Hen was very nervous but tried not to show it to the others. He thought that it was great that everything was going according to plan. But if he made a mistake, not only would the broadcast be on air, but everything would be ruined. He noticed that there was a huge crowd in front of him. He thought he should have greeted them. Hen turned around to the other players who were looking at him. He bowed to them and said that he wanted to express his gratitude. To everyone who watched his broadcast, he wanted to show them his good-naturedness. He informed them that he had received many invitations from various channels, but he wanted to make something clear to them. He informed them that at this point, he would only air all of his broadcasts through the Rising Star channel. The players looked at him and couldn't understand why he had told them this. They were trying to show him that they didn't care where he would broadcast, and looking at the players, he realized that they obviously hadn't come to this place to hear this. He realized that it was a greeting for his company. He was sure that the president of the Rising Star channel would like him. Even if it wasn't anything special, he thought that there was nothing wrong with it. It was his way of showing respect to the company. Hen decided that now he would tell them something really interesting. He informed them that the reward he would soon receive was the White Staff of Viga. Some players in the crowd couldn't believe that he would receive such a rare item. Some were outraged that he couldn't even name the staff correctly. The players split into two camps. Vigi's staff was part of the Vigi's weapon set. It was an expensive item worth about thousands of dollars. The staff was legendary, so there weren't many of them on sale. Mid-level mages could only dream of it, and Hen would get the white Vigi's staff. Hen smiled and thought that none of the God Wars players had seen it yet. He thought he could make a real debut of it in the game. He immediately started being asked to do a review of the item, or run a live stream with it. Hen turned to them and said he would demo the weapon's features through the Rising Star channel. Emma asked her assistant Jackie what school the president of the channel had graduated from. She asked if he had met him before. She needed to know everything she could about him. Jackie's aide was surprised by such a question and replied that he had met him before. They were classmates at Wharton, and then she asked him to tell her about him. She said that anyway, if they wanted to dig under the Archmage, they would need to get as close to the Rising Star channel as possible. The aide hesitated and told her that he hated to say it, but he didn't think it was a good idea. Emma looked at him and asked what he meant by saying that. He explained to her that the president was a very different person when he went to Wharton. She asked what he meant to tell her, that he was quite capable in school. The aide confirmed this and added that he was good at identifying people's strengths. Even before he started sponsoring the Archmage, he thought he was helping the Archmage from the outside. He told her that was why he wouldn't tell her anything, no matter what she did, and no matter how hard she tried. There was no stopping him now. He wouldn't stop helping the Archmage. Emma thought the Archmage had some sort of key to the game scenario. The only problem was getting the information she needed. She couldn't let him get in the way all the time. She was getting nervous that she couldn't catch the Archmage. She couldn't let some kid who didn't understand the value of the scenario get out of line. Emma picked up the phone and called Merlin. She informed him that they were discussing the Archmage and the president of the channel right now. She suggested he meet her soon and talk about everything alone. Hen and his team entered the manor to see Lord Viga, who told them that he had already heard that they had done a good job, but Hen said that they had not. Then the Lord objected and said that killing the swamp monster was a great feat. Lord Viga smiled at them and added that he thought they were heroes who had managed to kill the alligator alone. After saying that, the system notified him that he had successfully completed the secret condition. Hen was madly happy to hear that he had done a great job. He asked him where Sakhaline had disappeared to which the Lord replied that she had entrusted him with all her affairs and had gone home. He was a bit confused, and didn't understand what he was supposed to do next then. After all, she had given him tasks, to which the Lord replied to him that he saw that he was enthusiastic, and he wanted to start by giving him a gift. Lord Viga said that he was the master of this city after all, and was obliged to reward someone who had worked hard for his well-being. He wanted to appreciate his services at face value. Hen couldn't wait for the Lord to give him the promised item. He took out the staff of Viga, and said that on behalf of all the citizens of Viga, he was expressing their gratitude to him. He read its characteristics carefully and thought that he knew that the staff of Viga had very good characteristics. He wanted the Lord to hand him the white staff of Viga as soon as possible. The Lord held out the staff to him and asked him to accept it. Hen was shocked. He couldn't believe that he would hand him just a staff. It wasn't what he expected at all. Hen was upset. It wasn't Viga's white staff. He couldn't believe he was wrong. Hen remembered that he had already bragged about the staff to all the players. Lord Viga smiled at him and was delighted that Hen was so pleased with his reward. Hen tried his best not to show his true emotions. But that was not all the gift the Lord had prepared for him. He said he had prepared something more special than a simple staff of Viga. Hen did not understand what he meant. The Lord struck the staff and it began to transform into a white Vigi staff. This staff had some mysterious power, and after equipping it, the number of spells used simultaneously was +1. This was a complete surprise to him. He thought that the +1 to spells was some kind of mistake among all the items he found, with his level. This was the first time in his life. The +1 option. The Lord told him that he had used this staff when he was a child. From that moment on, the staff belonged to him. He had earned it. The Lord was satisfied that he was able to thank him adequately. With this gesture, the Lord wanted to show him how much he appreciated his services. The system notified him that he had received the title, the one who caught Viga's attention. After presenting the award, Lord Viga, smiling, asked him to listen carefully to his next request. He had another task for him. Hen, after receiving the coveted staff, replied to him that he would do whatever was possible for the city of Viga, who had thanked him so generously. He decided a little later to go over the details of the quest Lord Viga had given him. He wanted to learn as much as possible about the +1 option his new weapon gave him. Hen believed that it wasn't mind-boggling. The point of the option was that it overlapped with skills, or if he would combine the staff and the double spell application skill. He was insanely happy to receive such a rare item that allowed him to deal more damage to his opponent due to the +1 option. He thought that now he could apply a triple spell. The first player to get the +1 option was Asmo. In his case, this option was a high-level option that could only be obtained by leveling up, and he managed to get it without even reaching a level. Hen thought that his next airing was bound to gain 1 million viewers. He turned to Lucky and said that was pretty cool. And then he noticed that Lucky and Gold had gotten the quest. He went to the Forest of Giants, a place overgrown with giant trees. It was the most difficult location to hunt near the city of Vigi. And if you successfully avert the quest, you could get to the next location. That's why they called it the Graduation Forest. Hen entered the forest and started to look around carefully. He wanted to know what was ahead of him. He thought that once they finished in the forest, then they would be able to say goodbye to Vigi City. He thought that the next place would be the Kingdom of Tunga. Getting to it was only possible using distortion magic. Everyone knew that once you got to that place using distortion magic, it was hard to get back. This was because there was a balanced system that did not allow high-level players to hang around in low-level locations, so they had to be prepared when leaving Vigi City. Hen turned to Lucky and Gold. He said that they might have been visited by high-level players, and since they had used spellcasting magic to get into the Tunga Kingdom. He exhaled and added that they were lucky to have their quests before they used distortion, and now he wanted to familiarize himself with the details of their quests. Lucky and Gold had single quest conditions. They needed to kill thousands of monsters each, and then they would be able to increase their stats and levels. Hen was shocked at how many monsters they needed to defeat. Hen remembered that Tagar was the boss of the Forest of Giants. It was a medium-sized monster that was about 3 to 4 meters tall. Tagar was usually in a state where he was indistinguishable from an ordinary tree. He was in a state of camouflage, and it was very difficult to calculate him. Hen knew that there weren't many medium-sized monsters. He had no idea how long it would take to kill the monsters, and he had still promised to make an airing about the White Staff. He knew they had a lot of work ahead of them. He decided they should have started with the main quest first, where he needed to search the forest for Tamra west of Viga City. He could get a book of skill cards as a reward. While Hen was sorting out the details of the quest in another part of the forest, the girl noticed something strange in a tree. She wasn't sure if it wasn't a quest item, but to get it, they had to climb the tree. But it was quite difficult. Her assistant came up to her and asked what she needed an archer for then. He took aim and told them to watch and memorize how to do it. The archer released an arrow that missed its target. It stuck right into a tree. But what the archer didn't know yet was that it wasn't just a tree but Tagar, who started attacking them after getting the arrow in his branch. A nearby warrior drew his sword and was outraged that he had to put up with all this just because he was a defender. He wished he could buy a new card and become an attacking character. The fleeing players asked him to shut up and do his job. Hen was walking through the forest and thought that he was breaking the rules if he could see the secret information. Unlike those who were now running away from Tagar, it was immediately clear to him where Tagar was under the camouflage. Gold turned to him and said there were no monsters nearby. He chuckled and said they must have just been terrified of his greatness. Hen tried to avoid the players who were hunting him and tried not to engage with them. He noticed one of them hiding well between the trees. Hen had a good view of the location of the main quest. But suddenly the hidden player asked him to stop and stand still. He knew that Archmage Midas was in front of him, but he wanted to make sure before showing himself to him. When Hen confirmed his game name, an elf with a bow came out from behind a tree. He didn't attack him. He introduced himself to Tamaru. He was exactly what Hen was looking for. Tamaru walked over to them and said that he had heard of him. Mr. Viga told him that he was a very talented player, and told him that he was able to defeat the Master of the Swamps. Hen was confused by Tamaru's words. He replied to him that he was not as talented as Lord Viga had told him, to which the elf replied that he was capable enough to find him. The elf said that as soon as he entered this wilderness, he was immediately attacked by many cloaked Thgar, yet he stood before him unharmed. Tamaru pulled out of his bag the gift that Viga-san had given him. He handed him a rare book of skill cards. Hen was beyond excited. He had expected such a surprise from him. Hen didn't delay, and decided to open the book right away. He wanted to choose a card with a good attack, an unconditional attack. He thought that if there was fire magic, he would take it right away. But he didn't have time to open the book. The elf turned around and told him to follow him. The system notified him that he was heading down the path of the elves, and that he was now isolated from the surrounding area. Hen stepped onto the path of the elves, and receiving the title, the one who stepped onto the path of the elves, he thought that even in this place he was able to get the title, although it could have originally been obtained much earlier in high-level locations. He realized that collecting titles for the sake of rewards wasn't bad either. The elf asked him if he knew anything about the Tigars. Hen replied that they were monsters that disguised themselves as trees. The elf said that was what humans knew about them, but the Tigars were not monsters that disguised themselves as trees. Tamaru told him that because of a strange unknown power, trees were turning into monsters. He didn't know what that power was or where its source was, so the trees were becoming monsters out of choice. The elf added that recently variants began to appear among the Tigars. Hen didn't understand what he meant. The elf continued and said that the Tigars were appearing in the guise of shattered monsters. Tamaru said he had never seen anything like this before, and luckily, this phenomenon was only found in a few areas of the forest. But there was a threat that they could appear anywhere in the forest. Hen listened carefully to the elf, thinking that this was what the Wild Forest quest was about. The strange unknown power had to be related to the power of the Nameless God. He figured it was part of the main quest. He called out to Tamra and, apologizing, asked him if the mutated Thgar were splitting up. How many were becoming? He needed to find out more information about them before he fought them. The elf answered him that there were times when a Tigar split into more than parts, and the more it split, the smaller its parts became. Hen thought that was problematic enough. And then the elf asked him to deal with these monsters before the number of mutated Tigars multiplied. Tamaru told him that they had isolated some parts of the forest where mutants had started to appear. He said there were more than he needed to get rid of each of them. Hen, getting the assignment from the elf, thought that was a real problem. The mutants, each of which divided into no one, told him that they would end up being mutants. He calmed down and confidently told them to leave it to him. While Hen was dealing with the mutants, the secretary came to the president and reported to him that he had acquired the 3 skills he had mentioned earlier. He continued to report to him and said that also recently, various unpleasant rumors had been spreading in the Secretaries' Association. The president was interested in what rumors were spreading among the secretaries. Then his assistant replied that the Abyss Guild was digging up information on the Archmage. Then the president replied that, in any case, the Archmage was a bird of even higher flight than he had expected, and the fact that the Abyss Guild was trying to find out information about him was proof of that. Suddenly his phone rang. He picked it up and realized that his school friend and Emma's assistant from the Abyss Guild was calling him. He told him that he hadn't seen him in a while, and he was surprised to hear from him. He wanted to know what the Archmage was doing now, but the president was in no hurry to answer him. The secretary, who didn't want to overhear the conversation, apologized and headed for the exit when the president asked him to stay in the office. The president thought that his school acquaintance had joined the Abyss Guild, and that was probably why such a huge guild had its eye on the Archmage. He knew perfectly well that he wanted to ask him for information about him. He knew that the Archmage was, compared to the other players, on a completely different level. He was a real rising star, who gathered a lot of people for his live broadcasts. The Archmage wasn't a member of one of the top guilds, but he was already carrying the burden of being a city celebrity. The president apologized and said that he couldn't tell him anything about him. It was confidential information, and after saying goodbye, he hung up the phone. He thought that for a guild as large as this one, not to contact the Archmage personally, but to try to reach him in this way. The president realized that they were the only way to reach the Archmage. The president was sure that the Archmage absolutely did not plan to cooperate with the guilds from the top. He had already stated that he would only work with his channel. He thought that was why he couldn't sit still, letting such a big fish slip off the hook. He couldn't let anyone poach the Archmage. The secretary, seeing his sinister smile, asked him what he was going to do next, to which the president replied to write a letter to the Archmage. He was preparing an interesting proposal for him. He figured that since the Archmage had signed a 1-year contract with them for videos and live broadcasts, he wanted to spread the profits to keep the Archmage on his channel. Hen left the game and headed to the Capsule Cafe near the computer club. He met Hek-Ju there and offered him some food. He could treat him and pay for his meal. Hek-Ju was incredibly happy to hear such an offer, but he didn't understand why he was suddenly offering him something to eat together. He asked him if he could choose something more expensive. Hyena replied that he didn't have to worry, and could choose whatever he wanted. He handed him his phone with the menu, and Hyok-Ju asked him if it was too expensive to order food at a Chinese restaurant. But Hyun didn't have time to answer because he got an important message. After reading the message, Hen started shaking and sweating profusely. Hek-Ju was scared and wanted to know what was wrong with him that he reacted so strongly to the message. Hen apologized and told him that his employer called him and he needed to log in urgently. They wouldn't be able to have a meal right now, and asked him to plug in the pod. Hyok-Ju was very upset. He had hoped he had gotten a chance to have a nice meal. He thought he had a disgusting employer. Hyun went back to the game and came to the wild forest. He opened the gifts he received from the president and thought he got the same skills he already had. But he was more interested in the letter than the skills. He figured they must have sent it, and the gifts to encourage him to demonstrate the new white staff of Viga in public. They were expecting him to go live. Hen decided that if that was the case, he had no choice but to start the live broadcast immediately. He realized that this item had never appeared in a God Wars game before. As he waited for the broadcast to start, he thought that he would now use the white staff of Viga to hunt monsters that had also never appeared in the game. He was going to shock all his viewers. He was glad that he would be able to demonstrate all of this live, and as soon as the broadcast started, he greeted the audience and prepared to begin his performance. The audience was really looking forward to a new broadcast from the Archmage. They were excited to see what he would show them this time. Hen pulled out the white staff of Viga and said that he had come to keep his promise and show them this item. And to show them all the abilities of his new weapon, he was going to attack a special monster, and Tagar appeared in front of them. But the audience knew about this monster and didn't think it was special. But then before their eyes, the normal Tagar started to split into new parts. They had never seen something like this before, and didn't understand how a new monster could appear in low-level locations. Hen smiled and said that he would stop answering their chat messages for a while, as he would be busy fighting the monster. He had another surprise for them. He used his fireball, ice ball, and ball lightning skills at the same time, which no one before him had ever done in this game. The spectators were thrilled that he applied 3 skills at once, but they couldn't understand how he managed to do that with his level. But eventually they realized that the staff had a +1 option. Hen informed the audience that the attribute check was complete, and he asked them if he needed to explain anything else to them. He realized that everyone had already guessed his new abilities and were now waiting for the battle. He decided to cheat a little and said that since he had already revealed all the cards of the new weapon to them, he thought it was time to end the live broadcast. Hen explained his decision that the viewers weren't interested in anything but the weapons anyway, so he was going to end the broadcast. The viewers panicked and asked him not to, and started donating to make him stay. As soon as he saw that the viewers started donating to him, He said that in that case he should fight a new monster. Now he saw the interest of the viewers. The monster started to split, which made the viewers very excited. Some viewers wanted to know if there was a map with the location of the Tgars that were splitting. They would not want to get on them. Hen successfully attacked the monsters with 3 skills at once. He destroyed them without much effort. He kept thinking about the message from the president where it was. He pointed out that now the income they shared to the... He realized that now all the income from the live broadcasts was his, and he was ready to give his best. This time he had to properly thank the president for such a gift. Hen had destroyed all the Tgars, and it was time to end the broadcast. He realized that killing them would quickly bore the viewers, and he decided to end the broadcast before they lost interest. He informed them that he would continue to shoot hunting content. For the Rising Star channel, he almost forgot to thank the president at the end of his broadcast. The president watched his broadcast, and when it ended, asked his assistant to text him that the Archmage had done an excellent job, and he was very pleased with the result. The secretary was delighted with the new weapon and the new monster. He smilingly asked the president that if he could have predicted that the Archmage would shoot something like that. The president confidently replied that, of course, he knew some information that was only available to him, and that was why he had offered the Archmage such conditions to the Archmage. He sat back in his chair and smiled. He thought that from the moment they found out that the Abyss Guild was interested in him, he had begun to have a premonition of something like this. The president added that they now had true talent coupled with the potential to become a first-class star. The secretary, listening to him finish, could not understand only one thing: why the Archmage had ended the broadcast so early. He explained to his aide that it wasn't hard to guess that there was no point in him continuing. If Asmo didn't show up for the broadcast, there was no one who could add oil to the fire. The president said that now they had to get a grip and edit the video as best they could, because from now on, he and the Archmage would share all the joys and sorrows for a year. In the wild forest, the keeper was fighting the Tgars. He was killing them for his master, Hen thought. There were over 1,000 viewers at today's broadcast. They were all sorry he had ended the broadcast so quickly. But then, Lucky came to the Guardian's aid. He wasn't expecting or calling for help at all. They began to compete with each other to see who would kill the most monsters for their master. Hen remembered the task Tamaru had given him, and so he used all his skills to complete it as soon as possible, for he had monsters to kill. He wasn't thinking about the assignment. He was curious about the ether that had already caused some kind of reaction. It came out of nowhere, and immediately became the main topic of discussion. Even the top guilds had to stress over it, because he was taking away their work. Hen didn't regret that he had intentionally become the object of other people's conversations. He hadn't originally planned to just enjoy the game. He knew that all the guilds would unite against him. But then suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by the system. It notified him that the Guardian had destroyed enough enemies along with his master, and he had managed to increase his loyalty to a rank, and he had to choose a new ability for him. Hen saw that the monsters decided to seize the moment and attack the Keeper while he was evolving. But he didn't let the monsters harm him. He protected him and asked him to concentrate on the battle. Lucky also came to his master's aid. While Hen drank the restorative potion, Lucky rushed into the attack, and after destroying Tgar, a mythical power began to boil in Lucky's body, and Lucky's body began to change. When they were able to clear the wild forest of the Tgars and finish the battle, the system notified him that he was able to level up to, and now the Dragon of War granted him a new skill opportunity. Hen was glad that this was the first time he had ever had 3 skill cards to open at once. He looked at both of them and decided to start with Gold, who was insanely happy that his master had chosen him first. Gold added that it was fitting for his master to put him first instead of that stupid dog. Hen laughed a little. He was amused by their relationship, but he needed to concentrate on choosing the Keeper's new abilities. He opened the cards and couldn't believe what was in front of him. He noted that he had some good luck because he got a legendary card with the ability of Gigantization. Now the Guardian could increase his body, and with it his attack and defense. Hen said that this skill was only used by top defenders, and it was possible that Gold was the only Keeper with this skill, to which Gold replied that Master had made a great choice. He smiled because he understood that they had not only gotten the Gigantization skill, but also the Loyalty skill, so he was insanely happy that he now had such a strong and loyal Keeper. Hen knew that Keepers had a certain loyalty system and skill system, and he was the only one who knew about it. Hen thought that the number of hits would jump if he shared such information with them on the air. He was distracted by Lucky, who was barking at him and waiting for Hen to open the card for him. Hen smiled and said it was his turn to get a new ability. He didn't want to procrastinate any longer and opened the skill card for Lucky. When he opened the card, he couldn't believe his new ability was Warhowl. Hen looked at it and was in a stupor. This skill allowed him to increase all the stats of his allies right in the middle of a battle. The skill that was also known as Warhowl had first appeared in God Wars during a brutal guild battle, and had shown itself as an ability enhancement, boosting the stats of all allies on the team. Hen recalled that Rappo, the master of the legendary beast Smarty, who was a member of the Immortal Guild, was the first to show the Warhowl skill to everyone who fought for him on the battlefield. He did so in the middle of a large-scale battle with another guild, and the moment he used the skill, the Immortal Guild ended the battle with an absolute victory. Hen thought that everything was going great. He was already excited to open another legendary card. But for himself, he wanted to get 3 legendary cards. He opened the card and said that he was the only loser among them. He looked carefully at the skill card and realized that there were not even unique cards among them. Hen had gotten a new skill Fire Shah, which allowed him to light up the path he walked on. He considered this skill to be a very even skill. He had the ability to light up anything he would step on. This meant that if he was ambushed by monsters or a guild player, the attacker would be hurt. He would remain unharmed. He could run away safely as his enemies would be burned if they ran right behind him. Hen thought that the effect of the skill itself was very good. But there was a drawback. It was expending too much mana. And then it turned out that the first thing the skill would do was burn all his mana faster than the ground. He realized that in his current position, he couldn't use this skill because he was still recovering his mana with potions. He needed to get the mana recovery skill at all costs. Hen thought he would get it even if he had to spend a lot of money at the auction. He noticed Tamaru walking through the trees towards him. Hen thought he was here because the quest was completed. He was already imagining his first words when he would walk up to him. He was sure he would tell him that it was awesome, and he wouldn't have thought he would have managed to handle all the mutants. And when Tamaru approached him, he repeated all the words exactly what Hen was thinking, to which Hen replied that it was no big deal. Tamaru told him that Viga was right, and it was a combination of top-notch skill and modesty. Tamaru reached into his bag and handed him the book, saying that it was a reward for his hard work, and now he had a unique book of skill cards. Hen was excited, and thought that if the book was unique, then what kind of skill card could he get? But he calmed down and decided that he wouldn't get ahead of himself and get excited. He realized that he chose skill cards deliberately, not at random like the other players did. He did it because he could see their contents unlike the others. But even in his case, the skill card that fell out of the book was random. He knew that God Wars had an incredible number of different skills. He opened the unique book of skill cards and was shocked. The mana recovery field skill fell out to him. He realized that it worked the same way as the Ballista skill. When he wasn't moving, it was the most useful, for him, skill. Hen could barely contain his emotions. He wanted to scream as loudly as possible with joy. He realized that now he didn't have to worry about mana anymore. He could attack even just by standing still. He decided that he could just destroy everything in the forest next. Tamaru saw his joy, but he hurried to tell him that while he was fighting the monsters, he had a chance to get a better look at the place. Hen already knew ahead of time what Tamaru wanted from him. He wanted the Archmage to defeat a boss or some monster in this forest. He stood silently and waited until Tamaru would have voiced his task to him. He told him that in his opinion Wiltgar was too strange, and he knew that Tamaru wanted Hen to fight him and destroy him in the wild forest. Tamaru, looking at him, informed him that it looked like Viltgar had also changed under the influence of an unknown force, and now he was becoming a mutant that was dangerous to all the players coming into the wild forest. Viltgar was a staggeringly huge tree. Even by the standards of the Forest of Giants, it was a symbolic tree towering over the forest at its very center. Hen thought to himself, it wasn't like he was going to ask him to fight this monster. After all, he was only leveled up and had no chance at all against it. The thought of fighting Wiltgar terrified him. And then Tamaru told him that he figured he would have to ask him to take care of the mutated Viltgar. Now he absolutely had to destroy Viltgar. That was his new assignment. Hen could get a reward for successfully completing the task, a legendary skill card. They came to the place where Viltgar was, in order to look around and come up with a plan to defeat him. He thought that destroying the monster wouldn't be easy, because he faced it all the time. There was no way he would have been able to deal with it alone without his ability to break the rules of the game. But now it didn't matter how hard it was. He couldn't understand how it was possible to give such a task to a level player. To him, it was an unrealistically huge monster. He realized to defeat a monster the size of Wiltgar, he needed an entire team of at least a man, and not just any man, but professional players who had experience fighting such monsters. Hen knew that this battle would be on a whole other level compared to all the ones he had had up to this point, because he would have to use skills with the strength of 10 players. He supposed that maybe he wouldn't have to worry so much about mana thanks to his new skill, but at the end of the day, he still needed mana recovery potions. And besides, he needed money for those potions. Hen finished the game and was returning home late at night. He was still thinking about his assignment. He realized that he had been spending too much money lately, and that the budget for training was not enough either. He didn't know what he should do next. He thought that taking a loan to buy an item in the game would be kind of weird. Even if he took a loan, he wouldn't be able to do live broadcasts every day. Hen decided that he would need to level up first before engaging in battle with Wiltgar. He looked at his phone, which had a new message on it. He had received a transfer receipt from the Rising Star channel. Hen had completely forgotten that today was his payday, and he had received money in his account. Hen went to his bank to see how much he had earned and saw that he had thousands of dollars in his account. He thought that things were a little different now, but first he wanted to send a thank you letter to the channel. He started typing the message and thought it was too simple. He deleted it and started thinking about something else. He got so carried away that he didn't look at the road at all. And because of that, he crashed with all his might into a girl passing by. She fell and hit herself hard. Her cap fell off and his phone fell on the pavement. Hen went up to her and apologized. He said he was engrossed in his phone and wasn't looking at the road. He looked that the girl was in a lot of pain and there was no way she could get up. He couldn't even think that they had bumped into her that badly. He asked her if she had hurt herself. He was worried that she would be all right. The girl hesitantly replied that she wasn't hurt. She turned around and noticed that her cap had fallen off. She rushed to get it, and at that moment, Hen noticed that his phone was lying next to the cap, and rushed to get it at the same time as the girl. They reached for their things and suddenly their hands suddenly made contact. The girl became very embarrassed and blushed. She didn't say a word more. She quickly picked up her cap, put it on, and started running away from him. She was not comfortable being in this situation. Hen looked at her and thought she was kind of weird. He was worried that she wouldn't see the content on his screen. The girl returned home. Her name was Lee Seal. She couldn't even remember the last time she had met someone in real life. She was always at home because of her sociophobia, and all she did was play computer games. But God Wars was different. In virtual life she was known and honored as the Muse of the Abyss Guild. This game was like a second reality for her. She logged into the game and was immediately notified. She received a call from Merlin, who noticed that she was already back. She asked him what happened, and if the schedule for the next operation had appeared. He replied that there was no schedule yet, but he had gotten a message from Emma. She wanted him to relay the information to all the guild members. Lee Seal asked in surprise what kind of information he wanted to relay. Merlin informed her that she and all the guild members now keep an eye on the Archmage if Emma was to be believed. He was very dangerous to them because he was jeopardizing the existence of the entire guild. He asked her if she had heard anything about the Archmage, to which the girl replied that she had watched a few videos of him, and she understood all the information and took it to heart. As soon as Merlin passed out, she thought that if even Emma had talked about him, he really was a danger to them. But she realized that it had nothing to do with her. At the Rising Star Channel meeting, the secretary reported that the Archmage was the first of all the players they had signed a contract with that was making them such a huge profit, even after deducting his portion. The president listened to him and said that a good Korean chicken restaurant had opened up near them. He suggested they go there and celebrate. His staff were all excited about his suggestion. No one expected that he would invite them to the restaurant, but suddenly a reply from the Archmage came on the secretary's tablet, and he told the president about it. He told him that the Archmage didn't write them anything special, just thanked them for the money they had transferred to him. He asked what meant nothing special. He considered every message he sent as some kind of message. The president said that he was telling them in the message that he had an item that even Asmo didn't have, and that he was fighting monsters that had never been seen by any of the guilds that were in the top guilds. He explained to his staff what the Archmage had actually written to them. He wanted to know their opinion on his next video, whether they thought it would be something minor, and asked to call the video processing team. The staff was puzzled as to why he needed this department. They looked at him and asked what was about their little corporate party, to which the president replied that they would go to the restaurant a little later. He informed them that they stayed overtime today, and the next morning they released a new video. The people who watched it were shocked at the quality of the video. It was like they were watching a movie. They were discussing his new staff that came with an extra +1 option. Hen, sitting in a coffee shop, was also watching the video and wondered how much it might be worth if he put it up for sale. Hen noted that the quality of the video was perfect, but something was strange to him. He had definitely heard that the video would be uploaded the following week. He wondered why they were working beyond their limit and hyping up the atmosphere. He watched the video and was horrified to think that by doing so they were urging him to show what he had in store for them right now and not delay the process. Hen thought that if he were to go on a raid like this right away, he would have to spend millions of won on the potion alone. He couldn't even imagine how much he could buy chicken legs with it. He went to the comments and saw that Asmo had written to him that he was busy that day, and that was why he couldn't watch his broadcast, and suggested that he start a new broadcast while they were both there, Asmo would make sure it was worth it. Hen couldn't pass up such an opportunity to make money. He was being offered to start the airwaves by Asmo himself, and so Hen got up and ran to the game pod. He shouted to Hek-Ju to get it up and running as quickly as possible. He entered the game, and with his team he traveled to the wild forest to battle Viltgar. He thought this mission would be the perfect time to do a live broadcast for Asmo and the audience. As soon as he was in the forest, he felt an unknown force. The system notified him that Viltgar was reacting to his presence, and now he could not leave the wild forest. Hen calculated that the monster was about meters away from him. He thought it was the perfect location to start their battle. He knew that the feature of this game was huge monsters. Viltgar was leveled up, and his health was boosted by a factor of 1. Hen remembered that on his previous character, it would have taken him to reach about a level to destroy the first huge character. He knew that such a big monster had slow speed anyway, and since it was a boss, it would have 3 phases of attacks. Hen looked at all the hidden information and prepared to start the battle. Hen learned that the boss had a self-destruction skill, and it activated after its health dropped below 1%, and then he had a plan for Viltgar's attacks. He finished his preparations and started the live broadcast. He greeted all the viewers as usual and told them that today he was going to destroy the new boss, huge Viltgar. The viewers were shocked that he was going to destroy him alone. Hen didn't say much and just added that it would be faster if they could see for themselves. And at that moment Viltgar appeared. The audience was shocked to see his size. He wasn't just big, he was huge. They couldn't even imagine his actual size if he was several kilometers away from them, and was still huge. Then Hen pulled out several vials of potion and said it was time to begin. He drank the coffee potion first, followed by the rainbow potion. He had to shell out a lot of money for these potions, but he knew that the direct ether would cover his costs. Once he finished the potions, he activated the regenerating field. Hen decided to use the fireball as his first attack. He launched it straight at Viltgar. He tried to attack him from a distance. After all, he had little chance in close combat. He used the ice ball and ball lightning ability. He prevented the monster from getting close to him and dealt damage from a distance. The spectators couldn't understand how he was able to hit him from such a distance. Hen didn't stop his attacks and dealt even more damage. He used all his arsenal, and when his attacks reached the target, the damage wasn't too strong because the monster was far away from him. But not many spectators had ever seen anyone do such damage to a boss while fighting it alone. All the spectators noted that the channel had great effects that were a joy to behold. After sustained attacks, Hen received a notification that he was out of mana. Then he took out a potion to restore his mana supply and thought that it didn't matter what the game was. Mages were always short of mana. While Hen was drinking the potion, Viltgar began to approach him, and pretty soon he had greatly reduced the distance between them. The spectators panicked and advised him to run away from him to safety. Viltgar was almost beside him when suddenly Lucky appeared on the mountain. He let out a howl and expressed his willingness to fight to the death with the monster, which distracted Viltgar's attention. The monster turned around and looked towards Lucky. Hen smiled and thought that he was not at all worried about the aggressiveness of the monster. And then Viltgar applied pruning. Hen noticed that the monster's branches started to separate into smaller T-gars. The monster was getting more aggressive. Now it was getting harder and harder to destroy. He was calm and in control of the situation. He thought that everything was going according to his plan, and now they were in phase 2. The spectators didn't realize if the little T-gars were dangerous to him. The onlookers realized that Lucky was on the other side and would not be able to help the Archmage. Then Gold thought that he had to stop anyone who dared to try and touch his master. Hen smiled and said that Gold had held himself back for a long time, and now he let him fight as long as he wanted. He could show all he was capable of. It was his time. Hearing his master's words, Gold applied his new skill gigantization and got bigger and stronger. Now he could damage the boss. Hen noticed that at this moment, Asmo entered the chat room and immediately donated thousands of dollars to him. Asmo couldn't believe that keepers could use skills. The audience noticed his presence and thought he was joking about coming to the Archmage's broadcast. And then Hen started attacking the monster again using all his skills. Hen saw that he was doing great at damaging the monster and that his health was decreasing. He thought that the atmosphere had tapered off, and that meant it was time to have some fun. Asmo donated another $1,000 and added that he would donate more if it was fun. Hen was waiting for it. He smiled and called out to Lucky, who had been on the sidelines the whole fight. Lucky heard his master calling him and immediately started to come down to him. The audience didn't understand why he called Lucky if the monster was targeting him. The monster noticed Lucky's movements and started to attack him, and then Gold stood up to defend them. Asmo noticed that his keeper was talking a lot. Hen smiled and said that yes, he was talking a little bit, and while Hen was answering Asmo, Viltgar had finally gotten to them, and now he was preparing another attack on the monster. The spectators noticed that the monster was even bigger up close. It could have just stepped on them, and the fight would have been over. Hen had prepared a special attack for them. For this, he decided to change weapons by going into his inventory. Hen decided to use a physical attack and finish off Vilgar. He took out a special weapon from his inventory. It was an axe. It was unusual for a mage to deal physical damage. But he didn't have time to get close to the monster. It started making a strange sound. No one could understand what was happening to Wiltgar. But soon Hen realized that it was going through a phase of self-destruction. Hen noticed that there was a massive explosion waiting for him now, which would be when the destruction phase would have come to an end. He could have been caught in the shockwave from the explosion. But his guardian was on his defense and became his shield in the path of the explosion. He thought he would finish everything off with awesome physical magic, but the self-destruction phase did it all for him. He smiled and pretended that was how he planned to end the fight. Hen decided that this was definitely not how anyone would think he knew about the third phase, and the monster self-destructing. He decided that now was the perfect time to end the broadcast. When he logged into the chat room, he was shocked that there were thousands of people watching the broadcast. He bowed to his viewers and thanked them for being with him. Even though the climax of the show wasn't great, he was still grateful to them for watching the airing. Asmo said he didn't regret watching, and donated thousands more dollars to him. While Hen was saying goodbye to the audience in the Abyss Guild building, Merlin, looking out the window, said that the guild's affairs were going sadly after the Archmage's last airing, but Emma hastened to refute his words. She said that now it was the opposite, everything was turning in their favor, and there were positive moments. She showed him all the information on her laptop. She explained that there was now no need to invest, and putting a bounty on the Archmage's head was no longer necessary. Emma added that the Archmage had made a trophy of himself after his broadcast. He had become a coveted trophy that surely guaranteed fame to anyone who could track him down. She also revealed that on his last live broadcast, he had self-declared many of his weaknesses, which they could exploit further. Emma explained to Merlin that the power of the Archmage's fire attacks was incredible, but she noticed that he didn't have enough mana to use them often. The regenerating field skill that he used to replenish mana was unsuitable for battles between players because the skill made the user a stationary target. Emma continued and said that it was still confirmed that the Archmage was not under the exclusive protection of any of the guilds, and if his identity became known, even just playing the game would not be easy for him. So she felt that all they had to do was try to get the script from him that they thought he had used to get through the game. Merlin suggested that she train all the guild members. It was like the Archmage trusted the restriction system in God Wars, and was free to run around the low-level locations. But they could start the game over with new characters, and get him from the first level. Emma replied to him that she was sure he would have been able to prepare a class commensurate with the Archmage. With his authority and the guild's money, there was no difficulty in that. After successfully killing the monster, Hen and his team got together. Gold told his master that he was awesome in battle, to which Hen replied that without the two of them, he couldn't have done it, and thanked them for their help. Hen wanted to go in to look at their titles and the rewards they received for killing the monster. Hen received the title of Hunter of Wiltgar, and the title of Eyewitness to Wiltgar's death. These two titles added a plus to all of his stats. He noted that the rewards of the main quest were just fine, and he must have gotten a lot of items because the boss was incredibly big. But when he went to his inventory, he saw that he only had 2 new items. He thought that maybe he forgot to pick up something after defeating the monster. He couldn't believe that he only got 2 items. Hen decided that even though there were only 2 items, he had to open them. He opened the first item and got a staff made from the root of Wiltgar. This staff was made from the root of the monster after it self-destructed, and inside it was the powerful mana of Wiltgar. But he thought that he didn't need this item. What he cared about was the exchange. He hoped that it could be exchanged for money so he could buy home some chickens. Hen noticed that it could be exchanged, and he thought he would immediately sell it and buy himself some chickens, but he noticed its capabilities. The mana regeneration speed increased by %, and the regeneration increased by %. He wouldn't sell this treasure now. Hen didn't notice Tamaru appear behind him and said he never thought he could handle this ridiculous mutant. Hen decided to calm down and finish the main quest. But more important was to get the quest reward with the legendary rank. Hen told Tamaru that he had a hard time in the battle, but just did what he had to do. He thought it was natural that he had done well considering how much money he had spent to defeat the monster. Now he was waiting for Tamaru to give him the reward he deserved. But suddenly, he felt that his whole body was restrained, and he couldn't move. The system notified him that he was attacked by the power of a nameless god that came out of nowhere, and no one knew what it was. Hen couldn't understand where the God Wars game was coming from. It was strange that the end game screen hadn't appeared yet. Hen had seen notifications that all defenses had been lowered and that he could no longer use his skills. His health level started to drop significantly. Hen started to think that is he really going to die like this? But suddenly something broke the shackles of the Nameless God, and Hen started to recover from this attack. In his hands was a dragon egg that absorbed the Nameless God's power, thus saving him from his inevitable death. The egg reacted to the attack in time. When the egg had completely absorbed the power, Hen looked at it and thought that he had survived because of it. But he didn't even know what was inside. It was unidentifiable. Hen looked closely at the egg and saw a notice that the hatching progress was already 3%. He thought that couldn't be. Tamaru came up to him and asked if he was all right. He noticed that he possessed something unknown to him. Tamaru breathed a sigh of relief that Hen was uninjured. He asked him to talk about it with Lord Viga, who was already waiting for him outside the wild forest. Hen was surprised that he had come to this place for him. Hen had left the wild forest, and now he couldn't enter it again. He was met by a smiling Lord Viga. He was glad that the Archmage had finally returned. He added that from the look on his face, something serious had happened. He asked what was the matter. He told him that the moment he defeated Viltgar, he felt that suddenly the power of a nameless god attacked him and tried to kill him. Hen remembered that if it hadn't been for the egg, he would have died without being able to do anything. He thought it was just to mess with players trying to level up without completing the main quests. Lord Viga told him that he had received a letter from the Kingdom of Tung, telling him that similar things had happened there, and that the power of an unnamed god had been discovered there. He told him that mutant monsters that had never been seen before were also appearing there, as well as the power of the nameless god. He was told that it was attacking people. Lord Viga said that everyone who met the force in the Tunga Kingdom had died, but he stood before him and was whole and still alive. He couldn't believe that he had managed to survive an attack by the force of the nameless god. Hen listened to the Lord was completely confused. He didn't know where he should look for the source of this power. But he calmed down and asked the Lord if he wanted him to investigate the kingdom. Lord Viga told him that once he arrived in the Tunga Kingdom, someone would meet him there, and handed him a book of skill cards. He also received a certificate from Viga, and could head to the Tunga Kingdom, with the help of warp magic. He added that the person who would meet him and bring him up to speed, now he needed to meet the person who sent the letter from the Tunga Kingdom. Hen realized that he needed to go to the Tunga Kingdom to find out more, but now he decided to postpone the quest. He went into his inventory to open the treasure of Viltgar. He thought that he had already gotten the item from the first treasure. There was nothing special about its characteristics, but its mana regeneration was too good, and if he used this staff together with the regenerating field, the mana problem would be solved. Hen decided that using telekinesis to switch between weapons wouldn't be difficult. Even with a unique rank, items like this staff could be sold at triple the price as if it was a legendary. He chose the staff as his first treasure since he needed to use one. Now he had to choose which type of weapon to choose this time. Hen realized that the monsters he would have to face in the Tunga Kingdom were mighty centaurs. He thought of changing his keeper's appearance and skills to one like a centaur. Then he decided and accepted a spear made from the root of Viltgar. He began to think about the fact that he would do a live broadcast about the new, nowhere new items, and after he promoted them, he would auction them off when the environment was favorable. Hen didn't know if he should have opened the book of skill cards now. His last few attempts hadn't been particularly successful. He fell to his knees and begged for dragon mana. He wanted to get it again. He held the book up to Lucky and asked him to howl at it for him. Lucky understood his master's request and began to howl as hard as he could. Gold, standing behind him, asked if he needed to howl like Lucky too. Hen replied that he didn't have to do that, and he obeyed. Hen opened the map and was quite impressed. Then Gold said that the howling of the nasty dog didn't help him. But Hen said that it did. He couldn't believe his eyes had actually appeared. He was just crazy happy. He had dragon mana again, just like he asked for. He and Lucky were genuinely happy. Hen thought that now he would be able to demolish everything in his path. Gold approached his master and asked where they were going to go next. He would love to follow him and protect him. He was willing to give his life for him. Hen answered him that they weren't going hunting, because the maximum level in Tung Palace was the 100th level. And when he would switch from Wiggy City to Tung Palace, then he would immediately jump to the 100th level players. He looked at Gold and asked if it wasn't stupid to go there with his low level. He could have been killed there in a matter of minutes, and then he decided that he needed to get as much use out of that location as he possibly could. Hen walked out of the game and decided to drink an energy drink to replenish his strength a bit. He walked and thought that he had really managed to level up over the past few days. He used all his skills to level up. After recovering his mana, he applied dragon mana, He used the staff from Wiltgar's root, the Cursed Pendant, and even Sakhalin's ring, and realized that the mana recovery was very fast. Hen noticed how Hekju was addressing the people in the capsule cafe. He asked them to listen to him because he had gotten information about a very special Ruta. He said that the top guilds had united and announced a bounty on the Archmage's head. The bounty was huge, and so were the people who wanted to catch the Archmage. The people who listened to him didn't believe him and thought it was just a rumor. But Hekju shouted to them that he was telling them the truth, and if they recorded how they killed the Archmage, they could safely get thousands of dollars. It was a huge amount of money. Hen was horrified when he heard about the money. Hekju continued to say that the guilds did it because the Archmage provoked them. He was making a show of what you were capable of. He left the capsule cafe because he couldn't listen to Hekju's stories any longer. He wondered who would spread rumors that he was provoking the top guilds. At the entrance of the store, his phone rang. He pulled it out and wondered who was calling him at this hour. It was his brother calling to see how he was doing and if he was eating well. Hen asked him not to worry about him. He said he should have taken care of his own health, and then Hen thought he was too focused on the ethers and quests. He hadn't visited Heron and his brother in a long time. He neared the entrance to the Magician. He told his brother that he had been paid his wages and asked him to buy Heron anything she would ask for. He would pay for it all. He told his brother that it was legitimately earned money and not to think anything stupid. Hen practically walked into the store. He told his brother that he would be home early this afternoon. He hung up the phone and thought that everything was fine and that the false rumors would be forgotten if he ignored them. And then the girl flew into him again. He didn't have time to dodge the collision because he was looking at his phone. He didn't see the girl's face. He saw that his phone had fallen to the floor again, and he hurried to pick it up. Hen picked up his phone and tried to turn it on, but it was useless. He looked at it and realized that this time it was really broken, and now he needed to repair it urgently. He turned to the girl and was incredibly angry at her. He wanted to yell at her. The girl looked at him and apologized to him. She wanted to say that she was just in a hurry, and suddenly they realized that they had already crashed into each other earlier. Hyokju listened to the story and said that now he understood why his phone was in such a state. Hyena asked not to be bullied, and that they had agreed on compensation. She told him that this time it was entirely her fault. The receptionist smiled and said that crashing into the same girl 2 times in a row was for a reason. He had his own explanations for that, which he could hardly like. He said it was fate, but Hyon said he was just a loser. Hekju said he didn't know anything about romance and that they had even exchanged numbers. But Hyon told him to shut up and said he was more valuable than his phone. Then Hekju decided to tell him some new information that he had learned recently about the Archmage and the top guilds. He said that they were going to fight soon. Hen was amazed to hear that. He thought that was not going to happen. He couldn't fight them. Hekju added that they said the Archmage was on a mission in the Forest of Giants to prepare for the battle with the guilds. Hen noticed that he sounded so confident about this, as if he knew it 100%. Hen asked him where he got all this information from, why he was so sure of it, to which Hekju replied that it was from the best community under God Wars, but he could see that Hen was not aware of it, so he stopped explaining it to him. He turned his back on him and said he wasn't interested, and asked him to prepare a game capsule for him. Hekju was confused. Hen himself had asked to share this information with him, and now saying that Neat was not believing this nonsense. While Hen was immersed in the game, on the Rising Star channel, the president was sure that soon the Archmage and the top guilds would clash in battle. Then the secretary apologized and asked him if it wasn't a rumor. The president replied with certainty that they had become true and asked him to wait. The Archmage had no intention of staying on friendly terms with the guilds that were hunting him. He assumed that most likely the Archmage wanted all the top guilds to be hostile to him, and then there would be a war between them, him alone against them all. The secretary couldn't believe the Archmage wanted this. The president sat there thinking the Guild of the Abyss against the Archmage. How many views would that video with that title have earned? The president said the Archmage was obsessed with becoming a star. He never once thought of gaining views in small increments like other players did. He thought that was why there might be a big conflict between the Archmage and the guilds in the next location, Tunga Kingdom. He thought that was just an unbelievable event. The president was happy that they were able to jump into the last carriage of the departing train that was being pulled by one incredible man. He looked at the aide and said that they should have paid him for the fare. The secretary asked him if he wanted to bribe him again and added that, honestly, he didn't think the Archmage would have used the sheer amount of skills the president had given him. The president listened to the aide but was still going to do as he had planned earlier. He handed him the tablet and asked him to look at the skills he had chosen. The secretary wanted to know if it could mean anything to the Archmage. Looking at the skills the president had chosen, he was shocked. Then the president asked him what he thought the reckless train driver needed. He said he needed an extra airbag. Hen entered the game and went to the Forest of Giants to level up. He destroyed the Tagars with Lucky and Gold. He was in a hurry to clear the forest quickly so he wouldn't run into any guild players. He leveled up level after level, and finally he reached the level he wanted. After that, he was able to unlock a card from the Dragon of War. But Hen went into his inventory and immediately changed his equipment. He put a black set on himself. In addition to himself, Hen decided to equip Gold as well. He felt he was not protected enough, so he put a black Tagar set on him, and now he wasn't worried about him. Gold was unbelievably happy with his new equipment. Hen noticed that Lucky wanted an outfit too, but he couldn't equip items on him. Besides, if he dressed him up too, he would be left with nothing in real life. He apologized to Lucky and was notified that the Dragon of War had granted him the ability. He had to decide whether to accept the reward or not. Hen acknowledged the receipt and started begging again to get the legendary skill. And his wish was granted. He got the legendary skill Recycle. It allowed him to restore health when mana was consumed and restored mana when health was falling. Hen had never seen such a skill before. Hen thought that it appeared that the effect of this skill was to restore health by consuming mana, or conversely restore mana while losing health. He realized that this skill was needed to prolong life in dangerous situations. But didn't it make sense that a healing spell would be more likely to be used in such a case? He thought that Archmages could learn all possible spells. Hen thought that maybe he should have bought a new defense skill. His Thunder Shield was good, but his defensive abilities were a bit weak. He thought that he had an overabundance of mana, and so could use a mana shield. Mana Shield was a skill that created a shield out of mana, reducing its stats every time the shield absorbed damage, and this way, Hen would be protected from enemy attacks, and he wouldn't have to buy a new skill. Hen thought that if he added recirculation, the mana shield would absorb all the damage, and his health would regenerate a little bit when he expended mana. But he remembered the cost of the mana shield card. It was over $1,000, so he couldn't afford it. It was too expensive for him. Then Hen decided to take a little break from the game. He turned to Lucky and Gold and suggested that they finish for the day. He said goodbye to them and left the game. But after a few minutes, Hen came back into the game. He had no face on him. He was very worried. Lucky and Gold could not understand what was happening. And then Hen shouted happily that the boss of the channel gave him a skill card mana shield. The Tongue Kingdom could only be accessed after passing through the Forest of Giants by going through the warp in space in Wiggy City. So it was the main arena for mid-level players. Hen knew that the Tunga Kingdom was surrounded by 4 palaces in the north, east, south, and west, with the starting point being the central palace. But it was still a long way away. Because the first thing the players saw after passing through the warp in space was the Western Palace, where Hen and his team had arrived. The players standing near the palace saw the appearance of the divine beast that was with the reptiloid. It could only mean one thing, that the Archmage had arrived in the Tunga Kingdom. They didn't know what he would do next. They were afraid that he would decide to show them immediately who was in charge. Some said that he was in the process of preparing for a war with the 10 guilds. The players thought that his first move might have been to declare war on the guilds. Hen looked at one of them and beckoned him over. The player was scared and thought that just looking at him immediately hit a nerve. They thought the rumors were true, and judging from what he thought of the other players when the guards were around, they thought he was crazy because he had made enemies of all 10 guilds. Hen didn't stop beckoning to the player who was insanely scared. He thought he just looked at him because he was curious, but he didn't expect the Archmage would destroy him for it. But Hen smiled and asked him to come over to take as many selfies with them as they wanted. He wasn't going to engage them or harm them in any way. As in all games, the newcomers could do nothing against the veterans. They were helped in every possible way by the guilds that had already gained prestige and fame, and it was natural that it became much easier for them to learn and develop. Therefore, the mage who began to conduct live broadcasts became incredibly popular and began to be discussed everywhere. Many admired him and wanted to personally meet him. Players didn't care about his personality. He was showing them a path that no one had ever gone through before. So the guilds became less popular and hunted the Archmage. And now everyone was discussing his appearance in the Western Fortress. Some thought it meant the beginning of the war. Some players said that after his arrival, he arranged something incredible, namely a selfie party. He took pictures with everyone and didn't refuse anyone. But it wasn't just him. Some people wanted to take pictures with his Keeper Gold. No one could think that people would take pictures with a lizard warrior. People surrounded them. They noticed that Gold was wearing a new set, and Gold replied that it was a symbol of his loyalty that his master had given him, and people remembered that Asmo was right that the Keeper talked a lot. Hen thought that his business was going as well as he had planned. He hoped that after something like this, the top 10 strongest guilds would have lessened the pressure of spreading false rumors. He knew that the main story quests were more important to him. and he couldn't let the false rumors start to slow him down, so he decided to arrange a photo shoot for people. While Hen was taking pictures with the people surrounding him, one of the guilds was watching him. They couldn't think that immediately after showing up, the Archmage would start taking pictures with everyone. They figured he was one of the attention seekers. They sat there trying to figure out what to do with him, because they thought that the Snyko guild needed to deal with him before the other guilds did. They figured it was time to teach him a lesson. The Archmage walked outside of the Western Palace and headed in an unknown direction. People recognized him and thought he had gone hunting, but he had other plans. The Snyko guild was fastidiously following him. They followed him from the palace itself, looking for the right moment to attack. And then one of them came out of hiding, called out to him and said that she was a huge fan of his and would like to get a picture with him. Hen looked at him and realized that he was from Snyko's guild. Hen could see all the hidden information and nicknames of the players. Hen noticed that she was wearing a lot of items, and it was obvious what they were up to. But he still agreed to a photo with her. She didn't give the appearance that they were going to straighten him out when he got closer to them. She was surprised that he had changed outfits, and that he now had a non-white Viga staff. Hen held out the staff so they could see it better and said that it was much better to beat up people like them with it. He had figured out their plans and knew why they had come to him. Snyko's guild couldn't believe he realized why they had come, but one of them said that he knew everything from the beginning. Now they had no choice and needed to fight him. The guild representative drew his sword and started attacking him. They thought they were too close to him, and so he wouldn't be able to do anything. They didn't care what items he had. He was a mage. He couldn't survive in close combat against them. They used different techniques and tried to attack him at the same time to make it harder for him to defend himself. But what surprised them was that he did nothing and didn't attack them back. They thought they would have been able to defeat him so easily. But suddenly they heard a noise behind their backs. They turned around and saw the divine beasts, and the Guardian had already massacred the rest of the guild members. They were shocked that their ambush had been destroyed. They couldn't understand how he could know where they were. While they were trying to figure it out, the Archmage approached them. He could see that they were quite surprised. Hen stood there smiling. They couldn't do any damage on him. He was all swallowed up by the mana shield. And then Hen decided to start the broadcast. He greeted the audience and said that they must have been surprised that he had suddenly turned on the live broadcast. He was sure that many of them were expecting the first broadcast from the Tunga Kingdom. But unfortunately, he had come across some nerds who couldn't make a decent showing in battle. The Archmage told them that many people had tried to ambush him like that, and that was why he had decided to change his battle strategy. And now he would defend more instead of attacking. Hen looked at the representatives of Snyko's guild and said that if they managed to kill him, he would invest thousands of dollars into their guild, and asked them to start attacking him. He was well aware that in most games, mages were useless in melee combat, and the God Wars game was no exception. So he already knew that they would try to get as close to him as possible. Hen knew that if he tried to defend against them, with the help of Lucky and Gold, the fight would turn into a mess, and besides, in the worst-case scenario, they might just die. In that case, he decided that he would rather be their target and defend himself from their attacks. He couldn't let them damage Lucky or Gold. He decided to divert their attention to himself. Hen looked at them and asked them with a smile, "Did Snyko's guild really pay someone like them?" They looked at each other and couldn't believe that he knew what guild they were from. The onlookers knew that Snyko was a guild that was in the top all over Japan, and they were quite famous. And while they were trying to attack the Archmage, Lucky and Gold had finished dealing with the others, and now they only had 2 to kill. They didn't wait long and rushed to eliminate them. Lucky eliminated Nikado and Gold eliminated General Frost. Hen approached them and said that their ranking was only points. Hen thought they could collect their items while they had time. He went into the inventory and started collecting items. He thought he would be suspected if he only took the best items, so he decided to take the slightly worse items. He was collecting items and noticed the other players froze because he had killed a famous guild. So then he decided to go ahead with the plan. He thought he shouldn't have ended the broadcast there, so he decided to put on a show. Hen said that everyone had come to see a mage. Then he thought he needed to show them the magic they had come for, and he got ready to demonstrate his skills. The audience thought that the Archmage was going to attack the centaurs. They knew that it was quite difficult for a single mage to kill them because of their speed. Hen didn't care that the centaurs were fast and could get close to him for close combat in a matter of minutes. Then he thought that he had to show something that all the guilds would be scared to show their faces in front of him. He saw the angry centaur running at him. He was determined to kill the Archmage. But suddenly, the Archmage used a ranged attack and hit him with a ball of lightning. The Archmage was able to stop his movement and continued to deliver his attacks. He used a fire arrow to finally stop him, and a fireball to finish him off. He showed the audience his incredible power. Hen killed a centaur that didn't even have time to get close to him, even though everyone said it was too difficult for a mage. The spectators were ecstatic and thought that such a kill was something only an Archmage could do. He wasn't going to stop and decided to destroy all the centaurs. He attacked them with Ice Ball and Ice Spear. His attacks went straight to the target, and the centaurs didn't have time to dodge them. The players were shocked at the way he was destroying the centaurs. They thought he drank some kind of potion, and his strength increased. One of them said she knew he was powerful. She wondered if his stamina was always this good. The onlookers were shocked that he had killed the centaurs without drinking a single potion. Some said that his weakness was his low mana reserve, but in fact that turned out to be a lie. Not long ago, he was spending tens of thousands on mana regeneration potions. Hen noticed that there was still one centaur left. He destroyed it with a lightning arrow, and now he could summon a centaur guardian. After that, he decided to end the live broadcast. He bowed to the audience and said goodbye to them. After the broadcast was over, Hen called Gold over to him. The system asked if he wanted to make the centaur his guardian. Hen confirmed, and the process of summoning the guardian began. He then equipped him with a spear made of Trent wood. Gold greeted him in his new guise, and Hen told him that he was much more trustworthy now. Gold replied that he would take out any enemy if only ordered to, and Hen thought it would be a good idea to test his abilities. But right now they didn't have time for that and needed to head to the Western Fortress. He asked him to wait a bit. He needed to continue with the main quest while the pursuers quieted down. They reached the eastern observation tower of the Western Fortress, where they were greeted and were glad they could make it. They were greeted by the young lord of the Western Fortress, Zagara. Hen was shocked that he was immediately greeted by the lord of the fortress, he thought for a while, and replied to him that it was an honor to meet him. He was glad to meet them. Lord Zagara said that they must have heard about the difficult situation from Viga. He told them that his soldiers were dying because of an unknown force, and he wanted it to stop. He said that he had heard that he had survived a similar attack. He asked for his help. He wanted to find out what this force was and how to counter it. Hen thought he would like to know himself. He had almost died because of it. Lord Zagara informed him that if he helped them, he would. He swore on his name and promised that he would reward him handsomely. Now he was to go to a forbidden zone on the Golden Plains and study the surroundings. The reward was a grimoire of skills. Hen was shocked to see that besides the main reward, he could also get an additional reward. He could get rewards if he completed the quest without a single death. He knew that the grimoire was a special reward. It allowed him to raise the rank of one skill to master. It took a lot of time and effort to raise a skill to master, and a grimoire that allowed him to do it in an instant was incredibly valuable. Hen accepted the conditions that he could not die once. He asked for it to be granted to him. He would figure it out and get the precious reward. He had no doubts about his abilities and was ready to start the quest. The plane with Lee Seal was landing at the airport in Miami. The plane's captain asked to fasten their seatbelts, the girl thought as she asked to avoid invitations to direct meetings. What was so important they could say to gather all the guild members? She started going through all the possible options. She thought that they were going to discuss a new raid strategy or reorganization of the guild. And suddenly she got a message from Hyun. She saw it and let the phone out of her hands. He told her that he had repaired his phone and had no problem with her. She thought it was awkward for her to silence such a message. She knew they lived in the same neighborhood. She thought of sending him the money without asking for the price of repairing the phone. She decided that she couldn't keep avoiding people. She thought about it and started to write him back. She said that she was embarrassed about the whole situation and that she would repay him later. Lee Seal flew to Miami to the headquarters of the Abyss Guild, where all of its representatives were gathered. She noticed that the heads, and even the high ranks, the entire base of the guild were gathered in this place. But she didn't know what happened and why they were gathered. The guild head greeted them and introduced himself before him, which everyone knew that the guildmaster of the Abyss Guild was in front of them, and they had come at his request. He thanked them for their time and coming to the headquarters. He informed them that they had gathered them because they had a problem troubling their guild and the ecosystem in God Wars. Merlin opened a hologram of the problem in front of him, and one of them said that it was concerning the Archmage, and that they already knew about him, and that he was giving them trouble. They couldn't believe that they were afraid of one player being a top 10 guild. Emma came out and said that she would now explain to them why the Archmage was a problem for them. She was sure they already knew all about him and had seen his live broadcasts. She said he was destroying the God Wars ecosystem that the top 10 guilds had spent so long building. He had shown hundreds of boss items they had never seen and had avoided all the ambushes of other players. They wanted to know how that was possible. Emma explained to them that everything was because the Archmage was invading the game system. She said that the Alpha Company had all but stopped moderating the game, and now they had to carry justice themselves. She said that in the name of the Abyss Guild, from that moment on the Abyss Guild announced a bounty on the Archmage's head. They were determined to kill the Archmage. Lee Seal couldn't believe that such a thing was possible in God Wars. She heard Emma say that the method didn't matter. They needed to thwart the Archmage, and if they could prove that they could disturb him, they would receive the reward. One of the guild members asked her a question. The point would be that they couldn't go to the same place as him due to their high levels, and they didn't know how they could get to him. Emma listened to him and said that was a good point. They added that was why the Abyss Guild would help them all pump new accounts. When the guild members found out about it, they started discussing the new information heatedly. They thought it was beneficial to them. They could pump new accounts for free, and it didn't matter if they defeated him or not. Lee Seal didn't know how she should react to this information. She thought that if Emma wasn't lying, then they should have tried it. But she still had some sort of uneasy feeling inside. Hen and his team approached the barrier rift. Gold walked up to it and said he was uneasy about the place. Hen said he was sure it was the entrance to the restricted area. They said they had sealed off the areas where the incident happened. He thought it was a great place to get some extra experience. And there was a huge plus for him that inside the barrier, he wouldn't be interfered with by anyone doing the task. Hen didn't wait long, and they entered the restricted area, and he immediately realized that the viewing angle was limited by the black wind, and the sound inside the barrier was slightly muffled. He thought that they wanted him to fight monsters in such a place. He didn't forget that there was a condition of not dying. He realized that the difficulty of the main plot was high. Such a place would be difficult to clear alone if not for his abilities. Gold noticed that the monsters were starting to move towards them, and he shouted to his master that they were getting closer. And then Hen thought, why don't they take a look at the abilities of the upgraded Gold? He was ready to fight for his master. He motioned for him to start attacking the monsters first. But Hen had already activated the Ballista and made the first attack with a long throw. He managed to eliminate the zombie centaur with one attack. Then he noticed that there was another monster and he shouted to Lucky. And then Lucky showed his willingness to fight to the death with the zombie centaurs. They were killing the monsters with ease. And Hen thought that they were giving more experience here than in the normal area, and other players couldn't get into this place. He noticed that one of the centaurs started to glow strangely, and Hen didn't know why this was happening. The system notified him that it was a zombie centaur that had a mark left by the advance group. Hen shouted to Gold not to kill this monster yet. He couldn't miss such a tidbit. At the Abyss Guild headquarters, Merlin said that Emma had acted much braver than he thought. So far, the God Wars game had been perfect without a single bug. He wondered how the Archmage had been able to manipulate the system then. Emma replied that she realized that maybe it wasn't enough, but she said that he had seen his broadcast with the other guild. She knew that it was impossible to attack him now with bad skills. She added that this was why they needed to at least support their guild members, and they also needed to get the word out that the Abyss never abandoned their own in trouble. Merlin listened carefully to what Emma was telling him, about how they needed to awaken their sense of sacrifice, that they didn't have to stand by and watch the Archmage use unacceptable means in the game. Emma informed him that she had also prepared something for the battle with the Archmage. Merlin asked her what exactly she had prepared. She then replied that it was Smallpuck's rating. Smallpuck was a ranking invented by the Smallpuck channel in WarsTube. This channel was in charge of visualizing the various stats in the game, by type, completion time, and others. She knew that even if the criteria in calculating the stats were objective, their rankings were still the unofficial and subjective content of the channel's author. There were as many as 1 million subscribers on Smallpuck's channel, utilizing those who like to compete against each other. His channel reborn as an absolute metric for all players. And everyone who was below level had to line up to see who was the strongest of the players who passed that bar. This channel was watched by absolutely all players. Emma realized that if the Archmage's name were to appear in the rankings, he would definitely attract the attention of the strongest players, and a real hunt would begin. Merlin asked her if she wanted him to be the first in the small pack rankings, even though he hadn't reached a level either. He wasn't sure if they could pull it off. Emma smiled and said that the Archmage would appear in Smokepack's ranking because she had already paid him. Now they had to wait for the release of the video on his channel, which was soon to be released. A video of Smallpuck appeared online telling the viewers that this week's winner would be below the tier. He was telling them about the Archmage who became the most talked about player. Smallpuck said that he was the boy with the golden spoon, but also a showman. He said that he played pretty well. Hyokju was watching this episode and was happy that the Archmage was the first in the rankings. Hyena was sitting beside him with his head in his hands. He could hear what Smallpuck was saying about him. He was completely confused. He didn't know what was going on and why there was so much interest in him. Players watched the episode and did not understand how he managed to get into the rankings because his level was lower. They knew that usually in this section one players with about the same level. Hen thought that even guilds that didn't care about him or established players might have targeted him. After the release of this video, he was a little scared at such thoughts. He realized that getting ranked on Small Pack's channel meant that there was a huge potential for development within you. This was how you could soar to the heavens and become a star. Hen realized that it was a shortcut to general fame, but he didn't understand how he could even get there. He thought it was arranged by the president of the Rising Star channel. He knew that no one else would go to such an act just to stop him, but even if it was for publicity, the president was a very brave man. He thought he needed to focus on getting through the quest. The secretary brought the president a clipboard and asked him if he had seen the ratings on Small Pack's channel. He wondered if he was involved, to which the president replied that he wasn't, and that the owner of that channel didn't listen to a word he said. The president told the aide that the owner was his senior in high school, and that he was terribly greedy. He wouldn't move a foot without you being a top 10 guildmaster. But something he knew for sure was that the Archmage had done something that had gotten the attention of the strongest guilds. The secretary couldn't believe the Archmage had anything to do with it. They realized that the Archmage had crushed the group from Snyko's guild, so the middle guilds would not even think of attacking him. The president asked if the Archmage himself liked this situation. But not waiting for an answer from the assistant, he said that he did not like this situation at all, because he was crazy about attention and tried to attract it in every possible way. The secretary couldn't believe that the Archmage deliberately made himself a target for other players and guilds. He didn't think he was attracting attention this way. The president then said that if he was mentioned in Smallpox rankings, even players who thought he was just an attention seeker would turn their gaze and run after him. The president added that even while standing still, the Archmage made sure that the victims who had elevated him would come after him themselves and try to deal with him. Then he decided they should have matched him, and decided to give him another gift. But this time they would attach a letter. He thought it was time to ask a favor of the Archmage. At that time at the Zadad Palace, players were killing centaurs to level up. But some were outraged that higher-level players were hunting here. They didn't understand why they had come into the territory of low-ranked players. Apparently, they were looking for the Archmage. They were of the opinion that no matter how high the price for the Archmage's head was it fair that a group of leveled players came to fight a level player? One of them said that they would have caught him even at the cost of their honor, and he asked if anyone knew if they had caught him. Would their names have made it into Small Pack's rankings? Their resentment grew, but there was nothing they could do. They were below their level and could just be destroyed by them. They saw that among them were players sponsored by top guilds. The players noticed that among them was Avet, who was from the Scaff Guild. He turned to his team and asked them to ignore the others. They only wanted the Archmage. They had to capture him at any cost. Avet wanted to rehabilitate himself for his defeat he had just recently received. He wanted the guild to not think he was a weakling. He saw Alap walk up to him. He was from the Red Snake group. Alap said hello to him, and said that it was like he ran into this place when he heard the news. He laughed and added that it was the first time he came into this place, after his loss. He thought that he must have revived in the Western Castle after his death. He asked him if it was hard for him to get to this place. But Awat got angry and thought that he wanted a fight. But Alap said that was not why he was here. Alap said he had heard that all the high-ranking players from the Stone Forest were converging on this place. Then Awat thought if anything went wrong, he should kill them first. He saw nothing wrong with eliminating the competition. Their conversation was interrupted by a shout that told them that the Archmage had arrived and was not far away. Then Avet thought he had finally arrived. They were far away from him, and he could only see their shadows. Avet ordered the archers to check if it was the Archmage. He couldn't afford a misfire. Everyone was determined. They wanted to catch the Archmage and get a decent reward for him. In addition to the archers, Avet ordered the use of clairvoyance, that it could be accurately determined if it was the Archmage. She reported seeing the Archmage, a divine beast and guardian. But soon when the visibility improved, she said it was not them. They were facing ordinary centaurs they mistook for the Archmage and his team. They couldn't understand how two centaurs could suddenly appear in their midst. Alap said it was strange. He was sure he had definitely seen the Archmage and Lucky in their place. Avet said he was just mistaken, but he kept insisting he had seen him. He started asking everyone else if they had seen the Archmage. Hen activated the polymorph and took the form of a centaur. He was amused that he couldn't be found. Hen started a private live broadcast where the viewers were shocked that guild players could buy into such a stunt. They noted that the polymorph was a good skill. Then Hen realized that everything was going according to his plan. He thought he was going crazy when he realized that the players had come to the Golden Fields like a pack of rabid dogs just to catch him. And with them was also the Scarf Guild and the Red Snake Group. he realized that these were the top guilds. They were top because their number of subscribers exceeded millions. He couldn't believe that there were level players gathered at the Golden Fields. He thought that they had lost their conscience coming to this place. Hen thought that the high-ranked players were hunting in the newbie zones, and it was like they were being aggressive, so everyone was pointing fingers at them. It was shameful for such top guilds. He realized that it was even worse than that. They were here for character and not for hunting. Not only would they have fingers pointed at them, but they would also start criticizing them. But even without looking at it, they still came. Hen sadly realized that these guilds had finally given up their pride and conscience, and everything was about catching him. It made him sad. He thought that if that was the case, he wasn't going to succeed alone in this game, but he was lucky enough to get Chain Lightning from the Rewards skill book when he reached a level. Hen knew that he couldn't find a better skill for fighting groups, but there would be problems regardless of the outcome. If he won, then he would be antagonized by the entire guild. But their containment could affect his completion of the main quest. Then Hen decided that he would meet them as befitted an Archmage. Hen, as a centaur, had time to look around. He was pleased to see that there were more players than he thought. And not only pleased, the players didn't even think that so many people could be here. He had a great time looking at everything and analyzing it. He was surprised that the players didn't band together to catch him faster. They acted in small groups, hoping that someone would get lucky. Hen thought that this situation was a great opportunity. While they were busy fighting amongst themselves, he could simply be overlooked, and he would have enough time to increase his distance with them. He had calculated and thought it through. He knew that the lower class would never be able to keep up with his speed. He started to run away, even though his uniform was a bit off. Hen was doing a private broadcast, and despite that, everything was pretty quiet, and it looked like the players didn't realize it was him. Hen addressed the audience and thanked them for keeping it a secret. But unsurprisingly, some of the players did hear him talking to the spectators and shouted that he had discovered him. He informed everyone that they were running away, and they were no ordinary centaurs. No one believed the player. They thought he was telling him some bullshit. But he said he was told this by a surveillance agent, who managed to figure out the Archmage who was disguised as a centaur. Hen ran away thinking that now he could end the private broadcast and open the access to all willing viewers. He canceled the polymorph and reverted back to his guise. He turned to the players catching up with him and thought that now it was a catch-up show with the Archmage. He used acceleration and started to run even faster. Now he was increasing the distance at an incredible speed. Alap ran after him as fast as he could. He couldn't tell if he was a mage. He was too fast for a mage. No one could develop that kind of speed. All the players were gathered in this place to fight, not to catch up with him. Avit was running right behind him. He ordered a pursuit. They needed to stop him even if other guilds got to him. The main thing was to catch up to him. Hen noticed that the audience to watch the show catch up with the Archmage was growing at an incredible rate. The audience was thrilled that none of the guild representatives could catch up with him. Then Avit thought he just wanted to make them look foolish on the air. Avit saw the Archmage moving away from him. He thought that if he lost, then he would then be humiliated by everyone. He didn't stop, and tried to catch him at all costs. Hen ran without turning around, but at some point he turned around and whistled for all he was worth. Then Awat thought he was mocking him, but suddenly he stopped. Awat realized they had let Lucky out of their sight. Avit thought, what if they were ambushed by Lucky? They had lost sight of him. They couldn't even suspect where the Yugian beast was now, and what command the Archmage had given him. He realized that if Lucky under reinforcements attacked him, without the help of the other players, it was obvious that the game would end there for him. Then he realized that the Archmage had managed to outsmart him. The Archmage turned around and thought the pursuers had given up. He turned to the audience and asked if they had ever seen a Tom and Jerry chase outside of a cartoon. He saw his friend Lucky running up to him, whom he asked to do a good job for the audience, who were delighted to see the Archmage pissing off his pursuers. The Archmage thought that now if things didn't go according to plan, the only sure way out would be to flee, though that would make good content too. He looked into the distance and said that the number of pursuers had decreased dramatically. He asked the spectators if they wished he would just destroy them, and they all wrote to him to straighten them out quickly. The Archmage answered them to forget his words. He didn't want to go after them. He didn't see the benefit of attacking the weaklings as his audience had told him. He added that they wouldn't even be able to compensate him for the polymorph he had used earlier, and after his words, the spectators started discounting him with their donations. The Archmage saw that people started sending him money, so he decided to go into his inventory to buy the items he needed for the hunt. Now he couldn't take away the joy of the spectators as he would massacre his pursuers. He thought to himself, he hadn't even started the quest, and he was already able to get the tracks left by the advance party. He decided to show the spectators his new monsters and dungeon. He would have to complete the quest. The Archmage wanted to finish the live stream and start doing the quest, but he was suddenly donated by Asmo, who sent him thousands and asked him to show him more. After a few minutes, Asmo sent him thousands and told him not to be like that and wanted him to show them everything he had in store for them. But the Archmage was sure he needed to deny Asmo's request. Viewers wrote to him that Asmo had watched his broadcast, and he was obligated to show him more. Some wrote that he had over 1,000 viewers, and if he finished the live broadcast, he would be a wimp to them. They asked the Archmage to show them the whole quest. They were quite interested to see it in full. The Archmage didn't know what to do. After all, he had planned to show them a small part of the quest. Asmo threw him a donation of thousands, and said he would throw him 1,000 more every minute. The Archimagus seriously thought that everyone wanted him to show them the whole quest. The Archimagus thought that he had gotten a lot of information about this quest, so he needed to play it carefully. But the most important thing was something he needed to learn. He thought he needed to find out if they could see the hidden information by all means. He was worried about this question. That's why it took him so long to make a decision. The Archmage realized that Asmo had set the atmosphere for the audience, and so now it was hard to say no to them, and he had no excuses for his audience. He was ready to start showing them the whole quest, but suddenly a blue ray appeared, which interrupted the Archmage's thoughts. The spectators realized that it was the effect of teleportation, but couldn't understand who had arrived to him. Non-player characters appeared in front of him, and were happy that he was alive and well. The audience couldn't believe that the Castle Knights had come to his aid. The Archmage realized that it was Zagar's vassal who had informed him that he was here to see him off, since he had received word that he had come out of the Forbidden Zone, and reported that Zagar was waiting for him. He was incredibly happy that he was waiting for him, and said that Jonas was the best. The audience was at a loss as to what was going on, and why a non-player character had met the Archimagus. The Archimagus calmly exhaled, and told his viewers that he should have ended the broadcast there, but the viewers didn't understand why he was doing that, even though he had sent him so much money. He explained that there was a rule from the developers that forbade him from showing the process of the quest. He knew that if he put the issue that way, the viewers would no longer ask him for anything they wanted before. The Archmage said goodbye to his viewers and finished showing the live broadcast before heading to the Eastern Watchtower with a non-player character. He was met in the Eastern Watchtower by the non-player character Zagara, who was quite curious as to whether the Archimagus had done a good job. The Archmage replied that he had found some clues in the Forbidden Zone, and showed him the tracks left behind by the advance party, whereupon the system notified him that he had completed the quest and was able to level up. Zagara took his notes to scrutinize them. He couldn't believe that the Archmage was able to come to him with such important information for him. He added that he had heard of his skills but never thought they were like this, and called his guards over to hand him his well-deserved reward. The system then notified him that he had received a title recognized by Zagara. The Archmage replied that he had simply done what was required of him. He looked at his award and didn't know which to open first. He had received from Zagar a grimoire of master rank, unique and legendary. He took the grimoire and held it high. He never thought he would be able to get a master rank grimoire that was previously out of his reach, but now things were different. The Archmage knew that the grimoire of skills could be obtained for money, but the grimoire of a master for money could not be bought anywhere. But now he had it in his hands, and the Archmage could not believe it. He knew that to reach the rank of master in a skill was possible only by obtaining at least a level. The Archmage realized that he was still very far from such a level, so the grimoire of the master was so important to him. The Archmage realized that even if he learned a skill at a level and used it constantly, it was necessary to reach a level to achieve the rank of master. But to get the rank of master in an instant, it was hard to even think of a price for it. He decided that there was no way he would sell a master grimoire. The Archmage decided that he would keep the master grimoire and use it when he really needed it. He held his reward in his hand and said that he decided to put off opening the skill grimoire for later. He wanted to quickly take the next quest and move on. The Archmage realized that he needed to hurry because after seeing that show, the pursuers would definitely not give up and leave him alone. He had to hurry because the game would have to forcibly unplug him in an hour due to its internal policies and conditions. The Archmage figured that in hours, after the reboot, over 100 players would have gathered in the Western Castle, just as they had earlier in the Golden Fields. He looked at Ser Zagara and asked him what he needed to do next. He had to find out before he was disconnected from the game. Zagara replied that according to the clues he had given him, his men had been attacked by an unknown man that no one had seen before. The Archmage rejoiced. He realized that he just had to find this man who dared to attack Zagara's men. Zagara replied that he could trust him with this quest. After his words, the Archmage received a notification that a new quest had been added to his main story branch. He read the information about this quest, and noticed that he would need to travel to the Forbidden Zone again, and that pleased him. His musings were interrupted by a new notification that informed him that the reward for completing this quest was the Ring of Zagar. It was a hidden reward. The Archmage saw the ring on Zagar's finger, but he knew nothing about it. He knew he didn't need to burn time for nothing, but Zagar told him to head to the teleporter they had prepared for him. Zagar informed him that they would use teleportation magic and asked him to stand in the magic circle. But the Archmage only looked at his ring and couldn't think of anything else. The Archmage asked his soldiers to wait for a while, and asked Zagar to tell the characteristics of his ring, at least some information about it. He couldn't leave without learning anything about his reward. But the soldiers did not listen to him. They silently placed him in a magical portal, and the Archmage was instantly transported to the Golden Fields, from where Zagar's assistant took him away. The Archmage was very worried that he couldn't find out anything about the ring. He thought that he should have explained to Zagar better about the ring that was keeping the Archmage in suspense. He got excited and thought that in any case, since it was given to him for the main plot, it was sure to have good characteristics. The Archmage thought that he had been moved quite conveniently that time. He looked around and said that the entrance to the dungeon must have been somewhere near them. Suddenly, Lucky started barking. The Archmage looked around and noticed other players who immediately recognized them and started shouting to everyone that the Archmage was among them. The stalker told him that it looked like he had stayed waiting for him in this place for a reason. He looked at his aides and told them that he was sure that the Archmage would have returned to this place. The Archmage turned to Lucky and Gold and gave them the command to attack them. Lucky was ready to engage. Gold realized that he had to obey his master's orders and prepared to attack the pursuers. But they decided to enter back into the forbidden area where the pursuers couldn't get them. The Archmage noticed that they were still in groups, and it was too dangerous for them outside. The Archmage couldn't believe that the forbidden area was safer for them than outside. He figured that at this rate, he would have had all of his player abilities broken. He figured he needed to finish everything in one go, so he pulled out the wizard's grimoire. He really wanted him to get a good skill. The Archmage waited until the grimoire would reveal the available skills to him. He fell to his knees and prayed that there would be a decent skill. Gold had told him that God was taking care of him, so he could not worry. When the available skill cards appeared in front of him, the Archmage thought this was the end. He couldn't believe he had gotten such bad skills. Gold, looking at his master, asked him not to be disappointed. He was willing to do anything possible for him, just to keep his master happy. But looking at the skill cards, the Archmage replied to Gold that he was not talking about that at all. He would not let Gold die on the battlefield. The Archmage explained to him that the end was those pursuers who had decided to hunt him, because he had gotten the skill of indomitable will, and now he would be able to give them a decent fight. As in other games, the higher the level of monsters here, the more diverse skills used by players. But among all of them, there was a factor that increased the difficulty of interacting with the game: the use of ranged attacks. Mages who had interruptible spellcasting, if they were hit, they would inevitably have an increased risk of being attacked. Therefore, mages needed more time to cast a stronger spell, and there was always the risk of being hit by a ranged attack, no matter how far away the mage might be. As a result, indomitable will became essential for high-level players because as long as this skill was active, spellcasting could not be disrupted in any way. The Archmage thought that although he had a penalty in the form of increased spell creation time, it was better than interrupting spells. He realized that if he had to fight these non-player characters, he would need to have a ranged skill to deal with their melee, simple arrows, or directional skills. The Archmage thought that long-range skills that were capable of causing status disadvantages would be ideal for this, but such skills were extremely expensive. He told Gold that it was good to draw out the whole picture but needed to focus on the current situation. He looked around, saw that the field in front of him was disgusting. He didn't see how he could find a quest monster here. The Archmage realized that it wouldn't be a problem for him, because an unknown creature would leave a clue when it attacked successfully, and he could use it to find it. He thought looking at the condition the attack was allowed, but victory was not necessary. The Archmage noticed a mysterious silhouette in the shadows, but he was in no hurry to attack it. The Archmage thought it was better to finish quickly and leave before more people gathered, but perhaps the forbidden area would close if he completed the quest. He wondered if it would be a good idea to postpone the quest and level up at the Goldfields. At first glance, there were already more people there. He didn't know how many more people might have come. He didn't want to think about that now. The Archmage decided that if he would add the money he had earned and be able to get rid of a few things, he would be able to buy a spell on the go. He realized that if he did well, he could get a level in just 4 days. He decided that he needed to prepare thoroughly before returning to the Golden Fields. There were already an incredible number of people at the Golden Fields. It was hard to count. At first glance, he thought that there might have been over 1,000 people there. Some onlookers were shocked that they had all come for the Archmage. It seemed to them that this was already on the level of a large-scale guild war. They were surprised that it had been 3 days since the Archmage disappeared from the Golden Fields through the teleporter, and the number of people there was only increasing. The audience realized that last time his show was pretty good. It was a game of spot the Archmage with the goal of catching him. The president of the channel sighed and thought that there was no fun to be had. He looked over the analytics of the Archmage's last broadcast and realized that now something more had to be done. His subordinates couldn't believe he hadn't seen any fun. He had seen that the Archmage's last live broadcast had beaten all the ratings. The president looked around at his subordinates and smirked. If the Archmage repeated the same thing again, it would not only be boring but predictable. He realized that the true game needed new moves, not repetitions of old tricks. One of his subordinates didn't understand what the Archmage had to do in such a case to avoid repeating himself, and show his audience a completely new show. The president replied that even if the content was similar, new terms had to be invented. He suggested doing a catch-me-if-you-can storyline again, but this time, instead of running away, the Archmage would fight everyone who dared to attack him. The president told all his subordinates that now it was time for the Archmage to fulfill one request of theirs. Tension hung in the air. Everyone held their breath, waiting for the outcome. In the capsule cafe, the players were discussing the Archmage. They thought he was strange, but he didn't let them get bored. They couldn't believe it would all end there for him. They were sure he had a backup plan. They were looking forward to the Archmage's next airing. They were sure that it looked like he would be showing them another big show soon. Some players thought that if they had a lower level, they would go to the goldfields to try and catch the Archmage. One player was confident that they would be able to defeat him in battle because he was a mage, but his self-confidence might have been his weakness. After all, the Archmage wasn't that easy either. The Archmage logged out of the game and sat on his phone. He read that the auction for the spell in motion would be starting soon. He knew that the winning bid in the last auction for that skill was thousands of dollars. He figured after selling the items he had gotten thousands. Even if the price went up over thousands of dollars he needed to buy this skill. He wanted to show everyone what crazy spending was all about. After the auction, the Archmage logged into the game and went to raise his level. He was incredibly angry and was destroying the zombie centaurs one by one. He managed to level up, but he had no joy even with leveling up because he failed to outbid for the skill. The last bid was thousands for it, and he failed to buy the skill he needed. But he didn't care. Even if he didn't buy the skill, he could just get it from the level cards. But the chances that he would have gotten that particular skill were slim. The Archmage hoped that the Dragon of War would give him this needed skill. He was willing to make his choice, hoping only for his luck. He was willing to accept the reward, and asked only to be given a spell in motion. The Archmage knew that this skill was a unique rank, so he only wanted to see cards of that level. The Archmage realized that he didn't want legendary ones. He only asked for unique ones, but when the cards appeared in front of him, he was quite upset. There were no unique cards among them. Not a single one as he thought. He started to cry and turned away from the skill cards. But suddenly Lucky started barking furiously as if trying to get the attention of his master who was desperate. The Archmage looked up and saw one interesting legendary skill that Lucky had pointed out to him. He saw that he had a shockwave. He couldn't believe it, and his mood improved. The shockwave skill was of legendary rank. It created a shockwave that dealt great damage and stunned the target. The Archmage thought that because of the paralyzing effect, it was one of the best long-range skills. Now he was sure that he should be able to do well in the quest with it. But he still regretted that there was no spell on the move. But with indomitable will and shockwave, he had some sort of advantage over the other players. The Archmage walked towards the exit of the forbidden area to begin the quest. He was sure that by combining the two skills, he would be able to defeat even the 7 players attacking him. He entered the golden fields and decided it was time to start the live broadcast little by little. But he noticed messages from the channel president who was waiting for him to return. The Archmage was quite surprised that he had texted him. He asked him what he wanted to tell him, but he himself couldn't understand what was going on and why the president had come to see him. The president wanted to know his next actions and how he planned to entertain the audience. The Archmage realized that there was no point in him fighting the players face to face. The president asked him if it was possible to destroy him. This question surprised the Archmage. The Archmage was quite upset when he read his messages. He thought that it looked like the president didn't like his past broadcast, and now he wouldn't be able to just run away from the players. He figured that was out of character for an Archmage, and he saw no reason to refuse his offer. He planned to fight anyway. He couldn't show them his fear. The president asked him to take care of the battle. He added that he had prepared a skill card for him that would help him in the battle. He informed him that he had prepared a special card for him that would definitely give him an edge in his favor on the battlefield. He had bought out for him a card to spell in motion that he had dreamed of. The Archmage was shocked when he found out about it. The players were already on the gold fields waiting for the Archmage to arrive. They were ready to engage him in battle. They had all only heard of him from rumors and had not met him in person. They also noticed that among them was Avat, who had come to the gold fields as a villain, but in the end he was able to be tricked by the Archmage, leaving him with nothing. The players thought that if they could destroy the Archmage, Avat would not be bullied anymore because they were supplied by the guild, and there was a whole crowd of them. And if everyone forgot about their past, and they could start from scratch, they would hardly be here. They also noticed that Alep was among them. They suspected that he had come with Avat, because the Archmage had destroyed him. Alep could not give him a decent fight, and he was easily defeated by the Archmage. Avat looked around and thought that he couldn't be wrong now, and if he was, then all his efforts would be for naught. He was determined. He remembered what had happened 4 days ago, after the end of the Catch Me. If you can mission that the Archmage had arranged, and in which he had made a mistake. It was the day he had come to the main gate of the Western Castle to wait for the Archmage. Avat had been waiting impatiently for him, and was not paying his attention to anyone else. But suddenly, he heard that the Archmage had left the West Castle. He used a teleporter outside the main gate and went to the Golden Fields, and all of Avat's efforts were in vain. Avat thought at that moment that the taunts for getting dirty were not a problem for him. He realized that he needed to destroy the Archmage, and then everything would be solved. The Archmage and his team appeared on the Gold Fields, and everyone who had gathered to hunt him immediately started shouting about his appearance. The Archmage was calm and confident. The players were happy that the live broadcast had started. They had been waiting for it. They were sure that their intuition had not failed them, and that they had arrived at the Gold Fields on time. The spectators didn't understand why the broadcast had started so suddenly, but they saw that the Scaff Guild had appeared at the Golden Fields, and they had gathered in a full group, such a sight they couldn't miss. One of the Scaff Guild players approached the Archmage and wanted to ask him something. When the Archmage noticed this, he first asked what business they had with him. He told him that he would like to fight him. The spectators were delighted with what was happening. They noticed that he threw a white scarf to the Archmage, which meant that he would pay him thousands if he lost to him. Throwing the scarf to the Scaff Guild was a symbol of declaring a duel. The guild member who won such a duel would receive glory and reward. But if he lost, he would lose the scarf forever and be expelled from the guild. A cash prize going to the person who defeated a Scaff Guild member was part of their confidence. This dueling method was one of the secrets by which the Scaff Guild was at the top. Alep said that it was a very brave decision on Avat's part. The spectators were pleased that now no one would run away and they would be able to see their battle for sure. Avat started to draw his sword and told the Archmage to start running away from him if he could. The Archmage did not say anything back. He stood there calmly waiting for Avat to attack him. Without waiting for the attack, the Archmage was the first to make a long-range attack on Awat. He used a fireball to watch Awat's next actions. Avat was focused. He was glad their battle had begun, and he was ready to attack the Archmage in return. He knew he had to defeat him at all costs. There was too much at stake for him. He managed to stop the Archmage's attack by interrupting his spell. All the spectators expected him to do this, but Avat didn't wait long, and was about to attack the Archmage with his sword needle. The spectators couldn't understand how the mage would be able to deal with a melee player. They thought that the Archmage was finished, and Avat would be able to win. Avat was sure that he would be able to damage the Archmage. But suddenly Avat saw a fireball in front of him that was rapidly approaching him, which he would not have had time to dodge, and after a moment the fireball was able to reach its target, causing him critical damage. The onlookers thought that the fireball spell should have stopped, but the Archmage was able to surprise them. They had never seen such a thing before. Asmo answered them. It was like the Archmage had gotten an indomitable will. The Archmage saw that Asmo had donated thousands of dollars, and then he decided to attack the Ice Ball and Lightning Ball. Asmo noticed that it looked like the Archmage had learned indomitable will, and it was pointless to attack him. Avat couldn't understand why or how the fireball had so much power. With this attack, the Archmage was able to remove a % of health with one hit. Asmo couldn't understand how the Archmage managed to get a rare skill. Asmo knew that this skill was sold out, but how could the Archmage have an indomitable will? Avat was sure he wouldn't stand a chance if he kept taking so much damage like this. He knew he had to attack and defeat the Archmage. The Archmage noticed that Avat was starting to panic and was already preparing to attack him. He realized that Avat was not the easiest opponent for him. He thought that the nickname Guild Rookie didn't fit him at all. He was a worthy opponent, but the Archmage didn't wait for him to attack him and started attacking him first. The onlookers were shocked that the Archmage lunged at him right in the middle of his spell. They were sure that the spell should have stopped while he was moving, and Asmo had paid him 1,000 for this show. Asmo was surprised that the Archmage also got a spell in motion that cost less than 1,000, so he could afford it. Avat was notified that he was partially paralyzed. The Archmage decided to take advantage of the situation and attacked him with an ice ball. Avat could do nothing and was unable to dodge the Archmage's attack. The spectators were delighted by what was happening. They were impressed by the Archmage's power. Avat wanted to catch the Archmage off guard and launched his attack. Asmo noticed that such close combat was the Archmage's disadvantage. His movement speed was slower while the spell was in motion, and he could easily be caught in a counterattack. But despite Asmo's words, the Archmage managed to instantly dodge Avid's attack, and he was at a safe distance. Asmo was quite shocked. He couldn't understand how he had such speed. After all, he was active during his spell. Hen, being at a safe distance, was pleased that he was able to outwit everyone and impress his viewers. He wanted them to enjoy his battle, and the viewers on his airwaves were in awe of his new skills. The Archmage was able to dodge Avid's attack due to the fact that he used a skill from the Grimoire. He used the skill book to improve his skill to master level. He thought that the audience would be bored if he finished off Avid now, so he decided to take his time. He used the first attack with a fireball, but he decided not to use a single attack and added a shock lightning to the fireball, which he sent into the ground. Asmo was impressed. He said the Archmage knew where to spend the money. The Archmage decided to make it so that Avid wouldn't even think about catching him. And after that, he would just stomp on him. The players watching the fight couldn't believe their eyes. He was using shock lightning, a skill that was thought to be exclusively for ranged attacks. Now that the lightning was already aimed, no one believed that Avid would be able to dodge. Avid froze for a moment and didn't know what he had to do to dodge the Archmage's attack. His body began to tremble, but he tried not to show his fear. He realized that he couldn't stay in one place, or else he would be destroyed by the Archmage with ease. So he decided to use a dash to dodge the attack. Avid used a melee skill that increased his attack and movement speed, and he tried to counterattack the Archmage while he was confused. The Archmage thought there were still seconds to go before the shockwave spell ended. He wondered why Avid didn't run away from the battlefield if he had the chance. Avid tried to damage him before he would activate his shockwave spell. He realized that he was running out of time, but he didn't give up and charged at the Archmage. The Archmage deftly dodged his attacks. Avid couldn't hit him, and seconds later the Archmage activated the shockwave, at the moment when Avid was as close to him as possible. Avid realized that he could not move. He was paralyzed by the shockwave. He realized that he was trapped in a trap from which he could not get out. He could only watch the Archmage's actions. The Archmage opened the inventory window and told his audience that he should have finished gradually. He thought the finale should have been special. Asmo donated another 1,000 to him. He thought the Archmage had decided to take his staff of Wiltgar out of his inventory to finish off Avat. But he didn't guess, and the Archmage pulled out his axe. No one expected this from him. The spectators were sure he would have pulled out the staff, but they were all wrong. Avat saw the Archmage pull out his axe. He realized that this duel was coming to an end. He could not even think that it would end like this for him. The Archmage approached him to end this fight. He gave him one last attack, after which the system notified him that he was able to defeat the enemy. He was able to emerge victorious. The viewers were thrilled that in the finale he taunted Avid and used an axe to destroy him. The spectators said that it was a one-sided fight. They didn't understand who could catch the Archmage after such a fight. They were sure that no one would want to fight him now. After the fight, the Archmage did not linger in the Golden Fields. He used the teleporter and went back to the Eastern Observation Tower where Zagar was waiting for him. Hen shouted happily to Zagar that he had succeeded and defeated the rising star of the top guild. He was sure he had just defeated him. Zagar replied that he already knew that he had tried and was able to defeat his opponent, but he wondered if he had managed to learn anything about the unknown. The Archmage answered him that he had found him, but he was quite fast, so he only got a trace of him. He held out his hand, and in front of Zagar the trace of the unknown. Zagar said that he learned from the letter that they didn't know who he was. He realized that this lack of knowledge could backfire on themselves. Suddenly, the Archmage noticed that his necklace was being pulled directly towards Lord Zagar, who stood quite surprised and couldn't understand what was happening. He could hardly contain the necklace that was reaching for the Lord with incredible strength. The Archmage wondered why it was behaving so strangely. What was Lord Zagar hiding? Lord Zagar asked him to calm down and asked him who made him the necklace, to which the Archmage replied that it was made by the dwarf Zuga. He said he didn't think he himself could have been involved in something like that. After all, he was the lord of the castle. He asked if he could leave the job to him. The Archmage replied with joy in his voice that he would gladly do the job. The system then notified him that he had received a new quest. Zagara took off his ring and said he was giving it to the Archmage as a reward. He said that with this ring he would have help in any nook and cranny of the Kingdom of Tongue. The Archmage accepted the reward, and all his characteristics improved dramatically. He was incredibly happy. He couldn't believe that his ring had such properties and it was not for sale. He slipped the ring on his finger, and the system notified him that equipping King Tunga's ring activated Seth's hidden parameters. But the Archmage knew nothing about it. On the channel, the staff were discussing the Archmage's latest broadcast. They knew the highest number of viewers was in the thousands. They had posted the best moment, and the viewers were demanding to be given the full video of the entire fight. They were incredibly happy. The number of subscribers on the channel had increased by thousands. They were at their peak. It was unbelievable for them. The assistant to the president of the channel wanted to make him happy with the statistics of the last broadcast. But suddenly he noticed that the president was on the phone with someone. The president asked if they had seen the Archmage's broadcast, and added that in that case it must have been fast, and asked how much they were willing to offer them for advertising. Hen exited the game and returned to the real world where he was walking with his niece. He asked her if she liked her new backpack. Heron turned around and with a smile on her face, replied that she was insanely happy to have such a beautiful backpack. Hen thought that maybe he should have rented a bigger apartment when he got the money. He had saved some of the money he had set aside for a spell on the move. He figured there shouldn't be any problems with his current items at the next location, so he wasn't going to spend any more. So he decided to improve his life now that he had money. Hen said goodbye to Heron and noticed he had a new message on his phone. He opened it and read that the president had written to him. He wanted to meet him through the broadcast. He had something to tell him. The Archmage went to the Rising Star channel and started a private broadcast. President Wharton said he wanted to talk to him about important topics, specifically advertising and sponsors. Wharton said he was thinking about doing some advertising contracts under the Archmage's name, but if he didn't want that, he could decline. The Archmage smiled and replied that he was fine with the advertising contracts. He asked Wharton what he needed to do to make it happen. Wharton asked him to organize a show for potential clients. The Archmage thought he just needed to show off his skills on a live broadcast. The president told him to keep doing what he normally did. The Archmage understood him and replied that he would tell him the date when he would be done with the arrangements. The president's aide said he noticed he was in a forest of stone trees. He assumed the Archmage was hunting small golems. Wharton, taking a sip of tea, replied that it was supposed to be like that, but they needed this broadcast to impress the clients, so he asked him to try his best on the clip. He added that usually a group of 5 was enough for the small golems, but the Archmage had to handle them alone. The president asked him to gather more footage of him, but it would also be nice if he could find how the best members of the top guilds hunted the small golems. He took the cup in his hands, and before taking a sip, he told the aide that he knew he was practicing first in the Archmage class. The president knew that the first in the Archmage class was Merlin of the Abyss Guild. He knew that this mage not only had incredible power, but also hid many secrets that could change the course of any battle. Wharton said that they needed to scale up. His assistant was shocked. He didn't think it was possible. Gold swung his spear, concentrating all his power into one strike. His eyes glittered with determination. The blade split the air with incredible speed. It was aimed at destroying the golem. The Archmage tried not to engage the golems in close combat and attacked them from a long distance. He used the fireball to deal as much damage as possible with a single attack. The players watching him were shocked that it only took him seconds to finish off a small golem. The players knew that golems were known for their high resistance, but they were powerless against them. They realized that the Archmage was too powerful for both them and the golems. After destroying the golems, the Archmage was rewarded with golem crystals, which replenished his inventory. After receiving the golem crystals, the Archmage thought that he now had all the quest items. He was glad that he had managed to amass such a collection. Hen came to the dwarf Zuga, who knew that he was chasing an unknown man. He thought that in that case, he should have made a compass for him like he did for him last time. He explained to him that if he took a fragment of the god who had lost his name out of the pendant, and combined it with his trail of the unknown, it could open a path to the unknown. The dwarf Zuga was sure that the resulting item would definitely point him to the owner. He asked him to destroy the little golems and bring him the golem crystals. The Archmage smiled and thought that he could see which golems he needed to destroy to get the item he needed, so all the golems were quickly run out. He wondered if he would show the customers hunting the smaller golems, but he realized that they were too weak compared to him. He was not allowed to show hunting such weak monsters. It wasn't long before the Archmage returned to the dwarf Zuga who had sent him to get the crystals. It was amazing to him that he was able to gather the necessary items so quickly. The Archmage replied that he hadn't accomplished anything difficult, but he didn't plan on finishing so quickly. He wanted to level up some more. But the situation changed with the advent of the promotional offers the channel president told him about. He received an extra reward for finishing the quest early. The dwarf Zug said that thanks to him he had saved his hammer, and for this he offered the Archmage to use his hammer, and the Archmage realized that this was his extra reward. Taking the hammer in his hands, the Archmage thought that by the look of it, it was hard to call it a weapon. The system notified him that he could use the hammer to extract skills from objects and place them in other objects. After reading its characteristics, the Archmage was shocked. He couldn't understand what it meant. He learned that the hammer couldn't be used on items above a level. It was only used on items of the same type. When the Archmage learned that the hammer could retrieve and place a skill, he couldn't believe that this was possible in this game. Now the hammer seemed much more valuable to him than before. The dwarf Zug smiled and told him that if he used the golem crystals, he could summon the blue stone golems themselves. He added that by summoning them and destroying them, he could get the melting stones. And if he used them, he could combine the two powers into one. He wished him luck and was about to leave. The Archmage had a new quest. Now he needed to use the blue stone golem summoning stone and get the melting stones from them. For this, he would be rewarded with a cursed necklace. When the dwarf Zuga left him, the Archmage decided to further consider the information he had received. He wanted to further understand the abilities of the hammer he had obtained. He thought that extracting the ability of one item and transferring it to another, such a system was involved in many other games. The Archmage smiled and realized that no one had found this ability in God Wars until now, so players were convinced that there was no such thing in that game. Then he decided that he needed to think hard about what exactly he should use this precious item on. He thought it was obvious that he would take a skill from Viga's White Staff. It wasn't a bad option that gave him a plus to simultaneous spellcasting. The Archmage decided that the item he would put the skill into would be a legendary level item, the Staff of Tongue. He knew that on eBay its price was in the mid-thousands. Hen smiled and thought that he would definitely be able to buy it if he could get his hands on the advertising order that the channel president was talking about. The Archmage looked away and thought that he knew the game had a good name, but for it to be this good, he couldn't even guess such a thing before. Lucky and Gold looked at him, and they were happy that their master had gotten a good item. But the Archmage looking at them saw that they were both also with quests that he had had the patience to watch. The assistant to the president of the channel noticed that he had been glued to the phone lately. He realized that if there were so many promotional offers coming in, it meant that the Archmage's value was growing more and more. The president replied, there were so many offers, and he honestly said that he had planned to spend more time on advertising. He explained that Archmage's value would continue to grow further if he kept it up, but the aide couldn't understand why the president was taking ads now. The president replied that his value was growing faster than he thought, which was why they had to start preparing for the show. They still had an hour left before Archmage time. He asked for the time of the broadcast to be announced along with an edited version of the raid on Viltgar. The aide just wanted to know what he could best name the broadcast. The president replied that they weren't allowed to come up with a grandiose name just yet, and he told him to name the broadcast a warm-up. He opened his laptop and wrote words of thanks to all the advertisers who had decided to attend their great show today. He asked them to take their time, telling them that the broadcast would start soon. The president smiled and thought that everything was ready on their end. He realized that the Archmage just needed to show off his skills as he usually did. After his words, the Archmage came on the live broadcast and greeted everyone watching his broadcast. He looked confident and was ready to show all the advertisers his skills. He pulled out an unusual stone and said that for tonight's show, he would show a normal warm-up and ask them to think about their answer for the commercials. The Archmage thought that he had no intention of signing a big contract right now anyway. He just wanted to shoot a few commercials for a short period of time. The advertisers were shocked when they saw that the Archmage had decided to show them a battle with the deep blue golem itself. It made an incredible impression on them. The channel president thought it was the first time he had ever seen such a monster. He was shocked that the Archmage had chosen such an unusual monster as his opponent. The Archmage looked at the monster and said that it was time to start the raid on the blue stone golem. The audience was shocked that he called this fight a warm-up. Hen felt everything trembling inside him. The situation in which he was risking his fate was how it was supposed to feel. Also, the conditions for Lucky and Gold's evolution were perfect. Lucky was ready to enter the battle. The Archmage knew that Lucky had evolved when he hunted a boss above himself level. Gold was also waiting for orders from his master. The Archmage knew that his loyalty was upgraded to a level when he was defending his master from a boss above himself level. The showing of the fight for the advertisers began, and the first thing the Archmage decided to do was to break the distance between them. The Archmage knew that the main phases of the golem were tied up in regeneration and cloning. He didn't need to destroy it quickly. He needed to show them his potential. He figured that even recruiters for large companies considered potential more important than results, so he decided to show them what he was capable of, so the advertisers would be crazy about him. The Archmage ordered Gold to destroy the stone trees around him and clear the area for the battle. Gold replied that he was following his orders even with the value of his life. He also did not forget to give orders to Lucky, who was ready to join the battle. He expressed his will to live so that he could fight the bluestone golem. The Archmage used the fireball and ice ball to attack the golem from afar. He didn't want to attack it in close combat. He was afraid that the bluestone golem might hit him, and then no one would want to make advertising contracts with him. He knew that attacking without any plan would definitely not impress the representatives of the big companies. So before he started the demonstration, he made a detailed plan and tried to stick to it. The Archmage decided that this was why he needed to show them his strategic skills, not just his firepower. The representatives of the companies couldn't understand why the Archmage wasn't attacking the golems. But the Archmage watched closely as the golem fought Lucky, and he noticed that the time between the golem's strikes was equal to a second. One realized that the Archmage wasn't attacking pointlessly. It wouldn't do him any good. The first time he met the boss, he should have studied the timing of his attacks, and only then deal damage. But for now, the boss was on cooldown. The audience realized that the Archmage was no ordinary experienced player. In one of his attacks, the Archmage used combined skills. He struck with a fire arrow and an ice arrow. He also added a wind arrow to his performance as well. The Archmage didn't stop in his attacks. He used ball lightning to end this fight as soon as possible. The spectators understood that you could spend a lot of money on firepower, but it was hard to be born with such a sense of play. He was able to land enough attacks to have the golem's health at percentages, and the Archmage realized that the blue golem would have to have a second phase now. The spectators noticed that the golem had disintegrated and they thought that the Archmage had already defeated it. But it was only phase 2 where the blue stone golem disintegrated into 3 pieces. The Archmage told Lucky to destroy one of the golems. He knew that Lucky would be up to the task. He also ordered Gold to use Gigantism and take the second of the disintegrated golems. Gold obeyed the order and immediately used Gigantism. The Archmage didn't want to stand by, and he used golem summoning. The spectators couldn't believe that there was a solo player in front of them. They were sure that he could easily catch the disintegrated golems. They turned around and saw one of the golems started to run away from the battlefield, hoping to take refuge in a bladeless place. But he couldn't be allowed to escape. The Archmage pulled out his bow of Wiltgar and was about to stop the fleeing golem. He thought it would be problematic if it hid and recovered. He knew where he had to shoot to destroy the golem. He used a combined attack with fire and ice arrows. The onlookers realized that the Archmage had immediately blocked the escape routes. This was standard procedure for a raid. The Archmage thought that so far everything was going according to his plan, and he was calm. The Archmage turned to the audience when he realized they were getting bored. He said that the standard procedures only sounded good and saved potions, but they were not that spectacular. He realized that they didn't come to his live show to be bored, so he decided to abandon the standard strategies. The audience couldn't understand what he had planned and wanted him to get to the point. The Archmage explained to them that he would use Dragon Fever on the last golem, and if he couldn't catch it at the end of that action, then he had something special prepared for them. He added that he would show them a quest that only he had done in this game. The audience was excited about his offer and wanted to know more about his quest. After his promise, the Archmage activated Dragon Fever and was about to start hunting down the last golem. The spectators were thrilled and started making him their donations. While the Archmage was doing his challenge, some advertisers created a private chat where they marveled at how the Archmage treated the challenge. They thought it was a good way to impress their viewers. They felt it would fit with their brand. They thought he was extremely brave for a newcomer. They assumed he was no longer a first-timer in this game. Watching the Archmage live, they thought he was well worth the investment. His magic and strategic mind confirmed that he was indeed a real find. The girl watching the Archmage told Emma standing next to her that she didn't even have to ask for a favor. Emma replied that was good, because she was worried that asking for something from her was too much for her position. The girl replied that it was thanks to her that their relationship with the Abyss Guild had been strengthened. Gamma Medicines had been able to go this far. Emma modestly replied to her that she was just a manager. After her words, Emma, with complete seriousness, added that she wished she could find out everything about the Archmage. She needed that information. Emma hoped she understood her request. The audience saw the Archmage have to destroy the last golem before the Dragon Fever ended. They thought it was too easy for him. Suddenly, the disintegrated blue golem began to move again. The system notified that the golem had created clones of itself. The spectators couldn't believe it was possible. The clones created were small and looked weak. The Archmage couldn't let them escape, so he decided to use Chain Lightning and use Shockwave to destroy them with one attack. The Archmage shouted to his team not to let any of the golems escape. If any of them escaped, the golem could regain its power again, and he would have to show them the quest walkthrough. The spectators noticed that the golems had gotten small, but because of this they were able to speed up. They were sure that the Archmage wouldn't be able to destroy them all before the Dragon Fever expired. Asmo made a donation of thousands, and said that if the Archmage lost, he would donate 10 times that amount to him for the chance to see the quest he was on. The Archmage, not taking his eyes off the main battle, out of the corner of his eye, he noticed movement behind him. One of the golem clones was trying to hide in the shadows, the Archmage thought with a predatory smile. No one would escape him. Lucky, looking at his master, expressed his will to live and wanted his master to let him fight the little golem. The onlookers couldn't understand what was the point of hunting small golems. Lucky managed to destroy the fleeing golems that were defenseless before him. The Archmage activated the shockwave again. He needed to hurry up and destroy the remaining golems. He realized that the dragon fever's time was coming to an end. He thought that the dragon fever still had seconds left. He needed to gather the golems all together and use a spell to finish them off. The Archmage went into his inventory to choose a suitable weapon. He couldn't choose which one he would choose last. Asmo thought he decided to use a physical spell again. He chose the axe and destroyed the bluestone golem. He was able to increase his level. The Archmage thought it took minutes and seconds to destroy the monsters. It was a great result. The spectators were in awe of his abilities. This was exactly what they expected from him. The Archmage thought that he had definitely managed to show off his skills. He was sure there was enough of a show on the broadcast, and the advertisers had to be satisfied. But even if he had skills, they were useless if there was nowhere to show them. After the fight with the blue golem, the Archmage decided to address his viewers at the broadcast. He wanted to tell them about the plans for the next broadcasts. The Archmage informed all the viewers that his next target would be a Centaur Knight. The viewers were puzzled. They had never heard that there was such a monster in this game before. He smiled and added that the exact time and date of the next broadcast would be announced on the Rising Star channel, and ended the broadcast. After the broadcast ended, he received a melting stone for defeating the blue golem. The Archmage was delighted with his performance. He thought it was amazing. At this moment, the power of the Pantheon began to overflow into Lucky's body, and his body began to change. Now the Archmage needed to choose a new ability for him. The Archmage didn't wait long, and decided to choose a skill card for Lucky right away. Once he was in front of the cards, he began to scrutinize them, and carefully chose the card that suited him. Hen chose him the skill Indestructible Diamond. When this skill was activated, his physical defense was incredibly increased. But he could not use other skills while this skill was active. He told Lucky that he had called him wrong. He should have called him Cheatkey instead of Lucky. His words sounded like a joke, but there was a hidden truth in them about Lucky's unusual luck. The Archmage bent down to pet him and said that Lucky was the best of the best. Then the system confirmed that Lucky had gotten the new skill Indestructible Diamond. Gold looked at the Archmage and asked him to give him a chance to become stronger too. He could get the skill for being able to destroy the enemy along with his master. Gold's body started to change. His devotion was upgraded to a level. The Archmage needed to choose Gold a new skill. Hen thought that he had already spent all his luck on a skill card for Lucky. He decided that a medium-strength skill card for Gold would be enough for him. But suddenly the expression on his face changed. He was incredibly shocked that Gold had gotten that skill card. He couldn't believe it. On the Rising Star channel, there was a heated discussion about the Archmage. The viewers believed that he had managed to hack the game. Some had never seen such an item that he had gotten by destroying the golem. The president of the channel looked at the monitor and read the various comments under his video. Some wanted to see the Archmage when he was going full force. Some just wanted to see him. An aide ran into his office and asked him what they should do about the contract. The agencies watching the broadcast were calling them non-stop. The president answered him to just wait because he hadn't decided yet. Having seen the Archmage's show, he was sure the Archmage wasn't interested in advertising. He noticed that the Archmage acted like he wanted to show them a broadcast, after which the agencies could put him on their schedule. The president was sure that was what he wanted to tell them. He noticed that the Archmage had suddenly gone on a boss raid for the first time without any information. The aide asked the president if the Archmage didn't do it for a better reaction from the viewers, so the advertisers could bet more on him. But the president couldn't how much more they were willing to bet. The president smiled and told his aide that he didn't think the Archmage had made such a bold move just to get $100 off the bet. He explained to him that the Archmage only wanted to say that whoever it was, advertiser or whatever, they could do whatever they wanted. The main thing for him was that they pay the right price for the show. Through their channel, the Archmage would continue to show new monsters and items no one had ever seen before, so they needed to offer him something worthwhile. The aide was sure that they would now need to negotiate with the advertisers to raise the advertising fees. But the president responded negatively to his assumption. The president replied to the aide with full confidence that they would not have charged for advertising on their channel. His determination clearly showed that something more important to them than money was more important. The president's words shocked the aide. He could not believe that they would not have taken advertising at all. But the president replied, advertising they would have taken, but under certain conditions. The aide recalled that the president had previously stated that they would not have charged for advertising. The president nodded, confirming that they would indeed not have taken money for it. He smiled and added that in return, they would have asked for items and skills that could help the Archmage in the upcoming battles. The aide was quite upset. He said that if that were the case, the company's advertising revenue would drop drastically, and the employees needed something to live on. The president thought that he was gladly willing to accept the Archmage's idea, and he was willing to try his best for him. At the western fortress of the Tunga Kingdom stood the Archmage. He couldn't understand it was exactly right. He didn't even realize that such a thing could actually happen. He could hardly believe that the Berserk skill had dropped gold off the gold card. This skill was capable of temporarily increasing all stats. The Archmage looked at Gold, who was happy that they were back in the Tongue Kingdom again, and was afraid to imagine how much stronger Gold was now. Through the crowd of people, the guards were making their way towards the Archmage. He approached him and told him that they were looking for him, and asked him to come with them. He headed after the guards, who led him to a place he had never been before. He thought it was the Eastern Tower, and they led him to the Golden Forge. This was an incredible experience for him. The Archmage was well aware that the Golden Forge was a legendary place known to every player who had ever been to the Western Fortress, its reputation firmly established in the minds of all who set foot in these lands. He knew that only in the Golden Forge could one obtain the legendary items of the Tunga Kingdom. This place attracted all who sought the power and glory hidden in ancient relics. The Archmage was incredibly happy that he was able to get into this place. He was sure that it was something that every player had to try at least once. He was fascinated by the things that surrounded him in the forge. Among all the things, he saw the Staff of Tungi that he wanted to get in his inventory. This staff was created by the blacksmiths of Tungi and was infused with their special powers. It was full of indomitable greatness. But for now, it was out of the Archmage's reach. The Archmage smiled and thought that this staff was his next target. This item was valued in the thousands. He figured that when payment came to him, he would be able to buy himself absolutely anything. In the forge, he was met by the dwarf Zuga, who couldn't believe he had returned alive and well. He asked him if he had managed to get the melting stone from the blue golem. The Archmage proudly confirmed that it was a success. He retrieved the stone that was slowly melting in his hands, and without wasting any time, handed the stone to Zug's blacksmith. The blacksmith said that the soul metal he found in the mines of Dorito reacted to the owner's mana, meaning that if it became stronger, the stone would start reacting stronger as well. The Archmage listened carefully to Blacksmith Zug, who told him that he was starting, and so he asked him to hold the pendant tighter. Blacksmith Zug opened the pendant and began to infuse the mark of the unknown into it. The Archmage was amazed that this mark could spread like a liquid. It amazed him. The Archmage saw how the melting stone melted the trace of the unknown, and now he understood why the blacksmith Zuga had sent him to find this stone. Once the trace of the unknown was inside the pendant, it immediately began to point in his direction. Blacksmith Zuga was surprised to find that it was overflowing with energy. The Archmage was pleased. Now, with such a compass, it was not difficult for him to find the unknown. The Cursed Pendant would be able to lead him straight to him. He only needed to go where it pointed. But before leaving the Golden Forge, the Archmage decided to check out the new characteristics of the Cursed Pendant. When he started to study them, he was shocked to find that when equipped, it was possible to use the reproduction skill. The replay skill allowed him to use a skill he had already used once, ignoring recovery. Also, this skill could not be obtained from skill cards. The Archmage remembered that even Asmo had said that this reproduction skill could only be used through an item. So Asmo would write a blank check to anyone who brought him a skill card with it. Because of this, reproduction also started to be called a blank check. The Archmage was incredibly happy that he now had such a skill. He couldn't believe his luck and thought it was happening to him in a dream. Zugo the blacksmith smiled and informed him that he had managed to find somewhere to go, and now all the preparations were complete, and wished him luck on his new quest. The Archmage was happy that now he could hunt the Centaur Knight who had the power of a god. He had to go to the Forbidden Zone and defeat him. As a reward, he could get Tongue Staff. He knew that the black staff of Tongue was exactly the same as the white staff of Wigi that he had gotten. The black staff was much better than the normal staff of Tongue. The Archmage thought that everything was just like a dream. Everything was happening the way he wanted it to. For a moment, he felt as if he was controlling fate itself. But he needed to calm down immediately and think. The condition of the hidden reward was to defeat a Centaur Knight in a team of less than a man. That meant there would be enough humans to easily accomplish the task. And given the difficulty of the game, it wouldn't be a normal team of humans. It had to have at least professional-level players in it, he thought, and he would have to complete the task alone. He didn't recall such nerve-wracking raids in a long time. The Archmage remembered that the boss that appeared in the Golden Plains was a black centaur. It had twice the mobility and power of a normal centaur. This boss had made many players mess with it. He realized that the Centaur Knight was even stronger than the Black Centaur. But even so, Lucky under the acceleration and lightning speed effect wouldn't be inferior to him in speed. But when the second effect passed, he would be able to catch up to Lucky, and then the life skill would activate, which meant that they would fight until one of them died. The Archmage sadly realized that in the end of their battle, the Centaur would be able to chase him until Lucky was dead. He couldn't let that happen. Lucky was already too precious to him. He realized that up to this point, even if Lucky showed willingness to fight, he could safely defeat the monster. but this time, he couldn't guarantee his safety. Emma was surprised that the president of Rising Star Channel said that they only accepted items and skills as payment for advertising. Her interlocutor Park Yeon-jun replied that that was exactly what she was told. They decided not to take money for advertising. Emma was angry and didn't understand if Park Yeon-jun had a brain. Emma realized that the really important items in the God Wars game couldn't be obtained for money. Park Yeon-jun asked her how she intended to handle the situation. She answered her that it was to their advantage because the items that the Abyss Guild would offer would always be better than anyone else's. Emma was determined that whoever he was, but the Archmage would not be able to elude her anymore. He was now her target and she was not going to back down. At the Rising Star Channel, an aide came to the president to show him the list of items the advertisers were offering them. There were a few good items, but most could be bought on eBay. The president gave him the clipboard and said that wouldn't work. He asked him to tell them to start offering them rarer items. The aide asked what they would need to do if the advertisers left them. The president replied that they didn't have to do anything but wait. He explained that God Wars was a game where survival was the only way to survive. So he asked them to wait, and then they would see for themselves. He knew that there were no advertisers who wanted to miss the opportunity to contact the most talked-about person in the Archmage right now. On the Rising Star Channel, the Archmage began to broadcast live. He entered forbidden territory and prepared to do battle with the Centaur Knight. The Archmage noticed that the fog had grown noticeably thicker since his last visit to the forbidden territory. It now enveloped everything around him in a dense veil, creating an even more ominous atmosphere than the last time. The spectators were happy that the Archmage had finally started the live broadcast. Some of them thought his location was strange. The Archmage noticed that his pendant started pointing at an unknown person. They thought he was in a solo dungeon. They were sure that was where the Archmage had gotten to when he disappeared from the Golden Plains. A Centaur-level knight appeared in front of the Archmage. The Archmage was ready to use all his skills and abilities to overpower him. Hen realized that it was the worst monster for mages. Dash, crush, accelerate, and even fire step. He wanted to overpower it at any cost. He decided to address the audience, telling them that usually he rested a bit, before and after the raid, but this time, he had to rush due to certain circumstances. The Archmage smiled and added that this was why he would need to show off all his abilities and skills today. He wanted to finish off the monster quickly. Asmo made him a donation of 1,000 again. He advised him to try to interact more with the audience on his broadcast. The Archmage ignored Asmo and activated Dragon Fever. He would like to finish off the monster in just minutes. He was sure he would succeed. He used a fire spear and an ice spear. He added a fireball to make his first attack on an incredibly strong enemy. The onlookers couldn't see who he was attacking because of the thick fog and thought he was attacking the monster just for luck. The spectators couldn't understand how he managed to hit the target in such darkness, but some of them noticed that the Archmage's necklace was pointing at the target. The Archmage's attack caused the Centaur Knight to launch his attack. The spectators noticed that he was bigger than the black centaurs and was all protected by armor. The centaur was barely visible to the spectators because it was covered in black fur and black armor that was completely invisible in the fog. The Archmage used ice and fire arrows to attack him while he was at a great distance from him. He used ball lightning, hoping to stun his enemy for a while. The Centaur Knight was able to repel the Archmage's attacks with ease. He was rapidly approaching him. He was enraged after the Archmage's attacks and wanted to finish him off. He raised his sword and prepared to destroy the Archmage, but he managed to deftly dodge his attack. The onlookers were shocked that he used a roll and envied his skill and movement. They stood opposite each other waiting to attack. The Archmage wanted to use a fire arrow, but suddenly turned away and shouted to Lucky and Gold that it was their time to attack the centaur. Lucky and Gold, hearing the command, started to attack the centaur, who didn't expect them. Lucky bit its leg while Gold tried to do physical damage to it. The onlookers noticed that Gold had changed since the last airing. They assumed he might have used the Berserk skill. They were surprised that the Guardian could use it. Berserk and Gigantism were the best skills for players who used melee. They were impressed that the Keeper used them. The onlookers were confused. They didn't understand how the mage could attack the boss. It was beyond their comprehension. The centaur's sword had already almost reached its target. It deftly approached the Archmage, who didn't expect such speed. The Archmage did not dodge. The mana shield absorbed some of the damage. The Archmage smiled and thought that the shield could withstand such a blow. The system notified him that with the help of the circulation effect, his health would be restored proportionally to the spent mana. Then he decided to use the ice arrow and attack. The Centaur Knight didn't wait for the Archmage to attack. He towered over him and was about to trample him with his hooves. The spectators began to fear that he might hurt the Archmage. The spectators realized that the Archmage was attacking the boss well, but he still had to dodge his counterattacks. They assumed that the Archmage's damage was at an incredible level. They said that no matter how strong the Guardian and Mystic Beast were, They did too little damage when the Archmage wasn't attacking the boss. The Centaur Knight decided to shift his attacks to gold. Some onlookers thought that gold was contributing too much damage, and the boss decided to destroy him first. The Archmage decided that now was the perfect moment to attack the boss. He thought it was a true aggro ping-pong tactic. He used his ranged attack skills to deal as much damage as possible. He knew that in cases where there was no defending player, the monsters would start attacking the one who was doing the highest damage. The Archmage realized that if the damage gap wasn't so large and noticeable, the monsters would have to change their target to attack. This was aggro ping-pong. He thought that it was hard to calculate how the monster would behave, and because it would be hard for the entire group of players to react quickly, aggro ping-pong was dangerous in normal groups. The spectators began to realize that the Archmage had deliberately decided to set up aggro ping-pong. They knew that it was not easy to do, and almost impossible to do it alone. The Archmage paid no attention to the spectators' comments. He thought it was very convenient that he could see the monster's aggro figure. The system notified the Archmage that the Centaur Knight's steps were getting lighter. The boss decided to use acceleration to get even faster. The aggressiveness indicator turned red, and the boss became incredibly angry. It started attacking the Archmage again, who launched ranged attacks at it. The Archmage felt that the effect of the dragon fever was ending. This was dangerous for him because the boss was in the second phase and the dragon fever could help him deal with it. The Centaur Knight with incredible speed and anger was approaching the Archmage, who was calmly standing and waiting. Asmo had donated thousands to him and was already starting to say goodbye to the Archmage. He was sure the monster would finish him off. But suddenly the monster was attacked by Lucky, who was trying to stay away from the boss before. Lucky activated his life or death skill on the Centaur Knight. Lucky started attacking the Centaur from all sides with incredible speed, but he was unable to catch the defending monster. The Archmage shouted a new command to him, and Lucky started preparing a special attack for the boss. He turned around and began to take out the Centaur Knight, who was relentlessly chasing him and trying to get him with his mighty sword. The Archmage decided to seize the moment and attacked him in the back. He used a Ballista to deal him maximum damage, but that didn't stop the boss from chasing Lucky. The spectators noticed that the Centaur Knight was faster than Lucky. Even under all the available enhancements, he was inferior to him in speed. They thought it was too dangerous for Lucky. The Archmage couldn't let the monster attack Lucky. He decided to use ball lightning to stop the boss, and he managed to hit the target accurately. But the Centaur Knight didn't stop. He caught up to Lucky and launched his attack. The spectators started to worry about him, and couldn't understand why the aggro ping-pong wasn't working. Lucky fell to the grass and couldn't run away from the boss anymore. He approached the lying Lucky and brought his sword over him. He was ready to destroy him. The spectators shouted to the Archmage that Lucky was in danger. The Centaur Knight struck with his sword, and it seemed he had succeeded in destroying Lucky. But suddenly the spectators saw an unusual light that came from far away. They heard a strange sound that reminded them of a stone being thrown. The spectators realized that it was an unusual light. They saw that Lucky had used the invulnerability skill of the divine beast, Indestructible Diamond. The Archmage decided to use the skill again, and shocked the onlookers. They thought that this skill was an additional weapon property. Now he could use one of his skills without reloading. He smiled and reused Dragon Fever. Seeing this, Asmo made him another $1,000 donation. The Archmage waited patiently for the Dragon Fever to start so he could attack the boss. Asmo, noticing his waiting, said that he could tell the audience about his replay skill. He calculated that the distance between them was a meter. He activated a ranged throw and Dragon Eye to hit his attack exactly on target without hitting Lucky and Gold. The Archmage activated the Ballista and used the Fire and Ice Spear at the same time. He decided to add a Fireball to this attack to deal as much damage to the boss as possible. His attack hit exactly on target. The spectators were shocked by his actions. They said that with such accuracy they could safely say that his damage exceeded Asmo's damage at the same level. The system notified him that the Centaur Knight's hooves were engulfed in flames. He began to run away in hopes of extinguishing it. During his movements, he entered the third phase. The Archmage thought he had seen enough, but even so he could not lose to the Centaur Knight, so he decided to get closer to him. He pulled out his axe and decided to use a physical spell. The audience noted that he knew a thing or two about live action and asked him to show them closer to the Centaur Knight. The Archmage noticed something strange. The Centaur Knight's health began to plummet. He couldn't understand what it was related to. But suddenly, his face changed. He couldn't believe that this was actually happening. He had to urgently change tactics. Otherwise, they would lose to the Centaur Knight. The Archmage ordered Gold and Lucky to stop their attacks on the boss. He decided to back off from what he had planned. He realized that if they died, it would all come to an end. The Centaur Knight fell to the ground and the system notified him that he had managed to defeat the Centaur Knight. He didn't have time to use his physical spell. The spectators couldn't believe that the Archmage was able to defeat the boss so quickly. The spectators noticed that the Archmage was too confused. He didn't know what to do next. He had already pulled out his axe for a physical spell. He didn't expect that the Centaur Knight would have been destroyed so quickly. Lucky and Gold were happy that they had managed to defeat a very formidable opponent, but the Archmage was frustrated. It wasn't how he wanted to end the broadcast, and he didn't know how the audience would react to such an ending. As soon as he finished the live broadcast, the Archmage fell to his knees and said that he played cool against the Centaur Knight, but was greatly embarrassed. Gold happily told his master that today they were able to destroy the evil and bad monster together, his eyes shining with pride, for as a team they had accomplished a task that seemed impossible before. The Archmage looked at them and realized that they were safe after all. He thought his heart stopped when he saw Lucky fall to the ground. He realized that the broadcast was short because he had put out all his power. He was worried about everything being okay. He was afraid that the advertisers might swear. Hen was greatly afraid that the advertisers might not send him any more advertising requests, and his earnings would be reduced. He went into the inventory to look at the new items. He got the Centaur Knight treasure, but he was upset that there was one reward for destroying the boss. He was able to defeat him alone, while he was usually hunted by players. Hen started to open the treasure, hoping that the item could be sold. In front of him appeared the weapons the boss possessed. He didn't know what he should have chosen better. He noticed an unusual item. It was the Centaur Knight arrows. This item could only be used by the one who destroyed the boss. It could also only be used with the title of Purifier of Forbidden Territory. Hen was incredibly happy that he had gotten this item. He was sure that he could sell it profitably and make some money. But he noticed another unique property of this item. The Centaur Knight's arrows could activate double arrows when attacking. Hen couldn't believe that such a property existed. Double arrow was an exclusive skill of the archer class, with which one could shoot 2 arrows at once in one attack. Hen thought that if it was a built-in property, it meant that other classes could use it as well. He thought it was even better than Tunga's arrow, and it was worth at least thousands. Gold noticed that his master had a new item glowing, and immediately informed the Archmage. He replied that the light was coming from the legendary item he was holding, but soon Hen himself couldn't understand what was happening. He realized that it was glowing too much, and then the system notified him that the dragon egg had begun to absorb the unnamed god's energy. Hen thought he felt as if he had defeated Viltgar. This realization swept over him like a sudden tide. The dragon egg finished absorbing. Hatching progress increased to %. Hen knew it would have hatched faster, absorbing the Nameless God's energy. The system notified him that the Forbidden Territory had been cleared, and that he had managed to obtain the title of Forbidden Territory Cleanser. Suddenly, in the distance, he noticed a silhouette that looked like a player. He looked closer and saw that an unknown person was standing right in front of him. Hen ordered Gold and Lucky to prepare for battle. Hen wanted to show him the power of the double arrow. He was ready to fight him. Hen wanted the unknown man to feel the full wrath of the Archmage. As he came closer, Hen froze, noticing that the unknown man was level-headed. His strength seemed insurmountable, far surpassing anything Hen had ever faced. A doubt arose in his mind that he could handle such an opponent. Hen realized that not even the top God Wars players had reached this level. He had never seen an opponent this strong before. He was sure that this creature was not made to fight him. Hen was in a tricky situation. He didn't want such a powerful creature to start attacking him. Gold and Lucky were on the verge of attacking, clutching their weapons in their hands and focusing on the unknown enemy. Their gazes read red readiness for battle, but they were patiently waiting for their master's order to unleash their full power on the enemy. Hen told them that they had to get away from him as soon as possible before he decided to launch his attack. Gold and Lucky were confused and didn't understand why Hen decided to retreat. He looked at the unknown man and didn't understand why he hadn't started attacking them yet. Suddenly, Hen felt someone else's presence. Someone else was approaching them. The first thing Hen saw was a spear flying at the unknown man. He stepped back a little, and the spear stuck next to him without causing him any harm. The unknown, not paying attention to the approaching attack, calmly turned around and stepped into the portal. His departure was lightning fast, as if he was not going to engage in battle. Hiding in the shadow of the portal, he left behind only a sense of unsolved mystery. Zagar and his warriors came to his aid. He asked if he was all right. He added that they had moved in immediately when they heard that the area had been cleared. Hen replied that everything was fine. He was relieved when he saw them. He knew that in the story he was saved by non-player characters. They arrived at the East Tower, where Zagar said that because of him they were able to destroy the threat terrorizing the fortress. He was sure that no reward would have been enough to repay him for that. Zagar said that was why he had brought him the most valuable thing he could give him. His gesture spoke of deep respect and the importance of the moment. The Archmage knew that he had to give him the hidden reward for passing this quest. Zagar handed him the Black Staff of Tunga as a token of his gratitude. He was happy to receive this reward. It was the goal of his efforts. It was a black staff with an incredibly small chance of turning out when creating the Staff of Tungi. It had a special power. Receiving it, the Archmage was able to increase his characteristics. He thought it wasn't a simple staff. He was sure he had been given a real hacking trick. He had learned that the staff increased the size of magical attacks by 1%. If you counted it in damage, it was about 1%, but he knew that this was a normal feature of Tunga's staff. The Archmage looked at Tunga's staff and realized that its real specialty was not in these aspects at all. Inside the staff lurked a specialty that remained hidden from view, but could drastically change the course of events. He knew that when the cumulative magic damage reached a certain level, then the snake eye that was on the staff would activate. Hen thought that it was the first time he had seen such a skill, but he was sure that it was extremely unusual. It was another item to use Zuga's hammer. Zagar added that he also wanted to give him something else. He explained that his men had found it while searching the cleared restricted area, and ordered him to show it to him. One of his warriors brought him a box that had a leaf in it. Zagar said that this leaf was found where the unknown man was standing. Zagar explained to him that the appearance of the leaf had changed. It was completely different, and it was an important sign that could not be ignored. He noted that this was the exact spot where everything he saw changed. The leaf he was holding was from the ghostly forest, and that explained its unusual transformation. Zagar smiled and said that from the looks of it, the next destination for the Archmage had already been determined. He needed to go to the ghostly forest and find out about the Nameless God. The system informed him that his Cursed Pendant would give him a clue. Hen was happy. He was waiting for the moment when he could go to a new location. The channel president watched the video of the Archmage and thought that his broadcast had even come out very successful. He was impressed that he had managed to complete the raid on the boss in just minutes. He knew that the reason it was hard to get up through such streams, even though they were quite popular, was because they didn't know when exactly the boss might show up. The president was looking at his laptop and couldn't figure out how the Archmage managed to schedule such a live stream, how he knew when and where the boss was supposed to show up. He figured that the Archmage was going through some quest alone, which explained his precise knowledge of the boss's location. This explanation confirmed why the Archmage was so confidently aware of the enemy's location. The president expected that the Archmage was definitely connected to someone from the Alpha company that created this game. He had no other explanation for where he had gotten so much information in the first place. So he was worried about one request. He had just finished a private chat, and he didn't know what to do next. An aide entered his office and told him that he had brought him the report for the broadcast. But suddenly the aide noticed that the president was thinking about something, and didn't hear him at all. The president handed him a clipboard and told him that there was a request from an advertiser. He asked him to add their description to the letter. The aide took the tablet and looked at the request from the advertiser. He read that they would like to see an Archmage single-handedly destroy a ghost. The advertiser wanted him to destroy the boss of the Ghost Forest, but the aide said that with the Archmage's current level, it would be nearly impossible to do so. The president confirmed the aide's words. He knew that it would be difficult for the Archmage to defeat the boss. The aide asked what reward the advertiser was offering, to which the president replied that they would give him a spirit summoning skill card. The aide was shocked. He couldn't believe that they were offering him this card. He knew that this card couldn't even be found on the market due to the monopolization of the Adventurer Guild. He thought that the advertiser was a representative of the guild. The president logged into the secret chat room to talk to the potential advertiser. He asked him what he thought of the Archmage's skills. The advertiser, under the nickname Gamma Medicine, replied that the Archmage's skills were shocking, but he didn't like the quality of the video. The president replied that if they didn't like the quality of the video, they could give them their money back. He understood that they wanted to lower the price of the advertisement, but he couldn't allow that to happen. The president replied that the quality of the video depended on the fee, to which Medicine Gamma asked him if they could then settle on the spirit summoning skill card or not. When he read the reply message, he was quite shocked. He thought that it was too high a fee for destroying the boss of the Ghost Forest. The president didn't know that Emma was behind the offer, who was acting with other people's hands. Medicine Gamma had written to him that if they were willing, she was ready to give them the first order. Emma spoke to the head of the guild and informed him that she was acting through the organization of Gamma Medicine. She was sure that the president of Rising Star Channel had no idea about anything. She added that if the Archmage could single-handedly destroy the ghost boss of the Ghost Forest after days on the broadcast, she would give him a spirit summoning skill card. The guild leader replied that if the Archmage took their bait, then they would be able to find out his next move. It was extremely important for them to know. Emma said that she had already sold the root information to the Snake Hunters Guild. The guild head pointed out that she had planned much more carefully this time. She replied to the guild leader that they couldn't let the Archmage continue to behave like this. The guild leader wondered if the Archmage would be able to fall into their trap or not. Emma replied that she hoped that the Archmage was happy now and didn't suspect anything. She imagined him smiling and happy to know what reward awaited him for destroying the boss. The Archmage was incredibly happy that the advertisers hadn't walked out on him, and that they were satisfied with his last live broadcast. He checked the letter the channel president had sent him. He read that he needed to single-handedly destroy a ghost. He figured it was the easiest thing to do. He was sure his current skills were more than enough. Hen decided that he needed to start by selling Viga's bow and Viltgar's wood spear. He wanted to use the money to buy additional armor. He knew that simply destroying it would not be enough. The mistake he had made at the end of the live show, with the destruction of the Centaur Knight, was very frustrating for him. This was his chance to make things right. He wanted to put on a show that would shock everyone. Hen decided before he embarked on the task, he would have to prepare thoroughly and get the necessary publicity. He realized that if he could get the publicity, he would be able to close all his remaining debts and move to another place. He didn't like living in poverty. He wanted to get out of it. Hen thought that this way his brother would be much better off, and he could continue to recover without thinking about money or debts. He also thought about sending Heron to art school. He was sure he could defeat the monster and get some lucrative publicity. He realized that this would be his second trip to the ghostly forest since his first character. The forest was an area for tier players. After receiving a quest in the western fortress of the Tunga Kingdom, they could get there through a magic portal. Players who entered the ghostly forest saw the slime appear there. It was a transforming type monster. It could change its shape and adapt to its surroundings. And besides the different geographical features, players could fall into the illusion and their appearance could change. And then they couldn't tell where was the monster and where was the real player. Hen knew that to tell the difference between a human and a slime, one had to attack and check it. It was risky, but in the ghostly forest, otherwise one could not expose the cunning tricks of the transforming monster. Gold pointed out that it was a strange forest and could not be relaxed. Hen thought that being under the illusion of a monster was a great opportunity for players with bad manners to destroy others. That was why they were called forest bedmaners. This silly fame of this forest was brought about by one incident, an incident called stealing a ghost from the Hyena Guild. The recognized top Hyena Guild was attacked during a raid on a ghost boss in the ghost forest. Hen knew that all the years of members taking part in the raid were instantly killed, and the boss was stolen from them. And then the players who destroyed them organized their guild. It was known as the Snake Hunters Guild, specializing in stealing. The Archmage knew that from then on, if a player wanted to hunt in the forest, they had to go in 3 groups of 5. This was the norm for the ghost forest. Suddenly, Lucky barked at something, but Hen didn't see what he found. The system notified him that Lucky smelled a special odor. He had found a hidden dungeon dwelling of slime. It looked like the monsters had eaten and left something behind. Passing the dungeon would earn the title Purifier of the Ghostly Forest. The Archmage thought that if he leveled up in the dungeon, he wouldn't have to worry about other players. Everyone knew about the hidden dungeons in the Ghost Forest, but since the terrain was constantly changing, it wasn't easy to find them, and the fear of running into players only made it more difficult. Hen thought it looked like he was the first to find this hidden dungeon. He hugged Lucky and thanked him for discovered it, and he was ready to start the live feed. The Archmage looked at his team and decided it was time to go level up in the hidden dungeon. Lucky and Gold were ready to go after their master. One of the players in the ghostly forest was attacked by unknown people. He called them cowardly monsters. He couldn't understand if they were having so much fun destroying others. The player who attacked him smilingly replied that they were only doing it for fun. Destroying others brought them special pleasure. The unknown man added that he had no idea how wonderful it was to interact with a player like that, especially with the remaining healer from the trio. This moment was surprisingly meaningful to him. He smiled and told him that if he didn't want to get into this situation again, he would be better off staying inside his guild's protected explorer zone. The attacked player advised him not to leave the protected zone for nothing. He swung his mace and prepared to destroy the defenseless player. Suddenly, the player saw the main hunter who told him that he asked him not to behave so recklessly in the middle of an important mission. The hunter told him that even dogs obeyed their masters unlike him. His words were full of reproach, emphasizing his disappointment in his interlocutor's insubordination. The player replied to him to feed him better. He added that they didn't know if the Archmage had accepted the order or not, if he had fallen into their trap. The hunter replied to the player, if he didn't like it so much, he could surrender at any time, and there were already 4 men to take his place who would obey his orders. The player replied that he was not willing to surrender. He knew that if he managed to catch a big fish like the Archmage, he would become famous and become a famous guildmaster. But he didn't understand where it was that a hound would abandon its prey. Such a situation seemed impossible to him, for it went against the very nature of the hunter and the pursuer. The Archmage methodically hunted in the ghostly forest, relentlessly increasing his level. Finally, he reached the level he had long sought, feeling that his power had increased significantly. After the Archmage leveled up, he equipped the Tungi Black Staff. The system immediately notified him that he had obtained the title of Tungi Black Staff Bearer, which was a significant achievement. He was rewarded with points of intelligence, points of magic points. He was satisfied, and considered this reward very worthy. Hen knew that in addition the staff had a hidden power that he knew of. He turned around to Gold and Lucky to come over to him. He had something he needed to check. When Lucky and Gold approached him, he offered to test the Snake Eyes power. After seeing the monsters attacking them, he decided to use this opportunity to test his new skill in action. Hen knew that God Wars had crowd control abilities, or a period of time after using a spell. The most notable among them were paralysis and sleep. There was also still confusion, which caused aggression, and blindness, which could disable vision. He knew that there was also petrification, which was a modifier of Tunga's Black Staff. Its advantage was that it knocked down the enemy's formation. The Archmage and his team fought off the monsters that were attacking them. He waited until the charging of the Snake Eyes would be complete. He noticed that they took quite a while to charge. Hen realized that if he just attacked the monsters 3 more times, he would be able to fully charge the Snake Eyes. The Archmage realized that the Ghost Forest slugs were a big problem because there was no end to them. They were getting bigger, and it was getting harder to fight them. However, Hen wanted to use Snake Eyes and test what would happen to the monsters. He applied the ability, and all the monsters that looked at the Snake Eyes were petrified. Hen was shocked. He saw how his ability hit multiple targets at once, causing petrification as soon as the monsters looked at the Snake Eyes. He knew petrification was good on its own, but multiple targets at once was just delightful. He figured that under the influence of Dragon Fever he could use this ability every second. He realized that at that rate he would have to delete the game. Hen added that for using unfair methods, other players could have notified the developers of the game's rule violation. In addition, Lucky's combat skills were also unusual. Lucky was able to calculate the most effective action sequence when the monsters were petrified. He thought he should have changed his alias to Streamer Lucky. He was able to defeat all the petrified monsters, and the system notified him that he was able to level up. After leveling up, the War Dragon gave him the option to choose a new skill. Hen thought that now was not the time to change his alias. Everything was fine as long as the results of the ethers were good. He decided to choose a skill card and go hunt the boss. Among the many skill cards, the Archmage noticed one that caught his attention with its unusualness. This card stood out from the rest, promising something special and intriguing. He couldn't believe that he had managed to get such a unique skill here. He realized that he now had everything he needed to start hunting the ghost. But before he did, he decided to go out to sell a few things and buy some goodies for Heron. The manager of the Capsule Cafe noticed that Hen was engrossed in something, and he asked him what he was so busy with. Hen instantly hid his phone out of surprise, afraid that he might have seen too much. The receptionist couldn't understand why he put his phone away so abruptly. He quickly replied that he was just texting his girlfriend and didn't want anyone to see his message. A player approached the administrator Hyuk-ju and asked him to add 3 hours to his game capsule. Hyuk-ju stared at Hen and told the visitor that he had informed him that he had gotten a girlfriend, to which the visitor asked if he was sure she was human and not artificial intelligence. Hen smiled and thought it was so unbelievable that he could have a girlfriend. He decided he had to think of something else and said he was just kidding. They laughed and said they knew it. They couldn't understand how he could have a girlfriend if he was in a game pod for days on end. Hen wondered if he really did look like someone who didn't get along with girls. The last contact he had taken from a girl to get compensation for a broken phone. He turned around and started to walk away. He could still hear their laughter and didn't pay attention to them. He needed to put things up for sale right away. Hyuk-ju noticed that his phone sent an alert and picked it up and quickly checked the latest news. With every word he read, his shock increased. The information was so unexpected that he couldn't believe his eyes. He quickly rushed to stop Heng, who was about to leave the cafe. He informed him that the Staff of Purification was being auctioned off. Hyuk-ju noted that it was the same staff that the Archmage had used. Hen was shocked that he had only put it up for sale, and Hyuk-ju already knew about it. Hyuk-ju said that he hoped that the staff would sell well. At the Abyss Guild, when Emma was talking to Saul, she remembered that she was supposed to have a recording today. This reminder made her think about how best to coordinate their actions. Saul replied that she had come to this place because they had finished quickly, and she was able to fly to the Abyss Guild, and it was all possible because of their private plane. Emma replied that she was glad to hear that. She asked her how her progress was going with the twink character they talked to her about last time. Saul replied that she was still on the moors, but her thoughts suddenly turned to the question of why Emma needed an Archmage. The thought kept her on her toes, and she wondered about possible reasons. The doors of the study opened and Merlin, the head of the Abyss Guild, joined them. He was glad to have their muse with them. Sol was incredibly happy to see him. He approached them with a smile and asked if they had discussed anything important in his absence. Sol replied that they had only said hello, and no serious topics had been discussed. Merlin looked at Sol and asked if he could borrow Emma for a while. He had a personal request for her and wanted to discuss it privately. Sol smiled back at him and said that she was fine with their conversation. He got up and headed for the exit to leave them alone and not interfere with the conversation. Once she was out, Merlin said that he was annoyed working with top guild members who didn't know what was going on behind the scenes. Emma replied that it was best not to talk about it in front of her. Emma asked him what the matter was, why he had suddenly come to her. She said that he only wanted to say one thing. Regarding the Archmage, he believed that they had set quite a big bait for him. Merlin remembered Emma telling him that the Archmage still hadn't accepted their assignment. Emma replied that it looked like Park Yun-jun from Rising Star had noticed something. Emma knew very well that he was a graduate of Wharton High. Merlin had heard it said that he was smart enough to outdo even the seniors. She was sure that even if the terms were very favorable to him, he still wouldn't give them an immediate answer. Her intuition told her that he would carefully consider his decision. Emma knew that he was the type of man who would press his opponent to the max to get as much as possible. But so far he had never turned down such offers yet. She informed Merlin that Park Yun-jun had said that they still had to think things over. Merlin noted that it was a smart decision on his part. Merlin realized that in the worst-case scenario, the Archmage would be able to understand their motives. And if that was the case, there was a high chance that there was a traitor among them. He noted that all they had to do was wait for a response. But suddenly, a notification appeared on Emma's watch, and she was puzzled as she had not expected any messages. Emma was horrified to report that the Archmage had started the live feed. Merlin was shocked that he had started it without accepting their offer. Emma thought the live feed might have been connected to the item he had put up for sale. They tapped into his live broadcast to find out what the Archmage had in store for them. The Archmage greeted the audience and prepared to explain the reason he had started the broadcast. The Archmage rushed to please his viewers and said that it was time to start the raid alone on the ghost. Emma and Merlin were stunned and didn't know why he decided not to take them up on their offer. The players in the cafe were discussing that a staff made of Wiltgar root had appeared on the trading floor. They didn't know why the Archmage had decided to sell it and thought he needed the money. They knew he wasn't the only one with such a staff. Some players were sure that he had plenty of money. And he wasn't selling it for money. They assumed that he was just pretending that he wanted to sell the staff, and then would take it off the market. Some players thought that he was trying to find sponsors using the sale of his items. If someone advertising items would buy the staff from him, he would be able to take his advertising. Hen heard them say there was no point in them worrying about it. The players were sure some rich guy would buy it back anyway, and they wanted no part of it. He returned to the Ghost Forest where he was completely at a loss. He couldn't understand why the price at the auction wasn't going up at all. Hen had spent all his money on other items and skills. He realized that they couldn't use the lack of firepower during the surprise show. But even if they arranged it, firepower shouldn't be a problem for them. He figured they would have an unusual raid on the boss this time. The Archmage's grades and recognition would depend on this broadcast. He realized that such expenditure was necessary for him. Hen thought that with such preparations, the ghost would not be a problem for him. The difficulty was only time. The system notified him to take his Cursed Pendant into the ghostly forest where he could find clues. The Archmage took it in his hands, but the pendant wasn't pointing him anywhere. Hen was already in the ghostly forest, but the pendant wasn't responding in any way. Hen told his team that the only clue was a notification window that told him that an unknown force from the ghostly forest was entangling the pendant. He thought that in his current experience, he had to destroy the ghost to move on with the quest. He needed to go as far as possible before the broadcast started. After a while, Hen was notified again that his cursed pendant had fallen into deep confusion due to an invisible force. Hen realized that now he had no choice but to defeat the ghost. He still had hours before it appeared, and he could properly prepare for a battle with it. He turned to Lucky and Gold and asked them to get ready for the amazing party that would be starting very soon. On the Rising Star channel, an aide informed the president that the Archmage had sent them a private message, to which the president replied that he had already seen it. The aide said with excitement in his voice that he was going to start the broadcast very soon, and he thought it might have been for the assignment in destroying the ghost. The president replied that the advertiser's terms were too favorable to the Archmage. The president was sure they had an entirely different goal in mind. He explained to the aide that the Archmage must have smelled something strange. The president was sure that even so, he had not given up on this assignment. The president, once again rereading his messages, realized that he was looking forward to the broadcast. He wondered what kind of show he was going to put on for them this time. He started looking for the broadcast so he could connect to it right away. He figured that whether it was single-handedly destroying the boss or something else, he would be sure to watch it live. The Archmage stood in the ghostly forest and prepared for the broadcast. He didn't know where else they could have seen such a spectacle. He was frankly nervous. He was worried that things might not go according to plan, or he might even lose. And then the advertisers would stop cooperating with him. The Archmage turned around and looked at Lucky and Gold, who were waiting for his orders. They were enthusiastic and willing to do anything for him. He calmed down and thought they were encouraging him. When all the preparations were finished, he decided it was time to start the broadcast. He entered the channel code and started the live broadcast on the Rising Star channel. The Archmage was notified that the president of the channel had joined the broadcast. The Archmage was surprised that he was first. He was just about to say something to him. Wharton asked him what he wanted to tell him, to which the Archmage replied that it was nothing. It was about today's content for the airwaves, and about the assignment about destroying the ghost alone. The Archmage said that he was ready to accept the assignment. Wharton told him that he thought so. The system had notified him that the broadcast was due to start very soon and the countdown had already begun. He knew that the job description said that he had to defeat the ghost in days. Wharton replied that was what it said. The Archmage smiled and said then he was starting the battle right now. He started a broadcast called Destroying the Ghost Alone. The ghost appeared in front of them. The system notified him that a chilling aura had been used. The ghost skill would activate after every % of health lost. The Archmage looked at the ghost and realized that he had to overpower it at all costs. He was sure his team would help him destroy it. He noticed that quite a few people had already joined his broadcast. He greeted them and informed them that he had begun the hunt for the ghost. The Archmage hurriedly told the viewers that they had an addition to their broadcast this time, and asked them to enjoy watching. The viewers shocked that he had added a spirit familiar. The president smiled, pleased that the Archmage had even summoned a spirit familiar that appeared in this broadcast. He was pleased that the Archmage had demonstrated his abilities. The spectators saw that the Archmage now had several types of ranged attacks, and the spirit familiar used the lightning arrow skill. They were sure that the Archmage had hacked the game, and could easily use various skills and abilities. The Archmage was focused on the ghost and launched his first attack. The Archmage used ranged attacks that hit right on target, but he noticed that the damage from his 3 shots was slightly lacking. But he realized that he still had a spirit familiar who was completing the preparation of the lightning arrow. After completing the preparation, he had 1 more shot. The ghost didn't wait for another attack, and decided to launch a counterattack on the Archmage. He was already almost beside him, ready to launch his attack. Lucky and Gold stood in front of the Archmage, already knowing what was required of them. All they had to do was wait for the order to begin to act. The Archmage told Gold to activate his Gigantism skill and enhance it with his Berserk skill, and Gold obeyed his order. After activating his skills, Gold restrained the ghost, preventing it from going any further. Watching this, the Archmage realized that Gold had done well, showing his power and control over the situation. Suddenly from behind, the ghost was attacked by Lucky, who was waiting for the moment to attack. The spectators couldn't believe that physical attacks were working on the ghost. The spectators noticed that the attacks were through materialization. Initially, the ghost was in a ghostly state and the damage was only coming from magic. But at a certain damage threshold, it materialized. They realized that at this time, the damage would only come from physical attacks. The Archmage thought that when it became ghostly again, then the surprises would begin. Suddenly, the Archmage noticed something strange deep in the forest. He felt as if someone was watching him. He looked closely and saw that a dark assassin was following him. He was shocked to notice that he was being followed by an assassin from the Snake Hunters Guild. Realizing the danger, he realized that now, his every move would be under the watchful eye of this dangerous adversary. At the Abyss Guild, Emma was nervous about the Archmage accepting their assignment. Even knowing it was a trap, she couldn't understand why he was taking such a risk. She was amazed that he had proudly used the spirit familiar that had been given to him as an advance payment. She couldn't realize how many steps he had been able to think it all through. The president of the Rising Star channel thought the Archmage showed the spirit familiar on a surprise broadcast. He turned on the broadcast to show how he hunted. The Archmage told the audience that it was too early to be surprised. He said it was just the beginning and asked them to stay with them. Emma realized that this was a message from the Archmage. By showing the spirit familiar, he was saying that they would have to pay a heavy price if they wanted to get hold of the clues. She thought as expected. Perhaps he had already realized that they had given the task to the other players. Their plan had failed. They needed to stop if they wanted to minimize the damage. Merlin looked at Emma, asking if they really didn't need to watch the broadcast, to which she replied that the Archmage had already realized everything, and their plan wouldn't have worked. Emma asked him to tell the Snake Hunters to stop following the Archmage and get out of there. Merlin wanted to know what they should do next. to which Emma replied with a smile that they needed to respond to the message. The canal president thought about the message from the Archmage, who openly stated that he knew about their trap in the hunters, but warned that all their efforts had been in vain. He knew the Archmage was powerful, but now he no longer had any doubt that he was working on a huge project that even he had trouble imagining. The president smiled and realized that his message meant something else. He realized that the Archmage had finally accepted him as his ally. He started to leave and told his aide that there was no need to watch the broadcast anymore, but the aide couldn't understand what the president was talking about. The president knew that the broadcast was going quite well, and now their main task was to make a plan to help the Archmage. The staff realized that they had to work late again, to which the president replied that they were now doing everything together, including sleeping and eating. The Dark Assassin received a message from his guild. They thought he hadn't gotten to the Archmage yet and tried to stop him. They informed him that they had a new assignment. He replied that missing such an opportunity was sad for him. Their advantage was about levels. He was sure the Archmage didn't even know he was following him. The Dark Assassin was determined that he would attack him when the ghost would enter Phase 3. He considered it a great moment, and he didn't want to miss it. Enraged from the damage he had taken, the ghost activated a ghostly dash. His sinister figure began to move with frightening speed. Everyone realized that his anger would make his next attack particularly dangerous. The Archmage ordered Lucky and Gold to step back. The spectators couldn't understand what he was doing and thought he had decided to take the tug on himself. They were sure he couldn't stand up to the ghost. The ghostly jerk was that the ghost would indiscriminately attack the nearest enemies within seconds. The Archmage needed to stand for seconds of endless blows. During the spurt, the Dark Assassin decided to start attacking the Archmage. He was sure he knew his next moves. He thought the Archmage was planning to run away with his creatures. The Dark Assassin was sure he would continue to deal damage to the ghost while avoiding attacks back. He figured this would be the perfect moment to attack the defenseless Archmage. The Dark Assassin suddenly noticed that his body had become stiff. He couldn't understand what caused this limitation, and tried to figure out the reason, remaining in anxious anticipation. The Archmage used snake eyes on them, and all his enemies were petrified. The spectators were shocked. They couldn't believe that the Archmage had this skill, but the spectators couldn't understand who was next to the ghost. But some of them realized that it was an assassin sent to destroy the Archmage. The ghost was freed from the petrification, and he was still in a rage. The assassin standing next to him couldn't understand what was happening. He was shocked that the Archmage was using petrification and that he didn't know he had such a skill. But he realized that the target of the ghostly jerk was the closest player to the ghost. The spectators recognized the assassin and that he was from the Snake Hunters Guild. They understood that he would take the entire blow on himself, after which the ghost destroyed him. The Archmage explained to the audience that the assassin who had suddenly appeared had taken the entire brunt of the ghost's blow. The audience was in awe of the Archmage's mental abilities. He said that after the ghost dealt with the intruder, he was going to continue his attack on him. The Archmage ordered Lucky to act, and he used his life or destruction skill, after which the ghost was to switch its attacks on him. The spectators were worried about Lucky, but they knew that he had the indestructible diamond skill. But they realized that the damage would not be enough for the ghost, even if he used the maximum power of the spell. The Archmage had another surprise for the spectators. He told them not to worry, he would succeed. He equipped the Centaur Knight's bow to use the double arrow skill. It was a unique skill for an archer, and the Archmage used it to hit the target accurately, after which he noticed that there was only one hit left to destroy it. The Archmage pulled out his axe to deal physical damage. He decided it was time to end this fight, and he wanted to rehabilitate himself for his last live show. He yelled for Lucky to stop attacking the ghost and let him finish him off himself. But the audience wanted Lucky to get ahead of the Archmage and finish off the ghost this time too. The spectators started sending money and begging for Lucky to finish the battle and set up his master again. Lucky sat at a loss and didn't know who he should listen to. After much persuasion, Lucky delivered the final blow. The Archmage was incredibly upset. He wanted to destroy him, but Lucky beat him to it again. The spectators started laughing at the Archmage. When Lucky delivered the last attack again, the situation became comical, and the spectators enjoyed the spectacle of seeing the Archmage unlucky again. The Archmage thought that such an ending was also planned by him beforehand, but the ending turned out to be perfect, after which the Archmage decided to start counting. Suddenly, Asmo sent a small donation and offered to make a deal. This offer piqued the Archmage's interest, and everyone was waiting to see how this unexpected turn of events would end. Hen was surprised that Asmo himself had struck up a conversation with him. He couldn't understand what was going on. Asmo said that if he answered his question yes or no, he would bid on the item he was selling. Asmo asked him if he was now going through the main quest and waited for his question. The channel president was also waiting for the answer to this question. He was curious what the Archmage would answer. The Archmage answered that it was the one he was going through. The audience was incredibly surprised. But now they understood where he was getting the items they were seeing for the first time. The president thought that the main plot that no one had been able to find since the beginning of the game had been able to find the Archmage. He realized that the consequences would be serious. He began to think how they could help the Archmage. He realized that when he thought, it only got more painful. So he called his assistant to finish with one important thing. He asked him to place an advertisement for the Gamma drug on their channel. The aide was shocked. He thought they had turned them down for advertising, to which the president replied that he wanted to tell them no, but he didn't. He explained that the Archmage had completed the task, and if they wanted a reward, then they would have to advertise them. The aide pointed out that the Archmage had run the broadcast, without answering them. He doubted they would have given them a reward. The president replied that it didn't matter. It was more important now to keep the necessary ties, and not let them break in order to maintain a strategic relationship. He added that if they wanted to really mess them up, they needed to strengthen their relationship urgently because their hands could not be unclenched anymore. The president was sure that they would give them a reward for passing the ghost. If they tried hard enough, they could get more from them. He turned to his aide and added that they should have done it, even if they had to use everything he had learned in Wharton. Hen left the game to do some resting. He had a bad headache from what was happening to him. He decided that he would need to get the pieces together. He received notification that the power of the ghost forest was weakening, and his Cursed Pendant had finally reacted. He realized he couldn't show such a thing live. He informed the audience that the raid was over, and he needed to urgently collect the loot from the destroyed Dark Assassin and Ghost, then finish the live broadcast. The Archmage decided that he needed to see what the bounty was from the assassin first. The audience was mocking the assassin because he was so ridiculously destroyed. He was surprised that he got the fang of a fire serpent that could fatally poison an enemy. The audience was shocked that he managed to get a legendary item from him. The Archmage, after seeing the skill, realized that the assassin was determined to destroy it. He was shocked that even the Snake Hunters Guild tried to do so. But after the Cursed Pendant activated, the Archmage could move on with the main plot. But now he was thinking about the question from Asmo. He realized that someday he wanted to talk about what the main plot was going through. But now it was a headache for him. Now they would start asking him constantly about the clues to the beginning of the main plot. Administrator Hekju quickly ran up to Hen and said that he had amazing news. He couldn't even imagine what had happened. He said that the Archmage had revealed that he was going through the main plot of the game, and it looked like the first person who managed to notice it was Asmo. Hekju said that the game would have raised a fuss about this news right now. He added that his gamer blood was starting to boil. Hen congratulated him on that and asked him to let him check Jibei through his phone. He wanted to see if Asmo kept his promise or not. When he went to his Jibei, he found that his original bet was there. He was surprised that Asmo hadn't bet anything yet. He thought it was just that the bet amount was not like his usual amounts. Hekju, standing behind him, couldn't understand his indifferent reaction. He asked Hen if he knew how much Asmo had spent on such information. Hekju told him that Asmo had spent a whopping thousands of dollars for the Archmage's answer. Hen was shocked. He couldn't believe that Asmo had paid such money. When Hen saw the huge sum, his hands trembled and the phone slipped out of them. Hekju barely managed to catch the device before it fell to the ground. After buying some groceries, Hen decided to go home to his niece and brother. The niece was happy to see her uncle come home so unexpectedly. Hen asked her how her day was. He informed her that he bought some chicken and her favorite ice cream. The niece was happy and said she had the best uncle. He asked his niece to put the ice cream in the fridge and warm the chicken so she and her daddy could eat together. She smiled, took the bags, and went to the kitchen. His older brother noticed that Hyun had already come home. He asked him to come over so they could talk privately. Hyun wanted his older brother to join them for chicken. His brother, surprised at his generosity, asked if it was too expensive for him, and if he could really afford it. He smiled and jokingly asked if his brother thought he had sold his organs for chicken and ice cream. But the older brother, getting serious, asked him to stop fooling around. His brother, with worry in his eyes, asked if he had done anything dangerous to get them food. He was very worried about his little brother. Hen answered him that he would not hide the truth this time and wanted to confess that he had done something important this time. He said that there were people who were interested in the information he possessed, and now his life was in danger because they had tried to figure out his identity in real life. Hen added that he didn't know the real name of their group, but he knew that Ethan Hunt was after him, and his real name was Tom Cruise. He was about to say that the operation was called Mission Impossible, but suddenly his brother pinched his leg. Hen laughed and asked why he was pinched. The older brother remembered that Hen told him that he worked as a miner. He asked him not to overwork and not to do anything stupid. But their conversation was interrupted by Heron, who called them to the table to eat chicken. At which point, Hyun thought how could he not overwork, because he had to support his family. Heron turned around and warned them with a smile that if they didn't hurry, she would eat it all by herself. Hen realized that this was only the beginning, and the forces that opposed him were just beginning to emerge, building up power, but he was ready to do battle with them. He realized that even the Snake Hunters Guild, one of the 3 most manaless guilds in the game, was targeting him, but he was determined that he would destroy anyone but you. Emma's assistant informed her that the assignment given to the Snake Hunter Guild had been botched due to the actions of their hunter, to which Emma replied that she had seen the broadcast and was aware of the events. Emma added that not only did they lose, they also gave the Archmage the fang of the fire serpent. She thought that the Snake Hunters Guild was full of crazies. She informed her assistant that it was time to try another method and asked him to immediately recontact them as the situation was getting more and more complicated. Emma glanced at Jackie and asked if he had managed to find out the identity of the Archmage, or if it was still a mystery. Jackie replied that they had only been able to establish that the Archmage was somewhere in South Korea, but his exact identity was still unknown. Emma asked if they had anyone in the area so they could learn more about the Archmage, to which Jackie replied that only the Muse was there. She asked Jackie to contact her as soon as possible, explaining that they had a really important errand for her that needed immediate attention. A Muse had just entered the store and immediately heard a notification on her phone. She read that there was an urgent assignment from Emma. She wondered what had happened. She decided that she needed to go home and find out about the assignment. As she walked past the cafe, she noticed a familiar face and realized it was the guy with the smartphone she had smashed. She was sure he lived somewhere nearby. The Muse didn't know what to do. She wanted to go up to him to say hello, but she was too shy. She was darting around the store from side to side and couldn't make a decision. She picked up all her purchases and headed for the exit. She looked at him and thought he didn't seem like a bad person judging by that one time and decided to go over to say hello after all. Muse approached from the back and saw him watching a video from the game and realized it was an Archmage video on the Rising Star channel. Hen, looking at the video, said that they edited the video pretty well this time. Suddenly he heard from behind him a mysterious voice that was near him and greeted him. He was quite startled. Hen turned around and asked her who she was, but after calming down a bit, he realized it was the girl with the phone. Hen apologized to her for his reaction and said that he was just thinking. He didn't expect anyone to come up to him. He suggested she sit down at his table and talk to him for a bit. Muse thought that maybe she shouldn't have talked to him. She sat down at his table and said that she was truly sorry about his phone. Hen replied that it was fine and that it had been able to be fixed a long time ago. He got over that she could hear his words. Muse said that she noticed that he was a fan of Archmage. He was quite focused watching his videos, to which Hen replied that he was just popular, and he wanted to know more about him because he was a player himself. She got excited and said she was a player too. She asked what he did. Hen replied that he did anything that could bring him money. He said he worked as a miner. Muse was surprised that he worked as a miner in the game. She realized that it was an incredibly difficult job. Hen replied that he was doing it for his family and a good life, so he could endure despite the difficulty. He said it even became fun once you got used to it. He thought he was telling the truth. After all, he was mining items. He glimpsed at his phone and said it was time for him to leave. Muse, with a slight excitement in her voice, replied to take care, though her eyes read the desire to talk some more. She watched him leave and noticed that he was such a hard worker. She thought it would be nice if she could help him with something in the game. The Archmage returned to the ghostly forest to continue on with the quest. He approached his destination and a ghost appeared in front of him. He walked closer to the ghost and said that he was looking for a nameless god and would like more information on its location. The ghost was an exile of Natar's. He was quite surprised when he found out that the Archmage had come to him in search of the nameless god's inheritance. He said his name was Natarsa. He had been banished and had become a wandering ghost who longed to gain the power of the nameless god. But in the past, he had been a guardian of the forest village. The Archmage wondered if it was bigger than all the towns he had been to. The ghost added that those who chased after the power of the nameless god were swallowed up by it and turned into ghosts. But he was fine and didn't understand how it was possible. He explained that it was possible because of the egg that absorbed her power. The ghost thought about it with interest, realizing that this power could be a clue. The ghost was quite surprised that this egg actually existed. The Archmage asked him if he knew anything about it and its properties. Natarsa replied that he could tell him more information about this egg, but first he had to prove to him that he was worthy to hear his story. The ghost gave him a task. He needed to destroy the ghost in minutes. The Archmage couldn't believe his luck. He agreed to this task because he was confident in his abilities. The Archmage set off to complete the task, but before he began the battle, he calculated everything. He would need minutes and seconds. That's how long the hunt would take. Returning to the ghost of Natar's, the Archmage asked him what he wanted this time. The ghost replied that he never thought he would have been able to accomplish his task so easily. He opened a portal and showed the Archmage the true appearance of the forest. He added that it was nothing like the fertile place where only slimes lived. The Archmage asked the ghost who hid the appearance of the forest. The ghost replied that someone had ravaged the forest and no one knew who had hidden its true appearance. He added that however his power was enough to change an entire forest, he realized that it was none other than the power of a god. The Archmage realized that it was definitely something to do with a nameless god. The ghost said that he had another task for him. But first he wanted to give him a reward for completing his past task. And a gauntlet appeared in front of the Archmage. He explained to the Archmage that it was one of his guardian legacies. A guardian's glove. He gave the assignment to gather all the evidence that the ghost was a guardian. The Archmage was incredibly happy to receive the gauntlet. The ghost added that he needed to find the head of the forest village and give him a message, and if he managed it, he would tell him about the egg. After getting the guardian gauntlet, the system notified the Archmage that the speed of projecting magic was now increased. The Archmage couldn't believe he got the revolver skill. It was unbelievable. The ghost said that he had gotten the gauntlet, and now it was his turn for the bandage. He sent him to the troll forest where he would be able to find the ghost's head. The Archmage had no doubt that his quest would lead to success, and he would discover all of the Guardian's legacy. He knew that this path would reveal great secrets to him. The Abyss Guild received a call from the Snake Hunters Guild. They apologized to them for what had happened to their hunter who had let them down. Emma answered them that the hunter had disobeyed and failed the mission, so he wouldn't mind if they broke their contract with him. Plus, it had come up that the Snake Hunters Guild had targeted the Archmage. Now it was incredibly difficult for them to act. Emma said that their contract was still valid, and she would give them one last chance to make things right and do as they should. She told them to prepare as best as they could for an attack on the Archmage soon, confidence in her voice and determination in her eyes to not let him get away with it. But the Snake Hunters Guild weren't sure if the Archmage would take another one of their assignments. Emma replied not to worry. She would prepare such a reward that he simply wouldn't be able to refuse it. Emma reminded them that this was their last chance, and without waiting for a response, she hung up the phone. There was a determination in her voice that emphasized the seriousness of the task ahead. She left the office and wondered if the Archmage would be able to survive a head-on collision with the Snake Hunters Guild. The aide asked the president what the Gamma Cures had told him. He was sure they had done well in their task, but he was worried if they would give them the reward or not. The president answered him that it was the opposite. They gave them a new assignment, saying that they liked the surprise from the Archmage. He was sure that the attack would happen again. They asked if the Archmage would be able to stage a scene of destroying the boss again under such circumstances. The aide replied that it was madness. The Archmage had many enemies, and giving it to him on a platter would be a mistake. The president replied that he realized that it was a trap again, but he showed the aide what they offered him as a reward. The aide couldn't believe that they offered him the revolver skill. The revolver skill was increasing magic creation by % through 6 bullets. It was one of the skills that all the mages in this game wanted to get. The aide said that the revolver card had never been put up on G-Bay, to which the president replied that it was just that, and with such a reward, the Archmage would definitely accept their assignment. The president said that there was still an airing with a planned attack. He thought that a better show couldn't be thought of. He was sure that more than 1 million viewers would have gathered, so most likely the Archmage would have agreed. He opened his laptop and found a new message. He saw that the Archmage had sent him a video, but the president didn't remember that the Archmage wanted to send him anything. The president and aide were shocked when they read the title of Destroying a Ghost Alone. They thought that wasn't what he was doing on the last broadcast. But paying attention to the time the video lasted, they couldn't believe their eyes that this video was only minutes and seconds long. In the forest village, all the players suddenly froze. When they saw the special player who had come to the village, they couldn't believe their eyes that he was among them. The players saw that the Archmage and his team had come to the village. They were insanely happy to see them. Some of them immediately started asking him to take a picture with him. The Archmage, fixing his hair, said that of course he was willing to take a photo together. His smile was confident and his mood elevated, which gave the moment added significance. A whole photo session started in the forest village. Lucky and Gold also took part in it. Everyone around wanted to take a photo, and the Archmage didn't refuse anyone. A girl came up to the Archmage and asked for a photo. She didn't have time to say anything else before the Archmage replied that what was the best pose for him to take. The girl thought that she shouldn't have said that she wanted a photo with Lucky. The girl told him that she had seen him destroy the ghost alone. She had been at his broadcast, to which the Archmage replied that he was already preparing a video that would be cooler than the previous one. She remembered the Archmage talking about forest trolls. He confirmed this, but added that he couldn't say anything else. The Archmage told her that the Rising Star channel was scheduled to release the video in days. The girl was quite surprised that she had to wait for more days. He added that the schedule was a big secret, and if everyone knew about it, he would be in big trouble. The girl covered her mouth with her hands and said that she would keep the schedule a secret. The Archmage went to the troll forest and started the live broadcast. The audience began to gather en masse, waiting for the two-headed troll to appear, which was supposed to appear in minutes-seconds. The viewers realized that the announcement from the day before was not a lie. The Archmage confirmed that this was the case, and if anyone wanted to stop him, he would gladly wait for him. He added that there would be no personal accounts. They thought the Archmage had lost his mind and the high-level players would definitely want him. The Archmage looked around and realized that just as he expected, the hunters had come for him. The Archmage couldn't understand what he had done to attract only hatred, but he saw them all. He realized that they would only have more problems from fighting him. He informed the onlookers that the boss was due to appear soon, but before that, according to his information, there were many members of the various guilds here. The Archmage began to list to the audience the guilds that were hunting him. He knew that there was the Red Snake Guild, the Scaff Guild, the Triple Code Guild, the 5 Stargate Guild. He added that there was also Orochi Guild, Good Hope Guild. The audience couldn't believe that he was being hunted by such an impressive list. The spectators noticed that all guilds were there except for the top 10, but there were sponsors who supported the Archmage. They refused to have guilds participating. The hunters were shocked that the Archmage had revealed them. They thought they had hidden well, and he would not have been able to detect them, but now they would have to fight him. There was no other way. Archimage said that there was also the Snake Hunters Guild here, a representative of which he had recently destroyed. He realized that it was one of the 3 sinister guilds. The onlookers were surprised that he had managed to detect even them. They wondered how the Archmage had managed to figure everything out. Now anyone could tell that this situation was a trap. The hunter asked how long they planned to just stand there, but he was warned that he had to wait for communication with the elders first before taking any action. The Archmage realized that they didn't want to come out of their ambush until the last minute. Then he said that in that case he would attack them first. The hunters couldn't believe that he even knew where they were hiding. They couldn't guess how much information he had on them. They decided to retreat to avoid getting kicked out of their guilds. The Archmage noticed that almost all the guilds had fled. Only the Snake Hunters Guild remained. He realized that they were waiting for him to relax after the boss raid. Seconds later, a 2-headed troll appeared in front of him. This meant the raid had begun. The spectators froze, waiting for the Archmage's next actions. The Archmage confidently stated that it was time to start the battle, and focusing his magic, he prepared the first attack on the 2-headed troll that was already starting to move towards him. Lucky and Gold were also ready for battle. They had only given instructions from the Archmage. The spectators were excited for them and the spectacle to come. The Archmage and his team launched several attacks, after which the boss's second phase was almost finished. Only the monster's health was left before the third phase. He decided it was time to use Dragon Fever. The spectators thought that it would not be enough for the whole battle, even with the use of the replay skill. The Archmage ordered Lucky to use the Life or Destruction skill, then launched a ranged attack on the 2-headed troll, using fire and ice arrows. The 2-headed monster activated its special mode, causing both heads to work in sync. This caused its health to recover crazily, and the Archmage realized that the battle would be much harder than he expected. The audience realized that the Archmage wouldn't do enough damage, but some thought that with Gold and Lucky he could do it. But the recovery of the 2 heads couldn't be underestimated. Suddenly, in the middle of the fight, the Archmage ordered Lucky and Gold to back off and stop attacking the 2-headed monster. He said it was his turn to attack now. The spectators noticed something unusual behind the Archmage. He told the spectators that it was time for the Archmage to attack. He used Inferno spells, which made the spectators stunned. The Archmage remembered that just recently he was able to raise his level to 100th, and this skill was the reward he received for it. He knew that Inferno was the second most damaging of the lower-level skills. It was second only to Lightning Strike. Despite the troll's recovery, Inferno had a unique effect. The 2-headed troll, due to the Inferno curse, felt its magic resistance decreased by %, and all of its stats also decreased by %. The Archmage was notified that due to the Inferno curse, the recovery of the 2-headed troll had decreased by %. He decided it was time to reuse Dragon Fever. The spectators noticed that the Archmage looked different while destroying the ghost alone, and his arrows were now faster. They assumed he had gained the revolver skill. The Archmage defeated the 2-headed troll with a lethal attack. The raid was over and he realized that he had to prepare for another attack from the hunters. The hunters were confident that whatever this monster was, they would definitely be able to weaken it. They were sure they would be able to overpower the Archmage this time. Gold admired the victory of his master, but the Archmage with a smile reminded that the conversation was about the Archmage, not about Lucky and Gold. The audience did not like this joke, and they expressed their displeasure. The Archmage decided to address the audience and said that it was time for a quiz. He asked why he didn't use the Eye of the Snake today. The viewers couldn't understand why he really didn't use the Snake Eye. He explained to them that he had one more prey left. The hunters realized that the Archmage had noticed them and he used the Snake Eye skill. The president of Rising Star Channel was surprised to learn that even the Snake Hunters Guild had decided to start hunting the Archmage. This was an unexpected turn of events for him. He realized that these hunters weren't the type to take the bounty. He couldn't let something like this happen, and thought about how to prevent it. Emma was incredibly angry. She thought the Archmage was a real monster because he knew everything. She couldn't believe that this was again because of the traitor. She knew that as long as they had a traitor in the guild, they would have a hard time destroying him. Emma's assistant told her that they had received an offer from the Rising Star Channel. She wondered what they wanted to offer them after the Archmage had been completely assassinated twice. He said that they had asked them to make another reward of the same value. Emma thought they were mocking them, but if they refused, they would make them hesitate. Emma replied that the elf boot's reward would have to suit them, and she had one more errand for her assistant. She asked him to summon all the players that were around the forest village. She knew time was running out, and they had to act fast. The players in the forest village were discussing that the Archmage had made an announcement that he had appeared on another boss raid. They knew that the Archmage had managed to defeat the two-headed troll. The player couldn't understand why the Archmage made a new announcement about the boss appearing. He assumed that this was the Archmage's way of attracting attention. They knew that everything would be known in exactly 2 days. An employee of the channel told the president that today was the day of the raid on the boss, but the comments hadn't shifted to appear for days. He replied that it would not be enough. They needed to make it look like it was a leak. A plan was already brewing in his mind that could fulfill their demands. The staff member was shocked when the president talked about the leak, but the president explained to him that it was some sort of marketing move, as if the Archmage's raid schedule had been leaked online. The president looked at his watch and said that everyone would be interested to see if that was actually the case. His words sounded like a challenge, and the tension in the room rose palpably. He added that now all staff were preparing for the broadcast. He ordered them to be ready to run it as soon as the Archmage would call them. One of the staff was looking through the competitors' channels and saw something important. He shouted to the president that they had a problem with another channel. On the competitors' channel, the Avengers team started a hunt for a two-headed troll, but the leader of the group was sure that all the viewers already knew it because of various rumors. The Avengers mentioned Archmage's post that he would be the first to be able to take down the boss, but they decided to get ahead of him and defeat the boss first. The president and his staff couldn't believe that they dared to steal a raid on the boss from them. It shocked them. The president didn't know what they should do in such a situation. The employee turned to Emma. He informed her that the number of views was just cosmic. He noted that the creation of the Avengers was worth it. Emma was sure that no one would have even been able to say a word to them for it. It was obvious that everyone wanted a raid. They were just the first to find the two-headed troll. She calmly added that the Archmage wouldn't have had the strength to stop the Avengers' raid in the current situation. Her words sounded like a sentence, and everyone in the room realized that the outcome was already a foregone conclusion. The president took a deep breath, trying to remain calm. He was convinced that even the Archmage could not have foreseen such a turn of events. A shadow of confidence flashed in his eyes, as if he already knew what to do next. The viewers watching the Avengers broadcast noticed that the Archmage was missing there, and he had no heir. They thought he wanted to break into someone else's raid. The Avengers players were amazed at how easily they were able to damage the monster today. The viewers continued their discussion and thought that the post about the Archmage's broadcast was not real, and asked for an explanation from the channel president. Emma was sure that this time she was able to defeat them. The president thought that they had failed their mission. His face remained impenetrable, but anxiety for the future was already beginning to brew in his soul. Saul took out her phone and turned on the Avengers broadcast. She couldn't understand why the Abyss Guild had launched a raid on the two-headed troll. After all, the Archmage was going to destroy it alone. She thought that the last gathering a few days ago was to gather people for this raid. She couldn't understand why they were treating the Archmage like this at all. But suddenly she noticed that the Archmage had also started his broadcast. The Archmage began his broadcast and greeted all of his viewers. He informed them that he had quite a few people with him today. The viewers informed him that he was late with the hunt for the two-headed troll and asked for an explanation. He felt the pressure building up, but he couldn't understand what they wanted from him. Saul realized that the Archmage hadn't yet realized that his raid on the boss had been stolen by the Avengers. But suddenly she wondered why she even bothered with it. The Archmage said that he didn't know why his viewers had such a reaction. He added that as previously reported, he was ready to start the raid on the multi-headed troll. The audience couldn't believe he said multi-headed troll. They were expecting a raid on a two-headed monster. They were beginning to realize that something big was about to happen. Gold warned the Archmage that something really huge was approaching them. He was ready to fight and protect his master. The Archmage announced to the audience that the raid on the three-headed troll had begun, and he began to broadcast live, directly from the hunting ground. The president of the channel was shocked and didn't know how to react. He was shocked by the appearance of the huge three-headed monster. Emma realized that the Archmage was ahead of her and she had failed to set him up. The spectators were puzzled as to why he was retreating in front of the monster. The Archmage explained that everyone knew the effect of the long spin skill. The greater the distance to the target, the higher the damage. His running was a deliberate move, not cowardice. The Archmage added that this way, it would be easier for the enemy to dodge his long-range attacks. And he used the Golem's summoning skill. He said that there were many different obstacles preventing him from hitting the target accurately. But there would be no such problem with this method. He stood on the Golem's head and had a perfect view of his target, he thought. This way he not only had a perfect view, but there were no obstacles. The Archmage looked at the monster and said it was time to attack it. He launched several long-range attacks and the monster instantly went into Phase 3. The onlookers were thrilled that the Archmage was able to deal so much damage without getting hit back. They thought that it would be up to Lucky to finish this battle again. But the Archmage noticed that Lucky's life or destruction skill was about to expire. Then he decided it was time for Gold to prove himself in battle. The system notified him that Lucky's life or destruction effect was over. Gold immediately said that he had been waiting for this moment and applied the gigantization effect. The Archmage saw that the monster was approaching him. It was ready to destroy the Archmage, and then he ordered Gold to stop the enraged three-headed troll. Gold replied that he obeyed his order and headed towards the monster. He applied the Guardian Defense skill, and a protective barrier appeared in front of the monster that it would not be able to destroy. The Archmage decided that it was time to finish off the monster. He used Inferno again, after which the system notified him that he was able to defeat the three-headed troll. After the victory, the Archmage turned to the audience and informed them that this was the end of his live broadcast, and said that they would see each other later. But the audience asked him to show the items he received for defeating the monster. The Archmage thought he had better things to do now than show the items, and ended the live broadcast, and he went to the ghost again. Upon seeing him, the ghost was surprised that he was able to defeat the three-headed troll. He gave him another piece of Guardian gear, as promised. The ghost gave him the Guardian's hoop. This item could absorb the power of great nature, and gave the Guardian mystical power. The Archmage could barely contain his emotions when he saw its characteristics, among which was also camouflage. Gold happily told the Archmage that the job was done, and it was all thanks to his new skill. The Archmage thought it was good that he had raised both of them levels before the raid. The Archmage thought he had learned new skills himself that helped him in this battle. Now he had to find one piece of Guardian equipment. Emma was incredibly angry after the Archmage's ether that made her look like a laughing stock once again. She could no longer remember how many times he had circled her. She thought they had finally made it to the Night Forest. She knew that the Night Forest was incredibly difficult for solo players, with groups of werewolves wandering around. She decided that she needed to prepare a new plan of action. Wharton sat in his office reading the message board, which was going crazy. After the Archmage broadcast, he couldn't believe that their channel had risen to the top of the rankings, and that they now had 1 million subscribers. His assistant walked into his office and informed him that they had received a request for advertising. The president thought that the request was again from the Gamma drug, but the assistant refuted his assumption. The aide informed him that the request for publicity came to them from the Blue Bull. The president could not believe this, because the Blue Bull was the enemy of the Gamma drug. In the garrison of the Night Forest, the hunters from the Avengers sat around the fire and said that he had to gather more players this time, because even if it was the Archmage himself, he wouldn't be able to overpower 12 wolves alone. They knew that even players from the top guilds gathered groups of players by man to hunt in the Night Forest. As the wolves walked in groups with the werewolf and 9 black wolves, their numerical advantage became more and more obvious with each step, creating an ominous atmosphere of threat that was hard to ignore. They heard that the Archmage wanted to form an alliance with the top 10 guilds. Some of them heard them offering him a lot of money in return for a video of a joint hunt. The players thought that rumors were just that, rumors, and decided that they would ask him in person. They were sure that he would definitely pass by them if he was going into the Night Forest. And suddenly they heard someone yell out that the Archmage was near them. The Archmage approached the Night Forest garrison. He was ready to head into the Dark Forest. He was sure he could handle the wolves alone. He was instantly surrounded by other players who wanted to know more information. They told him that there were rumors that he wanted to gather a group of players with the top 10 guilds. They suggested he team up with them. The Archmage started getting various offers. Everyone wanted to team up with him. The players tried to entice him by showing off their stats and skills. Some wanted Lucky to join them. Some wanted gold. He understood that hunting in the night forest in a group was the basis of the basics, and he didn't expect this. He asked them all to listen to him. He apologized to them. The players froze, waiting for his decision. The Archmage informed them that he had already received various invitations, but had declined all of them. He made the decision to continue playing alone. He knew that the night forest was pitch black, so the players couldn't see anything in front of them. Mage players like him couldn't even attack at full strength. But he thought that in his case, if he had prepared beforehand, he would be able to deal with 3 of the 4 before they even got close to him, and as long as Lucky and Gold were with him, there shouldn't be a problem. The Archmage began to attack the werewolves. He said that no matter how much they were hiding, he could see them all. He was successfully destroying them even in total darkness. Suddenly a little girl appeared in front of him and asked him to stop. She said she didn't want to fight him. She said her name was and she needed his help. The Archmage looked at her and thought it was a scenario. He assumed she probably wanted revenge on him. He asked her why he would want to help her, to which she replied that she would reward him accordingly. Took out the wizard's random skill book and said with a slight shudder that it was unique, and he could get a unique skill if he completed her task. The Archmage thought that this book was supposed to be a reward for crying of the night forest. She added that she would give the book if he could catch a dark wolf. He was given a new task. He needed to find the dark wolf and destroy it for Umta's revenge. She added that if he could get revenge, he would be rewarded with a legendary book of random wizard skill. Asked if he would defeat the wolf, to which the Archmage replied that he would definitely defeat it and exact revenge in her place. The system notified him that there were hours until the boss appeared. The Archmage decided that this would be enough time for him to level up. He accepted the assignment from and decided to return to the dark forest where he began hunting werewolves. He successfully destroyed them until he leveled up to the level he was at. After leveling up, the Dragon of War gave him a new chance to get a skill card, and the Archmage decided to use it immediately. The Archmage saw one interesting glowing skill card and thought it could be a skill he really needed. He picked a card and was shocked. He got the skill Lightning Strike. The assistant to the president of the Rising Star channel came to his office to inform him that the Archmage had started the live broadcast, to which the president replied that he knew about it and had already watched it. He added that such a solo hunt was worth watching. He knew it was incredible. But he thought it was the first time he had seen such an aggressive hunt since Asmo. The aide said that as he saw the Archmage was showing the spectators Lucky, the Archmage was sure that the spectators liked Lucky, and that they thought he was cute. The Archmage told the viewers that he was ending the broadcast. He thanked them for watching Lucky suddenly heal live. He added that in the next live broadcast he would show them a stronger himself. He had prepared Asmo style for them. He had strongly intrigued the viewers with his words. The Archmage thought his broadcast went great. He was sure he had shown the audience all his skills, except for the lightning strike. He decided to show it while destroying the Dark Wolf. Suddenly he received a message from Wharton where he said he did a good job, but the broadcast was admirable. The Archmage asked him to force himself to praise him. He didn't show the audience anything of the sort. The Archmage asked if he had anything else to say, to which the president replied that he wanted to accept the publicity from the Blue Bull this time, and asked if he was in agreement with him. He was surprised that this time the request for advertising was from Blue Bull and not Gamma Medicine. He was sure he could get a lot of money, and he couldn't turn them down. The Archmage said he didn't have to worry about his opinion on the advertisement. The president clarified if the Archmage was giving him full power, to which he replied that he was giving him as much power as he wanted. After their conversation, the president made a final decision. He asked the aide to call the Blue Bull and make a contract with him. The aide excitedly asked the president that would Asmo really give them the item. There was no panic in his voice, but there was genuine concern, as if he couldn't believe what he was hearing. The president laughed and replied that he wasn't sure, but it would be boring if they knew everything in advance. His light-hearted tone hid the calculating nature that always helped him stay one step ahead. At the Abyss Guild, Emma informed Merlin that there was a huge possibility that the Blue Bull would be the Archmage's next sponsor. Merlin was incredibly shocked by this news. He asked her not to tell him that their competitors had gotten themselves a lightning strike card. Emma calmly replied that it was impossible. She added that was why the Archmage had requested it from the Blue Bull. Merlin, looking at Emma, wanted to know what they wanted to offer him to take their advertisement and their assignment. Emma replied that the Blue Bull offered him the armor of the unnamed Archmage. Emma added that only the Asmo had that armor. She was sure that the Asmo had started to act up, and there was a readiness in her voice for the inevitable clash. Merlin tried to find out exactly what kind of deal Asmo was going to make with the Archmage, but Emma only shook her head and replied that they didn't know. Her voice was calm, but behind that calmness was a sense of unease. Emma said that if Asmo decided to take control of the Blue Bull into his own hands, It would be incredibly difficult for them to straighten him out. She suggested Merlin just wait. She turned to her assistant Jackie and asked him to send a message. Jackie asked her who exactly she needed to poison the message to. Merlin realized that they had a real war ahead of them, and every step could be decisive. The tension was building, and there was only one thing on his mind. They had to win. The stakes were too high to let them lose. Emma looked at Merlin and said that they couldn't just sit still then. There was determination in her gaze, and her voice left no room for doubt. Action was inevitable, and the time was now. Hen stepped out and decided to spend his day with his niece Heron. They were walking to the store, and Hen told her that he could go himself. He was shocked that she liked the chicken so much. Heron replied that she liked the chicken a lot, but more than the chicken she loved her uncle who bought it for her, and she laughed out loud. Hen answered her that she had grown so much, and he was pleased to hear her say so. He thought that after he had made a contract with the Blue Bull, he could buy her anything she wished. They were walking down the street and repeating that they could eat their winnings. Suddenly they were spotted by Saul, who was standing not far from where they were to pass. Seal, hearing a familiar voice, realized it was Hen and was surprised to see him. She didn't expect that he was also shopping in this area of the city. She joined them, and they both started to feel shy. They didn't know where to start their conversation, and stood silent for a long time. Heron smiled and told her that she was quite nice. She asked her if she was her Uncle Hen's girlfriend. Her question threw them both into terrible embarrassment. They both quickly answered her that there was nothing between them. They were just childhood friends. Heron, hearing this, asked her if she liked to play like her uncle did. Heron hurriedly told her that her uncle played God Wars. She wondered if Seol had played that game. Seol smiled and replied that she had played it too, and had started quite a while ago. She told Seol that her uncle was a very powerful mage in the game. Hen was quick to stop her story, and said that she shouldn't have said that. Seol was surprised that Hen was also a mage. She remembered that he told her that he worked in the mines, but she didn't think he was a mage. Hen didn't say anything back to her, and they continued on to the store. Hen returned to the game where he was able to defeat the werewolves and level up before he waited a very long time for this, and was insanely happy when he did. His whole team was incredibly happy for him. The Archmage looked at Gold and ordered him to take off his old clothes. Gold obediently and without further question obeyed his master's orders. He knew that when defeating monsters, he wouldn't be able to summon a guardian just like that. This skill had one condition. The level of the monster couldn't exceed it by more than the werewolf had a level, so it had to be of a level to be able to summon it as a guardian. The Archmage realized to pass this location, the person had to be above level. But because of his power, he got to this location too fast, so he had to try harder. He used the Keeper summoning, and Gold's appearance was changed. He asked Gold what he thought of his new body, to which Gold replied that now he felt he was capable of anything. Hearing his answer, the Archmage decided that he should now give Gold new items. He equipped him with the leather armor of a three-headed troll, and gave him the fang of a fire snake. Upon receiving these items, Gold told him that he would repay him for his favor. He was willing to praise his lord until his last breath. Gold leaned over to Lucky and asked him what he thought now. He called him an unimportant dog. Gold was sure Lucky was jealous of him. But Lucky wouldn't listen to him and just turned away from him. The Archmage received a notification that the moon was seconds away from appearing. He thought he was now all set and could start the live broadcast. He started the live broadcast, and after greeting his viewers, he hurried to introduce his new guardian to the audience. Some viewers thought it was a Lucky that stood on two legs, some that it was a hybrid beast, but the Archmage explained to them that it was a new kind of gold. The Archmage didn't talk long, and decided that he should have gotten straight to the point and started the raid on the Dark Wolf. The spectators were excited about the gold and hardly listened to the Archmage. The system notified him that he was seconds away from the full moon appearing, and a tree appeared in front of him with a glowing apple on it. The Archmage realized what they meant by the appearance. He realized it wasn't the moon but the fruit. The system notified him that the fruit would be gone in minutes, and he needed to destroy all the dark wolves while the full moon was ripening. He covered his face with his hands from the bright light of the fruit that appeared. He thought that there would be no boss this time. Now he needed to survive the waves of attacking monsters. The spectators were surprised that he needed to survive waves with monsters. They realized that sometimes you would have to watch such events. It would be boring to only destroy bosses. The Archmage decided that in that case, they needed to delay the debut of the lightning strike. But only for minutes. He realized that there were about 100 monsters, and thought that they could start at full strength from the beginning. He ordered Lucky to use the lightning flash and Gold the berserk skill. He decided to destroy the monsters from long range and applied the skills Fireball, Ice Ball, and Ball Lightning. He knew that would be enough. The Archmage waited until the Fuchsia familiar spell would be completed so he could apply Inferno. The Archmage improved the move spell and double spell with the help of the Wizard's Book. Then he launched his attack. The onlookers couldn't believe that the mage had become so fast. They thought his skills and abilities were true madness. The Archmage decided to make an image of the mage that no one would ever be able to show them. He smiled and thought that it was he who was to be the protagonist of this broadcast. A spark of confidence flashed across his gaze, for he had long felt that this moment was his destiny. Gold was dealing with the dark wolves with incredible speed and determination. The audience noted that the new Gold could have handled them alone without the help of the Archmage and Lucky. They were sure that he was now stronger than both of them. The Archmage couldn't believe that he would be buried so quickly, but he didn't see anything wrong with that. He would still show his true power to all the spectators. He used Dragon Fever to deal with the Dark Wolves as soon as possible, who couldn't resist the incredible power of the Archmage and his team. The system notified him that he had fulfilled the conditions of the quest and defeated all the Dark Wolves. The Archmage realized that he was unable to use Lightning Strike. He once again had to postpone this skill until the next battle. Suddenly, the Archmage received a notification that Asmo had donated thousands to him. He also left him a cryptic message asking the Archmage to use it wisely. The Archmage couldn't understand why the Asmo appeared and disrupted the whole atmosphere. He didn't even know what to answer him, or how he could continue to conduct the live broadcast. He decided that he had to end the live broadcast for the day. The Archmage decided to ignore the Asmo for now. He realized that he was going to get his reward for the quest soon. Suddenly, he heard Umta calling him over. Umta thanked him for avenging his parents, and now he could give him the reward he deserved and handed him the skill book. He added that now he had to return to the village. The Archmage took the book and couldn't believe it was actually in his hands. It was something incredible. The Archmage felt a ghost appear behind him who was surprised that he had been able to get this far. Now he saw that the Archmage was worthy to know everything. The ghost asked him if he knew why he coveted the power of the Nameless God, to which the Archmage shook his head and replied that he did not know. He reminded him that the ghost had simply told him to gather evidence and go to the forest village. The exile of Natars added that there was nothing wrong with that. He just needed the power to protect the forest village. So he needed the power of the Nameless God. He said that's when he found the power of the Nameless God and successfully managed to get some of it. It was said that if you covet the power of the gods, he could be punished. He absorbed the power, and now he was an exile and a ghost. The exile of Natar said that however the egg that the Archmage had was able to protect him from the power of the Nameless God, the ghost held out his hand and wanted to hand the Archmage a skill card. The ghost handed him a special skill guardian armor. Thanks to this skill, the level of magic of its wearer increased several times. The Archmage was incredibly happy to receive this skill. He saw that this skill could add projectiles. He noted that the unnamed Archmage's armor had the same feature. He turned to the exiled Nathers and said that he had managed to gather all the evidence and wanted to know where he should have sent next. The ghost said there was a secret lab inside his lab in the forest village. If he went there, he could so meet the helper bird. Now he needed to go there and find the secret room. The Archmage, upon hearing the new task, turned around and set out to find it. He kept thinking about the helper bird. He thought that, as expected, it was indeed a divine game. He was walking along the road outside the forest road, and suddenly he heard Gold barking. He asked him to be quiet. They were not allowed to make noise, to which Gold replied that he couldn't control himself at the sight of the moon. Soon they were able to find the Guardian's laboratory, which looked like a normal small house. The Archmage was surprised that the Guardian used this house. The Archmage opened the doors and entered the cabin, apologizing tentatively. He remembered that the ghost had told him exactly about the secret lab that was right there. He saw the candle and thought that this place was quite convenient. The Archmage thought that, in that case, they could not waste time. He turned the lever and prepared to enter the secret room. The Archmage managed to find the secret room, out of which a bird immediately flew out, plowing him to the floor. It was incredibly fast. He didn't even have time to look at it. The bird didn't fly away. It hovered above, lying on the floor, confused Archmage. He couldn't believe that in front of him was a bird assistant. The Archmage found another pet while in the lab. He thought it was really cool, but it was a real pain in the ass for him. He received a notification that a gift had arrived for him. Now he understood what Asmo had told him during his broadcast. He received a message that it was his reward for the last broadcast. The Archmage opened the gift and saw an item there that only Asmo had. It sent him the armor of an unknown Archmage. Hen realized that he was now the only one who had received Asmo's item. Hen thought that the problem was that he had no reason to use the armor because the Guardian armor from the last quest was much better. He realized that if he sold Asmo's gift, there was a high chance of losing his respect. He hugged Lucky and asked him how he could get out of this difficult situation. Hen looked at the Nameless God armor skill card again and he saw that it even had different characteristics. But if you looked into the skill card, you could find a hidden skill. He couldn't understand what this hidden skill was, but when he realized, he was shocked. What could such a thing really be? He didn't know that such a skill existed in this game. He had never heard of it before. In the Capsule Cafe, the players were discussing the Archmage's latest broadcast. They were impressed with the power of the Archmage and his team. They knew that he had met a non-player character in the forest village, but no one had heard any news after he left with him. One player rushed to tell the others that he had super news because the Archmage started an emergency live broadcast. The Archmage was going to show a gift received from Asmo. The cafe patrons one by one started to quickly pull out their phones. They wanted to know what the name of the broadcast was so they could open it as soon as possible. The Archmage decided to call his live broadcast Unboxing. The Archmage appeared on the live broadcast, with, unknown to the viewers, a bird on his head. He greeted the viewers and was ready to show them the gift he had received. The audience couldn't understand why he had an item destruction machine next to him. The Archmage got up and asked his bird, which he named Jackpot, to step back and rest while he broadcast live. The Archmage said that this time Asmo gave him something, and it was the armor of an unknown Archmage. The audience was shocked that Asmo actually gave him this item. After all, he was the only one who had this item. He added that the main skill of this armor was extra projectile, but the spectators noticed that the Archmage had not put the item on yet, but was already showing them the extra projectile. The Archmage said that unfortunately, the item was already useless to him, so he decided to destroy it in front of all the spectators live on the air. The viewers were incredibly shocked. They thought it was crazy. They didn't understand why he needed to destroy such an expensive item. They knew that the armor was the only one in the game. The Archmage took the armor and prepared to throw it into the item destroyer. He knew it was madness. Madness that no one would ever do. And there was nothing better for the show than madness. Asmo came on the Archmage's live stream and donated thousands to him. He told him it would work out and asked him to start the destruction. The Archmage realized this was a sign and started the destruction process. The audience noticed that the Archmage was a real psycho. His armor was worth a huge amount of money. When the Archmage finished the destruction, he exhaled and said with a smile that it was a great performance. No one knew that there was a hidden skill in the armor. He knew that at first glance it was a skill giving another projectile. But after the destruction, the Archmage had the option to get a skill card that appeared in the item destruction machine. The spectators noticed that the card appeared immediately after destroying the legendary item. The Archmage demonstrated their skill card that could increase the number of projectiles while using the skill. The Archmage covered his face with his hands from the glow of the card, and informed the audience that he was ending the live broadcast for today. He had demonstrated everything he wanted to show them. He finished the broadcast and thought that he had shown the audience a great performance. He realized that initially everyone had reacted as if this scoundrel with a lot of money was doing something nonsense. But everything changed when they saw the card one more time, because there were no cases when a card would appear after destroying a legendary item. This broadcast was a big event that changed the history of the game. The Archmage realized that it was too early for the audience to be shocked, because next would be the broadcast with the destruction of the fire snake alone. The system notified him that a threat was coming towards him. He decided that he would need to complete the main task first before destroying the boss. He entered the Tower of Azar, where he noticed it was completely empty. Suddenly the Archmage heard a voice welcoming him into the tower, and the voice added that it had been waiting a long time for him to appear in this place. The voice asked him to take hold of a vine hanging beside him. The Archmage thought he would have to climb up riding the stem of the vine. He thought this was an unusual way to do it. He took hold of the vine and it pulled him upwards. A voice informed him that not too long ago, she had sensed something strange and had sent out her scouts, but several of them had not returned. After a moment, the Archmage arrived at his desired location and the Elven Azara appeared before him. She asked him if he would go to the underground labyrinth beneath the forest village, where he needed to destroy the fire snake. The Archmage smiled and said he accepted her assignment. Now he needed to destroy the monsters in the underground labyrinth, find the nest of the fire snake and destroy it. Once he entered the underground labyrinth of the forest village, he was given the title of the first one who managed to enter the labyrinth. The Archmage said that the difficulty in the labyrinth was quite high, a sense of fear instilled in anyone who dared to enter it, but he believed that it was not a problem for them. He noticed that there were 3 slugs lying in the corner of the maze. He noted that even the slugs were letting them know where the fire snake was. But before he traveled further down the maze, he decided to use the wizard's skill map book. He wanted to prepare thoroughly for a serious opponent. The Archmage decided that he needed to increase the rank of the Guardian. He used the wizard's book and promoted gold to rank S. Then he left all the monsters to gold. He was sure he would deal with them easily. Advancing through the maze, he thought he was in trouble. He didn't expect the keeper to be so strong. At this rate, he could be finished as a streamer, even considering the air with the unpacking. gold could outshine him. He knew he needed to be in the center of the air this time. In Saudi Arabia, Asmo decided to start the live broadcast, and the first question from the audience was about the item the Archmage destroyed. Asmo replied that, to be honest, he was annoyed about it. He added that if he was going to do such a thing, he should have at least shown them what the skill was. It was the first time he had seen it too, so he was incredibly curious. Asmo said that he had watched the Rising Star channel with great delight. He thought that maybe he would be better off humbling himself and pretending that he wasn't annoyed by the destruction of his gift. The president of the Rising Star channel was also watching the Asmo broadcast. He heard his words and thought that destroying his gift would cause them a bit of trouble. He noticed that the viewer's opinion of the Archmage was not very positive. He remembered his worried face on his last broadcast. It was the first time the president had seen him so worried. The president thought that he found it hard to believe that he had intentionally done it. But if the Archmage wanted to change people's minds, it had to be carefully prepared and shown on the airing with the snake. He smiled and thought that he didn't have to worry about it. He knew that the Archmage was a true genius beyond his imagination. The president picked up his phone and decided to check with the advertiser to see if he had decided anything about the reward for airing the fire snake. He needed to find out before the live broadcast started. He thought that he should just organize everything as usual, and Archimachus would take care of everything and bring them better results. The advertiser replied that the reward would be the trident skill. It wasn't bad, but it didn't match the lightning strike level. The president replied that he would talk to the Archmage about it, after which he hung up the phone. He thought that picking one of the Asmo items was an incredibly big bet. It had been a few days since the Archmage's last airing. The Capsule Cafe was saying that it was too much. It had been days since there had been any news, even after Asmo mentioned it on his airing. One player said that it wasn't normal to make his subscribers wait so long and wanted to unsubscribe from it. But suddenly he heard someone say that the Archmage had put up a post. He saw that the broadcast the Archmage put up was only for seconds. The player couldn't imagine what he would have undertaken this time. The Archmage informed everyone that the raid walkthrough for the Fire Snake boss would be tomorrow. The players couldn't believe they had to wait another day for the broadcast to start. The next day, the Archmage started the broadcast. As promised, he greeted all his viewers and informed them that there would now be a review on the skill One More, which had not been in the game before. The Archmage said that he would first show the effect with the Guardian armor on, which increased the number of projectiles, and then he would show what would happen if you started using the One More skill. The onlookers noticed that he had a fire snake behind his back that was about to attack him. They were shocked when they saw its body was on fire. They thought it would eat Lucky right now because he couldn't dodge the attack in the air. But the Archmage's new pet, Jackpot, was able to save Lucky. It picked him up in the air and sent him to the ground, causing the snake's attack sequence to be reversed. Lucky stopped to prepare for the attack. The bright light enveloped his body, as if protecting and empowering him with a power that could turn the tide of the battle. Every spectator held their breath, anticipating something incredible. The spectators were thrilled. Some of them wrote that they wet their pants from excitement. But the Archmage replied that they should not have wet their pants before time. The Archmage decided to show the audience the trident skill. He decided to once again show them the unpacking of the skill. The audience couldn't understand when he had managed to get his hands on another legendary skill. He didn't delay his attack for long, and threw the trident directly at the fire snake, after which the item's effect was activated. The Archmage thought that one attack wouldn't be enough and decided to use it again. The spectators were shocked that he used a legendary skill without spending mana. The fire snake froze due to the effect of the trident, but the Archmage wasn't going to stop. He informed the audience that they still had a lot to do and used a second trident attack. But in this attack, he decided to use several tridents at once. The spectators remembered that he had the repeat skill, and they realized that in that case, he could release 5 more tridents. The Archmage did not stop throwing tridents at the snake. He realized that he needed to use the time when the snake froze to do maximum damage to it. He saw that the fire snake was completely frozen after 5 consecutive trident attacks. The Archmage knew that the snake's torch skill activated when its health dropped below %. The fire snake was able to get rid of the freeze early. It activated the torch skill. The spectators were delighted with the snake, and now they understood why it was called a fire snake. The Archmage started preparing magic beforehand. He stood right in front of the snake. He didn't move or try to take cover in a safe place. The spectators were worried that this way he could die as soon as the snake got close to him. When the snake was as close to the Archmage as possible, he decided to use the lightning strike skill, whereupon the snake's entire body was pierced by an incredibly powerful lightning bolt. The system notified the Archmage that he had managed to destroy the snake. The Archmage smiled and said that was how he decided to finish the skill review. The Archmage thought that he had no other choice. He hoped that the advertisers would be pleased. He realized that if he delayed the airing, no one would watch the commercial. He decided to sacrifice this for a great cause. Asmo donated to him and offered to talk in person. After he would have finished the airing, the Archmage thanked him and replied that he had finished the airing but would have others soon. Asmo, without finishing listening to him, asked him which subject he would choose next. The Archmage hardly realized that Asmo intended to send him something else, and something so valuable that it could be used as equipment. Thoughts whirled through his head, leaving him with a sense of impending intrigue. He wondered if he should ask Asmo for some sort of cloak or robe or pants. He sank into his thoughts and thought that maybe he should borrow an elven robe from Asmo. The audience noted that the elven robe was already too much. They thought that the Archmage began to frankly insolent, but the Archmage hurried to calm them down and said that he was just kidding. The Archimagus smiled and thought it was too expensive. He was sure he had overdone it and wanted to say goodbye to the audience quickly. He told them that the review was over and stopped the broadcast. After completing the task, the Archmage had a new skill. He quickly opened it to find out what he had gotten. The Archmage saw that he now had a fire snake crystal and could now sense the immense power contained within it. The Archmage returned to the forest village and went to the first bar he could find. He entered and immediately apologized to everyone. He asked the people present if Zuga was in the bar. He saw a similar face and approached him and asked if he was Zuga's blacksmith, to which he asked the Archmage what brought him to the bar. The Archmage replied that he had heard that Zuga was here, and after that he wanted to meet him in person, to which Zuga asked why he was looking to meet him. He replied that he wanted nothing of the sort. He had just managed to find the power of an unknown god, and thought he might be interested. Zuga understood that the Archmage was talking about the fire snake crystal, and that he wanted to enhance Tung's black staff. Zuga was willing to do so, and wanted to try and improve it. The Archmage couldn't believe he wanted to do it right in the bar. He was sure Zuga was drunk, but Zuga asked him not to worry. He was a master with a success rate, but the Archmage couldn't stop worrying. He smiled and thought that with the percentages it should have worked out. He was practically worry-free, and was sure that Zuga would have done well. The next day in the woods near the forest village, the Archmage couldn't figure out what to make of it. He couldn't believe it was real. Zuga made a Tunga fire staff for him. It had the ability to increase the ailment status by a percentage. The Archmage was incredibly happy, and thought it was impossible. The Archmage looked at Lucky and Gold, and thought it was time for them to get stronger. He saw that their races had upgraded in a second. Now the main plot seemed too easy for him to get through. He told them that he had to visit the Rising Star channel and added that he had to log out of the game to do so. Lucky and Gold asked him to be careful and take care of himself. His assistant entered the office of the president of Rising Star and apologized for disturbing him. He wanted to tell him the important news, but he didn't know how to tell him. The aide told him that they had received a letter from the Archmage. He added that the Archmage had written to them that something had seriously changed. The president carefully read the letter from the Archmage. He asked that as soon as the Blue Bull's advertisement was over, they needed to wait a little while as he was testing his fighting ability. He realized that the Archmage was in the process of improving his performance and asked him to take his time to talk. He wanted to show the absurdity of this game again, and as a partner he expected an appropriate reward. The president remembered that the Archmage had an elven robe that he had received from Asmo. The president realized that he had missed the right time to talk. His thoughts were interrupted by an unexpected phone call. He picked up the phone and saw that a past advertiser for the Gamma drug was calling him. He couldn't figure out what they needed from him. Salt visited the main office of the Abyss Guild again. She was waiting in the hallway when Merlin could give her a few minutes of his time. She was smiling and being friendly to the guild staff. Suddenly she heard a familiar voice informing her that they had received a request from the Archmage. The voice was filled with anxiety, and she felt her heart beat faster. Something important was about to happen. She realized that the owner of that voice was Merlin, who was talking to someone about the Archmage. She moved as close to the door as possible to better hear their conversation. Merlin said that the Archmage had once again asked them for a deal. Saul saw that Merlin was talking to Emma. He smiled and asked what the Archmage wanted from them this time. Emma said he gave them a blank check. Merlin was amazed. He didn't expect that the Archmage would have given them a blank person. Emma replied that the Archmage said it would mean that he had signed a contract with them, but since he was fulfilling the Blue Bull's order, such a chance they would no longer have. He was surprised when he listened to the Archmage's terms. Merlin realized that first and foremost they were to prevent Asmo and the Archmage from uniting. Merlin realized that on the other hand the Archmage could also make inadequate demands of them. For example, he might want them to give him the armor of an unknown Archmage. Emma was sure that in that case the best option for them was to give him an impossible mission. It would distract him and give them time to prepare. She knew they had no other choice. Merlin replied that alone it must have been difficult even for the Archmage. Defeating the leader of the Red Goblins on his own was quite difficult. Emma replied that she had asked the Archmage to do a raid on the Red Goblins. But even if the Archmage had given them a blank check, if you gave him an impossible mission at the beginning, he could refuse it. Emma replied that if it was a solo raid, it would be. Emma voiced the contents of the order, in which the Archmage would need to raid the leader of the Red Goblins alone or in a group of players. She told Merlin that she offered him both options. They realized that in that case, instead of just turning down a difficult assignment, the Archmage would draw attention to the formation of a squad. The Blue Bull would want it to be a single destruction to attract as much as possible the interest of the spectators. They were sure the Archmage would have gone the natural way. Merlin replied that in that case, if the Archmage managed to mop up everything by playing in a group of players, he wanted to know if she could really give him the unknown Archmage's armor as a reward. Emma replied that even if it was a player group game, the Archmage would still be able to lose. Merlin asked her why she was so sure of that. She took out her tablet to show him important information. She asked him to pay attention to what results they were able to achieve. Merlin was shocked when he saw it. Emma explained that they had quickly raised the levels through trading, and that at the moment all the players were gathering at the Red Mountain. She said that if they applied this method, even the Archmage himself wouldn't be able to escape. This was their best opportunity to corner him. Her words sounded determined, instilling confidence in the success of the plan. Saul listened to their conversation carefully. She thought that she had quite accidentally managed to overhear a very interesting conversation. She picked up her phone and decided that she needed to have a hand in this as well. She tried to contact Rappo from the Undead Guild. She thought that if Emma found out about this, she would be glad. The representatives of the Undead Guild greeted her and asked her what was wrong. Saul asked if everything was all right with Mr. Rappo. Saul replied that she had a small request for them. She spoke calmly, but there was something hidden in her voice, as if this request could change the course of the events to come. The Red Mountain was the arena for players who had reached a level, and if one crossed the great wall that surrounded the mountain, only a few dared to cross it, knowing that every step could be their last. On the clear plain of the players waited a tribe of Red Goblins. These fierce creatures knew no mercy and attacked without warning. Every step forward could turn into a death trap, turning the battle into a cruel ordeal. There were about united tribes of goblins, and to fight them, you needed a group of players with good characteristics. It was for this reason that players with weak characteristics had no choice but to use a randomized player selection system called Punishment Squad. The problem was that those players who had enough skills didn't need to use the Punishment Squad, which created an imbalance because those who were weaker had to rely on risky decisions. The players tried their best to fight the Red Goblins. They acted on their plan, and hoped that it would work, and they would be able to hold off the onslaught of monsters. But not everyone on the team acted coherently. There were players who could accidentally injure their partner. Some players left the game right in the middle of the fight, which caused a lot of problems for the remaining players. The last of the players thought that this was why they shouldn't have used the Punishment Squad, because it was one garbage gathering. The players watching the fight between the Red Goblins and the Punishment Squad were horrified to see the goblins completely annihilate the fighters. Realizing the strength of the enemy made them think about their own chances of survival. The Archmage thought that their squad was different from the others. It was as if his entire team had already passed the punitive squad quest. Their confident and coordinated actions gave away experience and strategic thinking. He laughed and said that he hoped they would have done well today. He was sure they were prepared for the toughest of challenges. The Archmage and the team found the non-player character Mr. Choi. They asked him if he knew where Mr. Rightling was. Mr. Choi was the fourth prince of the Tongue Kingdom. He answered him that if he helped him a little, he would tell him where Mr. Rightling was. The Archmage was glad that the quest started normally, and he accepted the task from Choi. He guessed that there would be some sort of stipulation about having to join the Punishment Squad. He realized that the reward for completing the secret quest was necessary. For setting a record in the Punishment Squad, he could get a valuable skill book. This thought fueled his determination to complete the quest at any cost. Hen thought that in any case, it would be hard for him alone after joining the Punishment Squad. He decided that he needed to take care of the other players as well. The player from the Abyss Guild was amazed that the Archmage had noticed their existence. He never thought that he would refuse the other team's offer and join the Punishment Squad, because there was no way to predict who would be there. But because of the Punishment Squad, it became much more convenient to hunt the Archmage. Those who were looking for him knew that this was their chance to get closer to him than ever. The player was going to pretend to have made a mistake in the fight with the Red Goblins. He purposely dropped the sword from his hand and loudly informed all the players present in the Punishment Squad. He noticed that the squad members were not in the mood to fight. He didn't know if he should have tried to attack the Archmage by taking the enhancing potion. The player thought that no matter what class of mage they were all quite vulnerable in melee combat, so he had a chance to overpower the Archmage. He thought that all he would have to do was to direct a goblin towards the Archmage, but suddenly he noticed that one of the Red Goblins tried to deal damage to the Archmage in melee, but he failed, and the Archmage dodged all of his attacks. The player couldn't believe his eyes. He was sure that the Archmage must have been mortally wounded, but he couldn't realize what kind of crazy prank this was on his part. He started to think that it was just another trick. He noticed that the Archmage was just having as much fun as he wanted. The player was so engrossed in the Archmage that he didn't notice one of the goblins attacking him. The Archmage noticed that one of the Punishment Squad players was in danger. He activated the Elven Boots and Trident spell. He managed to save the player and destroy the goblin. The player knew that if the Archmage was going to go on a secret quest, he also had to take care of the weaker players. The player was lying on the ground and couldn't believe that the Archmage had just saved him from a goblin that had caught him off guard. He didn't know why the Archmage had done it. He assumed that he had decided on his own to destroy all the goblins. The Archmage approached the injured player to see how he was feeling, and if he was all right, he asked, trying to determine if additional measures were needed. At this point, the player thought he should have attacked the Archmage right away. He leaned over to the player and told him that he would give him a multicolored potion that would help him and give him extra strength. The player was incredibly amazed by the Archmage's action. He couldn't believe that he could just give him a potion that cost gold. A while later, the Archmage managed to complete the quest of the Punishment Squad. They destroyed a goblin. The players were happy that they were able to destroy goblins for the first time. The Archmage was quite upset because he had to spend a lot of money on potions for other players, but still the reward for the hidden quest was received. The player from the Punishment Squad thought that he was supposed to distract the Archmage, but now it was the opposite. He felt for him and his team, who helped him on the hunt. But still, in order for him to successfully carry out Lady Emma's orders, he needed to prevent the Archmage of any value. He could not disobey an order and not carry it out. He approached the Archmage and said that it was an honor to be together with him in the same squad. He asked if they could be together in the next group of players as well. The Archmage didn't immediately understand what the young player was talking about. He thought that after he completed the quest and received the reward, he didn't need the player anymore. He realized that Lucky and Gold's quest was also completed. In the past few days, he had managed to defeat the Red Goblins and reach a level. And after learning the secrets of the Golem skill, now hunting down the leader of the Red Goblins alone would not be a problem for him, and would become quite possible for him. The Archmage realized that he had to give the player a very firm no, so that he would understand and not pester him with this suggestion. He added that he was going to play alone from now on. He went back to Prince Choi to get his reward. Upon seeing the Archmage, Choi didn't even know what to say to him. He said that he couldn't even imagine that it would have turned out like this. Choi added that the captain of the Punishment Squad told him to give him the skill book. The Archmage, upon receiving it, realized that there were only 2 such legendary ones, and he had one of them. The system notified him of a new quest called the Buried Temple. He needed to follow Choi's instructions to find the temple buried underground and destroy the leader of the Red Goblins there. The Archmage scrutinized the details of the quest and thought that a raid on the Red Goblin tribe leader was now waiting for him. But suddenly he noticed that the reward was a skill card book Legendary Epic. He was incredibly happy because this skill book he had never seen before in this game. He wondered if he could become a legend too. The president of the Rising Star channel noticed that there were many rumors about the Archmage on the internet. It started when he was doing the Punitive Squad quest because he raised the audience's expectations. He realized that with his announcement of the game alone, the president couldn't understand what ridiculous notion the Archmage was trying to play out. The Archmage had sent him a message informing him that he was going to schedule a live broadcast of the next boss raid. After he said that, he went straight to the raid. The president knew that for this raid, the Archmage would get the empty Gamma medicine contract, the elven robe he had requested. The Archmage went to the buried temple to fulfill the terms of the quest. He was ready to fight the leader of the Red Goblins, but first, he had to get to him. He looked around carefully and was quite surprised that there was a buried temple here. He decided that he had to find something first before the live raid. The Archmage saw the rubble lying under the rubble, and he realized that it was an elaborate structure. But for the leader of the Red Goblins, it would be the perfect place to hide. He realized that unlike the other bosses, the Red Goblin chieftain had attack while escaping, regenerating health, boosting attacks, casting curse, and high basic skills. But the scariest thing was the follower song skill, which activated minutes after the fight started, because this skill summoned many goblins at once, making the difficulty level increase. The Archmage thought that he would need to catch the leader of the Red Goblins within minutes so that he wouldn't have time to use the skill. But before that, he decided to start the broadcast. He greeted his audience who couldn't understand in what place he was and where his assistants were. The Archmage continued and offered to start their broadcast. He had prepared for them a raid on the Red Goblin Chief. The audience said that they hadn't even seen the shadow of the Red Goblin Chief, to which the Archmage replied, if he were like everyone else, he wouldn't be an Archmage. Suddenly, the spectators noticed that the statues behind the Archmage began to move. But the Archmage did not see this as he was explaining the conditions of the raid to them. The Archmage told the audience that he had to defeat the monster in just minutes, but the audience tried to warn the Archmage to turn around because he was being attacked by the animated statues. He was ready for this attack and activated the Golem's truth effect. Attacking from behind was no problem for the Archmage. The Golems dealt with the animated statues, and the Archmage headed straight for the boss. The Archmage smiled and thought it was quite a good show. He thought he had chosen a good opening scene with the stone guards. He realized that this was just a starter for the audience. The Archmage had received a system notification that the leader of the Red Goblins knew that he was here, and he was preparing a song for the followers. The Archmage thought that the Red Goblin Chief had become aware of his presence as soon as he entered here, but he was sure that the monster would not have been able to escape him. He discovered it, and pointed out to his spectators that the Red Goblin Chief was sitting on the mountain. As soon as the monster saw him, he tried to escape. The spectators noticed that he was incredibly fast. The Red Goblin leader was in such a hurry to escape that he didn't look around at all, and he crashed into one of the Archmage's assistants. The monster raised his head and saw a huge wolf in front of him. The onlookers were delighted by Gold's appearance, and did not expect him to be able to use the leaping skill. Jackpot was floating in the air. Asmo noted that he liked the Archmage's performance. The monster looked back and saw that Lucky was behind him and he was trapped. The Archmage thought that everything was going well, and the appearance of the whole team had been staged perfectly, and now he was ready to start the battle with the monster. He decided that now that Lucky and Gold had gotten their Duel and Shadow of Mist skill cards, they could use these skills right now in the battle with the monster to show the effects of the skills to the audience. He ordered Gold to use the skill Duel and Lucky Shadow of Mist. The spectators were delighted with what they saw. They thought it was a successful game. Now they were waiting for the attacks to start. The leader of the Red Goblins realized that he was trapped, so he decided to use the songs for followers to call for help from the goblins. The Archmage smiled and told his audience that they had been waiting a long time. He informed them that the preparations were complete. He told Lucky and Gold that they had done a good job. He informed the spectators that he was going to end this fight with 5 magical attacks. He felt that should have been enough to destroy the monster. The Archmage used Dragon Fever and Inferno spells at the same time. He decided to show the audience everything at once at the very beginning. He used his ranged attacks to deal maximum damage to the monster. He used a fireball to distract the monster. After that, he used a revolver and added a trident attack to this attack. He launched 3 tridents at the monster at once. The audience realized that it was serious. After the trident attack, the leader of the Red Goblins iced. The Archmage activated the Flaming Staff of Tunga, which increased his characteristics by %. The Archmage once again used the trident attack, after which the monster iced up again. The audience could not understand why the Archmage took so long to destroy it. The Archmage told them that he had no time to explain, and was preparing the next attack. He used a shockwave spell. The system notified him that the leader of the Red Goblins was paralyzed. At that moment, Asmo donated thousands to him. The Archmage realized that he liked his broadcast. The Archmage explained to the audience that he was going to do better with his further attack. His words were confident, and the audience held their breath in anticipation. The leader of the Red Goblins could no longer resist the Archmage's attacks. He was paralyzed, and he could only think of the next attack the Archmage had prepared for him. The Archmage asked the spirit of the surname to apply a lightning discharge. Seeing this, the spectators began to actively discount the Archmage donations. But the leader of the Red Goblins was still alive and dangerous. He could still use the songs of his followers. The audience was amazed that the Archmage could not defeat him. The audience realized that the Archmage had not yet used all 5 magic spells as he had promised at the beginning of the broadcast. The Archmage said that there was one last magic attack left. The Archmage decided to use the last magic attack, in which he used physical magic. He took out an axe and destroyed the monster. The system notified him that the temple guards had stopped and the way was clear. After the broadcast was over, the Archmage sat down on the ground. He was almost completely exhausted. He had used up all his mana. Gold came up to him and said that he was impressed by the powerful fire attack. The Archmage said that the shadow of the Gurum and the continuous magic attacks, his mana evaporated in an instant. He realized that he had to do something to make sure he had enough mana. He thought that in the future, for a larger performance, he needed to prepare skills and items that would be able to restore his magic. He got up and they headed onward. As they walked up to the temple, the Archmage noticed a tombstone. He immediately thought that it could be Raitling's footprints. This discovery made him wary. The Archmage noticed that the inscription on the tombstone began to glow with an ominous light. He did not understand what was happening. The system notified him that there was an unknown force around him. Suddenly, the Archmage was enveloped by some unknown dust that hovered in the air. He thought it was a sand monster that was already approaching him. The Archmage could hardly open his eyes. The system informed him that the egg had absorbed the power of the Nameless God, and the quest was completed. He was given the title of Discoverer of the Buried Temple. He was happy that he was able to complete the quest, and in front of him appeared the skill book Legendary Epic, which he very much wanted to get. The Archmage decided not to delay and proceeded to open the skill book Legendary Epic. He was shocked that he fell a rank item that never appeared in the game. He was able to upgrade the Keeper skill to Epic. The effect of the skill allowed him to make the monster he was chasing his Keeper. In addition, it was possible to use Skill Absorption and Monster Evolution. The Archmage opened a new chapter of the main quest Fallen Tribe. Now he would have to destroy the fallen tribe of Red Goblins at the request of Reitling. Hen left the game and headed to the Capsule Cafe, where the admin asked him what was wrong and why he had that complexion. The admin added that he had a look on his face, as if he had bought an item by selling the house papers. Hen thought that he had asked for items to restore mana through the blank check received from the advertisement. Hen was shocked that they gave him an item the sight of which made him want to say, ouch! He received a rod of an unknown Archmage. The rod contained one of the powerful powers of an Archmage. He figured that if he was recovering that much mana, he could keep the 2 flaming golems he had gotten through hacking the skillbook cards. In return, he received an additional request from the advertisers. He figured that if they were talking about the punch card on the Red Mountain, it could be Lucky 7. In other words, this performance about catching Red Goblins in a short time, the record was minutes and seconds, and was performed by a group of Abyss Guild players. He couldn't believe that they thought he could break this record. Hen realized that since he had gotten this incredible item, he couldn't be rude to them. Hen put his hands on his head and shouted at the whole cafe that did they really expect him to show them something. The receptionist standing nearby asked him if he was really okay. He calmed down and told him that he was fine and continued to sit with a puzzled face. Then the receptionist asked him not to take it all on himself. The administrator added that there were times when it would be better if someone helped him lighten the load and asked him to let out his worries. After Hyok-ju's words to the administrator, he happily got up from the couch and grabbed him by the shoulders and thanked him. Hyok-ju, looking at him, couldn't understand why he was thanking him, since he hadn't done anything. Hen said he had to go and asked Hyok-ju to prepare his game pod. Hen took out his phone and wrote a reply to the message he received earlier. He said that he was going to do an interesting broadcast on their request on the Red Mountain worthy of the item he received. He thought that even if he failed to break the record, he couldn't just give up. There was good news in the Abyss Guild. Everyone around them was saying that their stock price had increased significantly due to the publicity made by the Archmage. The guild leader Merlin was sure that the rod of the unknown Archmage was too high a price. Emma told him that in their case there was one weighty but. Emma said that the Archmage's abilities were more impressive than they had expected. She asked him if he had seen the Archmage's last broadcast. She added that the skills that were hard to buy, no matter how much they would have paid for them because they weren't for sale, all the rare skills were in the Archmage's possession. Emma explained to the guild leader that they still didn't know about his abilities. He was a real mystery to them that couldn't be solved. She added confidently that this was why they had given him a very expensive item, and to it they had put forward their own additional offer. Merlin couldn't understand what offer she was talking about. Emma replied that they had asked him to do a solo performance on the Red Mountain. Merlin replied that if she was talking about a performance on the Red Mountain, it couldn't be anything other than Lucky 7. They were sure that on the broadcast after the raid on the Red Goblin Chief, the Archmage would do anything to break their Abyss Guild's record. Merlin was certain that their record could not be surpassed, not even by the Archmage. There was pride in his voice for what he had achieved, and he had no doubt that their achievement would remain untouchable. Suddenly, Emma's worried assistant ran into their office, informing her that the Archmage had started the live broadcast. Emma didn't give it much thought. She asked him to write everything down and see what skills he possessed. The assistant tentatively informed her that they had one problem. She looked at the aide worriedly and asked what problem he had mentioned. She could feel the tension in her voice, as if she already had a premonition that the news was going to be unpleasant. The aide told her that it would be quicker if they watched the Archmage's broadcast themselves and handed them his tablet with the Archmage's live feed. They were shocked when they saw that the Archmage was just drinking a cocktail and relaxing. They couldn't believe that this was a live broadcast of an Archmage who wasn't hunting at all and was just relaxing. The onlookers were thrilled that the Archmage only involved his team. They were happy to see Lucky hunting. They thought that the Archmage was doing the performance as it should be done. Suddenly, they noticed that the Red Mountain was starting to burn. They immediately knew it was time to see the flaming golems in action. They were surprised that he could use 2 golems at once. The spectators watched as Jackpot was able to destroy the Red Goblins with ease, but they couldn't believe that the Archmage didn't really do anything. They were impressed that there were not only attacks but reinforcements as well. Suddenly they saw magic, and they thought that the Archmage started destroying the goblins with his team. But it was a spirit familiar that used magic to attack. The spectators didn't stop making donations, and one of them was made by Asmo, who said he hadn't seen something like this before. He was surprised that his stats had changed. The Archmage thanked all the spectators for making donations to him. Asmo noted that thanks to the rod of the unknown Archmage, his mana amount had changed. The Archmage was surprised that they noticed this too. He noted that nothing could be hidden to Mr. Asmo. The Archmage received a request from the audience who wanted him to show them gold. The Archmage pointed a camera at him, and the audience couldn't believe that gold had become twice as big and stronger. The spectators thought the Archmage was showing them this appearance of gold for the first time. Some spectators thought it was the boss of this raid. Asmo didn't understand how that was possible. Gold demonstrated his new appearance to the spectators, after which the system notified the Archmage that he had succeeded in destroying the fallen Red Goblins, and that the quest had been completed. In Rappo's Phoenix Guild, they talked about the Archmage's live broadcast. Some of them had heard that he was quite an interesting guy. They thought that then, since Miss Lisol had asked them then, they had to take a different route. They stopped the broadcast of the Archmage's single raid on the Red Mountain. After completing the quest, the Archmage addressed the viewers. He apologized to them that he didn't manage to break the Abyss Guild's record, but the viewers were delighted that he managed to complete the quest so quickly without personally participating in it. Rappo texted him that he had heard rumors that he didn't do mediocre airs. He said there was a dungeon in the frozen ground. He asked the Archmage if he could clear it out. Much to the Archmage's shock, the system notified him that a new chapter in the quest had opened. The Archmage thanked Rappo for the request but decided to end the broadcast. Not knowing what to do next, he realized that he had to start a new quest. Rappo added that he had discovered this dungeon but had not yet been able to explore it. His voice gave away his anxiety as the place held something sinister. The Archmage smiled and replied that this order he would have to coordinate with the president of the canal. Rappo replied to him that as a reward, he would give him whatever he wanted. He bowed and said that if this was Mr. Rappo's request, he was to fulfill it unconditionally. It didn't matter to him which dungeon he would choose. He was ready to go there. The Archmage was given a new quest, a ring left behind by the Rightling. He needed to take his ring and go with it to the unknown Archmage's dungeon. Rappo gave him the answer that the name of the dungeon was the unknown Archmage's dungeon. The players who were in the frozen forest thought that it was too harsh to give them a frostbite penalty. Their stats were already reduced by 1%, but even that would be hard for them to feel. One of the players couldn't understand. Wouldn't they have died in this forest before they even managed to reach the Black City? His comrade replied that they were extremely lucky that there were no monsters in the vicinity, to which he received the reply that there weren't. They just weren't visible right now. He told him about the monsters of the frozen forest. He was sure that the monsters were all white, and that was their camouflage, so you could get close to your victim unnoticed. The player added that they could jump out and attack them at any moment. His companion asked him not to scare him, but suddenly he noticed something in the distance, but couldn't make out what it was. They were shocked when they saw that they had managed to find a land where the snow had melted. They thought it was an incredible find and thought it was some kind of glitch in the game. One of them went to the land without snow and said that there was probably a guild of immortals. They said that they would go to the Black City because of the Archmage. The player was already very tired and it was very difficult for him to move on. In the Black City, the players knew that the guild immortals were there. They knew that they had come to meet the Archmage, and now they realized that the rumors were true. The guild immortals wanted to raid the unknown Archmage's dungeon, and for that all the players up to level had come. Even the Remia from the top leadership was there. The players knew that there was nothing left for her to do but to come on the orders of the guildmaster, Rappo-san. Now everyone knew how much of an outstanding player the Archmage was. Remia noticed a thick fog rising into the air. She realized it was the Archmage approaching. They could see the frozen forest melting and there was quite a lot of steam from it. Soon the guild immortals saw the flaming golems coming at them. They were the ones that melted all the snow that came their way. The players were shocked when they saw how thick the vapor was. They couldn't see anything, but soon they were able to see a silhouette very similar to an Archmage. When the steam cleared a bit, they saw the Archmage, but they couldn't see who was behind him. But soon the steam disappeared, and they saw that behind him were the players who were riding a steam train. The players thought that in front of them was a full steam train that was fully staffed with players. The players named this steam train Lucky Express. Remia was shocked that the Archmage had brought a human. She had seen for herself how unpredictable a personality he was. She thought that if they were together with the Archmage, wouldn't they be able to pass the unknown Archmage's dungeon? This question tormented her, but she was still hopeful that they would be able to succeed. The players who came on the steam train began to thank him for it. They found the Archmage's steam train to be fast and reliable, to which the Archmage replied that the cost of the ticket was a subscription to the channel, a like, and a comment. The Archmage heard someone approaching him from behind. He turned around and saw Remia, who greeted him and said she was from the Immortals Guild. The Archmage replied to her that it was good to see them. Remia was impressed that the Archmage recognized her immediately and knew who she was. His insight surprised her, for not everyone could know her. It added a special meaning to the situation, and she realized that he was no ordinary mage. The Archmage replied that he couldn't help but recognize her. There weren't many people with that kind of light energy among all the players. Remia replied that just like the Guildmaster said, he was a very interesting person. She noted that Lucky Express was quite good. The Archmage laughed and replied that it was nothing like that. She added that if they worked together with Mr. Archmage, it seemed to her that they could run a great raid. The Archmage thought that they definitely couldn't do a raid together. He realized that if he made a mistake, the main scenario quest would be known to everyone. He turned away and said that right now he couldn't go along with the Guild Immortals. Remia couldn't understand why he couldn't go along with them on the raid. The Archmage explained that if he and the guild started working together, then they would absolutely not be able to mop up everything. He added that in that case it would be no fun and he would be ashamed to receive a blank check for such a thing. He decided to balance the difficulty. He would go through the raid alone. His words shocked Remia. They understood that playing alone was the Archmage's style. A few days later, the Archmage launched a live broadcast from the unknown Archmage's dungeon. The Archmage greeted his viewers and immediately noted that they were quite guessing. Just by seeing the landscape, they immediately realized that he was in the unknown Archmage's dungeon. He explained to them that because of the anthill type, simple and complex rooms fell randomly, and it was difficult to choose which room to enter. The Archmage added that it was only through luck that one could easily reach the boss room. He said that success in such places depended not only on skill, but also on luck. He told the audience that he would go wherever Lucky told him to go. The audience asked Lucky to show him a path full of difficulties. Lucky would choose doors with easy tasks. Through incredible luck, they ended up at the boss's door. Here it was just beginning. The spectators realized that if he destroyed the boss, a new, even more dangerous enemy would soon appear. The Archmage thought that this would definitely be an incredible problem for him. The monster that appeared after destroying the boss was a non-playable character. The system notified him that he had entered the boss room, where the Ice Knight was using the skill White Body. If his health was below %, then the skill Fierce Cold would activate. If it was even lower, Ice Armor would activate. The Ice Knight sat on his throne and calmly watched the Archmage. The audience noted that he looked very cool. The Archmage, looking at him, could not understand why the Ice Knight was there. The boss was pleased that they had finally reached him. He was looking forward to the start of the fight, ready to destroy the uninvited guests. In his eyes was an icy calmness, and he was confident in his victory. The Archmage decided to use the flaming golems first. He knew that these fiery creatures could weaken the enemy and pave the way for more powerful spells. The spectators were excited for the battle. They were ready to see how fire stood up to ice. The spectators realized that the flaming golems were 1% resistant to cold, which is why the Archmage used them first. The Ice Knight attacked the flaming golem incredibly fast. His attack made the golem collapse. The Archmage was impressed that he was able to smash the golem with one sword. The boss headed towards the Archmage to deliver his powerful and fast attack. The Archmage thought that he was incredibly agile, so he would have to give his best. The Archmage managed to avoid the boss's attack. He used his elven boots to dodge. The spectators thought that he was not omnipotent. The Ice Knight was faster than him. They were sure that this time he would not be able to escape, and the raid was a failure. On the Archmage's defense stood his guardian Gold, who took on the dangerous attack. The strong and loyal guardian did not hesitate to throw himself under the attack to protect the Archmage. Gold turned to his master and asked if he was all right. He was worried lest the Ice Knight hurt him. The Archmage replied that thanks to his faithful guardian, he was fine. The Archmage realized that the moment he would have let his guard down, the raid would have been a failure. He ordered his team to activate all his stats to full power. He ordered Gold to use Gigantization and Ilkido. Lucky. He ordered him to use Guram's Shadow, which gave him incredible speed. The Archmage used Dragon Fever. Now he was ready to fight the Ice Knight. He was sure they could win and successfully execute the raid, because the power was in their unity. The system notified him that he had defeated the Ice Knight. The Archmage was given the title of the one who was able to single-handedly defeat the Ice Knight. The Archmage noted that since this level was a field boss, it was difficult for him. Rappo wrote that it was time for the real boss to appear. If he said he didn't have enough skills, he would forcibly kick him out of the dungeon. The boss they had been waiting for appeared in front of the Archmage and his team. His face was not visible. He had a hood on his head. He told the Archmage that he had been waiting for them to meet. The onlookers noticed that the Archmage looked ready for anything, and that he had made careful preparations for this raid. They were not surprised. They knew that the Archmage always prepared for his broadcasts. Asmo wrote that the Archmage was successful in the raid, and the deal with the Immortals Guild was finalized. After that, the Archmage felt some strange atmosphere. Asmo said that he also had one request for the Archmage, a dungeon that could not be cleared by any of the major guilds. If the Archmage had succeeded, he would have gotten a reward for the Order's set of items. The audience was sure that if they gave the Archmage the items, they would be useless. Asmo replied that this time he had prepared something for his guardian gold. The Archmage fell to the ground thinking that he was in big trouble. He had to end the broadcast in a hurry because of the main scenario quest. He had accepted an order from Asmo to clear a dungeon that no guild could clear. He was sure he could manage and get an item for his faithful guardian gold. The Archmage thought he had accepted a request for an unknown Archmage's dungeon because it overlapped with a main scenario quest, but quests and orders couldn't match all the time. This upset him greatly. The system notified him that the unknown Archmage's dungeon had been cleared. The Archmage saw the hooded boss in front of him and thought it was all because of him. Suddenly he heard him say that the one who came to him with the Guardian's legacy. Apparently it was because of the underground labyrinth of the forest village. After the Guardian disappeared, strange things started happening in the underground labyrinth. The boss took off his hood, and the Archmage saw that it was an elven girl who added that knowing that the reason was because of the Nameless God's power, she searched for a solution and reached this place. The Archmage looking at her thought that he would deal with the order from Asmo a little later. He wanted to get the reward for the main scenario first. She told the Archmage that if he was looking for the power of the Nameless God, she could help him in his quest, but before that, he needed to raise a Thunderbird chick. The Archmage couldn't believe it was just a chick. It seemed incredibly large to him, and he thought Jackpot was an adult bird. When a Thunderbird grew, it was louder than thunder and could even compete with a dragon. Its power and majesty was awe-inspiring, and its presence could change the course of any battle. The system notified the Archmage that he could choose a new skill for Jackpot to evolve. The Archmage realized that this move could greatly enhance Jackpot. 3 skill cards appeared in front of him. The Archmage was shocked that all 3 were legendary. This was a rare chance. He realized that choosing one of these skills could change Jackpot dramatically. The Archmage thought that in this case he could have chosen any card. He chose the skill Orion's Song. After Orion's Song, some of the power of the god Orion would descend on the chosen target, and all of the target's characteristics would increase. The Archmage couldn't believe that Jackpot had such a legendary skill. It was something incredible and almost unreal to him. He realized that this rare gift could raise their powers to a new level and open up unprecedented possibilities. The elven woman said that the Thunderbird had already grown and asked the Archmage to follow her. She added that she had a book she would like to show him. She led him to the unknown Archmage's laboratory, and suddenly he felt a powerful, unfamiliar energy. It literally permeated the air, making him wary. He realized that this place held something special and possibly dangerous. The unknown energy sharply attacked the Archmage. He didn't expect such an attack, and didn't know how he could dodge it. But suddenly, he felt that the egg began to absorb the unknown energy. The Elfess noticed that something was wrong with the Archmage and worriedly asked what was happening to him. The Archmage was scared and remembered that it was the same last time. She said it was here. He looked around and verified that this was indeed the Archmage's lab. He wondered if there were unique items here. She walked over to one of the books and said that this book was with her powers, and she was completely unable to understand its contents. The Archmage received a book from an unknown Archmage, and it was uninterpreted. He was quite surprised by this, for this way he would not have been able to read it. The system notified him that interpretation was possible after he would activate the ability assimilation system. The Archmage was confused. He didn't know what that system was or where to find it. He looked at the book and couldn't believe that he wouldn't have been able to read it. However, he was sure that there was still a way to read it. The Elfess said that there was someone who could interpret this book. She said that if he went into the misty forest, he could find his tracks. She held out her hand with the ring on it. She explained to him that the man would listen to his request if he showed him the ring. King Tungi's ring was a legendary item. King Tungi had given this ring to his comrades who helped him, and now the Archmage could meet King Tungi. Taking the ring in his hands, the Archmage thought that it was capable of reducing mana recovery time and even mana consumption. He realized that he had to definitely reach the level. The Archmage opened a new chapter in the main quest. He needed to find Arvia, Raitling's comrade in the misty forest. Realizing that the forest was full of dangers, he prepared himself for the arduous journey, realizing the importance of this encounter for further developments. He replied to her that he would have gone in search of Arabia immediately, but Asmo had personally ordered a dungeon sweep from him, and he could not ignore it, nor did he want to sweep the dungeon too quickly. The Archmage returned to his team. Seeing him, they were happy. Gold said they had been waiting for him. The Archmage wasted no time telling them that they needed to get on the road right away. But before they left, the Archmage gave a task for Gold. He ordered him to absorb the Ice Knight this time. Rappo-san watched the Archmage's live broadcast and realized that he had completely met his expectations. He found him to be a very interesting fellow. One player watching the Archmage's broadcast couldn't understand, even if she saw it again, why the elf had sent her away. While she was waiting for the Archmage, it was a curious question for her. Rappo was sure she had something prepared for him. He looked at his phone and saw an incoming call from Lee Seol. He picked up the phone and started talking to her. Seol greeted him and asked him if he had seen the Archmage. Rappo was surprised that she got straight to the point. She informed him that she was quite disappointed. She explained to him that she had been incredibly looking forward to this, because she had heard that even the Immortals Guild couldn't clear him. The Guild of Immortals just didn't know how they could proceed to the next stage. They knew that the difficulty of the dungeon wasn't very high. Rappo replied that he was just wondering how an Archmage would behave in such a situation. But he was also surprised by the result. His style of play was beyond common sense. He added that he was able to have fun quite well, thanks to her, Lady Lee Sol, because he saw how much the Archmage enjoyed the game. Seol listened to him attentively. He told her that he enjoyed the live broadcast from the Archmage. Now he wanted to watch him all the time. Rappo thought that she was disappointed, that it wasn't the direction she would have wanted, to which Sol replied that she wanted to express her gratitude to him for listening to her request and hung up. On the Rising Star channel, the aide informed the president that Asmo had prepaid the order. He was surprised that the Archmage had agreed to the assignment. The president asked him to keep his voice down and explained that he was the one who told Asmo to prepay. The president explained to him that it was the second time. The request was made live to the Archmage under terms that broke the rules. He noted that the price of the order usually remained hidden, which was perfect for raising the Archmage's price. It would maintain an element of secrecy and fuel interest, making his work even more valuable and sought after. In other words, they were competing with each other. And to prove it, I received an upfront payment. He felt it was an acknowledgement that he had taken out other competitors. The president asked to send the Archmage the reward for Rappo's order Black Claymore, and to send the swordsman's kit Asmo had bought as well. Hen left the game and headed to the Capsule Cafe. He sat and thought about what he should do, what he should have done with the reward sent for the orders. He was rewarded with a Black Claymore from Rappo and a swordsman set from Asmo. He knew that at the moment Gold was absorbing the Ice Knight. Hen realized that after that, Gold's appearance would become like a werewolf. Then he could wear a swordsman set, he thought. Wouldn't Gold be too much then? Besides, Lucky went through the evolution process, after he managed to reach a level. He also pulled out the Gigantization skill card that Gold had. Hen was concerned that Gold and Lucky were overshadowing him too much, and he looked quite plain against them. He couldn't understand at all how it was possible for him to find a balance in these productions. He thought that even though he was making things up hastily, they still stood out too much. He needed to figure out how to make them all complement each other right away. Suddenly, he heard a conversation between two players passing by. They couldn't believe it was true, and they hurried quickly to the restroom. Hen couldn't understand why they were in such a hurry to go to the restroom. What was it that was causing everyone to rush there? He decided to go there too to find out what was wrong. As he approached the lounge, he heard the excitement from the other players. They said it was incredible. Someone had played a successful game. Hen stood behind them and didn't understand what all the excitement in the room was about. But suddenly he noticed the screen where Rappo was live streaming. He saw a Smarty Pants Fenrir that looked incredibly big. He couldn't understand why it had gotten so powerful and big. Hen asked Hekju if Smarty had evolved by chance. Hekju was stunned by this question and asked in surprise when Hen entered the lounge. He saw Cleverman use Fenrir's initial skill. This was the first time Hen had heard of such a skill and didn't know its characteristics and what it gave Fenrir. After that, Cleverman used Gigantization. Hen was glad that he was able to see Rappo's broadcast. He realized that Smarty's Fenrir Gigantization skill would be able to reduce Lucky's burden. Guild Scaff player Mars turned on the live broadcast to show off their skills and abilities. They showed the audience the Fireblade and thought it was marvelous. But the audience was bored. They lacked firepower. They wanted to see the Archmage's ether. Mars asked the spectators to refrain from mentioning other streamers, to which the spectators replied that the Archmage was more interesting than them. The Guild Warrior asked the viewers not to leave the airwaves, as he still had his night skills, to which the viewers replied that no one had asked him to show them. The viewers started leaving the boring Scaff Guild airwaves one by one. The guild leader begged them to stay. He promised them that they would now start showing them real combat power. Leaving the air, the viewers added that the once top Scaff Guild was now of no interest to anyone. These words greatly angered Mars, who was incredibly upset to hear this. He opened the online chat and saw that they were severely lacking in content today. He said that they should have done better next time and come back on air. Mars finished the broadcast and lost control of himself. He was incredibly angry that no one wanted to watch. He blamed it on the Archmage. He realized that he was the reason the number of viewers on their broadcasts was down by 1%. His teammates told him that there was nothing they could do about it. They told him that they wouldn't have been able to beat him in viewership because he was playing alone and not with a group of players. Mars replied to them that they had no chance of winning, but they could ruin his airplay, or at the very least they should have issued a warning to the Archmage. The players understood that he wanted to spoil the ether, but they didn't know there was a way to do it. Mars replied that when they hunted, their hunting areas could overlap. The guild also said they wouldn't prevent conflicts with the Archmage. Mars suggested that they would barge in on the Archmage when he would start broadcasting. The players asked him was that not too reckless of them. They were discussing a plan of action and didn't notice the camera filming them. Mars added that the Archmage didn't belong to the guild, so there would be no response from anyone. He said he had thought of everything and wanted them to hear him out. Merlin told Emma that the top guilds were starting to gather like she wanted. It was amazing that you could get them so riled up using a few chat rooms. Emma replied that it wasn't over yet. After all, she had given some money to Mars. He realized that their guild's goal was much deeper than just messing up the broadcast to the Archmage. There was a more complex plan behind their actions than might at first appear. Emma confirmed his words and added that Mars was just a decoy. She wanted to once again order a special favor from the Red Snake Guild. Merlin asked her what would happen if it didn't work out this time too. Emma replied that if it didn't, they would have to completely change their approach. He wondered how they would have to change the approach. Emma replied that they would have to use recruitment. They would have to find a way to recruit the Archmage. The players in the Misty Forest began to gather. They knew that there would definitely be a special on the protagonist in the Misty Forest today. Mars knew that the only content that could be done in the Misty Forest was express. Everything else took too much time and was unpredictable. Content where the player ran in a straight line without stopping and destroyed all the enemies that got in their way. Players asked Mars what would happen if they defeated the monsters first. Then they would have a simple air about walking through a misty forest. Mars was excited to start the Archmage's live broadcast. He wanted to spoil his broadcast as soon as possible. He wanted as many viewers as possible to come back to their channel. The player standing behind Mars asked him to stop. He said there was an Archmage meters away. They needed to quickly prepare to attack him, but they needed to wait for him to start the broadcast. Mars thought that even in the thick fog, if you worked with the Mage detector, you could steal the monster in secret from the Archmage. He said that the operation was starting and asked everyone to take their seats. First, on his broadcast, the Archmage showed Lucky, who had evolved and become much stronger. The audience was delighted to see the new Lucky and wanted him to conduct the broadcast himself. The Archmage asked Lucky how he was in his new body, and if he had finished his hunt. There was curiosity and concern in his voice, for their future plan depended on Lucky's success. The onlookers noticed that there were unusually few monsters in the misty forest around him. This made them suspicious, for such a lull usually heralded something dangerous. Everyone realized that the calmness in this place could be deceptive and lead to serious consequences. The Archmage saw that he was not alone in the misty forest. He saw that the top Scaff Guild was there. He realized that they were committing a theft right before his eyes. He figured they had crossed the line. The spectators said they were getting too bored, but that was because there were hardly any monsters. But they also wanted to see gold. The Archmage used a fireball and realized they were looking for gold. The Archmage told the spectators that if they wanted to see gold, then they needed to follow the fireball, and he threw it deep into the misty forest where it hit one of the Scaff Guild players. The fireball hit right on target and took out the player. The spectators immediately realized why there were no monsters around, but they couldn't understand why the top guild tried to steal monsters from the Archmage. The player informed Mars that apparently the Archmage had noticed their presence. Mars replied that he had already realized this. He was impressed that he had hit his attack through the thick fog without seeing an inch in front of him. The Archmage easily hit the target despite the fog. He had incredible efficiency. The players of the Scaff Guild couldn't dodge his attacks, so they couldn't see them. They turned around and ran. Mars realized that he had no choice but to order the other players to attack the Archmage. They were sure that they would be able to defeat him due to their superior numbers. But suddenly something appeared in front of them. Because of the fog, they could not see who it was. But when the fog cleared slightly, they saw an Ice Knight standing right in front of them. The Ice Knight immediately started attacking them, destroying the players with his mighty sword. The spectators couldn't understand where the Ice Knight could have appeared in the misty forest. He asked his master Archmage to leave it to him. He could safely deal with the top guild players. The spectators were shocked when they realized that Gold was in front of them in a new guise. Gold said that if they wanted to approach his master, they would have to go through him. His voice was full of determination and threat, showing that he was ready to protect the Archmage at all costs. Mars told the player standing behind him not to be afraid. It was only a keeper in front of them. The player replied that the keeper's combat power was incredible. Suddenly, Jackpot appeared over Gold to strengthen him. Using Orion's song, he increased Gold's characteristics, his movement speed, attacks, and overall power increased by. Gold was now an even more formidable opponent. The Scaff Guild players were shocked by Gold, Lucky, and Jackpot's new abilities. They hadn't heard anything about them increasing their levels and gaining new skills. Mars didn't want to back down. Even after Gold's enhancement, he was sure that due to their numerical advantage, they would be able to overpower them. He asked his players not to be afraid. He suggested them to attack all together so that the chance of victory would be higher. The players obeyed Mars and started attacking them. The players of the Snake Hunters Guild thought that this was their chance to attack the Archmage. As long as he was busy with the Scaff Guild, as long as Gold and Jackpot weren't around, they could destroy him. But they were only worried about Lucky. They decided to ignore Lucky and eliminate the Archmage by destroying him suddenly. The Archmage informed the spectators that if the intruders crossed the line, they would suffer greatly. The onlookers noticed that the Archmage looked a little angry. They realized that it was because the players had suddenly started disrupting his airwaves. The Archmage added that the intruders had almost derailed his plans. The Archmage was sure that Gold was able to deal with the intruders. The spectators thought that as strong as Gold was, it was too much for them that he was fighting alone against so many opponents at the same time. He saw the concern from the spectators and asked them not to worry too much. He also provided fire support to his team. He decided to continue Lucky Express. He started attacking the opponents and said that games were supposed to end in games. What fun was there in bringing them into real life? The Archmage thought that all he had was his brother, who was just now starting to rehabilitate, and his face finally colored with a blush, and his niece Heron, who had gotten chubby cheeks because she had started eating some of the chicken, and now she looked even cuter. The Archmage realized it was best misleading. If it wasn't for them, he would have quit long ago. But he tried his best to give them the best life they deserved. He noticed that they kept following him and were gradually getting closer to him. He thought that he must have been so careful since he had been through so much in the past. It didn't matter to the Archmage how many stealth skills they used. He knew they wouldn't have been able to fool them. The Archmage saw that a guild of snake hunters were after him. He noticed that this time they had dispatched them as needed. The Archmage saw that there were 3 of them. He knew he had to play it safe. The Archmage asked the spectators if they were bored with simple monster hunting. He decided to introduce them to skills for sight. He asked Lucky to look deep into the forest and try to apply Fenrir's Fear. Lucky obeyed the Archmage's order and applied Fenrir's Fear. The system notified him that the positive effect was temporarily suspended for the encountered targets. The spectators were delighted with his skill. They thought Lucky was very cute. They wanted to see such cuteness again. They thought Fenrir's Fear was really cool. The players from the Snake Hunter Guild were panicked that Lucky had used Fear of Fenrir. One of them said that they had to hit the Archmage before they could get out of stealth. They were all exposed to Fenrir's Fear, and stealth was broken. The players abruptly started attacking the Archmage, who suddenly just disappeared right in front of them. The Archmage stumped them by disappearing suddenly, and without a trace they were puzzled, not realizing how he did it or where he could have hidden to. His disappearance left them at a loss, forcing them to reconsider their plans. He smiled and explained his disappearance. He had applied camouflage, and now his enemies could not find or detect him. Now they had switched places, and he was beginning his hunt for them. The Archmage had finished his spell beforehand, using Memorize and Spirit Familiar, and this time he was ready to show his audience how much more perfect he was than the other players. From behind the thick branches of the trees, the players saw a burst of lightning. They realized that there were mercenaries from the Snake Hunter Guild who had apparently lost to the Archmage. The players remembered that they had never been told such a thing. And if a rumor went around that they had teamed up with a guild that didn't follow the rules, they would be kicked out of their guild immediately. They didn't know if they should have acted now before Gold attacked them. They wanted to be careful in choosing an opponent, so they decided that what was happening wasn't a call for help. Mars realized that the situation was getting very strange. He didn't know what they should do next. Should they continue in the same vein? Or would it be better to retreat before the Archmage destroyed them all? After a bit of thought, Mars shouted to everyone to start retreating. Their purpose was to distract, not fight. He said they couldn't stay and arouse suspicion. Emma watched everything that was happening. and thought that her plan had worked, and these events would distract the Archmage for a while. She realized that he wouldn't be able to team up with the guilds that were targeting him. She realized that this in no way matched the actions and confidence that the Archmage had previously shown. Emma realized that in such a case, there were only 2 guilds left. If the Archmage offered the cooperation of the top guilds, they could demand compensation, and he would end up having to mop up the dungeon Asmo had ordered from him himself. Emma knew that according to their information, this dungeon was particularly difficult and impossible to go through alone. She was sure that the Archmage would have lost there. She figured that if he wanted to play alone, she would isolate him for life, even if he didn't like it. The Archmage thought it was sabotage organized by those guilds and snake hunters. The spectators thought he was a rich man in normal life, and he decided to take advantage of that a little. He sat down on the grass and said that he couldn't believe they were going to destroy him with so many items. He asked them next time to take at least more than 2 legendary items, and they could come. The Archmage added that if they would come to destroy him with items that weren't even worth a glass of booze, then he could pay them when they met him one-on-one. Asmo donated and said that he didn't like the time being wasted because of those who distracted him. Even though he had left him an order, Gold had successfully returned from his mission, but the Archmage asked him to wait. He had an important conversation to have. The Archmage informed his viewers that he would definitely fulfill Asmo's order and asked them not to worry, and he decided it was time for the live broadcast to end. The Rising Star channel team watched the Archmage's broadcast carefully. The president's aide said that he felt that something would have happened on air, but some of the team thought it was an accident. The president realized that those guilds were not stupid either. He realized that there was no way to attack the Archmage that way. He thought that meant that someone had taken the initiative, and they were acting under his guidance. If someone was targeting the Archmage, they needed to increase the number of allies. The president realized that at this point, the likelihood of the Archmage regaining relations with those guilds was very low, and he was left with only one option. Asmo sailed on his yacht on the ocean and came out of the live broadcast. He immediately asked how his live broadcast ended. He needed statistics after the Archmage's failed broadcast. One of his assistants informed him that the total number of viewers had increased by 3%, which was a very good result. He added that it had been holding steady recently, but now it had increased. The analysis revealed that the Archmage was the problem. The aide informed him that he had also received an invitation to a meeting from the Rising Star channel, and he needed to decide whether he would go to it or not to send the channel his decision. Asmo thought for a moment, realizing that this could be an important event. He agreed to talk to the best player Wharton had ever created. The Archmage set off to do the interpretation quest. He needed to find Arbia to break the seal. After completing the quest, he could proceed to the fragment of the Spirit King. He was surprised that it was at the foot of a cliff in a misty forest, and if it wasn't for the light, he would have never found it. The Archmage thought that now it was time to give Arbia the Book of the Unknown Archmage. He realized that this book could give him a legendary skill that would be quite important in his future journey. The Archmage approached the non-player character, apologized, and explained that he had been sent here by Mr. Reitling. The character listened to him carefully and was willing to help him. The non-player character was slightly surprised that he was sent here by Mr. Reitling himself. He asked what the reason was for coming to him. The Archmage pulled out a book of skills and told him that Reitling had assured him that he would be able to break the seal that he himself was unable to break. The non-player character was able to break the seal in a second. The Archmage, seeing this, was shocked that he didn't just break the seal, he just shattered it. After the Archmage was helped by a non-player character to break the seal, the system notified him that a new chapter of the main quest had been opened, where he had to search for a frost flower. The Archmage accepted the terms of the quest and went in search of the frost flower, and after days he only managed to find a flower. He realized that if it wasn't for Lucky's nose, he wouldn't have been able to find any at all. He decided it was time to set off. He thought it would be quite a hardship if the company didn't extend the lead time by days. The Archmage thought that he couldn't keep them waiting any longer. He was able to improve the characterization, and now he could mop it up properly. He needed to find the dungeon of the Misty Labyrinth and the fragment of the Spirit King hidden there. He went back to the non-player character who didn't understand what was wrong. He melted the frost flowers as much as he could. The Archmage replied that everything was fine and thanked him for it. The Archmage looked at the melted flower and was shocked that he didn't know that these frost flowers had a shelf life of an hour. He knew that frost flowers could be used to extract the characteristics of items. He thought to gather more of them and gradually use them, but he couldn't understand why they had an expiration date. The Archmage thought then the items to extract characteristics from now were Guardian Gloves, Guardian Headband, and Guardian Armor. He thought that he needed a replacement to put on after he could deconstruct them, after which he could use the Flame Gauntlets. The Archmage pondered what to do with the guard's headband and armor that he now had in his possession. He understood that these artifacts were powerful, but he also realized that using them could have unpredictable consequences. He figured that given the time he had left before the broadcast began and the shelf life of the frost flowers, he should be able to find a replacement within hours, after which the quest would be complete. The Archmage decided that in that case he should hurry. He hoped that Jibei had something useful on sale. The system notified him that it was possible to extract the characteristic of percentages to magic projectile speed from the Guardian's gauntlets. The Archmage unfolded them and gained a new ability. Hekju sat at his desk and was incredibly bored. The Archmage hadn't been live for 9 whole days already. He went to Jibei and noticed that the prices there continued to rise. There was nothing of interest to him there. He noticed that they had a flame cap and snow armor. He knew they were rare legendary items. But looking at their price, Hekju thought that it was too high a price for these items. Hen approached him and asked him to prepare a game capsule. Hen noticed that Hekju was passionately looking at his phone. He asked him what was so interesting he found, to which Hekju replied that he found a Jibei bubble there. Hekju said that even if the items were for mages, they had increased in value because of the Archmage. He knew that no one would buy them for that kind of money. But suddenly Hekju found that these items were sold. He couldn't believe that there were really such people who bought such items. At the Rising Star channel, an aide was setting up the communication equipment to go live. He informed the president that the preparations had been completed, to which the president replied to plug it in. The president made a video call to Khalid bin Muhammad. He said that he was honored to personally welcome him, to which Khalid bin Muhammad replied that he too was pleased to meet him. Khalid bin Muhammad told the president that he could just call him Asmo for convenience. The president thanked him for his understanding in dealing with his order. Asmo replied that everything was fine. He just needed something too. He would like to get information about the main quest and purchase the Rising Star channel. The president looked at him carefully and thought that his offer was quite expected. They definitely needed to lure Asmo over to the Archmage's side. But if that were to happen, the president seriously doubted that the Archmage would keep an exclusive contract with them. Asmo realized that the Archmage was just Wharton's best player. The president was willing to voice what he needed from Asmo, and why he decided to contact him. The president answered him that he needed an investment from Asmo in the Rising Star channel. He knew that the companies that Asmo invested in were not easily touched. Asmo laughed and said that he understood that they wanted to partner with him. He reached for the phone, and at that moment the president replied that that was exactly what it was. He replied that he would think about it, and if his order was successful, he showed him the phone and said he had an urgent call, and that was why he had to disconnect. The president meekly accepted his terms. He said that in that case they would talk about it again after the order was completed, and the conversation was terminated. Asmo picked up the phone and realized that Rappo had called him. He asked him what was wrong, to which Rappo replied that he had heard some very interesting news. Rappo replied that he had heard that Asmo had started investing in the Rising Star channel. Asmo was surprised that the information was spreading so fast. He replied that he had not invested yet. Rappo replied that he too had something to thank the Archmage for, who, without realizing it himself, had given him an interesting idea. Asmo asked what he was going to thank him for. He thought it was for gigantizing Lucky, to which Rappo replied that it was because of that he too had paid attention to his smarty pants. Rappo smiled and said that in any case, the Archmage was a very interesting fellow who was a pleasure to watch, who could really surprise on his heirs. Hen left the game to rest and returned home to his brother and niece, sitting at the dinner table. Hen accidentally sneezed. His brother thought he had a cold, but he replied that he was fine. His brother suggested that he rest today and stay home, to which Hen replied that he was fine. He remembered that his brother had a rehabilitation class today. Hen told Heron to get ready quickly. It was already time for her to go to daycare, and she hadn't eaten yet. She wished her uncle and dad good luck and went to get ready. Heron quickly got ready and stood at the door. Her father asked if she could make it to daycare on her own, to which Heron nodded happily, and said she was on her way out. Hen reminded her to be careful outside, watching her walk confidently out of the house. Hen, watching them, thought that if his brother's condition improved through rehabilitation, he would be able to regain his health after the surgery. He was sure then they could move into a new house instead of this old one, Hen thought. He needed to start earning even harder. Hen called out to his brother. He smiled at him and asked him to try his best at rehab. He jokingly said that he paid a lot for it. His brother looked at him and said thank you with a smile. He walked down his street and thought that there was no way he could go wrong on his broadcast today. Unlike last time, it was all new here in the final installment. Hen was thinking about cleaning up the dungeon. He wanted to calculate how he could clean it up more efficiently. He thought he should increase his spell activation speed to maximum. He didn't notice anyone around and was only thinking about the order. Sale was sitting on the swing at this time and not thinking about anything. She saw Hen walking by and decided to call him over to talk to him for a bit. She ran up to him and asked him why he was so busy. Hen was a little startled when she suddenly ran up to him and couldn't think quickly enough to answer her. Seol apologized for scaring him. She explained to him that she was calling out to him, but he didn't answer her anything and kept walking past. Hyun laughed and admitted that he didn't hear her call right away. He explained that he was immersed in his thoughts, thinking about an important matter, and apologized for his absent-mindedness. Saul replied to him that she didn't know what important business he had there, but she knew that he was a man who took his work seriously. She smiled at him and told him that she was sure that he would be able to handle everything, and wished him luck. Hen confusedly replied to her that he would definitely try to handle it. The president shouted to his subordinates to get them all together. He said that tonight's live broadcast could change the fate of the Archmage's broadcasts. Asmo was excited for the broadcast. He thought of the dungeon that even the successful guilds had failed to clear. He wanted to see what the Archmage had been preparing for them for days. The Archmage started the broadcast and greeted the audience. He appeared in front of them in a completely different form. He informed them that he had been commissioned by Asmo to begin airing the passage of the Misty Maze dungeon. The onlookers were incredibly shocked that he was wearing a flaming hat, and he was also wearing snow armor. They knew that it was the same armor that had recently been sold at an inflated price. The Archmage said that all of that was unimportant right now. He wanted to brief them on the dungeon of the Misty Labyrinth. He informed them that if you deviated from the light signs in the Misty Labyrinth, you could simply get lost and lose your way, which was very dangerous. The Archmage informed them that there were also hybrid monsters with 2 different parts appearing here, and it would be impossible for them to deal damage if you attacked both parts at the same time. The onlookers realized that it would be impossible for the Archmage to escape. They considered the wizard's position to be quite disadvantageous. Rappo pointed out that everything could have been handled by Lucky. His luck was the best. The Archmage said that it had been a long time since his last broadcast. He noted that Lucky and Gold would be playing secondary roles today. He said that today he would be the main star. He started attacking the monsters approaching him. The audience was thrilled that he was so accurate. They saw that they were hybrid monsters, but he only attacked the ice side. Asmo was surprised that the Archmage used the fireball so quickly and often, and he asked him how long they would have to wait before the fireballs would be available again. The audience saw for themselves that it took seconds before the fireballs were used again. The Archmage was glad that he had managed to surprise them. This was the first time they had seen this in the games. The Archmage remembered how a non-player character had given him a skill book identified by Arbius. He couldn't believe it was a skill book that constantly increased skill characteristics. He wondered what else new things he could have gotten in this game as he continued further into the main scenario. The Abyss Guild watched the Archmage's broadcast. The guild leader Merlin said it was an incredible sight, to which Emma replied that was the wrong answer. Emma said that it wasn't the kind of dungeon that could only be passed by increasing the damage dealt to monsters. She was sure that the Archmage wouldn't have been able to pass the dungeon. Gold and Lucky rushed to help their master. Gold shouted to him that they would take care of his rear and keep the monsters from attacking from the back. Merlin looked at Emma and asked her what she thought. He wondered why she was so calm and sure that the Archmage would have failed the task. Emma smiled and replied that it was expected. The most important thing in the dungeon was the room with the boss, and if one used the usual tactics to attack the boss of this dungeon, he Archmage would definitely fail. The onlookers noticed that the Archmage's snow armor equipment had changed, but they couldn't understand why the +1 effect to spell activation remained. The Archmage was surprised that they only noticed it. The Archmage understood that they couldn't have noticed it because the activation speed of the spell was quite fast, and not everyone could notice it. He used the fireball again to attack the monsters. The spectators thought that it couldn't be, and he was using the game's system bugs. The spectators hoped that he had reported it to the main office of the game. The Archmage replied that he had something to tell them, but now was not the time, and promised to tell them later. In front of him stood 2 huge monsters that were ready to destroy him. The Archmage ordered Gold and Lucky to start their attacks. They needed to fight the smaller monsters that could prevent him from destroying the huge golems. The Archmage used Dragon Fever, and the activation speed of his spells instantly increased by. The spectators were stunned as they watched his magic become even more powerful and faster than before. Dragon Fever had also been upgraded with the legendary skill book, and now the Archmage had nothing to fear with his skill set. The Archmage told the audience that it was weaker than he thought, and instead of doing a dungeon airing, he should have done an airing with a running competition with Lucky. The onlookers noted that although without luck, the Archmage's level was recognized by them today. Suddenly, the Archmage noticed that there was no road further, and he had reached the edge, and that could only mean one thing. It meant that the Archmage had managed to reach the boss room. The system asked if the Archmage wanted to enter the room where the ice and flaming giants were hiding. The Archmage noticed that he could see something behind the boss room. He couldn't believe that the double boss was hiding there. He realized that now he would be completely uneasy. The system notified him that if there was one boss left, The health regeneration rate of the remaining one would increase by %, and the attack speed would increase by %, and the attack power would increase by %. The Archmage knew that it was usually worth it to destroy double bosses one at a time, but this boss needed to be dealt with at the same time. He thought that if he attacked them as if he knew everything in advance, then the spectators would definitely start to get suspicious, unnecessary suspicions. The Archmage didn't know if he had a better option. The spectators were thrilled with their appearance. They were incredibly strong, and ready to destroy anyone who got in their way. Gold told the Archmage not to worry. They would be able to protect him from these monsters. His confidence instilled a sense of security in the Archmage, knowing that his guards were ready to repel any threat. Suddenly, the Archmage realized how he could overpower them. The onlooker watching the Archmage's broadcast thought it was incredible, and he had no words. The Archmage had not intended to confront the monsters from the start. He realized that if it wasn't for Gold and Lucky, the Archmage wouldn't have succeeded and would have lost to the giants. Their support was crucial in this battle. This live broadcast could have been called Gold and Lucky versus the Archmage. Which of them would be the first to destroy their monster? Each of them wanted to take out their opponent as soon as possible. The viewer understood that they wanted to defeat the boss faster, but didn't understand if that made any sense. The Archmage was only adjusting to the damage dealt by creatures with skills. In other words, it matched the skill level of the first-class guilds, but the Archmage seemed to him to be holding back their power to finish off the bosses at the same time. The spectator was angry at the Archmage. He was pissing him off because of his higher level. At that moment, the Archmage managed to defeat 2 giants. The Archmage turned to the audience and said that today was a draw between him and his guards. He promised them to come back next time with interesting content. After defeating the 2 bosses, the Archmage returned to a non-player character to give him the powers of the 2 giants that he had taken after his victory over them. The non-player character asked the Archmage to give him more of his staff. He said that the only thing that could contain such immense power was a staff. He added that he would improve his staff. The Archmage was surprised that he wasn't going to make a new staff. He was just going to improve his old staff. Kneeling down, the Archmage handed him the staff and thanked him. The non-player character noted that it fell to his knees easily. The Archmage was amazed when he received Arbia's staff. It had the power of 2 Spirit Kings. Their powers were activated alternately, and the staff could also increase the power of the Archmage's magic. He could not be happy that he got such a unique item that would help him in future battles. But suddenly a non-player character asked him to calm down and help him. The Archmage looked at him genuinely, couldn't understand what he was talking about. The non-player character asked him, shouldn't he help him for helping him? The system notified him that a new chapter in the main plot had been opened. The Archmage would need to fulfill an errand for Arbia. He needed to go to the Hid after defeating the monkeys in the tree forest on a hunt. The tree forest was a dense thicket with huge trees covered in lush foliage. These trees towered above the ground, creating dark, almost impassable paths, and every step in this forest was shrouded in a mysterious silence. The Scaff Guild player asked the others to get ready. Soon they would begin to climb. He knew that the tailed monkeys lived in groups in the crowns of the trees. The tailed monkeys would throw rocks and were quite aggressive. One had to be quite careful that the monkeys would not manage to throw them off the tree. One of the players noticed that there were about 1,000 of them. He thought that they would easily manage to deal with them and asked everyone to get ready to fight. The monkeys didn't wait for the players to start climbing towards them. They started attacking them with rocks without giving them a chance to climb. The players noticed that they were quite strong. The monkeys were so strong that they could destroy a mage with poor stamina with a single blow. These creatures posed a serious threat to those who were not prepared enough to face them. The player noticed that they were preparing an attack. He shouted to the entire group that a surprise attack was being prepared on them from above. The suddenness of the attack would have taken them by surprise if not for his timely warning. He realized that if they were unlucky, they might have encountered more grand monkeys that came out of hiding and were armed with rocks. The player knew that there were quite a few teams that the monkeys had wiped out with their gunfire. He had a tough road ahead of him to climb the tree. In a village near the forest, the Archmage finally managed to complete the mission and destroy the monkeys. Thanks to this, he managed to raise his level quite well. Gold added that thanks to his master, he had also managed to become stronger. His voice sounded with gratitude, realizing that together with the Archmage, he had reached new heights and was ready to fight even more fiercely. The Archmage received something else important. It was a new skill card for Gold, miniaturization skill that first appeared in the game. It allowed Gold to shrink his body. The Archmage realized that using gigantization among such trees was just voluntary self-destruction. The bigger the body, the easier it was for the apes to spot it. He figured that if they were constantly coming under such powerful attacks from the monkeys, Gold and Lucky would have been wiped out by now. The Archmage knew that it would be possible to awaken Lucky with the item Life of a Divine Being, which cost a lot of money, and then Lucky would be alive again. He realized that if the monkeys destroyed gold, it would be the end for him, and he would have to start over. The Archmage had a way to use the miniaturization skill he had gained this time. He could also use the Fatu dagger. Thus, he could keep gold from being killed. But the problem was that he didn't have the Fatu dagger. Gold was sure that in the next battle he would show the difference between him and Lucky. The Archmage realized that he didn't have the money to buy the necessary skill for Lucky and gold either, because he had recently bought new items on eBay. He thought that if he needed money urgently, should he have sold the information about the main scenario? Or should he have found a non-player character to hit first and continue the quest? The Archmage didn't know what to do. He would like to get a new item, but he didn't have the money for it. Suddenly, he heard a voice behind him. He turned around and saw a non-player character who wanted to know if it was him coming to him, instead of Arbius. The non-game character was on a huge flying monster. He realized it was and asked the Archmage to come up to him. He said his name was Hitu. Then the system notified him that he needed to complete the quest Hitu's Potion. The Archmage needed to destroy a pack of tailed monkeys and their leader, then bring his blood. A Rising Star Channel employee was looking for a recording of the Archmage's last live broadcast where he was mopping up a tree forest. They hoped to find this moment to analyze his tactics and show viewers how powerful his magic was. One of the staff could not believe that the Archmage had managed to defeat the tailed monkeys, but his colleague confirmed that he had managed to do it alone. They noted that the Archmage also managed to distinguish himself this time. His skills and tactics once again wowed the audience, proving that he can overcome the most difficult challenges with brilliance. The staff noted that the Archmage showed the audience black branding, a special style of swordsmanship. In their opinion, it was amazing, but they saw it as something strange. Some of them were amazed because the Archmage was always good at hunting, but this time it seemed that he had a very difficult time. They analyzed the footage they received and noticed that he used a lot more potions this time. They thought that he should have focused on playing in a group of players instead of going it alone. Suddenly, the president of the channel walked into their office and heard someone talking about the group of players. The president had brought his staff lunch so they could discuss their business over a meal. They informed the president that the Archmage had said that he was going to play alone again. They were worried that he might have failed this time. The president was shocked that they didn't know about this, to which the staff replied that in addition, the Explorers Guild had found the first quest of the main scenario. He realized that it was to be expected that the guild would be able to find the main scenario quest. The email the Archmage had just sent said that he would like to sell the information about the main scenario. The president thought that the guild that could put the Dagger of Fatu up for sale could be the Abyss Guild, or the Explorers Guild. He looked at his staff and asked them to eat some chicken and get ready to work overtime. They had a lot of work to do now. Jackie informed Emma that the Dagger of Fatu had been sent to Rising Star, to which Emma replied that Jackie had done a good job. Jackie had one question. He told Emma that after he got the call that the Explorer Guild had found the starting point of the main scenario, something strange happened. He was surprised that the Rising Star channel had put the main scenario information up for sale. He didn't understand why they did it. She replied that there was only one thing in the Abyss Guild vault that could be traded for it. The channel representatives pointed them to the only Fatu dagger. Jackie wanted to know if it was a mere coincidence, but Emma interrupted him and replied that it wasn't a coincidence at all. She realized that they were trying to sabotage them. Emma felt that what they were doing was absolutely unconscionable robbery on their part. She was outraged at their insolence and injustice. She realized that because of Asmo's investment, it would now be impossible to recruit the Archmage. Now there was nothing left for them to do but go through the main scenario before the Archmage. Emma told Jackie to buy up all the information that President Pak Yen-jun was selling, and he would need to compile a list of those disgruntled with the Archmage among the first-class guilds. In the tree forest, while hunting for tailed monkeys, one of the players decided to quit the game. He wanted to watch the live broadcast that the Archmage started. The Archmage started the live broadcast over the forest platforms where there were monkeys and one of their leaders. The audience was amazed that there was a leader among the monkeys. He greeted his dear viewers in front of the aggressively tailed monkeys. He was glad to see them and decided to start the hunt. The Archmage decided to immediately demonstrate something to his audience. He presented them a new kind of gold that was under the influence of the miniaturization skill. The spectators realized that because gold was smaller, it would be harder for the tailed monkeys to hit him. The Archmage noticed that at first, the ether donates were already pretty good, but he didn't notice the rock thrown by the monkey flying at him. The spectators tried to point out to him that a huge number of stones were flying at him. They realized that the Archmage was distracted by the donuts and lost his vigilance. Piles of stones were falling on the place where the Archmage and his team were standing. It seemed to the spectators that it was the end for them, that they would not be able to dodge so many stones thrown at them. But the Archmage was ready for it. He smiled and applied the skill of Ice Wall, and not a single stone could not hit the target. The audience was delighted and did not understand when he had time to learn it. The Archmage decided to immediately tell the audience about today's broadcast before the ice wall would collapse. He noticed that there were tailed monkeys behind them, which seemed unbelievable. The viewers thought it was a lie. They were sure that even the monkeys could take out an entire group of players in a matter of minutes. They doubted he could have defeated them alone. The Archmage ordered Gold to get ready. They would soon have to start attacking the tailed monkeys. After the ice wall would be destroyed, Gold said he would not tolerate those who stood in his master's way. Gold successfully attacked the tailed monkeys who couldn't hit him, and for his size, he flew among them, doing a lot of damage, and there was nothing they could do about it. The spectators noticed that Gold had a Fatu dagger in his hands. They knew that even a scratch with it was dangerous. They also noticed that the throwing speed of the tailed monkeys was greatly reduced. They were amazed that the monkeys couldn't hit hunger. The Archmage told them that they were too early to be surprised. He said that all the interesting things were still to come. The Archmage told the audience that he still had one negative effect left in store for the tailed monkeys. The Archmage used Inferno to finish them off. He ordered Lucky to use Garim's Shadow, after which all of the monkeys' characteristics were reduced, as well as all defenses and resistance to all attributes. All the tailed monkeys were negatively affected. Their movement speed was drastically reduced. Some of them started falling from the trees. The Archmage realized that the attack speed of the tailed monkeys was maximally reduced. He decided to finish them off with a single attack and used the Flame Golem to do so. The audience saw the Archmage's incredibly powerful team that could take out almost any opponent. The Archmage said it was time to clear the forest. The audience couldn't believe it was possible. The Archmage informed the audience that this was the end of today's broadcast. He had managed to destroy the required number of tailed monkeys. He decided to watch the audience's reaction to today's broadcast, and he noticed that it was quite successful, but he realized that it was more difficult than he thought. The Archmage thought that, when the apes were blackened by the power of their leader, he was greatly shocked, and thought that these creatures had become even more dangerous to him. He knew that it had taken certain conditions before, but now the power of the unknown god had begun to work even on ordinary monsters. The Archmage wondered what would happen if all monsters had the power of the unknown god. He realized that it would be much harder to destroy them. Suddenly, a huge monkey landed behind him, which frightened the Archmage. He thought he could destroy all the monkeys in the area. The Archmage jumped back to a safe distance. He couldn't believe that there was still one left. He was sure that he had destroyed their leader. He realized that the leader had let his guard down. Archimagus realized that he could not use his skills yet because they had not recovered yet. But suddenly he heard him say that Archimagus was able to deal with a group of tailed monkeys. The Archmage saw over his head that it wasn't a game character of Hen. He asked him if the Archmage wanted to make a deal with him. Hen all logged out of the game and went to the Capsule Cafe alone. The receptionist thought that Hen must have gone broke pumping his items. That's why he was so sad. He sat on the couch and checked his phone. He went on eBay to see what items were on sale right now, but he was shocked when he saw that nothing was on sale. He wanted to know why that was the case. Hen knew that this site had always had something from the Veil series. Now there was no telling when they would be for sale again. He couldn't understand why the items he was looking for weren't available right now. He didn't know if he needed to ask the channel for help or new skills. The president's aide entered his office and informed him that he had received a letter from the Archmage. The contents of the letter seemed a little strange to him. The president opened the letter to check its contents. He read that the Archmage informed him that he needed a series of veils, but they were not currently on sale on the eBay website. He thought that the items in the Fatu series were not the most common ones, but it wasn't that hard to find them either. He realized that the Archmage could find the items himself without any problem. Suddenly the president stopped the endless stream of his thoughts in his head, because he remembered the man who had the entire Fatu series. This person was someone who was on good terms with the Archmage, and was also an investor in the Rising Star channel. This person was none other than Asmo. The president smiled and realized that the Archmage wanted them to get them for him himself. He was sure that this was his way of asking to show who was who of his investors. He was amazed at the Archmage's insight and wanted to understand how far the Archmage had been able to plan ahead. His interest grew as he realized that the Archmage had acted with extraordinary precision and cunning. An employee of the Abyss Guild informed Emma that they had bought up all the legendary items that matched the Archmage's level. Emma coldly replied that they had been good, and asked them to keep buying everything that would be for sale on the website. It was important. Merlin couldn't understand if they really needed to go that far. To which Emma replied that the Archmage would continue to play alone. By buying up items, they could prevent that from happening. Emma understood that he might have needed equipment to play alone, but if they bought up all the items, it would be much harder to do so. She realized that the lack of items might have slowed him down through the main scenario, and that would play into their hands. Emma added that they wouldn't be able to exchange the main scenario information for items like they had done last time. Merlin realized that this way they could somehow solve two problems. Hen was sure that Asmo had gotten magic from Chima that didn't depend on warrior spirit skill cards. This unique power could make him an even more dangerous opponent. He realized that it was the most important skill that allowed Asmo to play alone in the Pioneer Lands, and Hen would like to get his hands on it. Hen thought that getting that kind of magic in exchange for a series of Feitu would be quite cheap. A non-game character, Chim, unlike how he thought was a good ape. He looked at his phone and noticed that he had received an email from Rising Star. The president had sent him the entire series of Fatu he had requested. Hen realized that the president was a true professional. Hen suddenly cried in the middle of the street, surprising the people around him. He thanked the president and said he would never forget his kindness. He thought that with the money he had saved, he could buy his brother the laptop he had always dreamed of, as well as toys as a gift for his niece, Heron. Hen realized that he still needed to go for a surgery consultation for his brother, for that he needed to go to Salem University Hospital. After buying all the gifts for his family, Hen went home to make his family happy quickly. It made his mood incredible. He was happy. He went to the tree forest again to fulfill the quest Hema had given him. When he got the items, he liked it a lot, but something made him uneasy. The Archmage asked him to send him 3 items from the Fatu series that weren't even for sale on the site now. He didn't realize if he was allowed to receive so many. Gold asked his master not to worry about it. He would destroy anyone who would try to harm him, showing his loyalty and willingness to protect him at all costs. The Archmage replied that they could just make good use of what they got. Moreover, worrying was not what they should be doing right now. They went to the center of the tree forest where Hema was sitting. The Archmage approached him and told him that he had come to make a deal with him. Hema asked him if he had brought what he had asked him for. The Archmage replied that he had brought everything he had asked for. He pulled out the first item, a hammer of Veil, to which Hema replied that he would give him a magic skill for the hammer. Hema added that before he would give him a magic skill, he would invite him to his house as a guest. He began to create a magic portal. Carrying them into his home, Hema welcomed them into his resting place. The Archmage was incredibly amazed. He thought the cutscenes in this game were no joke at all. Hema asked him what magic he wanted to get, to which the Archmage told him that he would like to get the skill Spiritual Warrior. Hema assumed that he would be able to comprehend it. The Archmage was happy that he got a skill that only the Elementalist class could get, and only Asmo could get it in this game. He received a skill that allowed him to transform a summoned spirit into a warrior spirit. As the rank of the skill increased, the number of warrior spirits increased, with the transformations appearing White Warrior and Celestial Army. The Archmage couldn't believe that he was able to do this. He thought that now there were possibly more combinations with skills. He instantly decided that it was time to try summoning a low-ranked spirit. This step was the first because he wanted to try out a new skill. After the low-level spirits were summoned, the Archmage turned them into warrior spirits. He noticed that their combat power was mediocre, but the upside was that it was possible to equip items on them. Chima interrupted his experiment. He asked him if he would like to use a magic skill on the battlefield. The Archmage apologized and removed the warrior spirits. Before the Archmage would leave his house, Chima asked to let him, give him a small gift. He gave him a special liquid for his Cursed Pendant. Hema asked him to be careful. The moment he would add it to his pendant, he would become incredibly greedy. He took his pendant and poured the liquid into it. As soon as the liquid was in the pendant, it started flailing around in different directions, but suddenly it froze and started pointing him in a direction. Now all he had to do was find his way. Chima realized that it would not be easy for him. He handed him a book. He hoped it would help him. When the Archmage saw it, he realized that it was a legendary book of skills. He thanked him and said that he would love to use it. The system notified him that a new quest had been received. The Archmage needed to find the entrance to the altar at the top of the platform tree and destroy the 3 monkey brothers, then enter the altar. Before going to fulfill the quest, the Archmage decided to level up, after which he didn't care how many monkey brothers he would need to destroy. He figured he had improved the curse-eating pendant anyway. The curse-eating pendant contained the powers of the cursed creature. The power of the cursed creature became stronger and demanded more. The Archmage did not know that its effect would be 1 more. It was a passive skill that increased the number of possible summons by 1. The Dragon of War gave the Archmage a new chance to get a skill. The Archmage chose the skill Leap, and thought that now the impossible would become possible for him. The Archmage said that the preparations were complete. He was ready to start the live broadcast. He was sure that the audience was already waiting for him. The viewers wanted him to show them the Spirit Warrior, to which the Archmage replied that they were only interested in the Spirit Warrior. It seemed to him that no one cared about today's monster. They answered him that he was just hunting the tailed monkey brothers, and again asked him to show the spiritual warrior skill. The Archmage noticed that they were all impatient, and that he would soon show them everything. The Archmage snapped his fingers and called the warrior spirits. The audience couldn't believe it was true. They knew that Asmo was the only one in the world who possessed this skill. One of the spectators asked him how about selling him the information on how to get the spirit warriors he had bought from Asmo. He could pay double the price. He thought he would have to ask Asmo's permission before doing so. The Archmage smiled and thought that he knew there would be offers of this sort. He would have liked to sell but couldn't. After all, it was related to the main scenario quest. He apologized and noted that it would be hard to sell it. At this point, Rappo entered the chat, asking if it was because of the high price or because it would be almost impossible to negotiate with Asmo. The Archmage thought it was a very difficult question, and he needed to get off the subject somehow. He replied to the audience that he and Mr. Asmo were good business partners. The president of the Rising Star channel, watching the Archmage, thought it was good that he spoke so positively about their relationship with Asmo. Merlin joined them in the chat room, wondering how he could become such a business partner with him. The Archmage knew that Merlin was the best mage in the game. He thought the situation was already getting out of his control. He decided that the intro was taking too long. He informed the audience that he couldn't just mingle with his dear viewers. He asked if any of them had noticed what the raid would be today. The spectators noticed that today the Archmage would have to fight 3 brothers of tailed monkeys instead of 2. It seemed to them that today's raid would be different than usual. The Archmage informed his audience that the raid on the boss had begun. The audience couldn't understand why he had as many as 3 flame golems. He snapped his fingers and summoned the warrior spirits using the magical skill obtained from Hyena. The Archmage immediately ordered them to transform into warrior spirits so they could be used in battle. Merlin noticed that based on how the number of summons had increased, he had gained a skill +1, but it didn't look like the one who was summoned was bound to any other object. The Archmage confirmed his words and used the summoning of a familiar. The Archmage decided to use the Spear Veil and Bow Veil last to be fully equipped before the important battle. Then he introduced the audience to the new core team without Lucky and Gold. Asmo replied that it was possible to equip the Spirit Warriors with legendary weapons. He wanted to know why else it looked like madness. He had 2 more familiars, and now he had 5 spells in a row. The Archmage used the Trident, Fireball, and Fire Spear for his attacks. After that, he began to believe that this was his new canonical fighting style. The spectators noticed that one of the brothers broke the flame barrier and started attacking the Archmage. They had a feeling that he purposely let one of them get out and attack him. But the warrior spirits came to the Archmage's defense and stopped the attack of one of the bosses. After his attack, a Fathu curse was activated. The Archmage decided that it was time to unleash his ranged attacks that he had prepared for this raid. He used all his skills to deal maximum damage to the monster. The Archmage's long-range attacks had practically destroyed the boss, who could barely get up. The Archmage only had to deliver a decisive blow to finish him off. The Archmage thought that after his attacks one of the bosses was finished, and he had 2 more to destroy. The audience realized that the Archmage would have acted the same way he did with the boss. But he replied that it would have been different. He informed the audience that he was going to make a new team, after which he turned the 3rd-tailed monkey into his keeper, and now the Archmage had 2 full teams. The Archmage said that it was now a match to see which team would be able to defeat the remaining monkey first. He added that the Archmage in charge of this match was with them, and announced to everyone that the competition was ready to begin. But suddenly he received a strange donation from Asmo, and decided to delay the start a bit. Asmo asked the Archmage to wait a bit. He said that the 3rd-tailed monkey needed equipment too, and you couldn't throw him into battle completely unprotected. In the Discoverer lands, the players were fighting monsters that seemed to surround them. One of the players realized that his wizard skill was running out, but he was sure that they would be able to get the reward this time too. His fellow player was sure that they would be able to get the reward, because it was a group with those who ranked in the single digits in the small pack rankings. The group of players noticed that the Chungwan Guild was fighting not far away from them. They didn't know if they should have done anything before they would advance to the next stage. The guild player told them that they shouldn't have hated the Chungwan Guild so much. Only the winners in the Pioneer Land competition were rewarded and could level up. She stood on the mountain and used her staff to gather a storm on them. She added that the weaker players had no choice but to face their limit. She said that she didn't see a problem with only the strongest players and guilds coming together for the hunt, after which she used Blizzard and destroyed all the monsters. The other players saw her power and realized that today was a bad day to level up, and now they would have to rest for a few days. A player pointed out that her power of destruction deserved the 1st place in the small pack rankings, but Ewa objected, saying that her power wasn't that great, and she wasn't the only one at the top of the rankings. He looked at the task timer, and noticed that they had managed to set a new record of minutes and seconds. He realized that soon they would have a chance to meet the minutes. Yewa replied that if things continued like this, they would have no trouble catching the Archmage. But suddenly she noticed an incoming call and asked him to hold on for a while. She was surprised to get a call from Mrs. Emma, who saw that she had set a new record. Emma asked her if she could complete the task even faster. She wanted to see another record. Ewa replied that she could try to do that. She was only able to set the record because of the efforts of the Abyss Guild. Emma asked her if there was any news from the Archmage. She answered her that as far as she knew, the Archmage had failed to get the Pioneer quest. Emma wanted to know if she was sure of that. She didn't want the Archmage to take part in that quest. Ewa explained to her that they were keeping track of all the non-player characters that it was possible to get this quest from. She was sure that it would have been impossible for the Archmage to get this quest. She was sure that it would have been impossible to go around so many people looking for the quest. Emma thought that was why he was still in the tree forest for now. Ewa replied that she thought that was where he was because he hadn't gotten the Pioneer quest. She was sure he had no way to get here. The Archmage, along with a non-player character, was able to get into the lands of the Pioneers. He was surprised that even without doing the Pioneers quest, it was possible to get into their lands. He was concerned about what happened to him right after defeating the 3 brothers of the tailed monkeys. He remembered that smoke rose above the strange altar. The system notified him that an unknown power was felt near him. The Archmage was not calm. He knew that the egg would have absorbed the power of the Nameless God. He thought that as a result of the egg absorbing the unknown god's power, the hatching had reached percentages. The Archmage thought about what would happen in the game if the hatching process reached percentages. This thought kept him on his toes. Soon a non-player character informed him that they had arrived at the location and right in front of them was Tex. He had received a new quest, and now the Archimagus was to smite the leader of the Black Hyenas in the Forbidden Zone. Tex told the Archimagus that in the Forbidden Zone the hyenas had started to have sudden changes. They were happening quite abruptly and quickly. The Archmage thought that the same thing happened in this quest that had happened with the Restricted Zone. He was glad that there was no competition around him this time. He realized that he would need to be extremely careful as the monster that appeared was an unusual main hyena. It was a stronger black hyena. The Archmage turned around and looked at his team and realized that it would not be difficult for him to destroy the hyenas. There was no problem for him, and he was sure he would be able to handle this quest. He remembered his recent online meeting with President Wharton, where he had something important to say to him. President Wharton replied that it looked like the Archmage had already entered the lands of the Pioneers. He added that he had been targeted by many, but he had handled it admirably. The Archmage replied to him that if one was so afraid of everything, then it would be better to not go anywhere at all. He didn't understand why he had to pay so much money to play games then. Wharton replied that it wouldn't have made sense for them to invest money in it then either. However, he had one suggestion for him this time. He said it was considered risky to play alone in the Pioneer lands. He asked him if he was still negative about playing as a team, or if he had changed his mind. President Wharton added that if he let him, he would be able to recruit the best players for him. To which the Archmage replied that he could not play in a group of players. The Archmage realized that because of the main scenario, he couldn't even if he wanted to. Wharton asked him what the Archmage was going to tell him that was important. He replied that he needed something suitable for Silver's equipment, so he wanted to sell the information about the main scenario. Wharton thought that Asmo had appeared on the last broadcast and said that he would supply him with everything he needed. He didn't understand why he wanted to sell the information about the main scenario and get everything he needed. He thought that the Archmage also had the Chungwan Guild in his mind. He couldn't play quietly while they were around him. Wharton realized that the Archmage must have prepared some sort of plan. But looking at the items he had requested, his plan was not ideal at all. If he would have already sorted out the items provided by Asmo, he might want something on the level of the Rocket Man set. The president figured that if the Archmage wanted to play alone to the end, his role was to do his best to keep him playing alone. He decided to send him the Rocket Man set that Asmo had provided. After receiving the set, the Archmage decided to equip Gold in it, and he would give Silver the Swordsman set. The Archmage noticed that Gold's character had changed. He thought that he was so affected by having Silver on their team and because he had a younger one. The Archmage finished all the preparations and told his team that it was time to finish this annoying quest. He wanted to get through it as soon as possible. The Abyss Guild contacted Ewa again to see if the Archmage had gotten the Pioneer quest. Ewa replied that he was being monitored 24/7 in groups of people. They wouldn't be able to miss something like this. Emma thought that the Archmage had some kind of limit in the game. He couldn't do everything he wanted to do with the game system. Ewa asked Mrs. Emma if it would be easier to find an Archmage in real life than to wait endlessly for him to appear. Emma laughed and replied that she had tried to hack him countless times, but had failed to do so. She added that he was a person that things wouldn't have worked out so easily with. She asked Yewa not to think about anything else. She needed to focus on her task, to which Yewa replied that they would definitely make it through. Hen logged out of the game and went to the cafe. He thought that the non-playable character text was already overkill. He couldn't understand what kind of endless quest he was giving him. He drank his drink and thought that the hunt took him about minutes. He wouldn't have been able to do a live broadcast. His thoughts were suddenly interrupted by his phone, which had a text message on it. Hen opened the message and was insanely excited when he read that today was the date set for his brother's surgery. He had been waiting for this moment for countless days. He suddenly realized that there wasn't much left and his beloved older brother would finally be able to stand on his own 2 feet. Hen thought that they would be able to update the renovations and do things they couldn't do before. They would be able to live a normal life. He felt a sense of joy overwhelm his body. He finished his drink and decided that he needed to go to the hospital to see his brother sooner rather than later. Hen returned to the game where he traveled to the Forbidden Pioneer Zone where he successfully hunted black hyenas. He thought it was convenient to hunt here because there was no competition. But suddenly the Archmage found that he had one problem. There was no way he could adjust to the speed of the hunt. He realized that Familiar, Gold, Silver were all doing their best. But even with their top-notch actions, the time was still over a minute. The Archmage realized that it was taking them a decent amount of time to defeat the leader of the Black Hyenas. Each attack seemed underpowered to him, and the situation was beginning to alarm him. He thought that the problem might have been him. He had been using too many different magic skills recently, and even his attack recovery time had increased. He realized that he had just started a level and urgently needed to find a way to fix this. He had a new quest, to escort the head to wherever she wanted to go. But he could meet black hyenas on the way, so he needed to be careful. A non-player character appeared behind him and informed him that the destination was where she was pointing her finger at him. The Archmage thought that if they went that way it could be quite dangerous, so he decided to take a detour. He thought it was lucky he had its eyes and could see the monsters hiding. He saw that if they took the normal route, they could have fallen into a trap. The Archmage looked carefully around to avoid the black hyenas. He was a bit confused when he got the quest of escorting a non-player character, but it was easier than he expected. He figured that given her saying that she was Ara's apprentice, there was a high possibility that he could get an Ara-related item as a reward. The Archmage hoped that this item that would help enhance his special skills. He realized that any enhancement could play a key role in the battles to come. He figured that if he wanted to continue to play alone in the future, he would need to show what he was capable of, and if he was no different from the other streamers, he could be in trouble. The Archmage thought his competitiveness could drop, and then it would become harder for him to continue live streaming. He realized that not only were views dropping, but advertising contracts could be cancelled, and without the company's profits, his contract could be terminated. The Archmage realized that saving up for his brother's surgery would become very difficult for him. He decided that this could not be allowed to happen. He collapsed on the snake and began to behave quite strangely. His team couldn't understand what was happening to him, and at that moment, the non-player character Glara informed him that they had come to the right place. Glara told him that they could enter here, whereupon the Archmage was notified that he had managed to complete the quest. Glara held out an item to him in gratitude and asked him to accept it. He was happy to receive a reward for completing the quest. He took the hat with feathers and begged that it had awesome characteristics, but looking closer, he saw it had a hidden option. The Archmage was given a hat with feathers that contained immense abilities, and it would be able to improve all characteristics by plus he saw the dormant power lurking in it, and couldn't believe that such a thing was possible. He thought that for him, a person who could use a 5 spell, the percent reduction in skill recharge time was useless. But a percent increase in magic damage was something incredible for an Archmage. But the Archmage managed to notice something else in the cap of feathers. The system notified him that he had received the inheritance of a dead shaman. It had a mysterious power sealed in it. It had to be recognized by the owner of the items, and he needed to find out the rest of the information from a non-player character. The Archmage thought that if he collected the entire quest he could have access to incredible abilities. Now he had a reason to complete the quest faster and gain a level. He was ready for the quest ahead. He was sure that with his team he was virtually unbeatable. The Archmage attacked the black hyenas, quickly leveling up and completing the quest. However, Ara decided to test it again. Now the Archmage had to follow Ara's footsteps, knowing that if he deviated, he would fail the quest. Having gotten a new quest, the Dragon of War gave the Archmage a chance to get a new skill. He leaned over to Lucky and asked him if he was willing to bring him luck. He thought it was okay to cry sometimes to get a good skill. He took his chance and opened the card he liked the most. After seeing the skill card, it was hard for the Archmage to believe that he was really that lucky. He had gotten the Blizzard skill, which allowed him to summon a cloud full of ice chunks. He hugged Lucky tightly, who once again brought him luck. He thought it was all thanks to Lucky. Now he was sure that with this skill they would have succeeded. The Archmage added that he was actually quite nervous because everything was going too smoothly. To him it was suspicious. Gold tried to calm him down and said that he would solve everything for him. He picked himself up and said that maybe they would have things worked out soon, and they would have managed the quest. He was amazed at how incredible he had the game alone. Asmo's assistant handed him a phone, on the other end of which was Rappo. Rappo informed him that he wanted to discuss matters related to the Chungwan Guild. Asmo knew of them as they were openly following the Archmage. Asmo was surprised that the newly emerged guild was already so popular. He thought that perhaps they had grown so quickly because they consisted of Smolpak ranking members. Rappo replied that Asmo was wrong. He explained to him that the Abyss Guild and the Travelers Guild sponsored the Chungwan Guild, so the purpose of the guild was also too obvious. Asmo was surprised that things had gotten this far. He replied that the game was made for fun. Rappo asked Asmo to look at some interesting information he sent him. Rappo sent him a video of Ewa, the head star of the Chungwan Guild. Asmo didn't immediately realize why Rappo sent him the video, but he soon saw one very interesting detail. He noticed that she was holding a weapon that Asmo had never seen before. This sight impressed him as the weapon looked extremely unusual and mysterious, catching his attention. The aide said that if Mr. Rappo's information was to be believed, it was Ara's staff. Unofficial information said it had enough firepower to break the record of the Abyss Guild. Asmo replied that judging by the information he had gotten from the Archmage, items, quests, and skills that had not appeared before at all would soon begin to appear. He took a sip of his tea and added that this game was already giving him a headache. He was glad that finally the fun was beginning. The aide noted that the game was not originally designed to be sold. It was intended for entertainment only, nothing more. In the forbidden zone of the Discoverers, the Archmage failed the quest, training Ara. He noticed that it was much harder than he thought. He couldn't believe that this time he failed to pass the quest. Gold asked his master to leave this quest to him. He would be able to complete it instead of the Archmage. The rest of his team also joined his request. The Archmage replied to them that everything was fine. He informed them that this quest was something he had to complete on his own without any extra help. And after that he decided to take the challenge once again. On the Rising Star channel, the assistant informed the channel president that just as he predicted, the Archmage managed to take the top spot in the small pack rankings. He added that the Archmage had disappeared recently, and no one had seen him for a long time. He said that unthinkable rumors had already started to circulate on the channel's forum. The president replied that there was nothing to worry about, but the aide noted that the Archmage had not been seen for weeks, to which the president replied that the problem was not that he was missing, but that the viewers could not see him. He added that he would find out the details and share the information himself, and then asked the aide to mind his own business. He needed to be alone with his thoughts. The president thought that because of the hackers who were trying to get the Archmage's data, he had to be careful about what he told his staff. He realized that this had happened sometimes before, but after the Archmage's disappearance, hacking their channel was something they were used to. The president thought he should have hired digital security experts to do everything possible to make sure no one knew anything about the Archmage. He assumed that at the time of their recent meeting to hand over the Rocketman set, the Archmage must have definitely been in the lands of the Pioneers by now. The president realized that in order to get to the Pioneer lands, one had to get the proper quest. He also knew that it was impossible to do so undetected. He thought that this meant that the Archmage had deliberately started hiding. He realized that he was also now in a place where he could hide from the eyes of others. The president couldn't understand why on earth he had let only him know of his location, but he soon realized his intent. He opened his laptop and decided that he had something he needed to secretly prepare for the Archmage's next live broadcast. The president realized that by revealing his location only to him, the Archmage was trying to buy him some time. Then he decided he had to try to live up to his expectations. Hen left the game pod and decided to check the latest news and found that an event called Find the Hidden Archmage had been opened. Administrator Hekju, who was mopping the floor between the pods, was notified that an announcement had been published on the Rising Star channel, asking players to find an Archmage. There was a reward for finding the Archmage. The first person to find the Archmage would be paid $1 million by the channel. The next day in the ancient forest, a large number of players were looking closely for the Archmage. They would like to get a significant reward for his capture. None of the players knew if he was actually in this forest. They knew that he had failed to get the Pioneer quest. They assumed that he had purposely stayed out of contact. The players decided it was a waste of time. They realized that that rumor turned out to be true and no reward would be available to them. One of them said that the rumor that he was afraid of running into the Chungwan Guild was encrypted until they would move on to the next location. The players realized that it had already been 2 weeks, but if the Archmage hadn't made contact at all, they wouldn't be able to find him even if they wanted to badly. There was talk in the Abyss Guild that they had a positive result as a result of various rumors about the Chungwan Guild spreading on social media. Emma's assistant informed her that due to this, the Archmage's image had currently deteriorated greatly, to which Emma replied that they had done a good job. Emma said that soon Yewei of the Chungwan Guild would have to openly tell the Archmage to apply for the big golden hyena match. The aide replied that he understood her intent, but he wondered what would happen if the Archmage refused to hunt the golden hyena, what their next steps would be. Emma replied that then the rumors that he was scared of the Chungwan Guild and hid would become reality, and the popularity of the Chuvgupan Guild would increase dramatically. She was sure that Chungwan Guild's popularity would increase, and the Archmage's popularity would naturally drop, which was what they wanted. Emma said that hiding was good on the Archmage's part, but his level progression had a limit. They had bought up all the items below level, and now further progression of the Archmage would be impossible. She explained to her assistant that in other words, they had already managed to defeat the Archmage, to which the assistant replied that it was as admirable as ever on her part. Hen visited his brother just before the operation. His brother asked him not to worry about him. He would be back with them soon, to which Hen asked his brother not to worry either and concentrate on the operation. His older brother hurriedly reminded him that he would have to take Heron to kindergarten today. Hen smiled and replied that he remembered that and would definitely take her to kindergarten. He asked his brother to be good during the surgery. His brother smiled and thanked him. He was happy that thanks to his little brother he would be able to walk again. He then said that they would see each other later and he was taken away for surgery. Hen was sitting outside the operating room waiting for his brother to be operated on. He had been sitting for hours. He looked at his phone and seeing what time it was realized that he had to go pick up Heron from the garden. He picked her up from the garden and they headed home. On the way, Hen asked her if she enjoyed the daycare, to which Heron replied that she enjoyed it very much and she didn't want to leave because she wanted to play some more. On their way home, they met Mrs. Seol, who was walking towards them. She said hello and was happy to see them again. Heron, seeing her, said, "It was that pretty Ani she had seen in the neighborhood." Saul leaned over to her and thanked her for her words. She looked at her uncle and asked if she could play with Mrs. Seol. Hen replied that Ani was very busy and asked her not to take up her time. Heron became very upset. She wanted to play with her for just a little while. Her frustration became apparent, for she had longed so much to enjoy at least a short game with Ani. Seal smiled and replied that she had some free time today and would be able to play a little with Heron. Hen told her that he had somewhere urgent to go today and he felt like it might take a little time, so he couldn't play with them together. Seol replied that in that case, she would play with Heron by herself. Since she had free time, Hen could safely go about his business. She approached Heron and asked if she would like to go to her house and play with her there. She was insanely happy that she could go with Seol to her house. Hen couldn't believe it was possible. Now Seol was a real angel in his eyes. He realized that she was a really good person. Hen asked Heron to obey Ani and wait for him to return. Heron assured him that she would be obedient until he returned. Hearing this, Hen decided that now he needed to focus fully on the game. After picking up his niece from Lee Seal, he heard her longing to go back there again when he asked her if she really enjoyed it so much. Heron happily confirmed that she really did. He remembered that he was very late to pick her up and apologized to Lee Seal a lot for inconveniencing her. He was glad that she was understanding. Suddenly, Heron asked his uncle if he would like to start dating Lee Seal. Hen was shocked by her question. He didn't understand what she was saying. Hyun thought that Lee Seol was quite a kind and good girl, but he had never thought of her as his girlfriend. Embarrassed, he asked if Seol had talked to Heron about it. She said she hadn't, but added that if they started dating, she could go visit her friend more often. Smiling, Hen replied that he told her that he was telling her that both in the game and in life he was a loner. Heron didn't understand what that meant and offered to let him eat some chicken. Back in the game, Hen thought he only needed to hold out a little longer to complete the quest. He just needed to hold out a few more minutes and he managed to do it. Gold and Silver were delighted with the game from their master. This was exactly what they expected from him. They were sure that he would be able to last the required amount of time. After completing the quest, the non-player character Ara informed him that it was a good job and now she had nothing more to teach him. The system notified him that he had gained an outstanding consciousness skill. He thought upon seeing it that he had only managed to do it on a try. He realized that it wasn't easy to complete this desert quest alone. He asked Lucky to go with him, but first he had to raise his voice so that Luck would smile on him again when he chose a new skill card. Lucky obediently did his master's bidding, and the Archmage began to choose a card. After he reached the level, he was shocked that the color of the card was emerald instead of gold, as it was before. He was pleasantly surprised to see the status of the skill card Legendary Epic. He got the skill Hellfire. Now he could summon the flames of hell. After applying it all, defenses would disappear from the places the fire would reach. Ara warned him that it was too early to rejoice. He had yet to destroy that monster that would appear in the Golden Valley. The Archmage thought he needed to come to his senses immediately. He realized the fact that the reward had been increased only meant that the difficulty level had increased as well. The system notified him that he had received a new quest, Golden Valley. He needed to destroy an altar hidden in the Golden Valley. The Archmage was shocked to see that there was no reward for the quest. The other players fought as best they could against the monster that was about to phase very soon. They should have changed the position of their attacks. They doubted if they could defeat the monster. They saw that the Golden Hyena had reached Phase 3. The players thought that this time their guild Buffalos would definitely be able to defeat the Golden Hyena. A capsule cafe administrator watching the airing of the Buffalos Guild thought that they would be able to defeat the monster. A visitor nearby realized that it was about raiding the bosses of Golden Valley. He noted that it was incredibly fun because they had carefully prepared for this raid. He informed the visitor that the number of spectators had already exceeded 1 million. The administrator added that it was possible that the number of viewers had also increased because the Archmage wasn't broadcasting anymore. The players of the Buffalos Guild were rejoicing that they had defeated the Golden Hyena. They were able to destroy it after only the 3rd attempt. The administrator and visitor watching the broadcast were stunned to see that the Golden Hyena was enveloped by an ominous black aura. They couldn't understand why this was happening. The spectators and players were surprised to notice that the hyena had changed and became the Black Golden Hyena. Its sudden transformation made the players worried. With a look of horror on his face, the administrator said that he had seen such a transformation once before. As suddenly after a phase, the monster would start turning black. The visitor wanted to know where he had seen such a thing, to which the administrator replied that it was on the Archmage's live broadcast. The Buffalos Guild didn't even have time to react before it was instantly destroyed by the Black Hyena. The power of this monster was so incredible that no one could resist it. After that, the remaining 5 guilds formed an alliance and tried to destroy the newly created Black Gold Hyena, but they were also defeated as a result. Criticism for this sudden increase in the game's difficulty level also reached the Archmage, who still could not be found. The assistant to the president of the Rising Star channel had hardly had time to answer the phone calls. There were so many of them. He tried his best to answer each one. The channel president was thinking about the appearance of a new black and gold hyena monster. It was obvious to him that as the Archmage continued to pass the main quest, new monsters could appear. He thought he needed to start preparing little by little as well. He decided it was time to finish the hide and seek event. The president noticed a call from Asmo, and picking up the phone, he calmly said that he was just about to contact him himself, anticipating an important conversation. Asmo asked him if he had received a gift in honor of Small Pack's first-place ranking, to which the channel president replied that he was grateful for the Rocketman set he had sent him. He asked the president if he could ask one question that bothered him quite a bit. Asmo wanted to know the reason why the Archmage had been hiding and not contacting him. Asmo assumed it was because of the Black Golden Hyena. The president started to get nervous but didn't answer anything. He did not wait for a response from the president and added that the Archmage began to change the game itself. In other words, you could say that he opened Pandora's box. After the conversation with Asmo, an aide entered the president's office and informed him that the Chungwan Guild had submitted a request for a tournament. He asked him to throw it somewhere. The aide informed him that rumors of the upcoming tournament had already spread widely on all social media. The channel president replied that the mood of the viewers had been volatile lately. He realized that it would be difficult to deny them the tournament. He wanted to know the details of the tournament, and an aide explained to him that the competition would be a speed competition where 2 teams would battle against a black and gold hyena. The president said that he had received a letter from the Archmage stating his participation in the raid on the black and gold hyena. He instructed the aide to reply that their challenge had been accepted. Hen thought that this time he was also accepting help from the president. Alone he would have to work hard, which would be very taxing on him. He sat down in the game pod and decided it was time to start the live broadcast, which hadn't happened in weeks. He reckoned the audience had been waiting for his return. The Archmage started the broadcast, causing a stir amongst the audience. He greeted them and told them that it had been a long time since they had seen each other. He added that not a single person had found him during the event either. He told them that he was told to die alone on the level, but he didn't listen to anyone. The audience noticed that behind gold was a Rocketman set. The spectators were impressed that Silver now had the equipment. Asmo donated it and wrote that he liked the gift. He also noticed that the Archmage was again without the support of other players. After a bit of thought, the Archmage replied to the audience that they had noticed everything correctly, and that he would play alone even if he died from it. He wanted to finish the game by himself. 2 teams were gathered in the Golden Valley that were going to participate in the tournament. The spectators were excited for their battle that was about to start soon. The Archmage was surprised that the opposing team was near them. He was sure that the starting point for the race must have been different for each team. Ewa replied that she actually just wanted to face him before the race. He thanked him for accepting her challenge. The Archmage was surprised to hear about the challenge. He didn't know that a broadcast of the match was planned, and he figured he should have responded to it in some appropriate way. He turned to the opposing team and said that he would need one last measure of his fighting power and asked them not to distract him. Yawa started to get nervous and angry, stating that this was supposed to be a competition after all. Despite the tension, she tried to keep her composure. She turned around and was about to leave. Ewa asked for the preparations to be finalized sooner. She added that they would be waiting for him in the boss's room. Yawa started to leave, ordering her team to follow her. Her response startled the Archmage, who watched silently as they distanced themselves from him. She thought if this was how it was going to work, she needed to stop the Archmage from preparing for this tournament. She needed to do everything she could to defeat him. 2 weeks passed, and the Archmage appeared on the air again. The Archmage had brought his entire team and was ready for the competition. He had reached a level, and now he could activate the Truth Golem effect. He could use fire golems at once, which would help him greatly in battle. The Archmage moved toward the boss room without stopping. He wanted to be in front of it faster than the opposing team. The Archmage thought that even though he was running as hard as he could, with almost no rest, he had half of the way to go. He realized that right now, he was still slightly ahead of the Chungwan Guild, but once he would relax, they would be able to catch up with him. The Archmage took out a potion and said that he would only rest for seconds. One of the spectators pointed out that if he continued at this pace, it would be difficult for his opponents to control his pace. He informed the spectators that today he would show them anything he hadn't shown them during his absence. He knew there were many spectators who wanted to see his new skills. The Archmage pulled out a staff, after which a great spirit seeped into his hand. The staff began to coil around his hand, after which his weapon dissolved, and the audience couldn't understand what skill he had used. He informed the onlookers that with both of his free hands he would have made it to the boss's room. His confidence attracted attention, and everyone was eagerly awaiting the next move. The administrator of the Capsule Cafe, watching the Archmage's broadcast, remarked that he was going to have a cock race with the opposing team. He added that the Archmage really wanted to crush the Chungwan Guild. He was determined to see how far the Chungwan Guild could go. Yewa noted that the Archmage was indeed an outstanding player. Just as she had heard earlier, she realized that the gap between them was getting bigger. She reported that as it was, they couldn't continue to compete with him any further. She explained that all the guilds were beaten by the pace that the Archmage was keeping. Yewa admitted that she was sorry, but at this point they were ending the tournament. The admin couldn't believe that they were right there announcing their defeat. She smiled and said that even though they were behind the record, the Archmage should have kept her spirits up and kept competing. The Archmage couldn't believe that the Chungwan Guild had actually decided to give up. He thought that they would have fought the boss together. He admitted that he was hurt by this. He managed to get to the boss room and entered it without a second thought. The audience hoped that he had a plan to defeat the boss alone. The Archmage answered them that he was even more comfortable fighting the monster alone. The Archmage decided to immediately use all his ranged skills to deal as much damage as possible before the boss would get close to him. He didn't realize that the mercenary assassins were still following him. The mercenaries noticed that he was using Hellfire and couldn't believe that he had managed to master it. The Archmage realized that the Chungwan Guild was not focused on victory from the beginning. That was why they let them reach the boss room so quickly. The mercenaries had to watch the Archmage, and once he weakened, used the right moment to strike a decisive blow. The Archmage noticed that the Black Hyena's health level had dropped. He thought that if he attacked again, he could deal with it. He ordered Lucky and Gold to help Silver so they could buy him some time so he could deliver the decisive blow. Gold answered him to just leave it up to them. They were willing to help him and do whatever he would order them to do. Once Lucky and Gold moved away from the Archmage, the mercenaries decided that this was the perfect chance to finish him off while his keepers were away from him. The Archmage didn't expect that the mercenaries might show up during his battle with the boss. He was highly focused on the boss attack that he failed to notice them. Lucky turned around and saw that his boss was being attacked by the mercenaries. He saw that their weapons were almost hitting the target. The Archmage realized that avoiding their attack was impossible. In panic, he froze in place, not knowing how to deal with the threat, and his face expressed complete confusion. The mercenaries launched an attack and landed in a safe place. They were surprised when they realized he reacted to their scent. They realized they had applied too much poison. The Archmage saw that Lucky had taken the entire attack. He was lying on the ground with no signs of life. The Archmage was incredibly scared and worried for his life. He ran up to Lucky and hugged him and begged him not to joke with him like that, barely holding back tears. He knew he had to save him. The Archmage looked at the mercenaries and said that he would never forgive them for this. His face was incredibly determined and ruthless. He was ready to destroy them for hurting his friend. The mercenaries saw that the Archmage was approaching them and wanted to proceed very carefully. They realized that he was incredibly aggressive and dangerous right now. The Archmage used hellfire and destroyed the mercenaries who would not be able to escape punishment from him. The spectators supported him and said that they deserved it. He was able to defeat the black and gold hyena, after which he immediately ended the broadcast. He immediately went to Lucky to find out how to help him. The Archmage opened the notification window and saw that Lucky wouldn't be able to fight for hours. He thought that Lucky was always with him. He couldn't let him disappear. But suddenly he noticed he had a hidden quest. He thought it might help him heal Lucky. Gold and Silver noticed that their master was standing over Lucky's body lying on the ground. They couldn't understand what had happened and why their master was quite upset.